Unexpectedly transported into the world of Harry Potter, Amy Lyle initially believed she would have to start anew in this alternate reality, striving to survive as a mere pawn, amidst the heroic adventures of the Chosen One over the course of 7 perilous years. However, on her very first day at Hogwarts, as she stepped into her dormitory, she discovered that the resources from her gaming account in the NetEase adaptation of the Harry Potter game were starting to materialize. Professor Snape remarked, "My supplies have not diminished. How do they possess such an abundance of Polyjuice Potion?" "First year Hermione," exclaimed Amy, "could you demonstrate that firework and lightning spell again? I wish to learn it too." Hagrid cautioned, "It's perilous for students to venture into the Forbidden Forest." "Wait, how are you so adept?" Amy replied, "Harry, you all take your time to mature. I shall first confront the dark wizards head-on and perhaps procure a few Horcruxes along the way." After all, with her newfound advantages, it would be a waste not to save some lives before the original plot unfolds. Chapter 1. Life is hard, size of a wizard. Knock knock knock. In an orphanage situated in the English countryside, 11-year-old Amy Lyle, intrigued by the noise, turned her gaze towards the window, only to be astonished by the sight of an owl fervently pecking at the glass. She opened the window, and the owl promptly dropped a thick letter before soaring away. Upon confirming that the emerald green ink adorning the envelope bore her name and address, Amy flipped the envelope over, revealing a shield-shaped wax seal emblazoned with a large letter H surrounded by a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle. A sense of wonder enveloped her as she admired the exquisite wax seal, accompanied by an inexplicable familiarity that caused her brow to furrow, triggering a flood of memories. In her previous life, she had been born in China. Before succumbing to a grave illness at the tender age of 17, her favorite books had been the Harry Potter series, which she had read and reread until nearly memorized. The domestically produced game of the same name had also captivated her. Despite its absurdities concerning dark magic, she diligently cultivated her yearning for the arcane within. As she opened the letter, she confirmed it was indeed an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. After a brief calculation of the years, she realized with astonishment that she would be in the same year as Harry and his companions. Reincarnated as a nameless background character from the Harry Potter universe, Amy felt a surge of joy, for she would not only get to experience the beauty of life anew, but also become a genuine witch with the potential to witness pivotal plot moments firsthand. Yet, her concerns were equally significant. Becoming a witch would inevitably lead to numerous unforeseen accidents, and as the Harry Potter series progressed, the narrative grew increasingly heart-wrenching. With Voldemort's resurrection and rise to power, danger lurked at every turn. Not to mention the daunting task of enduring the harrowing losses portrayed in the 7th book, where Death Eater seized control of the Ministry of Magic and initiated a purge against all Muggle-born witches and wizards. As an orphan raised in the Muggle world, Amy would undoubtedly find herself on a hit list. The vivid depictions of the Death Eater's heinous actions in the original text sent shivers down her spine. Could it truly be that some unfortunate souls never live beyond the age of 17? In the game, being vanquished by Avada Kedavra merely meant a second chance, but in this reality, succumbing to it would spell disaster. No, let us think positively. I have 6 years to learn magic. If I apply myself like Hermione, I should be able to survive. Lost in her meticulous plans for self-preservation, Amy failed to notice the headmistress and a woman clad in a blue robe entering her small room. What's this child mumbling about, laughing and crying? The headmistress inquired, furrowing her brow. Perhaps she has received her acceptance letter from our esteemed Hogwarts and is simply overwhelmed with joy. You may step outside. I will explain everything to her, the woman in blue replied with a practiced smile. Each year, she guided Muggle-born students through their pre-enrollment preparations, having grown accustomed to soothing new arrivals and fabricating stories for those around them. Just moments ago, she had cast a Confundus charm on the headmistress, ensuring she believed Hogwarts to be merely a conventional boarding school. Once the headmistress exited and closed the door, the blue-robed witch produced her wand and approached Amy, pondering what minor spell she might cast to reshape this 11-year-old's worldview. However, upon noticing the wand in the witch's hand, the child halted her soliloquy, her eyes lighting up. Are you here to take me to Diagon Alley? The blue-robed witch paused, taken aback by the child's remarkable capacity to comprehend, and wondered where she had learned about Diagon Alley. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and donned a professional smile. Indeed, I am Miss Lise Hayworth, an employee of the Ministry of Magic, assigned to assist Muggle-born students with their preparations for Hogwarts. Miss Hayworth then proceeded to provide Amy with a preliminary introduction to Hogwarts, Diagon Alley, and the Ministry of Magic, sharing fundamental knowledge of the wizarding world. Despite Amy's prior familiarity with these subjects from the original text, she listened intently. Half an hour later, having exchanged pleasantries with the headmistress, they exited the orphanage and made their way to an inconspicuous corner outside. Hold on to my hand tightly. The first time can be a bit dizzying, Miss Hayworth advised, opting to use apparition to save time due to Amy's distant residence from London. 30 seconds later, amidst a whirlwind of sensations, Amy found herself standing in the dimly lit leaky cauldron, though she had no inclination to observe her surroundings. Is this what you call a bit dizzying? Her vision darkened, and she nearly stumbled until Miss Hayworth guided her to the entrance of Diagon Alley, allowing her to regain her composure. Merlin's beard. Your complexion is worse than that of a ghost. Upon hearing Miss Hayworth's words, Amy's emotions grew more complex. Apparition was not only convenient but also an essential skill for escaping danger. Yet, it bore significant risks and could be disorienting. What should one do when faced with a bleak future? Just as one wave of concern subsided, another arose. Standing before Gringotts, Amy suddenly grasped that, aside from the inherent challenges of mastering magic, her greatest obstacle, poverty, loomed large. As an orphan with unknown parentage, she lacked the substantial inheritance buried deep within Gringotts like Harry's, as well as the ample Muggle currency to exchange for wizarding coin. Even with the orphanage's financial aid, she could barely afford the necessary textbooks and a wand, leaving her unable to purchase a uniform or other equipment. Amy envisioned the embarrassment of being incapable of producing a cauldron in potions class, and the mortification of being the only one without a school robe at the opening ceremony. The costs associated with being a wizard were exorbitant. Lacking proper equipment, was this what it felt like to be at a disadvantage from the very start? Hey, did you know that the illustrious Harry Potter is also enrolling this year? The school has already sent him a letter. Perhaps we will encounter him in Diagon Alley, Miss Hayworth said, attempting to lift Amy's spirits as she swiftly changed the subject, only to remember that Amy, being Muggle-born, might not yet know who Harry Potter was. To her surprise, Amy jumped in. One letter? That's futile. Your postal owls will be busy for at least a week, and sending hundreds of letters won't help. After all, Harry's aunt and uncle would do everything in their power to prevent him from seeing the letter until Hagrid personally delivered it. Miss Hayworth was astounded by Amy's insight. She sensed that the child was indeed correct. Suddenly struck with inspiration, she smiled and proposed, "It seems you are making a prophecy. How fascinating. You should know that even among wizards, truly effective prophecies are exceedingly rare. How about we make a wager? If your prediction proves true, I will purchase the supplies you need for potions class and have them sent to you by owl." The details of the letter delivery were known only to internal staff, so regardless of whether Amy's words held any truth, Miss Hayworth would ensure she received the supplies. Hoping that the wager would soften the delivery of her assistance without bruising the child's pride. Amy's psychological maturity had essentially reached adulthood, and she naturally perceived Miss Lisa's intentions. The awkward predicament left her with no justification to decline such kindness. Gratefully, she grasped Miss Lisa's hand and agreed to the wager. At the very least, she would not be dismissed by Professor Snape's piercing gaze, akin to a Death Eater, simply due to her impoverished state and lack of resources. Amy felt a slight moisture at the corners of her eyes, as if the tears of her near escape had arrived prematurely. Alas, pondering the survival of 7 years hence, it was imperative to focus first on enduring the present. Chapter 2. A Dim Future. A bewildered wizard under the guidance of Miss Liss. Amy arrived at the sole wand shop owned by the renowned wand maker Ollivander in Diagon Alley to procure her wand. Meanwhile, Miss Liss ventured to flourish and blots to assist in purchasing textbooks. Stepping alone into the venerable establishment, Amy was enveloped by an aura of mystique as thousands of boxes containing wands were stacked to the ceiling, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Ollivander produced a silver-tipped measuring tape from his pocket. The tape, as if possessed by its own will, leapt from his hand and began to take Amy's measurements from head to toe. Subsequently, Mr. Ollivander began to dart swiftly between the shelves, extracting box after box. "All right," he announced, gesturing towards the mountainous pile of boxes he had just amassed. "Miss Amy, we shall try them one by one. It is essential to understand that it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Thus, discovering the wand that truly suits you will require some effort." Thus began a series of trials, as Amy experimented with wands crafted from holly to beech, from dragon heartstring to phoenix feather. Yet irrespective of the materials, she felt a profound sense of repulsion upon grasping these wands, and without Mr. Ollivander's guidance, she knew none of them were destined for her. A peculiar and discerning customer. Indeed, remarked Mr. Ollivander, his enthusiasm for the wand selection process unparalleled, his silver eyes glimmering with joy at the prospect of exploration. However, after an exhaustive series of attempts, Amy had nearly emptied Mr. Ollivander's shelves without success in finding her perfect wand. The two of them exchanged glances, one's muscles aching from handling countless wands, the other perplexed at the absence of a suitable match. How extraordinary! Typically, even if a wizard's wand is broken, they can find a highly compatible replacement in my shop, mused Mr. Ollivander, stroking his chin, deep in thought. It was the first time he had encountered a wizard who, after such extensive trials, had been unable to find even a relatively suitable wand. Mr. Ollivander's unwavering gaze fixed on Amy made her feel a shiver run down her spine, as if she were about to be chosen as a unique specimen for wand-making research. All she desired was to be an ordinary wizard. Yet her journey seemed fraught with challenges before it had even begun. There is one last option, Mr. Ollivander indicated towards a wand lying in the dusty display case by the door. However, it is a defective piece. The dragon heartstring within possesses minimal power, making it difficult to cast spells. I've kept it merely as a decorative item. Would you care to try it? Amy nodded eagerly. After all, it represented her final hope. Perhaps due to its feeble power, she did not feel the intense rejection upon holding the wand. A flicker of joy surged within her. Could this be the wand that suited her? At that moment, small red sparks erupted from the wand's tip. Thrilled, Amy's mind conjured images of Harry discovering his wand amidst a dazzling display of magic. Yet, as the sparks grew larger, reaching the size of a chestnut, they suddenly veered and delivered a solid tap to her forehead. The impact was negligible, yet the insult was profound. Amy clutched her head, stunned. Well, how rebellious. Even with such feeble power, it still chose to retaliate against me. How unwelcome am I? Upon witnessing this, Mr. Ollivander shook his head. I will not sell an incompatible wand to a wizard. Perhaps the wand that truly suits you has yet to be crafted. Or it has already been purchased by another compatible wizard. But I can't possibly start my studies at Hogwarts without a wand, Amy lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Ultimately, Mr. Ollivander proposed a reluctant solution. To lend Amy the defective wand for the time being, with the understanding that she would return it once she acquired a genuine match. As Amy exited Ollivander's shop, dusk had fallen, and Miss Liss was already waiting at the door, having finished her book shopping. Shall we make another trip to the robe shop? I should now be able to afford 2 school robes. Oh, does Mr. Ollivander perhaps offer discounts? No, it's merely that I was rejected by every wand, and he could only lend me the defective one from the display. Miss Liss couldn't help but face bomb. How unfortunate. Yet in a uniquely charming way, Amy looked skyward, feeling as though the magical system of this world was conspiring against her. How shall I navigate this darkness that looms ahead? July 31st, the Ministry of Magic aids the Hogwarts Preparation Committee. It had been over a week since the guidance for new students concerning Amy commenced, during which Miss Liss had assisted several Muggle-born young wizards, and was finally able to return to her group for a brief respite. However, the wager she had made with Amy lingered in her mind. Despite being a mere embellishment of her assistance, she felt an inexplicable curiosity about the true outcome of this bet. Group leader, how is the enrollment guidance for Harry Potter progressing? Alas, the Muggle family sheltering the Savior is no easy task, persistently preventing Harry from seeing his letter. Our owls have delivered hundreds of letters this week, and they continue to resist our efforts. What shall we do then? If they attempt to flee, we shall pursue them. Last night, Mr. Hagrid made a personal visit. This time, it shall be foolproof. The group leader chuckled, puffing out rings of smoke from his pipe. Miss Liss was astonished that Amy's words had indeed come to fruition. Perhaps she genuinely possessed the gift of prophecy, a talent even rarer than magical prowess. Recalling Amy's moments of disorientation and muddled demeanor in Diagon Alley, Miss Liss couldn't help but smile. It seemed she must promptly send the potion tool she had promised to the young seer. Chapter 3. On the way to school. Who isn't crazy? Before one could blink, the 1st of September, the day of the new term, was fast approaching. Unlike her previous experiences in a mundane school, Amy was filled with immense anticipation for this day. Miss Liss's potion-making tools had also arrived in early August, accompanied by a letter expressing her admiration and astonishment at Amy's prophecy coming to fruition. Amy sighed in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, she had managed to gather the necessary equipment for her studies. Yet, her wand stubbornly continued its rebellious course, leading to a series of failures in her few attempts at magic, including one incident where she accidentally set her bed ablaze, earning a scolding from the orphanage matron. Nevertheless, her half-hearted attitude illuminated a path forward. Even a clumsy wizard is still a wizard, she mused. If spells eluded her, she could practice her broomstick skills and potion brewing. After all, was not Neville Longbottom a prime example of carving out success in herbology? Moreover, she now considered herself somewhat of a formidable player holding the script. Furthermore, considering the wand's fiery display when igniting her bed, she could very well possess the ability to resist dark wizards, albeit potentially at a cost to herself. Regardless, even if she were to face the looming threat of dark wizards in the years to come, she was determined to savor the experience of life at a magical school. Thus, with a blend of trepidation and courage, Amy embarked on her journey to London, dragging 2 suitcases behind her. London King's Cross Station, 10:55 a.m. Amy felt as if she had been cursed with a streak of bad luck in this life. Why had her train been delayed by nearly 40 minutes upon arriving in London? The Hogwarts Express was set to depart in just 5 minutes. Oh no! With a suitcase towering nearly to her height in each hand, she sprinted towards the junction of platforms 9 and 10 with astonishing speed. Fortunately, as a character from a story, Amy was able to locate platform 9 without any guidance. At last, she boarded the train in the final minute before departure. Amy let out a sigh of relief, but as it was evening, every compartment appeared fully occupied, leaving her with no choice but to search for a seat from carriage to carriage. As Amy wandered through the middle carriage, she suddenly felt a jolt from behind, her balance wavering as she stumbled forward. Fortunately, the individuals behind her reacted swiftly, each grasping one of her arms and pulling her back with great finesse. Turning around, Amy found herself face to face with a pair of identical twins, their striking red hair almost emblazoning the name Weasley across their foreheads. "Apologies," our friend Pet just darted out. "We were in a rush and didn't watch where we were going." "My sincerest apologies," one of the Weasley twins said, followed by the other echoing a similar sentiment. "It's quite all right," Amy replied with a smile. After all, Fred and George were characters she had particularly cherished in the original narrative, and this incident was merely a trifling mishap that hardly warranted irritation. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden sharp pain shot through her wrist. Glancing down, her pupils dilated in shock. A spider, the size of a tablet, had crawled up her suitcase and was now poised to offer her a most unwelcome greeting. In an instant, Amy's vision darkened, her mind racing with a flurry of thoughts. Who was the Weasley twins' friend? Answer: Lee Jordan. What sort of pet did Lee have? Answer: a rather large tarantula. What is a tarantula? Answer: a venomous spider native to South Africa. If I get bitten, will I be poisoned? Answer: indeed. And it seems I am now engaging in a rather absurd self-dialogue. Her last coherent memory before losing consciousness was of the twins casting a binding spell on the spider, while frantically lifting her to seek Lee Jordan for an antidote. As the owner of the venomous spider, Lee Jordan must have had a rather expansive heart, for he had not prepared any antidote. Fortunately, these 3 pranksters were exceptionally adept at managing the aftermath. Employing their expertise in concocting whimsical potions, they managed to revive her. Upon regaining consciousness, the trio hastily expressed their apologies. Although they relished teasing others, they were well aware of the boundaries of jest, and their unintentional harm left them genuinely remorseful. "There's no need for you to feel guilty, it's merely a spider after all. Haha, I'm not frightened in the slightest." Amy chuckled, scratching her head, much to the astonishment of the other 3. "Goodness, I hope the spider's venom hasn't affected her mind." They exchanged incredulous glances. With an enigmatic smile, Amy continued, "Don't ask, it's just bad luck that I've grown accustomed to. I've become a bit daft." At that moment, a toad unexpectedly leapt through the gap in the compartment door, bounding onto a seat and launching itself directly at Amy's face. The 3 boys gasped in unison, astonished at how this freshman seemed to attract small creatures. Surely, the girl they had just rescued wouldn't be frightened away again. Yet, to their surprise, Amy deftly intercepted the toad midair, her reflexes astonishing even the Quidditch players among them. Calmly holding the toad, Amy appeared unfazed, perhaps indicating that her mental clarity was still somewhat compromised. "Excuse me, whose pet toad has escaped?" she called out into the corridor, her demeanor akin to someone who had partaken of a rather dubious beverage. Before long, a boy and girl approached, the girl sporting a voluminous head of brown hair, while the boy's round face was etched with anxiety over his lost pet. "I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Neville Longbottom. I believe the toad you have is Neville's. We've been searching for quite some time." Hermione quickly introduced herself and explained the situation in one breath. "I'm Amy Lair. Here, take your toad," Amy said, placing the creature gently into Neville's arms. "I've finally found Trevor." "Thank heavens, oh no. I mean thank you." Neville expressed his gratitude sincerely as the 2 exited the compartment, Hermione reminding them, "Don't forget to put on your robes, I just checked. And we're almost there." Meanwhile, the other 3 remained bewildered by the unfolding events. How could someone who had just been poisoned and fainted so effortlessly accept a toad and perform an act of kindness? Could the spider's venom truly induce such a surreal shift in behavior? Amy, sensing their curiosity, turned back and remarked, "Don't ask. It's just that school can drive one to madness." In the midst of the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan's eager gazes, Amy exhaled deeply, realizing that perhaps after relinquishing her burdens, misfortune could lead to delightful outcomes. As night fell, the first-year students of Hogwarts traversed the dark lake in a fleet of small boats, guided by Hagrid towards the castle. The evening breeze invigorated Amy's mind, and gazing at the majestic castle in the distance, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over her, momentarily casting aside the myriad anxieties that had plagued her recently. Unconsciously, she reached out to gently touch the surface of the lake, sending ripples across the water. Strangely, she felt no trepidation regarding her unfortunate luck attracting any lake monsters that might devour her hand. As the boats glided onward, a pair of eyes beneath the water gradually opened, and a serpentine creature leapt from the depths, eliciting sharp cries from the hinkypunks. Black Lake interface unlocked. Chapter 4. The Sorting Ceremony. The story unfolds. Upon reaching the shore, Professor McGonagall took over the first-year students from Hagrid, leading them into a modest room where they awaited the commencement of the sorting ceremony. The space was small, with students clustered in groups, engaged in lively conversation, creating a somewhat cacophonous atmosphere. Amy squinted as she surveyed her surroundings. Drawing from her recollections of the original text, she quickly recognized the red-haired boy and the bespectacled black-haired boy conversing nearby as Ron and Harry. The two were currently feeling apprehensive about the unknown sorting ceremony ahead. Fred had previously told Ron that he would need to battle a troll during the sorting, and although Ron outwardly dismissed the idea, inwardly he was panicking. Despite being born into a wizarding family, he felt just as anxious as Harry at that moment. Meanwhile, Hermione stood behind them, rapidly reciting spells she had studied over the summer, seemingly treating the sorting as an entrance exam. Of course, the actual sorting ceremony was far less complex. It merely required the donning of the sorting hat, which even respected individual choices. There are far too many unsuitable individuals here. My father would be appalled to see me sharing a room with them. However, things will surely improve after the sorting. I will definitely be placed in Slytherin, boasted a pale-faced boy to the two portly boys beside him, who eagerly echoed his sentiments. This typical trio was unmistakably the Malfoy entourage, or perhaps more aptly, the sore losers group. With the dual influence of a spoiled upbringing and an extreme reverence for pure-blood wizarding traditions, Draco Malfoy had become an adversary of Harry Potter after only a few brief encounters. Nevertheless, in the ongoing rivalry within the school, Harry often emerged victorious, while Malfoy and his cronies frequently found themselves on the losing end. At times, Malfoy's petty schemes inadvertently provided Harry with opportunities and assistance. However, as a school-level antagonist, Malfoy was not cruel enough to resemble a true Death Eater. Thus, when he joined their ranks to gain Voldemort's favor, he often hesitated to carry out his tasks, revealing glimpses of regret and helplessness within. Reflecting on this, Amy couldn't help but scrutinize Malfoy a bit longer. In this moment, he was merely an 11-year-old boy. Perhaps if someone could help him navigate the inappropriate influences of his upbringing, his fate might diverge significantly. As Amy immersed herself in contemplation of the various characters before her and their destinies in the original narrative, Professor McGonagall re-entered the room, ushering them into the opulent dining hall. Thousands of candles floated in the air, illuminating the entire dining hall, while the inky night sky shimmered with twinkling stars. Occasionally, a specter drifted by, adding an ethereal beauty to the scene. In the spacious hall, students from the 4 houses gathered around their respective long tables, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this year's new students, particularly the illustrious Harry Potter. The ceiling here had been enchanted, as I read in A Brief History of Hogwarts. Hermione whispered beside me. Amy felt an urge to comment. The school history was so detailed it even introduced the ceiling, yet it failed to mention the venerable sorting hat. Fortunately, the sorting hat still presented its original song each year, despite its lack of presence. Professor McGonagall placed the poor sorting hat before the students, and under their watchful gaze, it began to sing the songs of the 4 houses. As the final notes faded, it wiggled and bowed in all directions, showcasing the charm of the magical hat. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall began to call students up one by one to don the sorting hat. Each student's house assignment aligned perfectly with the original story. When the sorting hat, responding to Harry's inner choice, loudly proclaimed Gryffindor, the entire Gryffindor table erupted with excitement. The Weasley twins cheered exuberantly, while their brother Percy Weasley polished his prefect badge with renewed pride, standing up to shake Harry's hand with solemnity. Witnessing the sorting ceremony firsthand was indeed exhilarating, and Amy found herself swept up in their enthusiasm, clapping along. When her name, Amy Lyle, was called by Professor McGonagall, she suddenly recalled that she had been so engrossed in enjoying the VIP viewing experience that she nearly forgot her own place in it. A wave of belated nervousness washed over her as she stiffly approached the front, donned the sorting hat, and began to ponder which house she would be assigned to. The sorting hat commenced its mind reading, and upon sensing Amy's critique of A Brief History of Hogwarts, it fell momentarily silent. As a hat capable of thought, it felt somewhat offended. Please help me write a complaint to the author of that history, The Sorting Hat huffed softly. All right, Amy replied in her mind. But can we focus on the sorting? At this rate, your hat might fall apart. The Sorting Hat resumed its professional demeanor and continued its task. You possess much knowledge, along with opportunities that others lack, undoubtedly aiding you in your future achievements. Your traits are complex, displaying moderate courage, a wealth of ideas, and a good heart. Where should I place you? The Sorting Hat pondered aloud, whispering in Amy's ear. Ultimately, adhering to the principle of respecting personal choice, it inquired, which house do you wish to join the most? Slytherin, she quipped. At this, the Sorting Hat's tip quivered in shock. Amy chuckled, enjoying the jest. First and foremost, Slytherin was out of the question. Otherwise, I would certainly encounter trouble with those extreme pureblood supremacists. Among the other three houses, while Gryffindor was admirable, it seemed the Lion House always charged into battle first, and I worried my magical abilities might falter and leave me vulnerable. Between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, I believed Ravenclaw suited me better, as having numerous ideas is undoubtedly my most prominent trait. Moreover, in my past life playing the HP mobile game, I had also chosen Ravenclaw, thus holding a special fondness for the Eagle House. After listening to Amy's logical analysis, the Sorting Hat expressed its agreement and finally shouted the results. Ravenclaw. After the sorting ceremony, Professor Albus Dumbledore stood up, beaming as he welcomed the new students. He raised his hand, and suddenly, the 4 long tables were laden with an abundance of exquisite dishes, roast beef, whole roasted chickens, and more, allowing everyone to indulge heartily. With limited funds, Amy silently appreciated Hogwarts' generous provision of high-quality food and accommodation. As the feast neared its conclusion, Professor Dumbledore rose once more to address the students, imparting some important notices. First-year students, please take heed. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students. The caretaker, Filch, also asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Returning students should also remember this. As Dumbledore delivered his final remark, he cast a meaningful glance at the Weasley twins, who smiled nonchalantly, their faces betraying a sense of mischief. Lastly, he insisted, if you wish to avoid unfortunate accidents or untimely demise at this school, do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. This final warning was unprecedented and delivered in a notably serious tone. While some students laughed it off as a joke, others appeared puzzled. Behind the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor lay numerous obstacles set by the entire Hogwarts faculty to protect the Philosopher's Stone. On the opposite side, Voldemort, possessing Professor Quirrell, schemed to exploit the stone's power for immortality, meticulously seeking ways to bypass the obstacles. Ultimately, it was Harry and his friends who uncovered his plot and thwarted it. This encapsulates the primary narrative of the first volume of the HP series. Aside from Quirrell, who served as Voldemort's pawn, there were no casualties, and it generally did not affect ordinary students. This peaceful storyline was truly delightful. Amy, the weak and pitiful cannon fodder Lyle, wished she could remain in the first year forever. Chapter 5. Planting trees in a past life, reaping shade in a new life. After the opening feast, the prefects from each house escorted their new students back to the dormitories. The castle's layout was intricate, with staircases that shifted and turned. Amy suspected that even if she were to retrace her steps to the dining hall now, she might still get lost. The Ravenclaw first years ascended a spiraling staircase, arriving at a smooth wooden door adorned with a bronze eagle-shaped knocker. The prefect lightly tapped on the door, and the bronze eagle's beak moved, inquiring in a gentle voice, "How does one prove the existence of something?" Unlike the other houses, entering Ravenclaw's common room did not require a password, but rather an answer to the knocker's question. "My answer is to use it," the prefect replied after a moment's thought. "That holds some merit." The eagle-shaped knocker accepted the prefect's response and granted them entry. Inside the circular room, blue armchairs were arranged artfully, and shelves brimmed with a myriad of books. The ceiling and deep blue carpet were adorned with stars, and directly opposite the door stood a marble statue of the house founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, exuding elegance and a sense of awe. Stepping through a small door beside the statue, Amy ascended to Ravenclaw's tower. After a tiring climb to the highest level, she finally discovered her dormitory, feeling quite exhausted. Higher is better, after all. High places can be chilly, she consoled herself, a seasoned unfortunate. However, upon entering, Amy found herself unable to suppress a smile at the sight before her. The top-floor dormitory was relatively small, housing only 2 beds. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that the other bed was empty, devoid of any luggage that the school had assisted in transporting from the train. A single room. How delightful. Who could refuse the luxury of having one's own space in a boarding life? Wasn't this far more enjoyable than the standard 5-person room on the lower floors? Joyfully, Amy closed the door, opened the 2 trunks that had been brought from the train, and began to unpack while humming a little tune, preparing her tools and textbooks for the next day. As she picked up a cauldron that had been turned upside down in one of the trunks, she noticed an unfamiliar small black box at the bottom of the trunk. What is this? Odd, I don't recall bringing this along. Could it have been secretly slipped in by the headmaster? Curiously, Amy reached for the black box, but the moment her fingers brushed against it, the box sprang open, exerting a tremendous pull on her. In an instant, Amy felt as if the world around her was spinning, reality intertwining with time. She sensed herself being lifted, drawn forward by an unknown force. Despite her desire to draw her wand for protection, she found herself paralyzed, the sound of howling winds and indistinct noise filling her ears. To her astonishment, she discerned voices speaking in a multitude of languages, and when the dialogue shifted to Chinese and English, she finally grasped the fragmented phrases. The Hogwarts interface has been unlocked. Account projection successful. Effective. Guidance commencing. A blinding light flashed before her, prompting Amy to shut her eyes. And when she reopened them, she felt the environment stabilize, her feet firmly planted on solid ground. After enduring the stroke of luck that afforded her a single room, why did her own luggage betray her? What unforeseen circumstance was this, one not chronicled in the original tale? She had no roommate to come to her rescue. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in a spacious corridor, a small round table at her side adorned with a large paper airplane. To the left and right of the table stood 3 wooden doors, while the corridor's white walls extended infinitely, eluding her sight. Delighted to see you again, Miss Amira. A voice greeted her from behind, startling Amy. She turned to behold a small square oil painting depicting a bobbing, chibi knight. Hello again? Amy was about to voice her confusion when a realization struck her, and her eyes widened in shock. You are Sir Gus from HPMA? HPMA, as a derivative mobile game of Harry Potter, had crafted its own narratives and characters within its universe. The diminutive knight in the painting, Guzmo, served as a narrative accelerator and a guiding NPC for players. Why was she encountering Sir Gus in the realm of the Harry Potter novels? Indeed, it is because of you that I have ascended, Gus proclaimed, arms crossed in a mock serious manner. Could it be that her transmigration into this literary world had caused an overlap of her knowledge of the mobile game and the novel, resulting in this corridor? Before Gus could elaborate further, Amy voiced her hypothesis. He paused, surprised at her astuteness. How dull it is when you guess so quickly. Humph, not only that. Take a look at the paper airplane on the table. Curious, Amy touched the paper airplane and felt something unusual within. Shaking it gently, a wand slipped out. She picked it up, giving it a delicate flick, and a dazzling light illuminated her face, coalescing into a radiant unicorn that joyfully pranced around her, neighing with glee. The wand felt powerful and comforting, surpassing any of the thousands she had tried before. Made of willow, with a unicorn hair core, 9 inches in length, Gus explained. My wand from the mobile game? Amy examined her new wand, or perhaps an old friend, realizing why all the other wands here had rejected her. Her magical abilities belonged to the mobile game system. Moreover, as Gus began to speak, Amy noticed her wand morphing, adorned with silver serpents and sparkling gems. I believe I have even acquired the wands from my past life in the mobile game. Some features from that game should still remain. Let us see if I can change its appearance. Gus, feeling the monotony of his guiding role, remarked, by the way, all these rooms must serve some purpose, right? At this, Gus perked up, eager to demonstrate his utility once more. Of course. The resources you accumulated in your past life are stored here. You can explore the 3 rooms on the left now. Turning the handle of the leftmost door, Amy was greeted by a familiar sight. Her wizarding collection room, significantly larger than in the mobile game. Rows of wooden mannequins displayed various outfits, gowns, uniforms, and casual wear, each topped with an array of hairstyles and hats. Several mannequins held grooming kits, simple or extravagant, all artifacts of her past endeavors, quests, and spins on the wheel. The 11-year-old girl, once so impoverished she could barely afford a school robe, suppressed her excitement and began to rummage through the room. During her search, she discovered a wand skin overview, a comforter that emitted the sound of crashing waves, an assortment of peculiar decorations and murals, a cauldron, and a potion bag bursting at the seams. What are you looking for? Amy glanced up to see Gus had hopped onto an empty canvas in the room. Money, she exclaimed. Ah, such a worldly desire. Must you not be more subtle? Then, the general equivalent used for trade in the wizarding world. Amy had learned from her experiences in Diagon Alley that even wizards could not thrive without galleons, especially someone like her, who required substantial resources. Well, I suppose that is understandable, Gus conceded, breaking his silence. Why don't you explore the corridor further? With a leap, he returned to his original position, snapping his fingers. The painting flipped upward, revealing a hidden entrance behind it, causing Amy's eyes to widen in astonishment. So, Gus was the lock to the vault. It seemed prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him to safeguard her assets. Amy silently strategized, filled with anticipation as she gazed at the opening behind the painting. Chapter 6. With wand in hand, mastering spells, Amy gazed expectantly at the entrance, which glimmered with golden light. She had never imagined that the digital currency from the game could manifest as tangible wealth. Yet, after a thorough count, disappointment washed over her. There were only a little over 300 galleons. While it was a modest fortune, it would scarcely suffice for 7 years of school supplies if she only spent without earning. Regret washed over her for having spent her galleons on upgrading spell cards instead of saving. However, having something was better than nothing. At least she now had time to devise ways to earn her own money. The primary source of the golden glow emanated from a mountain of yellow gemstones, typically used for draws in the mobile game. Amy had diligently saved them, and after counting, she discovered a staggering 364 pieces. While gems were not a direct currency in the Harry Potter universe, Amy contemplated their worth. Surely, exchanging them at Gringotts would yield some profit. She tapped her chin thoughtfully, uncertain of the exchange rate. Additionally, she needed to consider the conversion rates between Muggle currency and these two forms, choosing the most advantageous method to maximize her profits. However, with the holidays approaching, she could not leave Hogwarts to investigate or exchange. For now, the yellow gemstones would have to languish in the vault. Having identified the general equivalent for trade in the wizarding world, Amy continued her exploration of the other rooms. Standing before the second door on the left, she could hear the sound of water. Gently turning the handle, she was greeted by a wave of humid air infused with a fishy scent. Inside lay a vast lake. Under the magically simulated moonlight, Amy observed ripples forming on the surface of the lake. Before she could react, 3 horse-like water creatures erupted from the depths, encircling her in a semicircle and nodding in greeting. Amy gazed at the gentle giants before her, astonished and delighted. Seizing the moment, Gus began a grand explanation. Observe closely. The 3-headed horse-shaped water creatures before you are projections of the summoning cards you used in the game. These magical beings are composed of magical energy, capable of manifesting physically and assisting in combat, all without needing to be fed. In the distant reaches of the lake, a nebulous mist began to manifest, and Amy discerned the faint silhouettes of some gray-blue creatures meandering within. Were they the notorious Hinky Punks? Indeed. They were the mischievous entities that delight in luring unsuspecting souls toward the marshes. However, you may rest assured that all creatures within this realm are obedient to your command, and pose no threat to your safety. The third chamber revealed itself as a rectangular dueling arena. With her wand in hand, Amy stepped onto the left half of the arena, whereupon a dim-witted wooden effigy materialized on the right, standing motionless. This must be akin to a training ground, and with her wand freshly acquired, she thought it prudent to experiment with a few spells. Raising her wand, she waved it with a flourish. Wingardium Leviosa. The wooden figure responded promptly, lifting gently into the air under the levitation charm, ultimately hovering at approximately 7 feet above the ground. Amy's heart swelled with joy at the sight. It was a stark contrast to her previous experiences with the cursed wand, where casting spells often resulted in self-inflicted harm. Only upon grasping her rightful wand did she truly comprehend the meaning of mastery. She then recalled the magical creatures in the adjacent room. Perhaps, just like in the mobile game, she could summon them to aid her. Thus, she raised her wand once more, pointing it at the wooden effigy. Hippogriff. A formidable hippogriff burst forth from the ground, striking the wooden effigy with force before retreating into the earth, swimming back to its master. Upon closer inspection, Amy noted that the ground beneath it transformed into flowing water as it passed, reverting to its original state once it departed. After dismissing the hippogriff, she attempted to summon other creatures from her prior mobile game experience, but apart from the aquatic beings, none responded. She surmised that this was likely connected to the unaccessed doors in this space, implying that certain conditions must be met to unlock these chambers. Lost in thought, Amy reflected on the enigmatic black box that appeared upon her entrance to Hogwarts. The existing rooms encompassed indoor scenes and the lake, and having traversed the castle and sailed across the Black Lake at night, she realized that the familiar locations could be utilized to unlock the remaining spaces. Most of the summoning creatures hailed from the Forbidden Forest. Thus venturing into the depths of the forest seemed essential to access the next room. The Forbidden Forest is a perilous locale strictly prohibited for student entry by Hogwarts, yet in the mobile game, it served as an adventurous haven for resource gathering. Amy had previously faced werewolves and vanquished acromantulas within its confines, essentially cutting a swath through the forest. However, this was not the game. She was uncertain of her true capabilities with her new wand, and the consequences of recklessly entering the forbidden forest ranged from detention to potentially fatal outcomes. Determined to seize the opportunity for self-improvement, she resolved to remain in the training ground for the night. After 2 hours of rigorous practice, Amy had successfully executed nearly every fundamental spell she could recall. She even discovered a mechanism within the training arena that allowed her to summon a multitude of wooden effigies for extensive training. However, while casting spells, she noted some peculiarities in their effects. For instance, Aguamenti, which in the original narrative was merely a spell for watering plants or extinguishing fires, yielded inconsistent results. After 3 attempts, only the middle one produced the gentle stream of water. The others unleashed 10 robust jets that sent the wooden effigies tumbling, showcasing considerable destructive power. It appeared that her spell casting resembled a game of chance, oscillating between the original text and the mobile game's mechanics. Observing her frustration with the erratic spell effects, Sir Cadogan slipped into the training room through the frame of his portrait and offered guidance. Your wand, like you, has traversed 2 magical systems. You must learn to communicate effectively, lest chaos ensue. I understand, thank you, Amy replied, grateful for his timely and sagacious advice. Yet 5 minutes later, Sir Cadogan found himself less than satisfied as he witnessed Amy rapidly reciting, Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo, transform. Aguamenti. The wand emitted a gentle stream. Ancient darkness, awaken. Transform. The delicate spray suddenly swelled into a torrent. Sir Cadogan was taken aback, while Amy beamed with pride. Sir Cadogan, I have established communication with my wand. From now on, reciting the first incantation will yield the original spell's effect, and invoking the latter will trigger the game's magic. That is quite effective, but why those 2 phrases? Sir Cadogan stammered. Though lengthy, they are easy to remember, difficult for others to replicate, and carry a certain gravitas, Amy explained, satisfaction radiating from her. It had been a while since she spoke Chinese after her traversal, and now, her fluency had waned. Yet uttering these phrases held a unique charm. Sir Cadogan looked skyward, pondering her reasoning, though a sense of absurdity lingered. His charge was undeniably talented, yet also rather peculiar. Chapter 7. The River and the Han. Fortune is fleeting. At 2 in the morning, within the confines of the Black Box training room, Sir Cadogan had observed Amy practice the 2 magical systems for several hours. As a mere painting, he felt fatigued, while Amy appeared unfazed. Have you been practicing the levitation charm and these basic spells for so long? Sir Cadogan began to suggest she ought to rest, but before he could speak, he noted the sparkle in Amy's eyes. Yes. I have just mastered the basic spells from both systems, and now is the perfect time for advancement. Sir Cadogan fell silent, realizing he could never truly comprehend his mistress's thought processes. Amy had longed to attempt some powerful advanced spells, and with Sir Cadogan's encouragement, she felt emboldened to try. With a flick of her wand, she murmured the incantation for dark magic and shouted, Weasley fireworks! A colossal firework dragon descended from the heavens, its fiery embers raining down, detonating upon impact. At the moment the beast's head crashed to the ground, Amy felt the entire training arena shudder, and the wooden effigies she targeted were obliterated into fragments. The effect was astonishingly formidable. If she were to cast a binding spell to secure her target, how could she possibly fail against dark wizards? Yet, considering the copyright issues surrounding the Weasley twins, she knew she must refrain from using such fireworks publicly until their 5th book was released. Meanwhile, Sir Cadogan was momentarily stunned by the explosive display, just as he intended to advise Amy to take a break, but was instead captivated by the spectacle unfolding before him. Flames roared. A lightning storm raged. Water prison. The right side of the training arena erupted with thunder, the scene akin to a hellscape. The wooden effigies, first reduced to charred remains, were subsequently engulfed by the water prison, leaving no trace behind. Sir Cadogan trembled, too awestruck to utter a word, while Amy reveled in her elation. Although she had anticipated that her wand's compatibility with the mobile game would allow her to execute these advanced spells successfully, the exhilarating sensation of commanding the elements was utterly intoxicating. With her previous gaming experience fueling her confidence, Amy felt an overwhelming desire to duel with other wizards. How she longed to test her mettle against her peers. It was reminiscent of her gaming days, filled with fervor. However, she soon realized that casting advanced spells was quite taxing, and after unleashing a barrage of spells for several more minutes, she found herself utterly spent. She requested Sir Cadogan to escort her back to her dormitory, where she collapsed into a deep slumber. The following morning, to avoid the risk of getting lost within the castle and arriving late, Amy departed her dormitory an hour early. After locating the restaurant from memory where she had breakfast, she hurried towards the Transfiguration classroom, acutely aware that Professor McGonagall was notoriously strict, and being late to her class was simply unacceptable. However, it soon became apparent that all of Amy's luck seemed to have been exhausted on that black box. Otherwise, how could she have encountered 3 doors that were in a foul mood and refused to open, 2 spiraling staircases that completely disoriented her, and a Peeves the poltergeist, who both obstructed her path and cackled mockingly? Ultimately, it was Amy's recollection of the original storyline that prompted her to threaten Peeves with the only entity he feared, the Bloody Baron, allowing her to dash into the classroom just a minute before the lesson commenced. Upon entering, she noticed that only a single seat remained vacant in the center, and she hastily took her place. Moments later, she realized why such a desirable central position was unoccupied. How could she have forgotten that this Transfiguration class was jointly attended by Ravenclaw and Slytherin? The original text often portrayed the rivalry between Harry and Malfoy, leading Amy to mistakenly believe that Gryffindor and Slytherin shared all their classes. Yet upon reflection, she recalled that they only shared potions and flying lessons in their first year. In reality, the opportunities for the 4 houses to attend classes together were relatively balanced, with Ravenclaw and Slytherin students instinctively segregating themselves on opposite sides of the classroom. One side aloof and indifferent, the other self-contained and non-confrontational. Thus, Amy found herself in an exceedingly awkward position, akin to a boundary line between 2 factions. Casting another glance at her Slytherin classmate to her right, her spirits plummeted further as she realized it was none other than Draco Malfoy. Seeing Malfoy preoccupied with conversing with his 2 lackeys, Amy breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that her presence was sufficiently inconspicuous to avoid drawing Malfoy's attention like Harry and his friends did. Eager to survey her surroundings one last time in hopes of finding a different empty seat, she noticed a patterned cat leap from the window and transform into a tall, imposing witch who took her place at the front of the classroom. Alas, the teacher had arrived, leaving no time for her to make a last-minute escape. With a resigned sigh, Amy shifted to the left, reminding herself to maintain a low profile, despite her abilities far exceeding those of a typical first-year student at Hogwarts, in order to avoid unnecessary complications. However, Amy's unfortunate luck remained unwavering. Now in pairs, attempt to transform the thimble before you into a matchstick. Professor McGonagall instructed after an elaborate exposition on the intricate theories of transfiguration, conjuring thimbles atop the desks. When Amy noticed a thimble had appeared between herself and Malfoy, she opted for silence. "What is your name?" Malfoy scrutinized her with a condescending gaze, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Amy Lyle," she replied. After a moment's contemplation, Malfoy seemed to mentally sift through all the surnames of pureblood wizarding families he was acquainted with, only to find none matched hers, resulting in a derisive snicker. "Muggleborn. Are you?" "Yes." Amy realized why Harry had become Malfoy's sworn enemy after only a few encounters. Such a demeanor was infuriatingly difficult to ignore. Upon hearing her answer, Malfoy's expression morphed into one of blatant disdain, scorn, and contempt. With his eyes narrowed like pie charts, he felt an overwhelming urge to raise his hand and request a different partner from the professor. Although Malfoy's attitude was predictable, Amy couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Lucius Malfoy's parenting had evidently been quite effective, as his son excelled at belittling classmates with remarkable finesse. How could he not correct himself and refer to her as a mudblood? Amy completely forgot her previous reflections on the Malfoy family's tragic narrative, and instead focused on promoting a message of love and acceptance. "Are you afraid of a classmate born of muggles? Afraid that our magical prowess might be too formidable for you to handle?" With a rather clumsy taunt, Amy's provocation caused Malfoy, who had been about to raise his hand to request a new partner, to retract it instantly, glaring at her with a fierce intensity. "What did you say? Or perhaps you wish to join your friends?" Amy gestured toward Crabbe and Goyle, who had just botched their spell, leaving each other covered in soot, much to Malfoy's embarrassment. "These 2 fools," Malfoy muttered, realizing he could no longer request a change in partners. Feeling further diminished by his incompetent companions, and determined to reclaim his dignity. "I'm afraid you'll drag down my grade." Malfoy lifted his chin defiantly. Transfiguration was complex both theoretically and practically. He doubted this girl of lowly birth could surpass his lackeys in skill. "Surely, the renowned and noble Malfoy heir will excel," he thought, eager to demonstrate his superiority. "Come on, Great One, lead the way." Amy's demeanor shifted instantly, presenting the thimble with both hands in a manner that was both respectful and slightly unnerving. Malfoy, taken aback, found himself at a loss, questioning her intentions as she inexplicably showered him with flattery. Chapter 8. Overreaching? A Lesson in Love. It soon became evident that young Malfoy possessed a remarkable capacity for psychological resilience. Despite Amy's alternating jabs and compliments, he quickly regained his composure, not allowing himself to be swayed by the tide of compliments. A Muggle-born who knew nothing of magic before attending school must surely lack ability, attempting to prevent me from succeeding. I will use my prowess to demonstrate that outsiders should not overestimate their worth at Hogwarts, he mused. Indeed, he remained unperturbed, still brimming with arrogance. Raising his chin even higher, Malfoy brandished his wand, cleared his throat, and confidently began to recite the incantation, directing it at the thimble in Amy's hand. However, nothing transpired. Malfoy felt a twinge of embarrassment but quickly concocted an excuse. It's your fault. You distracted me. Maintaining her smile, Amy responded enthusiastically, of course, it's all my fault. Please do continue, try again. Don't shoot the messenger. Malfoy begrudgingly resumed his attempts. Yet after several failures, he began to suspect that Amy might have tampered with the thimble. He even commandeered Crabbe and Goyle's thimbles midway through his attempts. But the outcome remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Amy's smile grew increasingly sinister. Transforming a thimble into a matchstick was merely an introductory task in Transfiguration. Yet it posed significant challenges for novices. In the original text, during Gryffindor's first Transfiguration class, only Hermione managed to produce any semblance of change in her thimble. If even Hermione, who devoted herself wholeheartedly to her studies, struggled, what chance did a young lord with concerns for his classmates' backgrounds have of succeeding? Eventually, Malfoy looked around and noted that none of his classmates had succeeded either, all experiencing their own failures. This realization led him to comprehend the task's difficulty, prompting him to consider giving up. Wait, what will we do if you give up, my lord? Malfoy was about to retort to his partner when he realized it was Crabbe and Goyle speaking. Our thimble is still in your possession, my lord. The professor seems poised to check on our progress, and we made none at all. What shall we do? Crabbe lamented while resting his chin on his hands, while Goyle wore a face of dismay. What's there to fear? Everyone else is struggling too, Malfoy snapped, tossing the thimble back onto the desk in frustration. That's not the same. A lord of your esteemed lineage should far surpass the performance of the other groups. Amy imitated Malfoy's tone, reveling in her taunting. You've done nothing but talk. You haven't accomplished a single thing, Malfoy retorted, feeling increasingly vexed. Although Amy maintained a pleasant demeanor, he sensed he was being played. Wasn't this an opportunity for him to shine? He should not allow her to overshadow him. Oh, do you think you can outshine me by casting the spell? Malfoy sneered dismissively, unable to believe that this Muggle-born girl could perform genuine transfiguration. He was eager to expose her shortcomings, revealing that his own failures were not as disgraceful as they seemed. Since the young master has made such a heartfelt request, I naturally cannot disappoint his expectations. However, merely watching me perform my magic would be rather mundane. Why not engage in a wager instead? Amy wore an expression of innocence. What shall we bet on? Should I succeed, the young master must henceforth refrain from offending me or any wizard of my ilk, and must treat me with utmost respect, addressing me as sister whenever we meet. Amy declared this with a straightened posture, underscoring her seriousness. This wager stood in stark contrast to Malfoy's long-standing values, yet bolstered by blind confidence and a competitive spirit. He unhesitatingly agreed. Of course, he added, but if you fail, you shall spend an entire night alone in the Forbidden Forest. A deal was struck. Should either party violate the terms, let thunder strike them. Understood, no more dawdling. Malfoy was eager to witness Amy's misstep. After all, such a verbal agreement was not a blood pact. Even if he lost, he would not abide by it. Meanwhile, Amy's heart was in rapturous laughter. After holding back for so long, it was finally her moment to shine. While the transfiguration spell was undoubtedly challenging, this only applied to the characters in the original narrative. In the mobile game, it was merely a minor spell that enhanced control with minimal magical expenditure. She had experimented with the transfiguration spell the previous night, and with the support of her wand's two systems, she could cast a version that allowed for ricocheting and control among multiple targets, as well as the original version aimed at a single target. It required no advanced skills, only imagination and a bit of magic. It felt somewhat disrespectful to the grand and profound discipline of transfiguration, but using it was undeniably exhilarating. Balala energy, Kadola Shadola, transform. What are you mumbling about? Have you forgotten the incantation I just taught you? Malfoy and his companions chuckled. Don't rush me. I wouldn't want the young master to inadvertently become a weasel or something. I'm preparing earnestly. Amy focused her thoughts on the matchstick in her mind, lightly pointing her wand, and the thimble instantaneously transformed. Seeing the matchstick that had emerged from the thimble, It would be a lie to say the trio was not astonished. Amy appeared so at ease, as if she had merely sipped a cup of water, that it further embarrassed them. Merely luck, Malfoy retorted, inspecting the matchstick closely, searching for flaws. Amy smirked mischievously. Want to be convinced of your defeat? Allow me to oblige. In the next moment, the matchstick in Malfoy's hand morphed into a repulsive flobberworm, wriggling directly into his sleeve. Malfoy yelped in surprise, drawing the attention of the entire class, and Professor McGonagall soon arrived, alerted by the commotion. What is going on? Professor? She turned the matchstick into a worm. Look. She must have done it on purpose. In mere seconds, Professor McGonagall extracted the wriggling worm from Malfoy's clothing. Upon witnessing this, Amy quickly dispelled the magic, causing the worm to still and revert to a matchstick, finally transforming back into a thimble. Professor McGonagall observed this entire sequence in silence, before calmly stating, "Very well, Mr. Malfoy. I believe I shall clarify this matter." Coincidentally, class was dismissed. Everyone, remember to review today's material. The rest of you may leave. Miss Lyle, please come to my office. Amidst the glances of sympathy or curiosity from her classmates, Amy followed the somewhat complex expression of Professor McGonagall out of the classroom. Chapter 9. The Professor's Principle. Precise remediation. Being summoned to the office for tea on the very first day of school left Amy a tad uneasy. Nevertheless, one must take responsibility for their actions. Although her intention was to teach Malfoy a lesson to encourage his transformation, scaring him into a shriek was indeed not quite proper. Oddly enough, this incident, merely stemming from a worm, did not seem particularly grave. She had thought that perhaps Professor McGonagall would simply deduct 5 points from her house, and the matter would conclude. To her surprise, she had been called to the office alone. Surely, Hogwarts could not have some peculiar rule about worms that she was unaware of. Her unease grew with each thought. As Amy, both timid and brave, mentally prepared a lengthy defense, they finally stepped into the office. All right, Miss Lyle. I would like you to clarify something. Mr. Malfoy just said you did this intentionally. Is that true? Yes, Professor. But there was a reason. Oh, Miss Lyle, please do not misunderstand. This is merely a minor incident. I wouldn't summon a student to my office for such a trivial matter. Otherwise, the Weasley twins would have to share a couple of beds here. Professor McGonagall remarked as she picked up a quill and handed it to Amy. Try to transform it. Whatever you can turn it into, do so. Amy quickly muttered the incantation under her breath while intently focusing on the quill. Its grayish-white color reminded her of the niffler she had encountered in the black box yesterday. With a wave of her wand, the quill transformed into a palm-sized niffler, which emitted a sharp, piercing laugh. As the niffler's laughter echoed, a knock came from outside the door. Upon receiving Professor McGonagall's permission, a small figure entered. Professor Flitwick hurried in, a look of urgency on his face. Pardon me, Professor McGonagall. I heard that a new student from our house has violated school rules and has been summoned. What exactly happened? Do not worry, Professor Flitwick. Your house has a remarkable student. Amy was taken aback to catch a hint of amusement on Professor McGonagall's usually stern face. To effortlessly transform objects into living beings on her first transfiguration lesson was a rare talent indeed. Is that so? Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his initial surprise quickly morphing into excitement. I haven't taught our new students this year yet. I had no idea there was such an outstanding child among them. Thus, I am considering that the first-year Transfiguration class may not be suitable for her. I shall provide her with extra training. Since you are here, it saves me the trouble of notifying you separately, Professor McGonagall mused thoughtfully. Although she was the head of Gryffindor, she was also the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and treated all students equally, generously extending her nurturing to exceptional students from other houses. Excellent. Let us aim for her to become an animagus before graduation. Professor Flitwick wholeheartedly agreed, nonchalantly proposing a distant goal that Amy had never dared to consider. What do the professors mean by this? Amy asked timidly, clearly apprehensive about the arrangement. You will no longer need to attend your regular transfiguration classes. I will find another time to tutor you in advanced transfiguration. The abruptness of this change left Amy momentarily stunned. However, having experienced the world of literature, and now possessing a unique advantage, she quickly regained her composure. Professor McGonagall's suggestion was indeed a stroke of fortune for her, as mastering advanced skills was crucial for surviving the impending wizarding war. While the mobile game offered no resources related to animagi, she could strive to learn this challenging spell through diligent effort. Observing Professor Flitwick's cheerful demeanor further ignited a bold idea within Amy. To be honest, Professor Flitwick, aside from the transfiguration spell, I have a bit of confidence regarding my preparations for Charms class. Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick could no longer sit still, seizing Amy and leading her to an empty classroom for her to showcase her skills. Without hesitation, Amy demonstrated the basic spells she had practiced the night before, including a few advanced spells. Oh, splendid. Miss Lyle, do you realize how fortunate it is that I originally planned to have everyone practice the levitation charm before Halloween? You have mastered the coma curse and iron armor charm with remarkable finesse, a feat that most first-year students can only dream of, as they typically manage little more than sparking trivial spells during duels. Professor Flitwick, unlike the stern Professor McGonagall, observed Amy's incantations with a beaming smile, showering her with praise. Alas, Amy mused silently about what his reaction would be if he witnessed the spectacle of first-year students casting Avada Kedavra in the dueling arena. I shall continue my discussions regarding your new course schedule with Professor McGonagall. You may return to your dormitory for now, she informed him. After experiencing the vicissitudes of life, and considering that she had no classes in the afternoon, Amy resolved to take a brief respite in her quarters. However, upon exiting the classroom, she found herself disoriented and compounded by the castle's rotating staircases. She magnificently lost her way. Stepping outside, the verdant hues of the grass surrounding the castle greeted her, prompting a resigned sigh as she realized she had wandered outside. A sudden familiar voice startled her. You must have received quite the scolding from the professor. Turning swiftly, she saw the trio of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle loitering by the castle walls, their faces alight with malicious glee. Delighted by Amy's bewildered expression, Malfoy felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. What began as a harmless stroll to alleviate the humiliation he faced that morning had unexpectedly presented him with an opportunity for revenge. Yet this was merely the beginning. With a subtle signal, Malfoy directed Crabbe and Goyle to approach Amy, their fists raised in anticipation. What do you intend to do? Amy inquired. To teach you a lesson. Not everyone is worth provoking. A witch of your caliber, struggling to be a wizard, will never match our status, Malfoy retorted, venom dripping from his words. As Crabbe and Goyle brandished their fists toward her, Amy sighed again, thinking, they are indeed still first years. Which wizard resorts to brawling? As she contemplated how to evade their blows while casting a few harmless spells to impart some lessons in humility, two hands emerged from either side of her, seizing Crabbe and Goyle's fists mid-swing. The Weasley twins had appeared by her side, grasping their adversaries' hands with enigmatic smiles plastered on their faces. Taken aback, Crabbe and Goyle withdrew their fists, their bravado faltering. For years, they had basked in the glory of their physical prowess. But now they faced opponents who inherited the Weasley family's long limbs and were older, towering over them. Furthermore, they were renowned hitters on the house team, sturdy and formidable. While Crabbe and Goyle could hardly be described as anything but two chubby lads. Most disadvantageously, these were the Weasley twins, known for their knack for mischief and superior spellcasting compared to their first-year peers. In unison, Crabbe and Goyle retreated. Although not particularly clever, they knew when to flee. Malfoy steamed with frustration, resenting his lackluster lackeys and these unwelcome interlopers. Meanwhile, the twins were reveling in delight. What a valiant rescue. It's rare for us to perform a good deed, and we can also make amends for frightening our junior on the train. Seeing that a fight was no longer feasible, Malfoy hastily beckoned his cronies to retreat, only to witness them collapse to the ground, writhing and shrieking from an unexpected tickling powder. What on earth are you doing? He exclaimed. We thought you might want to join them, young Malfoy, George and Fred teased, advancing toward him, making Malfoy's skin crawl as the situation turned entirely on its head. Before Malfoy could escape, Amy interjected, Please wait, gentlemen, they came to confront me, and I will handle this myself. How do you intend to manage that? By reasoning with him. With everyone watching in bemusement, Amy smiled sweetly and addressed Malfoy. Do you recall our wager in Transfiguration Class? Of course, what of it? Malfoy replied, a hint of foreboding creeping in. Then surely my performance in that class qualifies as a success, Amy stated, brandishing her wand and transfiguring a nearby twig into a matchstick with ease. The twins applauded encouragingly. Just barely, Malfoy gritted through clenched teeth, begrudgingly acknowledging her claim. Then you must honor our agreement. Since I emerged victorious, you must concede to me and refrain from any unwarranted hostility towards me or my fellow students, maintaining a respectful demeanor. You don't you me. According to our agreement, you owe me a call of sister, Amy declared, hands on her hips, flanked by her two guardians, exuding an air of authority. The twins exchanged glances, stifling laughter, surprised by their junior's audacity, and keen to witness how the proud Malfoy would react to such a predicament. Yet, true to form, Malfoy remained obstinate. I will absolutely not call you that, he declared defiantly, seeking to assert his dominance even as he found himself outmatched. Well, if I'm not mistaken, It seems you were hoping for them to attack me, Amy remarked, effortlessly maintaining her composure. Such behavior, I believe, can be classified as an affront. Therefore, dear Malfoy, you have breached our agreement. Humph, it was merely a verbal wager. I refuse to acknowledge it now. What, do you truly believe you can conjure a storm? Malfoy pointed mockingly at the clear blue sky, just as a bolt of lightning struck perilously close to his outstretched finger. Everyone, save for Amy, was left astounded. George mused. I believe that resembles something our father mentioned, a Muggle invention. Fred chuckled, adding, a lightning rod perhaps? Who would have thought young Malfoy possessed such a trait? It appears one must uphold their integrity. You lot are talking nonsense. This is merely a coincidence. Malfoy insisted, retracting his hand, yet before he could finish speaking, another lightning bolt struck, creating a small smoking crater at his feet. In a panic, Malfoy stepped back twice, followed by 3 more bolts of lightning, each trailing closely behind him, making him feel as though he were on the brink of being struck. He hastily retreated indoors, finally finding refuge from the relentless bolts of lightning. What in the world are you scheming? Malfoy stammered, pointing frantically at Amy, who merely smiled enigmatically. While the Weasley twins drew Malfoy's attention, Amy had surreptitiously cast a lightning storm spell, albeit in a game-like manner, ensuring it would accurately target her designated foes. Of course, she had judiciously adjusted the spell's potency and accuracy. Otherwise, Malfoy would have already met his demise. I shall tell my father. You will face dire consequences for this. Malfoy fumed, at his wit's end, drawing upon his last resort. Go ahead. I eagerly await your account. First, in terms of performance, I was bested by a Muggleborn. Next, I attempted violence only to find myself thwarted. And finally, I was struck by lightning for my inconsistency. Oh, and by the way, I doubt anyone would believe a mere first year, who has only wielded a wand for days, possesses the ability to alter the weather. And let me add, if you wish to claim she attacked you without cause, we would be more than willing to testify, chimed in the Weasley twins, fanning the flames. Malfoy's psychological defenses were utterly shattered. He finally fell silent, casting a resentful glance at the 3 who were still chuckling, yet dared not utter another word. You two. If you're done, make your way back to the dormitory. Malfoy shouted distantly at the now somewhat revived Crabbe and Goyle, before swiftly departing, vanishing around the corner of the corridor. They would likely take another 10 minutes to regain their composure, George estimated. Well, it wasn't much of a prank. Nor did it possess any artistic merit. Let us retreat, Fred suggested. The 2 exchanged amused glances, and together hoisted Amy back towards the castle. Amy. Twins, we are quite intrigued by your recent prank. Do share the details with us. Chapter 11. The Path of Escape. There must be a way out. The trio ascended several flights of stairs, and Amy recounted the basic process of her trick on Malfoy, albeit in a somewhat roundabout manner. We generally prefer a more straightforward approach. Utilizing little props, they chimed in. Before Fred could finish his professional commentary, a sharp cat's yell suddenly erupted behind them. The twins swiftly hoisted Amy again and sprinted. Amy, bewildered, exclaimed, "What is happening?" "It's Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. With her around, Filch will find us in no time," they confessed, unable to hide their panic. "To be honest, we just ventured outside the castle to evade him. And now we've nearly forgotten that." The brothers dashed forward, but Mrs. Norris relentlessly pursued them, occasionally emitting cries calling for her master. "What trouble have you gotten into now? Why am I running with you?" Amy lamented, having only spent 2 days at Hogwarts yet already embroiled in such chaos. "We merely blew up the toilet in his office restroom. It was quite a clean job. We even kept the toilet seat as a souvenir for our little sister." They laughed. "And if you don't flee with us, you might be falsely accused and subjected to his disciplinary measures, or worse, be treated as our accomplice." Sigh. Filch would love nothing more than to confine all students. The trio dashed through the castle, the Weasley twins exhibiting an extraordinary familiarity with the layout, often revealing secret passages from unexpected corners, leaving Amy in a daze. However, to their astonishment, Mrs. Norris proved unusually tenacious today. At times, sheer luck allowed her to open passages they had already sealed, and other times, she would unexpectedly slide down the spiral staircase just as they were stealthily moving from the 5th to the 3rd floor, landing directly in their path. Filch must have fed her some sort of luck potion, Fred puffed, struggling to catch his breath. Amy remarked, "Could it be that while you're fleeing with a jinxed individual, it makes the adversary seemingly fortunate?" Alas, what a stroke of bad luck. Nevertheless, the brothers, loyal to the core, did not abandon Amy due to such mystical reasoning. They continued to focus intently on their escape route. However, upon reaching the 8th floor, they were finally cornered. Standing before a massive tapestry depicting a troll ballet, they could hear Mrs. Norris's shrill cries echoing around the corner, accompanied by the sound of Filch's old leather shoes on the floor. Damn it, we are utterly trapped. For us to be caught is of little consequence. We are rather accustomed to it. But they exchanged apologetic glances with Amy, certain she would be deemed an accomplice. Yet, gazing at the troll tapestry and the blank wall opposite, Amy suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Quick, follow me. There's still time. Do what? Pray. Hurry, focus. The twins looked bewildered, yet seeing Amy's earnest expression they complied. Under Amy's guidance, the trio paced back and forth before the tapestry, collectively praying in their hearts. Grant us a place to hide, shield us from Filch's gaze. On their third turn, a smooth door appeared on the once empty wall, and as Filch's footsteps grew closer, they unhesitatingly flung the door open and rushed inside. At the moment they closed the door, the entrance vanished without a trace, leaving Filch and Mrs. Norris to scour the corridor in vain. Phew, that was a close call. Once inside the room, their anxious hearts finally relaxed. You're incredible, Fred and George exclaimed in unison, giving her a thumbs up. We've never been in this secret room before. How did you know it existed? This is the room of requirement. It opens only to those who are in need. I heard about it from a seasoned house elf in the kitchen, Amy replied, spinning a little fib. In truth, she was somewhat concerned that Filch, having worked at Hogwarts for many years, might find them. But considering the struggles Dumbledore's army had faced while practicing here in the original story, they should be safe. Waiting for Filch to distance himself, the trio began to examine the room's interior. Since they had requested a hiding place, they found themselves in a vast cluttered storage room, filled with an array of items piled high to the ceiling, resembling a sprawling metropolis from afar. Look, there's a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, though it seems to be 29 years past its expiration. And there are dozens of dragon fangs. I reckon we could make use of those. The twins enthusiastically delved into exploring the room of requirement, though over half of the contents were expired rubbish. Some items sparked ideas and support for their meager magical prank props. Amy, too, began to navigate the street-like clutter, but as she turned into a narrow alley, she tripped over a wooden plank, flailing her arms to regain her balance, only to grasp something unhelpful which caused her to fall. George and Fred hurried over at the sound, only to find Amy struggling to rise, her robe torn and a deep gash on her elbow. Dark purple blood seeping from the wound. My goodness, the color of your blood. Have you been poisoned? They gasped, quickly inspecting her injury. I don't know. I shouldn't have reached out. I think I snagged something sharp and cut myself. Amy winced, feeling not only the pain, but also a troubling sense of vitality draining from her. If she didn't tend to the wound soon, it could turn dire. Heal as before. George brandished his wand, yet there was no sign of healing. The ordinary healing spell proved ineffective, leaving the two brothers in a panic. Should we go find Madame Pomfrey? I wonder if we have time. Struggling, Amy retrieved her wand from her pocket. This was her first attempt at a healing spell. Yesterday she had only faced a wooden puppet, and hadn't had the chance to test its efficacy. However, now she felt her energy slipping away to the point where she could barely feel her feet. If this spell didn't work, she might not make it to the infirmary. Ancient dark god, hear my plea, transform me now. Heal as before. The spell's effect astonished Amy. She watched as the blood above her diminished significantly, a blue light emanating from the tip of her wand towards her wound. Ignoring all negative influences, a warm energy surged into the injury, and within a mere minute, the bleeding ceased and the wound completely healed. Looking up, she saw her vitality restored to its fullest. The miraculous effect left all present utterly astounded. Wow, George, you're slipping. The same spell and yet such different results. Fred chuckled, his mood lightening. Shut it. That's her talent, not my inadequacy. While the brothers bickered, Amy searched the ground for the culprit that had inflicted her injury, knowing it was a potentially dangerous object. She picked up the wig that had fallen off during her tumble, and when she noticed the object beneath it stained with her own blood, she was instantly filled with elation. If Fred and George had been students of Ravenclaw, they would undoubtedly have recognized this item, which they could see daily on the statue in their common room. The Diadem of Ravenclaw. Chapter 12. The Unrivaled Art of Gossip. That evening, Amy was escorted by the twins to see Madame Pomfrey for a thorough examination. After confirming that she was unharmed, she finally returned to her room. Naturally, she had surreptitiously brought back the Diadem of Ravenclaw. In the original narrative, the diadem is one of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes, an entity that must be destroyed to vanquish him. Upon reflection, considering Voldemort's obsession with Horcruxes, it was certain that the dark magic contained within it was beyond count. Had she not been endowed with the enhancement of her healing spell, the wound inflicted by the diadem might have siphoned off all her life energy. In a worse scenario, a fragment of Voldemort's soul within the diadem might have attempted to resurrect a miniature version of him using her life force, much like Tom Riddle's diary sought to revive Ginny. Gazing at the diadem in her hand, Amy pondered whether her fortune lay in its very nature as a treasured item of Ravenclaw, thus endowing it with a potency that far surpassed that of the diary. Surviving such a perilous encounter left her uncertain whether she was simply unfortunate or remarkably lucky, although discovering the Horcrux in advance was beneficial. The quandary of how to destroy it remained. The known means of obliterating Horcruxes included the venom of 3 basilisks, the sword of Gryffindor, and Fiendfire. The first 2 required careful planning, as they would not be available until Harry's second year. Fiendfire, a powerful card in the mobile game, was unfortunately categorized as a summon card, which she had yet to unlock. While casting the original Fiendfire spell was not entirely out of the question, given her adeptness with high-level spells like the Water Prison, its uncontrollable nature in the original text, capable of incinerating the caster, made Amy wary of such risks. After much contemplation, she resolved to secure the diadem for the time being and act when the moment was ripe. Accordingly, she swiftly transported the diadem to the black box, storing it in the safe behind the portrait of the fat lady. As she closed the safe, intending to return to the training grounds for further magical practice, she noticed a peculiar shadow advancing towards her from the far end of the seemingly endless corridor. Moments later, she discerned 2 owls, one large and one small, bearing a lengthy package, flying towards her. They deposited the parcel into her arms, even thoughtfully using their sharp talons to assist her in opening it. These were the owls she had raised in the game, and it was thanks to their tireless efforts that this space, initially opened rather hastily, now brimmed with resources. Amy unwrapped the package to reveal a Firebolt 2000 broomstick. Although first-year students were prohibited from bringing their own broomsticks, who could resist the allure of a genuine Firebolt 2000? The thrill of having it hidden away brought her immense joy. This was the final parcel, and with their mission accomplished, the owls could now depart to deliver messages like their fellow owls. As the fat lady concluded her explanation, the 2 owls soared directly towards the ceiling and vanished in an instant. Following this, Amy practiced spells for a while. In truth, many of the incantations in her spellbook were absent from the mobile game. However, with the advantage of the game's system, she had mastered a series of advanced spells, making the learning of other spells feel akin to a dimensionally superior assault. Even basic first-year spells like Alohomora were a breeze. After her practice session, she exited the black box and upon reaching her bedroom, spotted her 2 owls perched on the nightstand, the larger one clutching a letter in its beak. Upon taking the letter and examining it closely, she discovered it contained her new class schedule arranged by Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. The changes were substantial. Her original Transfiguration and Charms classes were entirely cancelled, and most of her other courses had been rescheduled to be taken with students from other houses, thus freeing up Friday afternoons for special training with Professor McGonagall and Monday mornings for training with Professor Flitwick. Yet, upon closer inspection, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the prospect of attending classes with Gryffindor students, likely due to Professor McGonagall being the head of Gryffindor House. Consequently, almost all of her classes were now alongside Gryffindor students, including various intense encounters with Slytherin. Hooray! She had unexpectedly achieved the coveted front row seat to the drama at such a tender age. Thus, on the following day in herbology, some Gryffindor students noticed an additional classmate in their midst. In Professor Quirrell's stench-ridden defense against the dark arts class, most Gryffindor students sensed the presence of an unfamiliar face. During Professor Bin's monotonous lecture on history of magic, the drowsy Gryffindors, through diligent reasoning, deduced that Amy was not one of their own. The notes exchanged among them were as follows. Seamus Finnegan, there's definitely an extra person here. There are only a few of us first years in Gryffindor, and I've seen everyone else in the common room these past few days. I've never seen her before. Dean Thomas, indeed she wasn't here in class on Monday, yet she has been present during our lessons these past few days. It reminds me of a ghost story my grandmother told me when I was young. Ron Weasley, do elaborate on that ghost story, it sounds intriguing. Hermione Granger, stop passing notes and pay attention to the lesson, please. Harry Potter, to be fair, I'm also somewhat interested in Dean's ghost story. By the way, did the professor say 1586 or 1386? Neville Longbottom. I can't quite remember. What page are we on again? Oh, that extra student is named Amy Lair. And she helped me find Trevor on the train. Hermione Granger. That indeed happened. And I've already said to stop passing notes. We can discuss ghost stories after class. Harry, the professor was talking about 1386. Neville, You should be on page 26 of your textbook. Oh dear, you brought the herbology textbook. Ultimately, the Gryffindor note passing came to an end under Hermione's relentless authority, yet the curiosity among the students persisted. Subsequently, several rumors began to circulate among them, with Dean and others insisting that Amy was a cursed house ghost, for how else could she have appeared so quietly? Meanwhile, Neville and the others contended that she was merely a student from another house, theorizing that she might have been bullied in her own house and sought refuge in theirs. Unbeknownst to Amy, the center of these speculations, she remained engrossed in her own endeavors, diligently immersed in her studies. She even found time to roughly outline the timeline of the original narrative to ensure that when gossiping, she could be precise about the time and place. When it came to gossip, she was indeed a professional. Chapter 13. The Professor's Indifference, Harry's Shock. Through Amy's meticulous recollection, she realized that the next opportunity for gossip would arise during Friday's potions class, where Professor Snape was about to deliver a stern lesson to Harry, while exhibiting his usual favoritism toward Slytherin. This behavior was not merely typical of Snape's bias toward his house. It also stemmed from his personal vendetta against James Potter, Harry's father. Yet, at the same time, he harbored an everlasting affection for Harry's mother, Lily, and sought to protect and assist Harry in his own way, a truth that Harry would only grasp after Professor Snape's sacrifice. As potions class was attended by both Gryffindor and Slytherin students, Amy arrived early at the underground classroom to secure a prime position, quietly awaiting the start of the lesson. "Hello, do you remember me? You helped me on the train." Amy was taken aback when Neville approached her to initiate a conversation. She quickly responded, "Of course I remember. You are Neville Longbottom." With her affirmation, a radiant smile illuminated Neville's face. He turned to Harry and Ron, who were seated behind him, casting them a look that seemed to convey, "I told you she is not some kind of monster." Hermione, sitting nearby, was utterly speechless at their continued fascination with these rumors. However, she too felt a pang of curiosity. Seeing Neville take the initiative, she decided to join the conversation. "My goodness, you actually can," Hermione exclaimed after hearing Amy's explanation about her schedule change. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency and competitive spirit ignited within her as a top student. She grabbed her textbook, intending to review a bit more before class. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Amy. She suggested to Hermione, "It would be rather dull to study alone. Let us play a quiz game instead." "A quiz game?" "Yes. I will pose questions from the book, and the first person to answer correctly earns a point. Let us see who scores the most." It sounded appealing. Hermione not only expressed her agreement verbally but also acted swiftly, beckoning Harry, Ron, and Neville to join the game, although Ron's face was etched with reluctance. There were 3 questions in total. First question. What do you obtain by adding daffodil root powder to mugwort infusion, a potent sleeping potion known as the Draught of Death? Hermione answered immediately, leaving the 3 boys momentarily bewildered. Amy patiently repeated both the question and the answer, emphasizing, "This is not merely a game. You might also retain some vital knowledge. What if these topics appear on the exam?" Upon hearing this, the trio began to listen attentively, realizing that while the game was about participation, acquiring knowledge was indeed beneficial. Where can one find Bezoar? In the stomach of a goat. By the way, Bezoar has powerful detoxifying properties. What is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane? There is none. They are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Hermione flawlessly demonstrated the essence of quick-witted dialogue, while the other 3 simply scribbled notes with little regard. Before Amy could present Hermione with a prize for her prowess, Professor Snape strode into the classroom, causing an immediate hush to fall. He picked up the attendance sheet and began calling names. When he reached Harry's name, the entire class could hear him mutter, "Oh look, our new celebrity, the famous Harry Potter." At this, Draco Malfoy and his companions snickered from the other side of the room, and Harry felt exceedingly embarrassed, as Snape's tone hardly conveyed praise. "He absolutely dislikes me," Harry murmured under his breath. At that moment, Amy discreetly passed him a note from the front row, its contents leaving Harry even more perplexed. "You may sometimes find Professor Snape harsh and unreasonable. During such times, do not confront him, he responds better to kindness. When he is difficult, maintain eye contact with sincerity and friendliness. Trust that he will not be excessively unreasonable." After taking attendance, Professor Snape delivered a brief opening statement, standing at the podium with an air of authority that commanded respect, and the students maintained an impressive decorum. Suddenly he called out, "Potter, what do you obtain by adding daffodil root powder to mugwort infusion?" Not only was Harry caught off guard, but the other participants from the quiz were also stunned. Hermione even forgot to raise her hand to indicate she could answer, as the question was identical to what Amy had just quizzed them on. A potent sleeping potion. Harry replied after a moment's hesitation, recalling the notes he had just taken. A bit slow on the uptake, Snape scoffed, yet the answer was correct. Let us try again. Potter. He then posed a question about Bezoar, to which Harry answered without hesitation. It seems Mr. Potter has perused a couple of pages before the term began. Snape remarked blandly, his penetrating black eyes fixed on Harry. Harry, who bore a striking resemblance to James, had expected to return a familiar, irritated expression, but instead, he simply met Snape's gaze, his green eyes reflecting sincerity and warmth, causing Snape's heart to flutter momentarily. Those were Lily's eyes. Harry, not overthinking it, felt a burgeoning trust towards Amy, due to his success with the first 2 questions. Thus, even as he worried that Snape might pose a series of difficult questions to challenge him, he decided to follow Amy's cryptic advice. He endeavored to tolerate Snape's pointed demeanor, suppressing his anger and attempting to convey a friendly demeanor. This behavior led him to contemplate anew. While he had many adversaries, such as Dudley and Malfoy, those conflicts had arisen from prolonged interactions. Yet with Professor Snape, they had exchanged merely a few words. Why did he seem so intent on targeting him? For your final question, Mr. Potter, please elucidate the difference between aconite and wolfsbane. It must be noted that Snape's tone, although stern, had softened considerably for this last inquiry. Harry managed to answer correctly and quickly extricated himself from the situation. The potions class continued, with Snape instructing them to pair up to concoct a simple scabious potion. He glided through the classroom like a shadowy bat, his long cloak trailing behind him, dispensing sharp and piercing critiques on the students' brewing processes. The exceptions were 2 groups, one comprising Harry and Ron, whom Snape seemed to ignore entirely. The other was Malfoy's group, which appeared to enjoy Snape's rare commendation. Chapter 14. A Potion Mishap, the Young Master Struggles. Snape deliberately approached Malfoy, inviting the other students to observe his impeccable method for brewing a potion with tentacled slime. Malfoy, proud and ostentatious, exaggerated his movements while being scrutinized. Hey Potter, do you regret it? If you had chosen to befriend me instead of that Weasley pauper at the start of term, you could bask in my glory. Malfoy taunted as Harry and Ron approached. Standing some distance away, Amy was utterly speechless. Why did Malfoy wear his desire to befriend Potter on his sleeve, yet speak such provoking words? It was no wonder they had become enemies. Come on, Amy, let us go take a look. Potions was likely the only subject where Hermione excelled, but was not recognized by the professor. She tugged at Amy, eager to see what Malfoy had to offer. As they approached, Malfoy was suddenly struck with alarm upon recognizing their faces. At that moment, Draco Malfoy was reminded of a fear once dominated by lightning. Why is a Ravenclaw student in a class with Gryffindor today? Malfoy exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger surging through him. In his flustered state, he accidentally tossed a nearby hedgehog quill into his cauldron, resulting in a disastrous blunder. His cauldron erupted with green smoke, emitting a terrifying hissing sound before spewing forth its contents, splattering him in the process. Within 3 seconds, his nearby classmates leaped back 5 meters, while the areas on his hands that had come into contact with the failed scabious potion began to swell. Neville, don't. Neville's partner, Seamus, who was shocked by Malfoy's mishap, quickly noticed that Neville was about to add a hedgehog quill to his own cauldron, thus averting a second explosion in the classroom. Seeing his favored student in distress, Snape promptly called for Crabbe and Goyle to escort Malfoy upstairs to the infirmary. The Gryffindor students, who had often faced Snape's bias, struggled to suppress their laughter, fearful that Snape would deduct points from their house for their mischief. Of course, as Malfoy was taken away, he shot a resentful glare at Amy. Confused, Amy thought, wait, didn't he do anything this time? Why is Malfoy blaming me for his blunder? She turned her gaze towards Neville, who was still frantically mixing potions on the side. Ironically, he was the one who was supposed to have an unfortunate mishap in this class. Harry, seated beside Neville, had managed to evade Professor Snape's relentless scrutiny during this lesson as well. In fact, up until now, the two had not encountered any significant conflict. Perhaps her actions, or even her mere presence, had begun to exert an undeniable influence on the original narrative. Initially, she had simply wished to blend in as an inconspicuous little witch. Yet now, she possessed power, an awareness of future developments, and through the experiments conducted during this class, she realized she could significantly alter the original storyline, steering it according to her own whims. It was imperative to harness her agency. However, after careful contemplation, Amy resolved to partake in Harry Potter's primary adventure as an ally. She had entertained the thought of wielding her wand to confront Quirrell, who bore Voldemort on the back of his head, and subsequently blow up the Slytherin chamber. preventing the basilisk from wreaking havoc. Alternatively, she could have reported to Professor Dumbledore. But she refrained from such actions. The reason was straightforward. Within the narrative of Harry Potter, there existed an unbreakable prophecy declared by Professor Trelawney. She foretold that either Harry or Voldemort would ultimately succeed in killing the other. Even the great wizard Dumbledore refrained from direct interference, instead guiding Harry to fulfill this destiny. For he understood that the fates of Harry and Voldemort had been irrevocably intertwined since the night Voldemort murdered Harry's parents. Should Amy act presumptuously and intervene, not only would Harry miss out on essential adventures and experiences, but he would also forfeit pivotal opportunities. The ensuing butterfly effect could lead to unimaginable consequences. And the risks would be insurmountable. A single misstep could lay the groundwork for Voldemort's triumph. Thus, Amy decided to contribute in her own manner, assisting Harry while ensuring the overarching narrative remained unchanged, safeguarding those around him. At noon, while enjoying her lunch, Amy's two owls joyfully swooped into the dining hall, seeking delicacies from her. Incidentally, after finding it cumbersome to refer to them as the large owl and the small owl, Amy had painstakingly named them. The larger owl, robust and stately, was christened Iron Pillar, while the smaller, adorably delicate one was named Emerald Blossom. Iron Pillar and Emerald Blossom had been quite busy these past few days. They first helped Amy return the borrowed wand from Ollivander, then delivered a glowing unicorn pendant Amy had found in the black box room as a thank you gift to Miss Lees, and lastly, they even procured a year-long subscription to the Daily Prophet for her. The workload was nothing short of exploitative. However, in light of their master bestowing upon them distinctive foreign names, they decided to overlook the burden. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy glared intently at Amy, who was feeding her two owls. Previously, Madame Pomfrey had restored his hand to normalcy in a mere 2 seconds, alleviating the swelling. Yet, this did not diminish his resentment towards her. Simultaneously, his spite did not hinder his timidity. He longed to report Amy, as the first-year notification letter had stated that each new student was permitted to bring only one pet, rendering his potential report both justified and reasonable. Yet even he had to admit that it seemed rather petty. Moreover, even if he succeeded in reporting her, Amy likely would not face severe punishment. Rather, she would undoubtedly seek retribution later on. As Malfoy pondered these thoughts, his resolve waned, and he silently sulked alone, lamenting his own pitiable weakness and helplessness. Another day of feeling sorry for himself had passed. Malfoy believed that if he were a character in a novel, he would undoubtedly be the tragic hero. After feeding Iron Pillar and Emerald Blossom, Amy gazed at the newly acquired Daily Prophet in her hands, her brow furrowed with concern. This was not due to the report concerning the robbery of Gringotts' underground vault, and her worries about the safety of the Philosopher's Stone. She had long known that Harry and his friends would investigate the matter and proactively thwart Voldemort's plan to utilize the stone for his resurrection. Instead, her anxiety stemmed from the exorbitant expense of a year's subscription to the Daily Prophet. At 5 nuts per issue, that amounted to 365 issues in a year. She could practically feel her galleon slipping away from her grasp. Her heart bled at the thought. She could not continue down this path. At this rate, she would be reduced to eating dirt before reaching her 4th year. From this moment forth, she needed to devise means of generating income. Chapter 15. The Beginning of Investment. Life and Death of Scrolls. Hello, King of Predictions. While Amy was deep in thought, contemplating ways to earn money, she was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Turning around, she found the twins greeting her with a peculiar elongated chant. What a strange name. It must have been coined by our dear Ron. If Ron were present, he would surely protest vehemently against his two brothers deliberately using such an endearing tone to refer to him. They remarked how impressive he had been in potions class, successfully predicting 3 questions in one go. With such prowess, he ought not to keep it hidden from us. He should help his brothers predict the final exam questions, Fred said half-jokingly. As she gazed at the twins' beaming faces, Amy's previously chaotic thoughts suddenly crystallized. An inspiration surged forth. In an instant her eyes sparkled, her expression akin to a predator that had found its prey, causing Fred and George to feel a twinge of apprehension. Since we are comrades who have faced life and death together, I have a small plan. Would you be willing to join me in executing it? A mysterious smile adorned Amy's face. What plan? Fred and George's curiosity was piqued. A plan to make money. Haven't you both always dreamed of having your own joke shop? I can help you. Amy produced a blank sheet of paper, beginning to write as she spoke. I have some savings and many useful materials that can fulfill your product development needs and facilitate small-scale production. Once you turn a profit, you will have more funds to increase production and expand your business scope, thereby gradually growing your enterprise. In return for my investment, I would like a share of your total profits. Fred and George were somewhat bewildered. They had indeed dreamed of owning their own joke shop, and had long been troubled by financial constraints. Was it possible for an investor to just drop down from the sky? At that moment, Amy finished writing, divided the document in two, and handed it to them. I've drafted a contract that includes everything I just mentioned, along with the specific profit-sharing arrangements. Please take a look, and if you agree, just sign it. Aren't you worried about losing money by investing in us? George cautiously inquired. Rest assured, I have a keen eye for talent. I trust your abilities. Those familiar with the original narrative would know that twins like them, who were trendsetters with formidable self-development skills and a knack for marketing, were undoubtedly ideal partners for a startup. She merely aimed to help them accumulate some business experience before Harry bestowed the Triwizard Tournament as prize money upon them. Such a mutually beneficial endeavor was hard to resist. After carefully reviewing the document, the twins signed their first business contract. Without hesitation, Amy dashed back to her dormitory and retrieved 200 galleons from the black box, handing it over to them. We won't let you down, Fred vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Having concluded her investment venture, Amy promptly hurried off to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Enhancement class. Ah, the life of a first-year student at Hogwarts was indeed so simple yet bustling. For the next month or so, Amy relished a peaceful and fulfilling campus life. Malfoy dared not trouble her, and had rarely mocked other Muggle-born classmates in her presence. Of course, this did not affect his adversarial relationship with Harry, as Harry was not Muggle-born. The Weasley twins dedicated themselves to the meticulous study of unique products suitable for current production and sale. Amy, in turn, extracted a portion of the potion ingredients stored in the black box room for them, and imparted the knowledge of utilizing the room of requirement. They planned to conduct product experiments and manufacturing within its confines. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor students had grown accustomed to her presence, and she had become a familiar acquaintance of Harry and his friends. Hermione particularly enjoyed exchanging spellcasting experiences with her. In terms of academics, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick generously shared their wisdom. With the assistance of the game system, Amy had completed the fourth-year curriculum at Hogwarts, much to Professor Flitwick's delight, who walked with his head held high, exuding an air of pride, often hinting to other house heads about the spellcasting prodigy in his midst. However, Professor McGonagall maintained her strict standards, gifting Amy a tome as thick as a brick titled Advanced Transfiguration Theory, insisting that she memorize it before attempting to practice the transformation spells. Undeterred, Amy, who had previously endured the rigors of a demanding Chinese high school, had already passed the theoretical examination set by Professor McGonagall. On the following Thursday, the eagerly anticipated flying lesson for the first-year students finally came to fruition. The only downside for the Gryffindor students was that they had to share the class with Slytherin. Amy was equally excited, although she possessed a broomstick, the latest model. The Firebolt 2000, she had kept it hidden and had yet to truly experience flying. Moreover, Gryffindor's inaugural flying lesson was marked by Harry's dazzling display of talent, which had secured him a place on the Quidditch team. A moment not to be missed. On the pitch, the children stood by their neatly arranged broomsticks, awaiting instructions from Madame Hooch. Extend your right hand over the broom and say up. Madame Hooch commanded succinctly, her voice reminiscent of Amy's former middle school physical education teacher. As she called out for the second time, Amy's broom leapt into her hand, eliciting her relief that the school's broomsticks had not played a trick on her. Now, when I blow my whistle, you will kick off the ground with both legs, rise a few inches, and then land back down. On the count of 3. Unfortunately, poor Neville, perhaps too anxious, jumped the gun and kicked off before the whistle blew, causing his broom to shoot upwards like a wild stallion, propelling him to a height of 20 feet. Terrified, Neville's palms grew sweaty, and his body weakened, leading to an expected fall from the broom. The entire incident unfolded too swiftly for even Madame Hooch to react. Although Amy was aware of the storyline, and wished to cast a spell to assist Neville, she suddenly realized she had forgotten to bring her wand along after changing robes that morning. With a guilty expression, she watched as Madame Hooch escorted Neville to the infirmary, reiterating to the other students the importance of not taking flight without permission. In the aftermath of Madame Hooch's departure with Neville, Malfoy wasted no time in mercilessly mocking him, with other Slytherin students echoing his derision. Look at this, Malfoy exclaimed as he scampered over to the spot where Neville had fallen, picking up an object, a memory ball gifted to him by the foolish Longbottom's grandmother. Let me see, perhaps I should place it in a tree. That way, Longbottom can learn to fly, or perhaps learn to climb trees. The Slytherin students erupted in laughter, while Gryffindor students glared in anger. Malfoy surveyed the Gryffindor students, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, and reveled in Harry's furious gaze, which only inflated his pride. Yet at that moment, he encountered a different kind of stare, one that was cold and scrutinizing, like that of a bystander. It was Amy. Ever since the first day of school when she had put him in his place with a clever maneuver, Malfoy, despite not suffering any physical harm, had been haunted by the encounter. Unlike Harry, who confronted him head-on, he found it difficult to gauge the intentions behind the smiles of this Ravenclaw girl. Consequently, even as he discovered a loophole in their wager, he had only engaged in light banter with Harry, avoiding any real confrontation for nearly a month. Now, locking eyes with Amy, he suddenly regretted the possibility that this Muggle-born girl might feel compelled to defend the Gryffindor lot. Malfoy's inner turmoil escalated as the two houses engaged in an intense stare-off. Amy, observing Malfoy's sudden hesitation, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed her previous attempts at moral education had borne fruit, albeit in an unexpected manner. Her intention to correct Malfoy's prejudiced behavior had instead cultivated a deep-seated fear of her. His bravado was now rendered impotent in her presence, a testament to her influence. To preserve Malfoy's fragile reputation as a villain, and to afford Harry an opportunity to showcase his flying prowess, Amy resolved to make a selfless sacrifice. "Oh," she exclaimed dramatically, "I suddenly have a terrible stomachache. I must seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance." With that, she briskly made her way toward the castle, disappearing from the view of onlookers. Amy felt quite pleased with her performance, and gave herself a mental pat on the back. Upon stepping through the castle doors, she heard the sounds of 2 broomsticks taking off and Hermione's voice attempting to stop Harry from defying their teacher's orders. Alas, she had sacrificed too much for the reasonable progression of the original plot, even missing the chance to witness events unfold firsthand. In accordance with the original narrative, Harry displayed remarkable talent during the aerial struggle with Malfoy over the memory ball, ultimately being whisked away by Professor McGonagall and unceremoniously appointed as Gryffindor's new seeker. Amy was convinced that the Weasley twins deserved credit for this turn of events. When she visited the room of requirement to check on their product development progress, the twins appeared mysteriously coy. "Our Quidditch captain has shared an astonishing piece of news with us today. We now possess a secret weapon. But being a secret weapon, we cannot disclose it to you," they teased, seeking to pique Amy's curiosity. "Harry has become your new seeker?" The twins were momentarily taken aback, for this was information that even many within Gryffindor were yet unaware of. "Don't ask, just call me the Quizmaster," Amy replied with a smug tilt of her head. The twins had no choice but to acknowledge that Amy indeed possessed a peculiar knack for foresight, as she had previously articulated some of their unvoiced ideas during a product brainstorming session. Now, back to the matter at hand. The creation of fizzing Whizbees and canary creams is straightforward, cost-effective, and yields impressive results, making them our first products to launch. The twins nodded in agreement. "As for your products aimed at witches, I believe there are alternatives superior to the love potion. Indeed, we previously had a girl enamored with our captain test it out, and after using the potion, he would always be reminded of the scent of the Quidditch pitch and the bludgers whenever he encountered her, prompting him to rush to the pitch for 3 hours of play. Would truly a wooden lad. Your captain is fortunate to have you," Amy quipped. "The love potion cannot foster genuine affection, and many wizards disdain its use. Moreover, according to my audience research, it tends to sell well during Christmas and Valentine's Day. But we are currently in the off-season." After elaborating, Amy produced a cauldron from her backpack and set it over the fire. Without any intricate processing, Amy mindlessly added dragon tooth powder, blue conch powder, and other materials into the cauldron. She stirred and boiled the liquid within her cauldron, producing a vibrant blue concoction in just 3 minutes. "What is this? I spent a significant sum on an automatic cauldron that, once the ingredients are tossed in, brews potions all on its own." In truth, this cauldron was discovered by Amy within the black box. It was originally capable of brewing potions in the mobile game interface as long as the materials were complete. Just a click to start brewing would yield a potion from the game instantaneously. Thus, the cauldron that traversed with her is now as convenient as a fully automatic rice cooker, an essential tool for students wishing to mass-produce potions. Of course, she dared not use it in Snape's potions class. After all, practical skills are best cultivated through hands-on experience. Therefore, during classes and practice sessions, she diligently utilized the ordinary cauldron gifted to her by Miss Liss. Now that their business was about to launch, it was imperative to contribute to productivity. She poured the freshly brewed blue liquid into a small bottle, and continued her explanation. "This is a hair dye essence that, when applied to the hair, transforms it into the corresponding color. The formula consists of the ingredients I just added, and the dye's color is determined by the conch powder used. Adding multiple kinds allows for mixed colors. By the way, the dye's effect is permanent and does not fade. Even the newly grown hair will retain the dyed color. Understood. George stroked his chin with interest. This indeed has a broader audience than a love potion. Moreover, we can customize colors for students wishing to dye their hair and charge a service fee. Fred is already envisioning the service model. It will be profitable. Amy gave a thumbs up in approval, and a sinister, mischievous smile spread across the faces of the three. Let's set a small goal first. To squeeze every last penny from our classmates' allowances. Chapter 17. The Friendship Crisis. Best Friends Strike Back. During the days when Amy and the twins were busy with their endeavors, Hermione was unwilling to engage with Ron and Harry. The reason was quite simple. On the night Harry was recruited into the house team by Professor McGonagall, Malfoy came to provoke him again, and arranged a duel in the trophy room at midnight. Hermione, having overheard their conversation, desperately tried to dissuade them, not wanting them to bring more trouble to Gryffindor. However, Harry and Ron believed she was meddling. Malfoy did not keep the appointment. Instead, he reported them to Filch for wandering in the trophy room. In the end, they, along with Neville, whom they encountered returning from the infirmary, evaded Filch's pursuit and accidentally entered a forbidden room on the 4th floor, nearly getting bitten to death by the three-headed dog inside. From that point on, Hermione ceased all interaction with Harry and Ron, sharing everything with Amy on their way to the library. Amy was quite surprised to find herself becoming Hermione's confidant before Harry and Ron. We almost got bitten to death, or worse, expelled from school. Amy felt that this line was worthy of being recorded in history. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron didn't care much about the incident. Their new interest became speculating about what the three-headed dog was guarding in the forbidden area. Combining his experiences, Harry deduced that the dog was likely guarding a small package from the Vault 713 that Hagrid had retrieved over the summer. For Amy, resisting the urge to reveal too much became a challenge, so she had been avoiding Harry and the others lately. The tension among the three reached its peak on the day Harry received the Nimbus 2000 that Professor McGonagall had procured for him. Hermione encountered Harry and Ron as they held their brooms, thanking Malfoy. Honestly, if he hadn't taken Neville's Remembrall, I wouldn't even be on the team now. Harry imagined Malfoy's furious expression when he saw him riding the Nimbus 2000, and couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, before he could witness Malfoy's anger, he collided with Hermione's fury around the corner of the staircase. So you think this is a reward for your violation of school rules? Hermione spat out the only sentence she had uttered to them in a week, before storming off in a huff. It's better when she doesn't talk to us, Ron remarked bluntly. As Halloween approached, Amy awoke to the rich scent of pumpkin wafting through the entire school. She regretted not researching the layout of the school's kitchen more thoroughly. Unbeknownst to her, she had been at the school for 2 months already. The Weasley twins had opened their business for half a month, capitalizing on the Halloween festivities. They not only had the support of their numerous friends, but their fudge and canary creams had also become the most sought-after treats among young witches and wizards for Halloween exchanges. The customization service for hair dye was also thriving. While the wizarding world may offer various effective hair dye methods, they were scarce in the school, and the quality, speed, and affordability of their product was indeed rare. They didn't even need to advertise specifically. Every customer using their products walking through the castle became a living advertisement. However, customer tastes varied widely, and the trends in hair colors were quite peculiar. Last week, the school style was in vogue, and a group of Slytherin students came to them for green hair dye. Amy was nearly fainting from suppressing her laughter. In summary, the Weasley's business was flourishing, providing ample funds for their continued expansion. Academically, both Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall believed her spellcasting skills were even sufficient for the 5th-year OWL exams. However, last week, when she attempted to transform into an animal in front of Professor McGonagall, only her hands turned into the paws of some feline creature, leaving her with a long-lost feeling of defeat. Consequently, she became even more diligent, either studying in the library with Hermione or practicing fervently in the training grounds. Amy was unaware of how long it had been since Hermione last spoke to Harry and Ron. Hermione channeled her anger into determination, studying diligently every day. Amy contemplated whether she should reveal the training room in her black box to Hermione, inviting her to vent a little. However, she knew that today, the conflict among the three could reach a resolution. As lunchtime approached, she instinctively sought out Hermione, who had just finished her charms class, to walk together. In the crowded corridor, she clearly heard Ron's voice mimicking Hermione's tone from class. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Honestly, she sounds like a nightmare. Amy believed Hermione, standing not far behind Harry and Ron, heard it just as clearly. Wiping her tears, she quickened her pace, accidentally bumping into Harry. And didn't he even hear Amy calling her from behind? She must have heard it. So what? Ron appeared somewhat uneasy but remained defiant. Hermione's mood was at an unprecedented low. In truth, she did not dislike Ron and Harry. She simply wished they wouldn't constantly break the rules and earn points deducted from the house. She also recognized that she sometimes took things too seriously, adhering rigidly to the rules, making her less likable. However, at that moment, all she wanted was to be alone and cry her heart out. Hermione rejected everyone's attempts to comfort her, hiding in a stall in the girls' restroom weeping as she sobbed. She lost track of time until she heard a gentle knock on the door. Feeling better after venting? Amy's voice floated softly from outside the door. How long have you been waiting here for me? Hermione sniffed. Quite a while. Amy chuckled lightly outside the stall. Of course, everyone has their moments of feeling down. You can stay in there as long as you wish. I just wanted to say one thing to you. Hermione quietly awaited Amy's heartfelt words about friendship. Nowadays, boys simply can't appreciate it. Our Miss Hermione Granger is the best in the world. When they realize it, they regret it terribly. Hearing the unexpected scolding, Hermione couldn't help but smile through her tears, and her mood lifted significantly. Thank you, Amy, but I believe I shall remain here for a while longer. You may leave first. I do not wish for you to witness the state of my tear-streaked visage. Very well, but the Halloween feast is about to commence, and there are scarcely any people around. Do take care of yourself while you remain here. Chapter 18. All defenses activated, the troll is clumsy. Amy was acutely aware that a troll was about to assault the school, and that Harry and Ron would confront the creature in a bid to rescue Hermione, thus mending their fractured friendship. She could not allow Hermione to face the troll alone, nor could she bear to leave her in such peril. Before I depart, allow me to gift you something. Amy brandished her wand, pointing towards the cubicle. Protego totalum, armored protection, and multitudinous projectiles. Instantly, a transparent barrier enveloped the cubicle where Hermione stood, and 5 canaries materialized, circling around her. Hermione felt puzzled by the multitude of protective spells Amy had cast. Yet she reasoned that Amy would not harm her and refrained from questioning her. Having enjoyed merely 5 minutes of the Halloween feast, Professor Quirrell abruptly burst through the doors, stumbling in, his face a mask of terror as he cried, "The troll has invaded the dungeons." With that, he collapsed to the floor unconscious. What an actor, Professor Quirrell. Amy mused calmly as she bit into her chicken leg. The Great Hall descended into chaos, prompting Professor Dumbledore to quickly restore order, instructing the prefects to escort students back to their dormitories. On their way back, Harry suddenly grasped Ron's hand. Hermione. She is still unaware of the troll. Anxiously biting his lip, decisively replied, "We must find her before Percy does." At that moment, Hermione finally emerged from her cubicle, diligently washing her face at the sink to conceal her tear-streaked countenance from others. Why does it smell like dirty socks? Has the toilet in that cubicle clogged? Hermione furrowed her brow. The sound of heavy footsteps drew near, accompanied by an increasingly foul odor, and Hermione sensed something was amiss when she spotted a 12-foot troll blocking the entrance to the girls' restroom. A scream escaped her lips uncontrollably. The troll lowered its head and lumbered into the restroom, wielding a massive club capable of crushing human bones with ease. Hermione felt the creature closing in on her, nearly retreating into the wall. Just then, the 5 canaries surrounding her sprang into action, charging at the troll and pecking at its eyes. The clumsy troll swatted at the canaries with its left hand, emitting a series of roars. Seizing the opportunity, Hermione hurriedly ducked back into the cubicle and locked the door tightly. Infuriated by the fleeing prey, the troll began to swing its club wildly, smashing the other cubicles to splinters. Debris flew everywhere. Yet when the club struck Hermione's cubicle, it rebounded violently. The troll, momentarily stunned and with its hands tingling, lacked the intelligence to comprehend how to dispel Amy's protective spells. In a fit of rage, it relentlessly pounded against the barrier surrounding the cubicle. Though unharmed within the cubicle, Hermione was overwhelmed by fear from the thunderous impacts outside. "Hermione, are you all right?" A familiar voice suddenly pierced through the chaos, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Harry and Ron had finally arrived, following the sound of her scream, their faces pale as they beheld the adult troll attacking the cubicle. Yet, the resolve to rescue their friend emboldened them, and they scattered, seizing broken faucets and metal pipes from the wreckage to hurl at the troll, hoping to divert its attention. However, it seemed the troll was insulted by Amy's protective spells, remaining fixated on the cubicle. After all, it was thick-skinned and robust. A few blows from these trivial objects meant little to it. Yet, its pride as a mighty troll was at stake, unable to breach the puny barrier of the restroom cubicle. Harry and Ron were both frustrated and anxious. unaware of the formidable shield Amy had conjured, fearing the next moment the troll might reduce both Hermione and the cubicle to rubble. In an act of bravery that he would soon regret, Harry leapt up, wrapping his arms around the troll's neck and thrusting his wand into its nostril. Now, it was impossible for the troll to ignore them. It bellowed in agony, attempting to dislodge Harry while wildly swinging its club, threatening to crush Harry's skull at any moment. In that critical instant, Ron drew forth his wand. Admittedly, his mind was a blank slate, but instinctively, he recited the incantation Hermione had repeatedly corrected him on in class. Wingardium Leviosa. The club soared from the troll's grip, crashing down heavily upon its head. As the troll fell, Harry hastily jumped aside, narrowly avoiding being flattened. Hermione peeked out from the cubicle, the devastation surrounding her prompting a wave of dread. Harry extracted his wand from the troll's nostril, now smeared with a revolting, gooey substance, as if he could hear it lamenting and protesting in anguish. The professors, alerted by the sounds of their struggle with the troll, rushed to the scene. Professor McGonagall was incensed by their reckless behavior, ready to unleash her fury. But Hermione stepped forward, softly admitting, "It was my fault, Professor. I thought I could defeat the troll and recklessly ventured here. Had they not come to my rescue, I might not have survived." Ron and Harry were astonished that the ever-rule-abiding Hermione would concoct such a lie to shield them from punishment. Yet their surprise quickly transformed into gratitude. It became evident that the bonds of friendship among Gryffindor students could be forged through trials and tribulations, whether evading the pursuit of Argus Filch or battling a 12-foot troll together. As the protagonists solidified their precious friendship, Amy was not idle either. She and the twins ventured into the Forbidden Forest. When asked why they chose to act on this particular night, Amy's reasoning mirrored that of Professor Quirrell. Quirrell had unleashed the troll into the castle to divert attention while he sought to infiltrate the 4th floor and steal the Philosopher's Stone. Similarly, Amy aimed to slip into the Forbidden Forest under the cover of the professor's distraction to unlock the summonables within her mysterious black box. After all, she lacked Harry's invisibility cloak for nighttime escapades. Though Fred and George possessed exceptional skills in nocturnal adventures, her own unfortunate luck with Filch was a considerable deterrent. Furthermore, entering the Forbidden Forest could yield free materials for their little enterprise, thus conserving costs, truly a win-win situation. Chapter 19. Interface Unlocked, Terror in the Forbidden Forest. Fred and George stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, brimming with anticipation. With all the new products, Quidditch practice, and launching dung bombs into Filch's office. "We haven't been here in ages," George counted on his fingers. "I feel invigorated, as if I were young again." Fred exaggeratedly squeezed out a few tears, and the two brothers shared a heartfelt glance of camaraderie. Amy chuckled. "What are you two doing? Engaging in a dramatic performance before even entering? You wouldn't understand. Back in our first and second years, we would frequent this place, forming a bond with it. By the time we are old and gray, we might find ourselves reminiscing about our youthful days here." They bantered, laughing and teasing one another. Yet, Amy's heart sank at their words. Their dreams were not fulfilled in the original tale. In the final battle against Voldemort's forces, George lost his ear, and Fred lost his life. They would never grow old together. But she would not sit idly by. Since her enrollment, she had been diligently training, equipped with a gaming advantage far surpassing her peers, all in preparation for the day she could protect everyone. Tonight's expedition into the Forbidden Forest was a crucial step toward unlocking her summonables and strengthening her abilities. "Let us proceed. You must closely follow us. Only then can we ensure your safety." George and Fred entered with an air of familiarity, as if returning to their own abode. Amy nodded and trailed behind them. Although she did not require protection, and possessed considerable experience with games in the Forbidden Forest, entering the genuine depths of the Forbidden Forest for the first time warranted a degree of caution. The moment she stepped into the forest, the lock of the 4th door of the black box clicked open. The interface of the Forbidden Forest has been unlocked. This time, Amy distinctly heard the sound indicating the unlocking, and she felt her wand growing warm, as if signaling that it had acquired newfound power. She couldn't help but marvel at how uncomplicated the unlocking conditions were, yet she relished it. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins transformed into herb-gathering youngsters, humming a cheerful tune as they began to collect useful materials. "Shall we have a contest to see who can gather faster?" "Just me against both of you," Amy proposed, buoyed by her newfound strength. "We shall not compete," George chuckled. "We are aware of the fate that befell the last individual who accepted your wager. We know you are formidable, but it's wise to remain discreet in the Forbidden Forest. Summoning too loud a spell could attract ferocious beasts," Fred remarked, shrugging his shoulders, secretly yearning to unleash the newly learned hurricane spell to whisk the herbs toward him. With a slight smile, Amy drew her wand. "Spirit Cat." Energy coalesced on the ground, swiftly taking shape. A blue-black feline affectionately rubbed against her feet. Gather as many useful resources from this vicinity as possible, Amy commanded telepathically. The spirit cat nodded obediently and instantly multiplied into several, scattering to accomplish the task. However, Amy deemed this efficiency insufficient and summoned 2 additional spirit cats. In an instant, the woods were alive with rapidly darting blue-black figures, frequently returning to report their spoils, often accompanied by the corpses of spiders they had dispatched. Within a short time, this small area had been thoroughly stripped bare. Amy and the twins were grinning from ear to ear. Let us venture deeper. There must be even more treasures within. All right. Amy nodded, sensing that the challenges of the real Forbidden Forest were not as daunting as she had imagined. Not only was she not faced with relentless battles, but there were also ample resources to gather. Furthermore, in her regular life at school, she had always held back to avoid disrupting the storyline. Now was the time to embrace her freedom. In truth, we need not delve too deeply ourselves, Amy said with a mischievous smile, prompting the twins to realize she was up to something significant. Spirit cat, swarms of little spiders, Cornish pixies, scorpion-tailed beasts, unicorns. As an array of fantastical creatures materialized at Amy's call, even the twins, who considered themselves well acquainted with her tactics, were left astounded. Are you attempting to create a zoo here? This is merely the beginning. I am simply summoning some little helpers. If it escalates, the entire ecosystem of the Forbidden Forest might undergo a transformation. The twins gazed at the scattering creatures, no longer inclined to ponder the principles behind Amy's summons. They had come to a profound realization. In Hogwarts, one must never cross their investor, lest they face powerful curses and relentless schemes. For her little helpers could easily drown them in a deluge of spit. Amy, unfazed, sat on the ground, patiently awaiting news from her newfound companions. The night had grown deep, and the ruckus caused by the giant had likely subsided long ago. However, with the giantess intrusion still fresh, the professors were probably intensifying their patrols to eliminate any safety hazards within the castle, so the trio was in no rush to return. Spending Halloween Eve in the Forbidden Forest was indeed an unprecedented experience. George collected the herbs retrieved by the spirit cats. Fred waved his hand to shoo away a Cornish pixie that was attempting to tug at his ear, prompting Amy to promptly release her summon. Most of the animals had returned, save for one unicorn that was still unaccounted for, causing Amy to feel a twinge of anxiety. She quickly reached out with her wand to establish a connection with the unicorn, only to witness a horrifying scene manifest before them as the tip of her wand flickered with red light. Amy's unicorn lay defeated on the ground, devoid of the strength to call for help, as a cloaked figure leaned down, preparing to siphon its blood. Without hesitation, Amy dispelled the summon, and the unicorn vanished into thin air. There was no doubt that the figure was Professor Quirrell, who, after his plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone had failed, had hastily retreated into the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns, seeking their blood to prolong the life of the dark entity clinging to him. Witnessing the unicorn vanish was the last straw for Quirrell, who erupted into a frantic scream of despair. As Amy had completely dispelled the summon, her unicorn reverted to its energy form and returned to the black box to heal, causing the projection created from their earlier connection to dissipate. Yet, the trio was horrified to realize they could still hear a scream nearly identical to that from the vision moments ago. Quirrell is nearby. We must flee, they exclaimed in unison, sprinting towards the forest's edge. Though George and Fred were unaware of the true identity of the cloaked figure, they could sense the imminent danger. Even more terrifying was the sound of footsteps pursuing them as they fled. Had we known, we would have kept our voices down, Amy whispered urgently. We must not allow him to see our faces. Understood, the twins chorused, swiftly rummaging through their bags before throwing something behind them without looking back. Chapter 20. Creature Summoning. Fiery Transformations. A thunderous explosion erupted behind them, accompanied by flames and thick smoke. At that moment, Amy felt as though it were a festive celebration. What did you throw? She managed to suppress her excitement as she inquired. Weasley's unreleased fireworks. We felt that this version lacked strong visual effects, but the explosive power was quite remarkable. So we hesitated to launch it. However, it serves perfectly for self-defense. Indeed, as they claimed, the pursuer halted abruptly, attempting to evade the chaotic fireworks, which resembled grenades more than mere fireworks. Now is our chance. Let us make a break for it. Amy cast a misty spell, enveloping the area in thick fog. Although the trio could still see each other, they vanished from Quirrell's sight. Upon returning to the castle, the three of them let out a collective sigh of relief. The chase had been exceedingly taxing, and after bidding farewell to one another, they swiftly returned to their respective dormitories, collapsing into slumber. The following morning, the first thing Amy did upon waking was to enter the black box to examine the newly unlocked interface. She opened the fourth door to reveal a dense forest, where little spiders scuttled about, and pixies played tricks on the bumbling Diagon. As she looked up, she spotted a small gray bird perched on a branch, suddenly engulfed in flames and sprouting beautiful, fiery red feathers. "Phoenix," Amy whispered. The phoenix spread its expansive wings and gracefully descended, guiding her deeper into the woods. As they traversed the thick underbrush, Amy spotted 3 unicorns, one of which appeared lethargic. It was likely the injured unicorn from yesterday. The phoenix landed on the back of the wounded unicorn, shedding tear-sized droplets that shimmered like gold. In mere moments, the unicorn regained its vitality and vigor. "Thank you." Amy gently stroked the phoenix's feathers and patted the unicorn. Although they were essentially summonable energy beings that could not truly die, they were her companions, and she wished to see them unscathed. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over Amy. She looked up to find a massive thunderbird hovering above, seemingly displeased with its master's affection towards the other creatures. It promptly seized the hem of Amy's robe with its beak, tossing her onto its back before soaring away with an air of pride. Captured by the thunderbird, Amy was filled with both astonishment and delight as she lay upon its back, the feathers tickling her with a gentle itch. Summoning her courage, she peered down. Taking in the expansive vista of the forest below, she glimpsed the swaying scorpion-tailed beasts dancing amidst the trees, while several niffler-like creatures joyfully burrowed into the ground, blissfully unaware that Amy's little treasure trove lay just outside their reach. On a clearing at the edge of the woods, a few fiery creatures slumbered peacefully. She retrieved the Ravenclaw crown from her vault before entering and signaled the Thunderbird to descend. "Can you handle this?" Amy called out to the fiery beasts. The fiery creatures sneered dismissively. They had never bowed to anyone when it came to their destructive prowess. Without hesitation, they lunged forward and sunk their teeth into the crown. Black smoke billowed forth, accompanied by dark blood oozing from the gash. Amy could have sworn she heard a wailing akin to that of a banshee. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the fiery beasts had torn the crown into shreds, devouring every last remnant. Perhaps the crown's magic had been overly nourishing. As the fiery creatures suddenly grew several meters taller, their heads multiplying to 3, transforming from mere fiery beasts into formidable fiery giants. "This marks a breakthrough in the annihilation of Horcruxes," Amy exclaimed with unrestrained joy, while the fiery creatures celebrated by spewing forth a few small sparks of fire, only to promptly fall asleep. Unlike ordinary fiery beasts, they were not driven solely by a desire for destruction. In the absence of their master's commands, they simply wished to lounge about and relax. In high spirits, Amy and the Thunderbird took to the skies once more to visit the wondrous creatures residing in various parts of the forest. Aside from a minor burn from the Norwegian ridgeback, it could be said that she had spent a delightful time akin to that of a zookeeper. Proudly, the Thunderbird soared through the air, flaunting its ride to the following Australian hatchlings. "Look, my master rides me, not you." The hatchlings shotted a signature eye roll. "Didn't you forcibly snatch her up? If anyone were to choose, it would be us dragons who are far more impressive." Meanwhile, the Kelpie residing in the second chamber felt a profound sadness. "So love can truly fade away, can't it? Why hasn't my master learned the bubblehead charm yet? I wish to take her diving." As the one capable of summoning them, Amy shared a mental connection with the creatures, and could somewhat comprehend the meanings behind their calls. Hearing them bicker and jealousy brought a smile to her face, nearly causing her to slip from the bird's back. She suddenly felt as though her situation resembled that of certain Disney princesses. What a conundrum! During lunch, she spotted Hermione, Harry, and Ron engaged in animated conversation, which brought tears of joy to her eyes. The little lions had finally become friends. However, Hermione would not forget her old affections. She warmly beckoned Amy over and stuffed a piece of delicious toast into her mouth. "Yesterday, aside from you all, we must also thank her. Without the spell she set, I can't imagine how fortunate we would have to have you all here." Yet Harry hesitated, but how did she know you would be in danger? "I wonder if Amy might possess a touch of foresight, as I've read in books," he pondered aloud. However, Ron interrupted Hermione's lengthy discourse, stating, "Fred and George have been saying ever since they took divination that the professor is a charlatan." Just as Harry and the others regarded Amy with skepticism, George and Fred approached. "Hey little bro, we don't quite agree with your statement. She's an important investor for us, possessing not only a sharp business mind, but also a talent for spells recognized by the professors. A bit of precognition seems reasonable too." "Exactly," Hermione chimed in, adding her praise for Amy. "Remember during potions class? She predicted all the questions Professor Snape would pose beforehand. That's not mere luck." Amy nodded obediently. She had prepared a set of explanations, but found that she didn't even need to present them herself, as they had already bestowed upon her the title of seer. She felt it best to simply go along with their assertions. I've had a bit of a talent in that area since childhood. For instance, I know that Professor Snape isn't in great spirits today. No sooner had she spoken than Professor Snape entered the dining hall, making a concerted effort to conceal his discomfort. Yet everyone noticed he walked with a slight limp. The feeling of holding the script is quite delightful, Amy mused to herself. I find Snape rather suspicious, Harry whispered. We were the ones battling the troll yesterday. How did he injure his foot? What do you mean? Do you remember the three-headed dog on the 4th floor? I suspect he unleashed the troll to divert attention while attempting to steal something guarded by the dog. Excellent deduction. But the protagonist has miscalculated, Amy thought, gazing at Professor Snape seated in the distance, quietly sighing. For the past 2 months, she had endeavored to prevent Snape from creating difficulties for Harry, often urging him to exhibit tolerance and kindness. Yet Professor Snape was notorious for his favoritism, and his reputation among the other houses was far from favorable. While she made every effort to prevent their confrontations, it was still challenging to make Harry and the others fond of a professor who perpetually sought to deduct points with an intimidating demeanor. Oh dear, Professor Snape. Why do you exude such a potent aura of villainy? You were merely trying to thwart Quirrell, yet you bear the brunt of the blame. Do not be deceived by appearances, Amy declared, adopting the air of a seer. In truth, she had yet to formulate her next statement. Just then, Professor Quirrell entered the dining hall, and Amy immediately discerned that his condition was even worse than Snape's. He stumbled as he walked. He must have been injured last night by the Weasley twins' fireworks in the Forbidden Forest. Amy's eyes lit up, and she quickly exclaimed, Look, if we're talking about injuries, Professor Quirrell has one as well. Why aren't you suspicious of him? It's unlikely to be him. He's usually so timid, and he fainted from fear of the troll last night, Ron countered, pondering for a moment before offering a rebuttal. Fainting can be feigned. Just think about it. What kind of villain would be so foolish as to wear their malice on their sleeve? It's the seemingly harmless ones who are often the most dangerous. That does make some sense, Harry began to reconsider, but then they all witnessed Snape glare fiercely at Quirrell, causing him to tremble instantly, and coupled with his injured foot, the others began to suspect he might collapse at any moment. This sudden shift transformed their initial doubts into sympathy for Quirrell. Observing the 5 young individuals before her, all under the average age of 13, Amy couldn't help but shake her head, sighing. They were still too young. If only they read more novels, they would realize that Quirrell, at that moment, resembled a quintessential manipulative actor, merely waiting for an opportune moment to utter, Harry, Snape is threatening me. I'm so pitiful. Well, they are teachers after all. I don't believe they would conspire to steal whatever Dumbledore had Hagrid retrieve, Hermione interjected. Not all teachers are saints, however. But as of now, we still have no idea what the three-headed dog is guarding. We will uncover it and expose Snape's conspiracy, Harry declared resolutely. Amy decided to let things be. At least they recognized the need to investigate the Philosopher's Stone themselves, allowing them to gain experience. As for whether the villain was Professor Quirrell or Professor Snape, the truth would inevitably come to light by the end of the semester, at which point she would surely impart upon them the proper methods of deduction. Meanwhile, the twins had drifted into their own thoughts mid-conversation, their adventurous spirits ignited. We also wish to explore that forbidden area. Before they could finish expressing their desire for adventure, a large hand clasped firmly around the nape of their necks. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, wore a smile on his face, yet his eyes gleamed with menace. Where do you think you're off to? Remember today's practice? Harry quickly leapt to his feet, hastening towards the Quidditch pitch. The official match is fast approaching, and I have finally managed to secure a training slot on the pitch. For the next few days, refrain from wandering about aimlessly. Whenever you have a spare moment, pick up your brooms. The twins, with faces full of despair, were dragged away by their devilish captain, who was completely oblivious to anything outside of playing Quidditch. The Quidditch season has finally commenced, with the opening match featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin. In the Quidditch stadium, students in the stands waved their red or green flags exuberantly. Ron and Hermione had even crafted a massive banner proclaiming Potter for the win, positioning themselves deliberately in the highest row, with Hagrid hoisting it high to ensure Harry could see it upon his entrance. Amy, meanwhile, cradled a magical camera recently borrowed from Lee Jordan. Although he referred to it as a loan, it was more of a task assigned to her. This year, Jordan secured the role of commentator due to his exceptional eloquence, and he entrusted the camera to Amy at the twins' suggestion. Please capture plenty of shots of Angelina Johnson's graceful figure, Lee implored fervently. Don't listen to him. George interjected with a grin. Be sure to take more photos of the two of us. We look incredibly dashing when we strike the bludgers. Besides, Angelina just turned down your date, Fred added without remorse. Thanks for the reminder, Lee replied, exasperated, while others' brothers would stand by them. His siblings seemed more inclined to stab him in the back. Make sure to focus on our batting techniques during the commentary, will you? Don't just occasionally remark how hard it is to tell the Weasley twins apart. Joking aside, Amy took Jordan's camera seriously, intrigued by the ability to capture moving images, reminiscent of video recordings from her previous life. Unfortunately, not only did Hogwarts block Muggle technology signals, but the technological advancements in the Muggle world were still limited to the 1990s, and the information age had yet to truly arrive. This camera is quite impressive, Amy remarked, quickly adjusting the focus to capture even the furthest stands with stunning clarity. Indeed, I spent a considerable amount on it. I'm off to the commentary booth now. Make sure to take excellent photos for me. You two better perform well, or you'll be on the receiving end of a bludger. With that, Jordan hurried away, leaving the twins to continue boasting about their skills to Amy. We're not just bragging. We can not only protect our players, but also hit a bludger right at Slytherin's captain's face. Is that so? Absolutely. During practice, if the target is stationary, we can hit it every time. At this point, an impish smile crept onto Amy's face. Will you do me a favor? Chapter 22. An incident in the match. Returning to the right path. The match commenced, measured yet exhilarating. Angelina Johnson adeptly seized the quaffle. She was an exceptional chaser, both skilled and charming. Jordan. Professor McGonagall swiftly intervened to prevent him from getting carried away. My apologies, Professor. Oh dear, the quaffle has been snatched away by Slytherin. Deline Prue sped toward the goalposts. But he was knocked down by a bludger. Gryffindor's beaters executed their task splendidly, even if it was indeed challenging to differentiate between the two brothers. Johnson reclaimed the quaffle and soared ahead, deftly avoiding a bludger as keeper Blatch dove in an attempt to thwart her. But he failed. Gryffindor scored. Gryffindor students erupted in jubilant cheers, waving their red flags, while Slytherin students responded with furious boos. Amy captured a close-up of Angelina's scoring moment, certain that Jordan would appreciate the photograph. At that moment, Harry, having circled above for some time, finally spotted the golden snitch. He surged forward, only to be obstructed by a bludger. Fred immediately rushed to strike the ball forcefully towards Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint. Harry's speed far surpassed that of Slytherin's seeker. He accelerated, nearly catching sight of the golden orb dancing before him, but Flint deliberately collided with Harry, causing his broom to lose its balance. Gryffindor erupted in a chorus of furious roars, and Madame Hooch angrily reprimanded Flint. Jordan, the commentator, found it difficult to maintain impartiality, but refrained from uttering any curses under Professor McGonagall's watchful gaze. The match continued amidst the chaos, and in the confusion, the Seekers lost track of the golden snitch. Just as Harry dodged a bludger that grazed his scalp, Amy and the others noticed something amiss. Suddenly, Harry's broom began to shake violently, resembling a wild stallion attempting to throw him off. Oh no, Harry seems unable to control his broom. This is catastrophic. Merlin's beard. If he falls from this height, he will surely perish. Hagrid's hand trembled as he gripped the binoculars. Surely, a mere collision wouldn't cause such a reaction. Ordinarily, only powerful dark magic could interfere with a broomstick. Upon hearing this, Hermione immediately scanned the crowd with the binoculars. It's Snape. He has fixated on Harry, muttering incantations. He must be casting a curse. I'll be right back. All eyes in the stadium turned toward Harry, whose broom was shaking more violently than ever. Gryffindor players ascended to try to rescue Harry, but the broom evaded them deliberately. Hermione, hurry. Ron prayed fervently, but Amy remained calm, raising her camera, already envisioning the scene she wished to capture. Just then Fred lifted his bat, deflecting a bludger towards George, who was poised to strike. He sent the ball soaring beautifully toward the stands where Professor Snape sat. Had they realized? Ron's heart raced with excitement, only to realize he had misjudged. The bludger followed a carefully plotted path, soaring past the stands and narrowly grazing Professor Quirrell's nose, resulting in no dramatic confrontation with Snape. That was off target. Not at all, just take a look. The sudden arrival of the bludger startled the audience in the stands, and Quirrell, caught off guard, instinctively recoiled, losing sight of Harry's broom and its curse. Seizing the opportunity, Professor Snape hastened his counter-curse, and Harry regained control of his Nimbus 2000 almost immediately. At that moment, Hermione was still on her way to set fire to Snape's robes, but suddenly she heard cheers erupting. Looking up, she saw that Harry had miraculously regained his safety. Professor Quirrell, thwarted in his attempt, longed to cast another spell, but Snape's fierce gaze pinned him down, forcing him to feign being dazed from the earlier bludger. Guided by Amy, Ron clearly witnessed the moment Snape was still casting spells while Harry resumed flying, and Amy fervently clicked away with her camera. Now they had both witness and evidence. It was time to instruct Harry and the others in advance. Amy rubbed her hands together, her heart bubbling with wicked glee. The moment for her beloved lesson in love was approaching. Once George and Fred came down, she would be sure to lavish praise upon them. Before the match, Amy had instructed them to use the bludger to distract Quirrell if they noticed any trouble with Harry. Though they were initially puzzled, they agreed, as Amy's foresight had proved true on more than one occasion. In truth, this task had been challenging. While Amy had intended to merely have Quirrell take a bludger to the head, she also worried that the twins might accidentally injure someone and face repercussions. However, their execution was nothing short of brilliant. They had caused no real harm while appearing completely natural and unforced. Amy was ready to declare them the MVPs of this match. Ultimately, the Quidditch game concluded with Harry nearly swallowing the golden snitch, resulting in a resounding victory for Gryffindor. Slytherin's captain continued to protest that he had swallowed the snitch rather than catching it, but of course, no one paid him any heed. After the match concluded, Hagrid invited Hermione, Ron, Harry, and the somewhat familiar Amy to his cozy hut for tea. With a friendly demeanor, he offered Amy his homemade rock cakes, which she struggled to bite into, unable to inflict any damage upon them. Due to the unexpected number of guests, he quickly excused himself to the backyard to fetch another pumpkin for roasting. Amy was correct. Although they observed Snape casting a spell at Harry, he had not ceased, ensuring Harry's broom remained safe. Ron recounted his observations to Harry. Amy also produced several magically developed photographs, capturing moments from the entire incident, with the most astonishing being the first image, clearly depicting Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape, both fixated on Harry's broom, uttering incantations. I was hasty. My previous suspicions about Snape clouded my judgment. I assumed he was attempting to harm Harry without recognizing Quirrell's suspicious behavior, Hermione candidly admitted. Listening to their conversation, Amy felt a sense of maturity among them. Truly, they embodied the essence of a heroic ensemble, far more agreeable than a certain lord who wouldn't shed a tear until faced with a coffin. However, the situation remained unchanged. There were still those intent on harming Harry and seizing the treasures guarded by the forbidden third floor. What are you all discussing? Hagrid suddenly returned from the backyard, having heard the last remark, so startled that he nearly dropped the pumpkin, which Hermione promptly saved with a levitation charm. Harry pondered and decided to reveal the truth to Hagrid. Quirrell wants to steal from the forbidden area? Impossible. That coward, despite being a teacher at Hogwarts, would never stoop to such acts. Yet he had indeed attempted to breach the three-headed dog's door on Halloween, sustaining injuries. In truth, it was the Weasley twins who had injured Quirrell, but Amy remained silent on that matter. How come you all know about Fluffy? Hagrid was clearly flustered. Fluffy? That three-headed dog is my pride and joy. I lent him to Dumbledore for safeguarding. Hagrid hesitated. In any case, this matter is a Hogwarts secret. You needn't concern yourselves with it. It pertains to Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. So the treasure guarded by the three-headed dog is related to someone named Nicholas Flamel? Harry inquired. Hagrid became irate with himself, unwilling to continue the conversation. Chapter 23. The Arrival of Christmas and Investigation Bottlenecks. Thanks to Hagrid's forthright remarks, Harry and the others instantly acquired a direction for their investigation. Henceforth, Hermione frequently led them to the library, perusing texts from the great wizards of the 20th century to studies in modern sorcery. Yet they found not a trace of information regarding Nicholas Flamel. Aren't you supposed to possess prophetic talent? Why not look into who Nicholas Flamel is? Ron suggested to Amy, who was engrossed in advanced theories of transfiguration and vanishment. Although she had previously expressed disinterest in their investigation, she found joy in observing the progress of the heroic trio while studying in the library. Telling you everything would only endanger you. You must learn to research and think for yourselves. Amy closed her book. Your tone is eerily reminiscent of how Hermione responds when we ask to copy her homework, Ron sighed. No, Hermione is more lenient. At least she checks our work before providing the answers, Harry added. We've perused at least 100 books. Perhaps we should explore the restricted section, Hermione whispered. How can we? Only upper-year students can request a signed note from a professor to gain entry. Hermione smiled slightly. Christmas is approaching, and there will be fewer people during the break. You could sneak in then. Although I will return home for the holidays, do not slacken your investigation. Despite knowing that Hermione had become more lenient about school rules since befriending Harry and Ron, everyone was still taken aback by her suggestion. Ron exclaimed that she must have been cursed, and she was ultimately ejected from the library by an irate Madame Pants. The heroic trio's investigation hit a bottleneck. But Amy was not without her own challenges. She could say that, after nearly 3 months of effort, most of her troubles had been resolved. Previously lacking in funds and supplies, the Black Box had graciously provided her with resources, enabling her to collaborate with the Weasley twins in their entrepreneurial endeavors. And now their business was steadily growing. At least she no longer had to worry about covering her textbook expenses. Once concerned about her abilities, she had participated in extra tutoring sessions with professors after acquiring her dual-system wand, providing her with a reassuring sense of progress. Though she had once felt unfortunate, she still did. However, this was not the crux of her worries. The real issue lay with the final 2 doors within the Black Box space that had opened after she activated the Forbidden Forest interface. She could not fathom the conditions required to unlock them. She had explored nearly all locations that coincided with the game and the original story. And if she were to be honest, she had nearly unlocked all functionalities: wands, summons, potions, costumes, and even a dedicated training ground. What purpose could these 2 remaining doors serve? Amy pondered in bewilderment, sighing in the corridor of the Black Box on Christmas morning. Soon, she noticed something familiar lying quietly under the central table. It was the paper airplane that had once held her wand. Somehow it had fallen beneath the table, and since Amy typically stood and did not linger in the corridor for long, she had never noticed it. By some strange twist of fate, Amy picked up the paper airplane from under the table and brushed off the dust. Suddenly, she realized that the paper used to fold this airplane was not blank. It appeared to bear writing and drawings. In her excitement over acquiring a functional wand, she had completely overlooked it. She hurriedly unfolded the paper airplane to examine it closely. It was a map. The center of the map depicted a flat layout of Hogwarts, with all significant locations meticulously labeled in text. Adjacent to the castle, Hagrid's hut and the Forbidden Forest were illustrated. In the upper right corner of the map, a rectangular parchment-like pattern bore the words Diagon Alley. When Amy prodded it with her finger, the map's image instantly transformed from the school to the street. Looking to the lower right corner, there was a bed-shaped icon labeled Dormitory. This reminded Amy of a feature she had been using in the game, but had overlooked until now: the quick access map. In the game, when she wished to avoid walking, she could simply tap the map to teleport to her desired location. Amy decided to give it a try. She first switched the map scene back to the school. After poking at the map with her finger and finding no response, she quickly drew her wand. She intended to visit the Gryffindor common room to see Harry and Ron unwrap their gifts. Harry should have received his ancestral invisibility cloak today, and she was eager to witness it. With determination, Amy prodded the words Gryffindor common room on the map with her wand, and in an instant, she felt the world spin around her. The next moment, she found herself seated in a red armchair before the fireplace. Although this new ability was incredibly useful, even allowing her to bypass Hogwarts restrictions on apparition without examination, the sensation of teleportation was still rather disorienting. Fortunately, during the holiday, most students either returned home or stayed in bed, and there was no one in the common room to witness her sudden appearance. Just 3 minutes after Amy arrived in the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron descended the stairs, ready to open their Christmas presents. Upon seeing her sitting there, they were momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you a Ravenclaw? How did you get in without the password? Did you convince Professor McGonagall to transfer you to our house?" Chapter 24, Mysterious Gifts and Storytelling. Amy cast a silencing charm on the 2 astonished boys for 2 minutes. "Please, I truly adore our esteemed headmaster Flitwick. Besides, if the conversation turns to transferring, the Sorting Hat might just weep." Amy couldn't help but recall her earlier promise to assist the Sorting Hat in sending a complaint letter to the author of the school history. Moreover, anyone can enter our Ravenclaw common room, as long as they can answer the riddle. Why should you impose a password that I cannot even eavesdrop on to sneak in? The 2 mute individuals exchanged glances, aware that her reasoning was rather dubious, yet they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Once the spell was lifted, Ron clapped his hands with a carefree demeanor. "Never mind that, it's a festive occasion. Let us open our gifts first." With that, he deftly tore through the various packages he had received. "My mum knitted me a dark purplish-red sweater again. It's become a family tradition to receive one each year." Harry's experience with unwrapping gifts was evidently not as seasoned as Ron's, for in the past, it was always Dudley who received presents, not him. However, this year's bounty astonished him. Hagrid had gifted him a handmade flute, Mrs. Weasley had knitted him a vibrant green sweater, and Hermione had sent him a large box of chocolate frogs. Amy also remembered that since both Harry and Ron were spending Christmas at school, she hadn't sent them gifts via owl. In a generous gesture, she handed them a Weasley's Wizard Wheezes discount card. "I'm their brother. Shouldn't I get a direct discount?" Ron protested. Absolutely not. It's already a miracle we didn't charge you, Amy retorted. Fred and George came dashing down the stairs, clad in the new sweaters knitted by Mrs. Weasley, each emblazoned with a large initial, F and G, representing their names. I have a splendid idea, George suggested. What if we swap our sweaters? No one will be able to tell us apart then. I shall call you George and Fred. Amy mused, before presenting them with 2 stationery pouches. I've cast a spell of seamless expansion on these. You can store all your magical devices and prank products inside. Harry and Ron looked on eagerly. This gift is clearly more thoughtful. Is this what it's like to be a business partner? Is it too late for us to join Amy? At that moment, Percy poked his head down from the upstairs, evidently displeased, as he too was unwrapping gifts. A Weasley sweater in hand. Why are you all so loud? He frowned. And that girl as the prefect. I must, before Percy could finish his thought. The twins slipped back upstairs like eels, yanking Percy's sweater over his head. You must wear it. It's quite lovely. The letter P signifies prefect. In reality, it was Percy's initial. Thus, ensnared in the sweater, Percy was dragged away by his brothers. Enjoy yourselves. We shall indulge in some family time. Fred and George beamed with brotherly camaraderie. Harry had only one package left to unwrap, a lightweight paper parcel. As he tore it open, both Amy and Ron gasped as a liquid-like object tumbled out, coalescing into a shimmering pile of silver-gray light. Harry picked up the mysterious item, realizing it was a cloak. He draped it over himself and glanced into the nearby mirror, where he could see nothing but his head. An invisibility cloak, Ron exclaimed, and a note fell out with it. Harry picked up the note. It bore no signature, only the words, "Your father left this for me before he died. It is now yours to use. Merry Christmas." Though Amy had countless magical items at her disposal, it was her first time encountering a genuine invisibility cloak. However, being aware of the narrative, she remained notably more composed than the others. With this, your investigations around Hogwarts at night will be significantly easier. Upon hearing this, Harry snapped out of his astonishment. Indeed, he could freely access the restricted section now. Yet he still harbored doubts. Who had sent the cloak? Was it truly a relic of his father? Amy regarded Harry, contemplating that perhaps he could have learned certain truths sooner, sparing him some of the hardships ahead. Ron. There seems to be a tale regarding the invisibility cloak, known as the Tale of the Three Brothers. Growing up in a wizarding family, you surely have heard of it? Naturally. Do share, Harry urged eagerly. Taking a deep breath, Ron began to recount the enchanting story his mother had told him in his youth. Once upon a time, there were 3 brothers journeying together. They came upon a river, its waters flowing fiercely. However, the brothers, skilled in magic, waved their wands, and a bridge appeared for them to cross. Yet, in the middle of the bridge, a hooded figure blocked their path. It was Death. Death was angry that they had not drowned in the river and become his offerings. But he was cunning, feigning congratulations to the brothers and offering each a reward. The eldest, yearning for power, requested a wand that could make him unbeatable in duels. Thus, Death fashioned him a wand from the wood of an elder tree by the roadside. The second brother, arrogant and wishing to further humiliate Death, sought the ability to bring others back from the dead. Death gave him a stone from the riverbank, claiming it would serve as the resurrection stone. The youngest brother, wise and humble, was the only one who did not trust Death. He asked for something that would allow him to leave without being followed by Death. Reluctantly, Death handed over his own invisibility cloak. Death possesses an invisibility cloak? Harry interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Amy motioned for him to focus on the tale. After receiving their gifts, the 3 brothers continued on their way, soon parting ways. The eldest boasted of his wand, winning duels far and wide. However, someone grew envious and, while he was drunkenly celebrating, stole the wand and killed him. Thus Death claimed the eldest brother's life. The second brother lived in solitude, yearning for his lost love. He turned the resurrection stone thrice in his hand, and his deceased girlfriend appeared before him. However, she was cold and sad, seemingly separated from him by a veil. She had not truly returned to the living. Ultimately, the second brother, in his madness to be reunited with his beloved, took his own life. Death never found the youngest brother. He donned the invisibility cloak until he was old, and then passed it on to his descendants, meeting Death as an equal, welcoming him like a friend. As the story concluded, Amy suddenly grabbed her wand and began sketching symbols in the air. The elder wand, she drew a vertical line. The resurrection stone, she circled the line. The invisibility cloak, she finished with a triangle outside the circle. Noticing Harry and Ron's bewilderment, she quickly explained. These 3 are known as the Deathly Hallows. It is said that possessing all 3 grants one mastery over death. While this is often idolized by certain dark magic cults, Since Harry has become the owner of the invisibility cloak, it wouldn't hurt to understand a little more. Amy firmly believed that by gradually imparting the knowledge Harry needed over the years, he could avoid unnecessary detours on his path to defeating Voldemort. Chapter 25. Christmas Approaches. Awakening Awareness. Well, the Master of Death suits you quite well, the boy who lived. Ron nudged Harry with his elbow. However, Harry remained silent. As the owner of the invisibility cloak, he was naturally more intrigued by the tale of the Deathly Hallows. This cloak had been a legacy from his father. Yet his father had never had the chance to share this story with him as Ron's mother had. A sense of melancholy washed over Harry. Come on, cheer up, Amy encouraged, patting Harry on the back. For now, make good use of it. Whether it's a relic or a Hallows, it's an excellent cloak that will help you evade Filch's patrols. I understand, Harry nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of maturity and reliability emanating from Amy, despite them being of the same age. In the depths of the night, Ron succumbed to slumber early due to having overindulged at the Christmas feast, while Harry remained unusually alert. He stealthily slipped out of bed, cloaked himself in the invisibility cloak, and gingerly exited the dormitory. This marked his inaugural nocturnal escapade under the veil of invisibility, his heart racing with exhilaration. Yet he remained preoccupied with the task at hand, to scour the restricted section for clues regarding Nicholas Flamel. However, a mere 10 minutes into his venture, regret washed over him. He finally comprehended the rationale behind the existence of the restricted section. After all, a book that emitted piercing screams was indeed best kept away from ordinary students. The ghastly wails assaulted Harry's eardrums, and to make matters worse, it attracted the attention of Filch. Pale-faced and panicked, he fled, only to realize upon regaining his composure that he had found himself in an unfamiliar chamber. Before him stood a colossal mirror, and as he approached it cautiously, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. He stifled a scream, for he beheld not merely his own reflection, but figures that bore a striking resemblance to his parents. Father? Mother? He whispered, and the figures in the mirror nodded and smiled at him. Harry soon returned to this room, a second time, and even brought Ron to witness the visage of his family. Yet Ron could only glimpse himself as the student body president, and the victor of the Quidditch Cup. Harry surmised that the mirror reflected their innermost desires. Still, he found himself irresistibly drawn to view his parents once more, time and again, until he scarcely cared about Nicholas Flamel any longer. In that moment, a thought flickered in his mind, reminiscent of the second brother in the tale of the three brothers. Suddenly he understood him, but a wave of fear surged within him. He had unwittingly lost track of time, lingering before the mirror for far too long. You grasped the concept rather swiftly, a sudden voice startled Harry. Unbeknownst to him, Professor Albus Dumbledore had appeared behind him, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. I apologize, Professor. I, the happiest man on earth, would only see himself in the mirror of Erised. Dumbledore gently articulated. Countless individuals have succumbed to its allure, unable to extricate themselves. It is entirely understandable that you wish to see your family. However, I am pleased to witness the moment of realization upon your face. Tomorrow, this mirror will be relocated to its rightful place. I hope you will refrain from seeking it again, for know this. Indulging in illusion while neglecting reality serves no purpose. Now, don your invisibility cloak and return to your slumber. Harry made his way back to bed, resolute in his decision to cease dwelling on the mirror of Erised. He had spent countless nights entranced by its enchantment and was utterly exhausted, soon succumbing to sleep. In his dreams he encountered his parents once more. Yet this time, they neither nodded nor smiled, but instead collapsed weakly amidst a green light. He seemed to recall events from his infancy. During the Christmas holiday, Amy enjoyed a fulfilling and delightful time, daily collaborating with the twins on the development of new products or studies. Although Harry appeared to have been captivated by the mirror of Erised, causing some concern for Ron, he fortunately found his way back to reality swiftly. Amy was aware that Dumbledore had taken the mirror to serve as the last line of defense for the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry's brief encounters with it would later prove significant. However, Harry and Ron were utterly unable to uncover any information about Nicholas Flamel in the library. Their progress was disheartening. By the way, since unlocking the shortcut map, Amy had become adept at traversing the castle without a trace, saving time and alleviating fears of being caught while wandering at night, thereby significantly boosting her study efficiency. On the final day of the holiday, Amy appeared unannounced, startling Ron and Harry, who were engrossed in a game of wizard chess. I shall demonstrate a new skill. No sooner had she spoken than her limbs morphed into furry beastly paws, an appearance that was rather peculiar. My animagus transformation range has expanded. Although it is still unclear what animal I resemble, trust me, I shall soon reach new heights. Initially, Harry and Ron found the notion of a human head atop a beastly body somewhat disconcerting, but they quickly discovered the joy in it. The fur was irresistibly delightful to pet. They poked at the pads on Amy's paws, their faces alight with happiness, as if they had unlocked the door to a new world. By the way, you haven't unearthed any information regarding Nicholas Flamel. How will you explain this to Hermione tomorrow? Amy suddenly shifted the conversation, causing Harry and Ron to break into a cold sweat. However, her subsequent words left them utterly baffled. Actually, it doesn't matter if you find nothing. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Isn't it obvious who the villain is? All your fears stem from a lack of personal strength. If only you possess sufficient power, you could confront Quirrell head-on. Just a little epiphany I had while diligently practicing Transfiguration, she added. The two exchanged alarmed glances, incredulous that she would broach such a terrifying topic with first-year students. Yet simultaneously, they recognized the formidable nature of this girl, who had garnered the attention of the strict Professor McGonagall, mastering her animagus transformation within less than a year, and who was also tirelessly studying in the library. Hermione, too, was remarkable. Despite her excellence, she always carried her books, engrossed in her studies. In a world where those more capable than them were so fervently dedicated, it seemed overwhelmingly insane. However, the unknown challenges and dangers they faced were perhaps even more insane. Amy, please teach us powerful magic. Harry implored first, with Ron eagerly nodding in agreement. We cannot afford to uncover everything yet lack the strength to thwart Quirrell. Well said. Let's invite Hermione along next time to seek my guidance, Amy responded, her joy evident as she rose to her feet, slapping the table with her paw, which instantly shattered it to pieces under her might. Harry and Ron instinctively retreated from the once enticing paw pads. Is it too late to regret this? Surely, Amy could single-handedly take down Quirrell. Chapter 26. Training commences, the pursuit of knowledge intensifies. Hermione returned from the holidays, feeling both disappointed by the lack of progress in Harry and Ron's investigation, and elated at the prospect of receiving guidance from Amy. I've been eager to do this for quite some time, especially with the final exams looming. Learning from Amy will undoubtedly be beneficial. But we still have nearly half a year until the finals, Ron weakly interjected. Disappointingly for everyone, however, Harry had been whisked away by Wood to prepare for the upcoming Quidditch match, leaving little time for training with them. We must make the most of our time. The next match will be officiated by Professor Snape. We cannot afford to give him any leverage. We will miss you. Harry waved goodbye to the twins, who reluctantly postponed their product development to accommodate Harry's absence. I will too, Ron lamented as Hermione pulled him away to seek out Amy. With the twins occupied with their rigorous training, Amy found herself with ample time to prepare for her students. She led them to the room of requirement, where, after walking thrice past the door and envisioning her training grounds, she opened the door to reveal the transformed experimental space of the twins into Training Ground 20. This is our secret base. Few know of its existence, and you must keep it confidential. Ron and Hermione nodded vigorously before entering. Amy instructed them to stand on the right side of the room, while she stationed herself on the left. Wait, are you going to duel us? Ron exclaimed, having only heard of wizard dueling in passing. Shouldn't we face you one at a time? It wouldn't be fair otherwise. Upon hearing this, Amy smiled slightly. I shall not engage. I recently adopted some small pets, and they will serve as your sparring partners. Let us start with an old friend. With a flick of her wand, a 15-foot-tall adult troll materialized, even taller than the one they had previously vanquished. As Hermione and Ron beheld the scene, they desperately stifled their cries. Rest assured, should any danger arise, I shall intervene, she reassured him. You need only focus on your attacks and evasions. Thus the training commenced. The troll advanced towards them without hesitation, wielding a wooden club. Drawing upon his previous experience, Ron pointed his wand at the troll's club and uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. The club levitated instantly, but this time, Amy's troll clung tenaciously to the club, even lifting its feet off the ground as it floated several inches upwards, denying Ron the opportunity to incapacitate it with the weapon. Before long, the levitation charm's effect wore off, and the troll landed safely, resuming its slow advance and continued assault. My troll has received a higher education. The levitation charm only serves to restrain it slightly, Amy interjected, revealing that she could command the troll with her thoughts, despite its limited intellect and inability to comprehend complex commands. Upon hearing this, Ron felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why had he suggested this specialized training? The few spells he knew, particularly the levitation charm, seemed inadequate. If this continued, they would likely succumb to the troll before even encountering Quirrell. Ron, do not give up. Try once more. I have a plan, Hermione urged, displaying a calmness far greater than during their previous encounter with the troll in the girls' restroom. As she earnestly pondered a strategy, very well, Wingardium Leviosa. As the troll grasped the floating club, Hermione conjured a blue flame beneath its feet, akin to bluebells, rendering the troll unable to escape as it was scorched by the fire. That will suffice, Amy declared, casting a summoning charm to pull the troll back from the flames, and then healing its injuries with a restoration spell. You've executed a beautiful combination of moves, one to control, one to damage, Amy praised, her eyes twinkling. Hermione's spell was a variant of the blazing flames, a rather advanced magic. Ron, filled with anticipation, longed to return to their dormitory to alleviate the stress of their recent battle with the troll. Oh, but this is far from over. How could it end like this? My pets are eager for more. Ron's heart sank at the sight of Amy's smile. Come now, you wish for a fair duel with me. This is an unavoidable path. Ron felt even more hopeless than before. Having fought the troll and faced fierce flames, nearly perished at the hands of a rhinoceros beetle. The two finally trudged back to the Gryffindor common room, greeted by an equally exhausted Harry. Though weary, Hermione could hardly contain her excitement, chattering incessantly, "Today, my fire magic has significantly improved. The practical experience is truly unparalleled. And Amy's summoning spell for animals. I've read so many books and never came across that." At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, and the trio turned to see Neville tumble to the ground. He rose, but his legs appeared uncoordinated, stiffly glued together, forcing him to advance like a zombie. "What happened to you?" They quickly helped Neville to a chair, his legs still rigidly splayed. "It was Malfoy." Neville sobbed. "He cornered me with Crabbe and Goyle when no one was around and cursed my legs. They said I'm a crybaby and don't deserve to be in Gryffindor. What a dullard." Hermione exclaimed angrily, drawing her wand to break the curse on Neville. "Listen. You are a student of Gryffindor. Your worth is not determined by that detestable brat. In my eyes you surpass a dozen Malfoys." Ron chimed in to bolster Neville's spirit. "Next time don't be afraid, give him a good punch. Have some chocolate to recover," Harry offered, producing his meager snack. "Thank you, Harry. I see you're collecting the pictures from the chocolate. I'll return this to you," Neville said, handing Harry a card before slowly ascending the stairs to rest. As Harry accepted the card, he discovered it was a portrait of Dumbledore, which he already possessed. However, upon glancing at the text he gasped. "I've found Nicholas Flamel. I knew I had seen that name somewhere before." Ron and Hermione hurried to see. And the last line of the description boldly stated, "Dumbledore and his partner Nicholas Flamel have achieved remarkable success in alchemy." Hermione smacked her forehead, pulling a hefty old book from her bag. "I never considered this. I read this book merely for leisure." They perused the page Hermione directed them to. Mr. Nicholas Flamel, who just celebrated his 665th birthday, possesses the only remaining Philosopher's Stone, capable of producing the elixir of life and transforming any metal into pure gold. No wonder we couldn't locate it. Given his age, he cannot be classified as a modern wizard, so how could he be in research on the development of modern magic? Ron remarked. They finally understood what the three-headed dog was guarding. Chapter 27. Stand Against Bullying. Neville rises. A stone that can produce gold and create the elixir of life. No wonder Quirrell covets it. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure? Harry summarized as he recounted their discovery to Amy. However, Amy exhibited little interest in what she already knew. Her concern lay with the fact that Malfoy still dared to bully his classmates. Poor Neville. Indeed, Malfoy had previously refrained from mischief out of fear of her, rather than experiencing a moral awakening. It seemed that retaliatory violence would yield no results. A different approach was necessary. Before Amy could devise a plan, they encountered Malfoy in the stands during Harry's second Quidditch match. Their meeting was more accurately described as Malfoy seeking trouble. As the match was about to commence, Amy slowly ascended the high stands, carrying drinks for the group. From a distance, she observed Malfoy elbow Ron in the back of the head, followed by pointing at him and then at Harry in the air, clearly taunting him, as he and his two cronies burst into laughter. "I shall see just how mischievous you are behind closed doors," Amy thought, opting not to approach but instead finding a spot where they couldn't see her to listen intently to their conversation. "Do you know how Gryffindor selects its members? They choose pitiful souls like Potter, the Weasley brothers, orphans and the impoverished," Malfoy proclaimed loudly. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione were too preoccupied with the anxiety of Harry's match, particularly with Professor Snape unjustly awarding penalty shots to Hufflepuff, to pay Malfoy any heed. As Amy listened to Malfoy's words, her fury boiled over, surpassing her anger when Malfoy had attempted to attack her. However, before she could rise, an unexpected voice broke through. "Shut up, Malfoy," Neville stammered. "Oh, I almost forgot. You should join the team, Longbottom, because you lack a brain. I am stronger than a dozen of you combined, Malfoy. Neville summoned his courage. Meanwhile, Ron echoed Amy's sentiments. Though he remained focused on Harry, diving through the air, he still encouraged Neville. Show him what you're made of, Neville. Soon a skirmish erupted, with Neville launching a fierce attack on Crabbe and Goyle, while Ron tackled Malfoy to the ground. As the boys wrestled, Hermione suddenly stood and cried, "Look! Harry caught the golden snitch. We won. I bet that speed broke the record." Harry's astonishing feat of capturing the snitch in under 5 minutes sent the crowd into a frenzy and left Malfoy pale with rage. Neville and Ron, their spirits soaring, ultimately emerged victorious in the scuffle, both nursing bloody noses yet cheering triumphantly. After an hour of joyous celebration, Harry made his way alone to the broom shed to store his Nimbus 2000. At that moment, Harry caught sight of a hooded figure making its way into the Forbidden Forest. He recognized it to be Snape. What business could he have there at this hour? Without hesitation, Harry leapt onto his broomstick and stealthily pursued him, gracefully landing atop a towering beech tree, peering down through the dense foliage. There, he saw Quirrell and Snape standing face to face, with Snape's tone more aggressive than usual. "Are you close to figuring out how to deal with Hagrid's beast? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your tricks. Severus, I don't. You know what I mean. Once you have decided whom you will serve, we shall speak again. Harry, where have you been? The drinks Amy bought before the match are untouched. We were planning to use them for a celebration." "Never mind that." Harry led the trio to an empty room and recounted his recent observations. "So, Professor Snape has noticed Quirrell's interest in the Philosopher's Stone and confronted him directly?" Indeed. Harry felt an unprecedented respect for Professor Snape. Consider this. During the first match, both Quirrell and Snape had been muttering incantations over Harry's broom, only for it to be revealed that Quirrell intended to harm Harry, while Snape must have been attempting to save him by countering the curse. Amy's seemingly casual hint elevated Harry's perception of Snape even further. Snape can be quite reliable when it matters. If only he would refrain from deliberately deducting points from Gryffindor. Ron lamented. Wait, Snape mentioned loyalty to someone? Does that imply Quirrell is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone for his own selfish gains? Hermione questioned. Their deductions were impressive, and Amy felt a sense of satisfaction with their reasoning. She intensified her hints. We all know that Professor Snape is on the side of good. One could say he is loyal to Professor Dumbledore. Thus, Quirrell's allegiance must be to the opposing force, one of malevolence, and he harbors a strong animosity towards Harry. Harry gasped sharply, feeling a familiar pain in his scar. The only entity he could conceive of was Voldemort. He recalled Hagrid's words. Voldemort was undoubtedly not dead, lurking somewhere, waiting for the opportunity to return. The Philosopher's Stone must be the key to his resurgence. That evening, Harry could hardly enjoy the lavish feast Fred and George had pilfered from the kitchen. His mind was consumed by thoughts of the Philosopher's Stone and Voldemort. Stop worrying. Professor Snape is aware of him, and Quirrell has yet to figure out how to get past the three-headed dog. There are likely even more protections guarding the stone beneath the trapdoor, Hermione softly advised. Amy approached, appearing somewhat hesitant. Could I borrow your invisibility cloak? What do you intend to do? Teach Malfoy a lesson. Amy flashed a broad smile. Harry promptly vanished upstairs to retrieve his cloak. Teach Malfoy a lesson? I can support that. I promise to return it in perfect condition, Amy assured as she accepted the cloak, her first time feeling its liquid-like texture. She stepped out of Gryffindor Tower and donned the cloak under the cover of night. As the cloak enveloped her head, she heard a light chuckle. Enjoying yourself? Are we? Chapter 28. Mischief and enthralling voice acting. A shiver ran down Amy's spine, and she glanced around, finding nothing, which only heightened her fear. Was it an auditory hallucination? Or perhaps Peeves was at play? Regardless, she was unwilling to linger, and decided to promptly execute her plan. She pulled out the Marauder's map and pointed her wand at the Slytherin common room. Moments later, Amy, cloaked in invisibility, settled into a green armchair, and quickly rose to search for Malfoy. She spotted him standing at the entrance of the common room, venting his frustration at the battered Crabbe and Goyle. You two are so strong, yet you couldn't even best that fool Longbottom today. Crabbe and Goyle bowed their heads, too intimidated to protest. Amy observed from the sidelines. Whether they could defeat Neville was uncertain, but they could certainly overpower Malfoy, with his scrawny limbs. Their utter lack of resistance was a testament to the privilege Malfoy's family afforded him. Considering the eventual downfall of the Malfoy family, when they disregarded Malfoy's warnings and attacked Harry in pursuit of Voldemort's favor, only to be consumed by their own flames, Crabbe perished in the inferno of his own making, was a textbook example of plastic brotherhood. I'm going out for some fresh air. Don't follow me, you're a nuisance, Malfoy declared, pushing the door open alone. Amy's eyes lit up. This opportunity had presented itself. She hurriedly trailed behind him as he exited the common room. The night had just fallen, and a few students were still meandering the corridors. Having just emerged from the library or heading to the dining hall, Malfoy seemed irritable at the sight of others, twisting and turning through the hallways until he arrived at the very spot where Amy had confronted him on the first day of school. Old memories assaulted Malfoy, and he began to stomp his feet in frustration, ready to retreat to the castle. Naturally, Amy would not grant him that chance. Young men ought to take care of themselves. Since you've wandered into such a secluded area, I must take action. Suddenly, flames erupted at Malfoy's feet, and a colossal, three-headed fire beast materialized before him, its body seemingly composed of various creatures. A fire serpent, a chimera, and a fire dragon. The monster fixed its 6 eyes upon Malfoy, its body crackling with flames. Malfoy instinctively opened his mouth to scream, but Amy had already cast a silencing charm around him. Now, he could neither escape nor call for help. In his despair, he was astonished to see the creature begin to morph, ultimately transforming into the visage of an unfamiliar woman. With an air of arrogance, the woman gazed down at him and spoke in a voice filled with authority and allure. "Youth, do you desire power? What are you?" Malfoy replied, his eyes brimming with caution and fear. Amy held up an empty vial of the twins' experimental Polyjuice Potion, gesturing for the flames to mimic her words. Have 50 years of slumber rendered the world oblivious to my legend? Amy channeled her former dramatic flair, fully immersed in her role. "Youth, tell me, who is the mightiest dark wizard of the present day?" "That's hard to say. 10 years ago, it would have to be the Dark Lord." "The Dark Lord? Speak his name." "Voldemort." Malfoy visibly trembled. It was clear that even with his father being a hidden Death Eater, he could not erase the terror Voldemort instilled in him. "Is that all?" Amy scoffed. "That lad once referred to me as Professor." "Who are you?" Malfoy, bewildered by the disdain for the Dark Lord he idolized, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Had he truly encountered someone extraordinary? "I am the ancient goddess of darkness, possessing unparalleled power. I have long slumbered here, awakening once every 50 years to select a student. Youth, you are fortunate. I have chosen you. Reveal your name." "Draco Malfoy." He hesitated before speaking, suddenly recalling that certain dark spells could be cast through names, sending chills down his spine. "Do not fear, Malfoy. You will not regret this." Amy's voice was reminiscent of a devil's whisper. "Consider this. Are there not those who perpetually oppose you, yet you feel powerless against them? But with power, it would be different." Malfoy clenched his fists, envisioning the renowned Harry, the scheming Amy, and even the overreaching Longbottom. "Can you truly grant me power?" "Only if you study diligently. Your family, too, are followers of the Dark Lord. Are you content to merely play the role of a subordinate? The Malfoy family is an ancient lineage of wizards known to me for centuries. Should you resolutely choose to follow me, the accomplishments that await you will far exceed your imagination." Malfoy found the words of this dark deity increasingly alluring. "Once you have made your decision, come here alone every Sunday afternoon. I eagerly await your arrival." Sensing Malfoy's wavering resolve, Amy refrained from further conversation, fearing that prolonging the moment might lead to unforeseen complications. With a flick of her wand beneath her invisibility cloak, she extinguished the flames and deftly consulted the quick map to locate Harry, vanishing along with the fire without a trace. All that remained were a bewildered Malfoy and a patch of scorched grass. Phew, deceiving others is exhausting. Upon returning to her dormitory, Amy leapt into the black box, stretching languidly before the portrait of the Griffin Knight. How can one feel fatigued from studying all day, yet feel wearied when out to tease others? The Griffin Knight remarked without reservation. "What do you know? I am expending mental energy," Amy retorted, exchanging banter with the knight as she made her way to her dueling practice room. A sudden gust of wind billowed her robe. This is no ordinary corridor. How could it be drafty? Amy turned her gaze toward the source of the wind, and discovered that the fifth door was ajar. Chapter 29. Beyond Reason, Time Management. The fifth door was slightly open, and a cool breeze wafted through the crack. Amy approached, hesitating, lacking the fervor of her previous explorations. After all, the opening of this door was inexplicably peculiar. She fully opened the door to reveal a wondrous yet eerie scene. The fifth room was expansive, yet devoid of anything save for a grand archway at its center. The archway, constructed of rough-hewn stone, bore the weight of age, unrefined and ancient. Above it hung a white curtain, fluttering gently in the breeze that drifted in from beyond. What filled Amy with trepidation was the sight of dozens of shadowy figures shifting beyond the curtain, accompanied by faint murmurs that occasionally pierced the air. Suddenly, The force of the wind intensified, lifting the curtain entirely. Yet before Amy could fully comprehend the sight, the tempestuous gust thrust her violently against the corridor wall, rendering her momentarily immobile. Instinctively, she shielded her head from the onslaught, but in the next moment, the fierce wind ceased abruptly, and the fifth door slowly closed behind her. However, the ordeal was far from over. As the sound of the door locking echoed, an invisible hand inscribed several large characters upon it. For the sake of remembrance. This is a warning. What is that? Amy screamed, rising to her feet and clutching the frame of the Griffin Knight. This was her first encounter with something beyond her control since entering the black box. No information will be provided, the knight responded, unusually cold. Then allow me to pose another question. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she inquired, who is the architect of this space? No information will be provided. Have I forgotten something? No information will be provided. Is it that you cannot say? Cannot say. Without hesitation, Amy raised her wand, Legilimens. Uncertain of the spell's efficacy on a painting, she decided to give it a try. A torrent of images flooded her mind, only to abruptly freeze like a computer crashing into a black screen. In the end, she heard a voice that resembled her own cry. I will uphold my promise. And so shall you. Hey Amy, I didn't get to ask yesterday. How did you deal with Malfoy? Harry and Ron approached Amy, who was engrossed in her reading at the library, whispering their inquiry. This jolted Amy from her reverie of the previous night. After forcefully employing the Legilimens spell on the Griffin Knight, she had been angrily expelled from the black box, resulting in a sleepless night. With a faint smile, her complexion slightly pale, she replied, rest assured, I've devised a grand scheme. Hermione ambled over, precariously balancing a stack of books taller than herself, engrossed in reading while jotting down notes. The final exams are fast approaching. I suggest you both buckle down for your studies. Despite Ron's protests about having months left, Hermione thrust a hefty tome titled The Comprehensive Guide to Dragon Blood into his hands, her fierce gaze warning him to study diligently, compelling Ron to acquiesce. By the way, Harry, now that your Quidditch matches are over, remember to seek training with Amy. We've had several sessions already, Hermione advised. Before Harry's second match, she had dragged Ron to train with Amy every other day, their progress already surpassing Harry's. Their coordination had become remarkably harmonious, especially Hermione, who frequently insisted on showcasing advanced spells to Amy. After witnessing the lightning storm, she had diligently practiced, eager to master it. Unfortunately, the lightning storm was not a spell found in the original text, but rather a manifestation of a Thunderbird's immense power in the film Fantastic Beasts, which existed within the same universe as Harry Potter. Thus, aside from Amy, it was exceedingly difficult for other wizards to learn this spell. Consequently, Amy imparted a similar weather charm to Hermione, who swiftly mastered it, sending the enormous creature Amy conjured scurrying in all directions. In truth, Harry need not rush. Especially with finals approaching, it would be prudent for them to focus on their coursework. I have some matters to attend to. Training may need to be paused for a while, but Hermione and Ron can share their experiences with Harry in the meantime. Amy stated this not only due to her vexation from the previous night's events, but also because, after setting her trap for Malfoy, she realized she had indeed overcommit herself. Balancing the practice of high-level spells with her other studies had become routine. The continuation of her entrepreneurial activities following the twins' Quidditch training filled her after-school hours, and her teaching time for Malfoy had further strained her already limited schedule, leaving no room for training the trio. After all, the first-year final boss, Quirrell, was rather weak, and he was now practically laid bare before them. Hermione and Ron had improved significantly, and if push came to shove, Amy would step in to protect their safety. In contrast, if Malfoy was not corrected in his youth, it would soon be too late to amend his nefarious character. Thus, Amy allocated the scant teaching time she could spare to Malfoy. Alas, it seems training Harry properly would have to wait until second year. Very well, Harry shrugged, opening his tome A Thousand Magical Herbs and Fungi. Ever since witnessing Professor Snape's interrogation of Quirrell, he had developed a slight fondness for potions. As he delved into the properties of white essence, Ron suddenly nudged him with his elbow. You won't believe who I just saw here. Harry lifted his gaze, hardly able to believe his eyes. Hagrid, clad in a moleskin coat, was wandering the library, occasionally pulling thick tomes from the shelves. The library and Hagrid? How could such an odd scene unfold? Yet Hagrid appeared unconcerned about being observed, hastily departing after selecting his books. Ron, tired of memorizing the 12 uses of dragon blood, leaped up to inquire with Madame Pants about what books Hagrid had borrowed. Perhaps it was new information regarding the Philosopher's Stone? He speculated. 2 minutes later, Ron returned panting. It's about dragons. Hagrid took a whole bunch of books on dragons. What is he up to? When I first met Hagrid, he mentioned wanting to raise a dragon. And suddenly, Harry realized that a far more troublesome situation than his missed training might be about to unfold. Chapter 30. Lesson Preparation. Twins' Proposal. After spending another hour in the library, Harry, Ron, and Hermione could no longer contain their curiosity and rushed to Hagrid's hut. Amy watched their retreating figures with a sigh. Curiosity can be a double-edged sword, and she wondered how long it would be before they unearthed Hagrid's secret acquisition of a Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg. Amy was acutely aware that this venture would undoubtedly lead to a myriad of troubles. Each time her Norwegian Ridgeback hatchlings emerged from their shells, they scorched her hands, leaving them red and tender. Moreover, it was all too obvious that Hagrid's dragon egg would not be treated with the reverence typically afforded to a Disney princess. Thus, she resolved to allow the main characters to confront the challenges alone while she remained an observer, dedicating herself to preparing lessons for Malfoy. Once she had meticulously crafted her lesson plan aimed at Malfoy, another dilemma arose. She could hardly engage in a duet with Lee Jordan during every class, as that would be far too conspicuous. Additionally, she did not wish to borrow Harry's invisibility cloak every week. In essence, she needed to adopt a subtle yet unrecognizable persona of a villainous overlord for her lessons. After some contemplation, Amy decided to seek assistance from Fred and George, hoping they might possess some props to aid her. Disguises? That could prove problematic. All she truly desired was Polyjuice Potion, but the formula was notoriously difficult to procure. Potion ingredients had never posed an issue for Amy. Her black box was filled with hundreds of rare herbs she had gathered from the Forbidden Forest during her mobile gaming sessions. The African snake skin she kept in reserve could stretch around Snape's underground classroom 3 times over. However, the Polyjuice Potion merely replicated others' appearances without customization, leading her to dismiss this approach. George, having momentarily stepped away from the production of Rapid Escape candies, exchanged a knowing glance with Fred. Let us not be so constrained in our thinking. We can utilize various props to achieve what Amy desires. Fred immediately grasped the concept, swiftly rifling through his potion book, tossing specific ingredients into the automatic cauldron Amy had brought. Meanwhile, George rummaged through their belongings, eventually retrieving a small box which he presented to Amy. These are Muggle cosmetics. Inspired by your suggestion of hair dye, we thought we might magically enhance Muggle makeup. We even had our dad purchase some from a Muggle street during Christmas. However, we lack expertise in makeup, so we haven't begun modifications. You can borrow it for now, but first drink this. Fred had completed a potion and poured a small cup, which he handed to Amy. Without hesitation, she accepted it and downed the concoction in one gulp. Instantly, she felt a warmth spreading through her body, her bones cracking as she rapidly grew taller. Once a head shorter than the twins, Amy now stood eye to eye with them, even surpassing them by 2 centimeters. The twins brought her a full-length mirror, and the image of an 11-year-old girl was replaced by that of a woman in her 20s, her features now substantially more mature. And her attire felt constricting. This is an aging potion. This dosage should make you appear 25, Fred remarked. He instinctively reached to pat Amy on the head, but upon seeing her unfamiliar yet familiar mature visage, he hesitated, his hand hovering awkwardly in the air. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly commented, "You've grown quite tall. It's a bit of an adjustment. You look rather lovely as an adult," George added, unfazed by his brother's shyness. "Though you still resemble your younger self quite a bit. Take some time to experiment with the cosmetics, and see if you can further alter your appearance." Thus, the 25-year-old Amy, armed with the cosmetics and other props from the twins, exited the room of requirement, and swiftly transported herself back to her dormitory using the shortcut map. Fred and George resumed their mass production of escape candies within the room. "Hey, you got a bit shy there, didn't you?" George teased, waving his wand to magically box the candies, leaning in with a mischievous grin. Fred, startled, choked on his own saliva and broke into a fit of coughs. I can read you like a book, brother," George boasted. "It's understandable. After all, Amy is quite charming, and she has grown into a captivating young woman." Coughing. Fred had never felt so at a loss for words, merely continuing to feign a cough. "Darn it. When he finally falls for a girl, I'll be sure to get my revenge," he silently vowed. "Fred, why are you coughing so much?" A sudden opening of the door and an unfamiliar voice drew their attention. They turned to find a mysterious witch standing before them. Tall and willowy, her silver hair stood on end like a fairy's, the tips dyed a vivid crimson. Her elegant black dress was striking, yet her makeup was a calamity. Unsuccessful eyeliner reminiscent of an ancient family curse, mascara smeared around her eyes, and black lipstick glimmering with sparkles, casting an eerie glow under the light. In summary, her entire appearance epitomized a cutting-edge, avant-garde fashion statement, leaving Fred and George utterly astonished. Though the witch had consumed a voice-altering potion, Fred discerned a familiar tone beneath her altered speech. "Amy, you've done quite well with your transformation," he complimented weakly, suppressing the urge to add that she ought to refrain from such makeup in the future. "Right? I worked hard to embody the essence of a great villain. I even used color-changing hair dye and stiffening potion," Amy exclaimed, her excitement palpable as this was her first foray into makeup, having retrieved a dress from her black box for the occasion. At that moment, Fred noticed George's legs go weak, and he quickly steadied his brother. George appeared dazed, an unmistakable expression crossing his face. "Brother, I'm also feeling a bit enchanted. What should I do?" Fred's inner thoughts raced. What on earth is this? Chapter 31. The Scholar's Persuasion, Nobert's Mischief. Finally, the day arrived for Amy to conduct her first lesson with Malfoy. She had meticulously adorned herself in her carefully designed dark wizard ensemble, and utilized the shortcut map to transport herself to a secluded clearing outside the castle. Malfoy had been waiting there for quite some time. He was hesitant about the invitation from a stranger, yet Amy's earlier words had proven too tempting to resist. As a proud pureblood wizard from Slytherin, he harbored his own ambitions and would not relish being overshadowed by Potter and his friends. When he witnessed someone apparate before him, he was momentarily startled, having prepared himself for the encounter, especially since it was well known that apparition was prohibited at Hogwarts. "Professor Gennara?" "Indeed," Amy replied nonchalantly. "Though I prefer to be called the Dark Lord, you may address me as you wish. It seems you are ready to receive my guidance." Malfoy nodded in agreement. Amy's ethereal appearance reminded him of his aunt, who had fervently pursued Voldemort. Although she had been imprisoned in Azkaban for many years, he occasionally heard his mother mention her and her wild hairstyle. Truly, great figures possess distinctive characteristics. "We shall commence with foundational theories." Amy clapped her hands, revealing a hefty stack of books that matched her dramatic persona with an equally striking smile. For the next 3 hours, Amy channeled the commanding presence of a high school teacher from her previous life, delivering an exhaustive lecture on 5 volumes of spell theory to Malfoy. Although he was not unintelligent, the sheer volume of complex information overwhelmed him, leaving his mind in disarray. Ultimately, he was unable to take notes and could only weakly request a break. Can't handle it already?" Amy waved her hand, granting him a respite. "More than half of this is knowledge covered by first-year novice wizards. I have already adjusted the difficulty for you, but it's not even close to finals. I haven't reviewed yet." "How could you utter such words?" Amy feigned a dramatic expression of heartbreak. "Do you perceive me as some kind of tutoring instructor? Surpassing your peers cannot be achieved merely by passing an exam. I am most eager to convey my heartfelt intentions to you. Can you not perceive this? The swifter you grasp this vast array of fundamental knowledge, the more rapidly I can impart to you the intricacies of advanced magic." Malfoy was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Professor Guna had considered him to such an extent. Though it was his own ambition, he was nonetheless afraid of hardship and toil. How could this be acceptable? A flame of determination ignited within Malfoy like never before. "I shall endeavor to do my utmost. That is all I need to hear." Amy clapped her hands over the book, declaring that since you have labored so diligently, our lesson shall conclude here. This is your assignment for the week. A lengthy scroll slipped from Amy's sleeve, soaring before Malfoy, filled with an overwhelming number of tasks that would astonish even Professor McGonagall, known for her extensive homework assignments. Malfoy refrained from voicing his objections, yet when he reached the last line of the list, he leapt to his feet. "Why must I compose a 5,000-word essay on the modern evolution of Muggle transportation? Too many words? Very well, I shall write on parchment 3 feet long." "You may write larger." "That is not the issue." Malfoy appeared somewhat frantic. "This is utterly absurd. Why should I concern myself with mere Muggles? Do you understand Muggles?" Malfoy's dissatisfaction was abruptly interrupted by Amy's retort. "If you could succinctly summarize the topic I have assigned, then you would be exempt from this task. However, it is evident that you are incapable of doing so." Amy looked down at Malfoy, exuding an undeniable air of authority. "This is devoid of meaning. Do not hastily dismiss that which you do not understand." Amy's smile sent a chill through Malfoy. One could never tell when such knowledge might prove beneficial. Perhaps even inspire you in the future when you create spells of your own. Out of respect for Amy, Malfoy dared not speak further, hastily grasping the assignment list and departing. "Perhaps it is more about broadening your horizons," Amy softly added as he walked away. That evening, in the room of requirement. "So, you taught Malfoy this afternoon?" The twins, having only known that Amy was to use Polyjuice Potion, were entirely unaware of her special tutoring session with Malfoy. Indeed, I disguised myself as the persona we crafted a few days ago. Malfoy was completely oblivious. The 11-year-old Amy bounced over to inspect the syrup simmering in the automatic cauldron. Darn it, that lucky brat. George gritted his teeth, while Fred quickly covered his mouth, relieved that Amy had not overheard. The following is a private exchange between the twins. George, sob sob sob, I am saddened and heartbroken. I wish to cast a curse upon Malfoy tat. Fred, do not be so absurd. Although I concur with the last part. We are twins capable of communicating through mere glances. How could I not notice your rather peculiar interests? George, our magical antics demand a sense of humor. Do you not think Amy's disguise is the very embodiment of a comedic goddess? Fred, why does that not sound like a compliment? George, you are no different. You were at a loss for how to position your hands upon seeing her grow up. Fred, I only saw her as a sister. Is this to become a tragic drama of brothers at odds over love? George, no brother, think bigger. We are still too young, especially the leading lady, who has yet to reach the age of romantic awakening. Fred, so? George, we can stand united on the same front, treating her with double the kindness. Fred, and while we're at it, cast a few minor curses on some of the ungrateful boys around her. George, subtly nurture our feelings while clearing away obstacles. Fred, when the time is right, we shall compete. After reaching a consensus, the two began to contemplate what kind of curse to cast upon Malfoy. The atmosphere serene and harmonious. Just then, the door to the room of requirement swung open, revealing Harry, Hermione, and a woeful-looking Ron. Remember when we visited Hagrid's hut and discovered the dragon egg he was keeping? Hermione explained, the little dragon has hatched. It even bit Ron's hand today when we went over. Hagrid said I frightened his Norbert. Before we left, he was singing it lullabies. Ron's face twisted in pain. I merely intended to seek Madame Pomfrey for a simple bandage, concocting an excuse that it was a dog bite, but Harry pointed to Ron's green hand, which made it exceedingly difficult to avoid suspicion. We cannot allow Hagrid to be exposed for illegally raising a dragon, so do you have any solutions? Chapter 32. The Young Master's Rivalry, 3 Suspicions. Amy used her unique healing charm, restoring Ron's hand to its healthy state. To her astonishment, the charm also neutralized the poison from the dragon's teeth. Hermione's eyes widened as she wished to study it further. Well, we think it best not to use Amy's spell as the benchmark for comparison, the twins advised. Ron rubbed his still slightly tingling hand and sighed deeply. Given Norbert's growth rate, he will surpass Hagrid's hut in less than a month. Assuming his fire does not ignite Hagrid's little wooden house beforehand. Hermione and Harry's expressions were equally complex. Heaven knows what sort of days they have been enduring. Initially, they were somewhat enchanted by Hagrid's enthusiasm for the dragon egg, feeling excitement and curiosity. However, they gradually realized that a dragon is not merely an adorable pet. Even more alarming is Hagrid's overly rosy view of fierce creatures. He almost spoils this Norwegian ridgeback as though it were a delicate bunny, indulging its terrifying behavior. Norbert wreaked havoc in Hagrid's little hut, leaving Harry and the others on edge, fearing that any noise could attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, after several days of persuading Hagrid, he finally agreed to let us send Norbert to Ron's brother Charlie, who studies dragons. Harry added, next Saturday, we can secretly hand Norbert over to Charlie's friend. With nearly a week to go, it feels like an eternity, Ron lamented. The next day in the library. Well, there are 5 days left, Hermione thought. For the first time ever unable to concentrate on her reading, counting the days until she need not worry about Hagrid being expelled from Hogwarts for illegally raising a dragon. Don't be like that, Hermione, Harry whispered, trying to appear casual, lest others perceive our restlessness. Look, who is that? Ron pointed to the distance. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. The last time Ron spotted an unusual character in the library, they had spent a delightful time with Hagrid's dragon. This time, they wished to resist their curiosity. You must look quickly. If all goes well, we might be exposed. Now, the two could no longer sit still, and hurriedly lifted their heads. There stood Malfoy alone in the library, devoid of his 2 bumbling companions, retrieving several theoretical books from the shelves, perusing them while jotting down notes. I thought only Hermione would begin reviewing months before the final exams. Harry was astonished, discovering that Malfoy had such a studious reputation. No, I cannot believe he is here to study. Ron appeared quite anxious. We frequent this library, and he is seldom seen. Look at how suspicious he seems while flipping through those books. Could he have sensed that we have been acting strangely and come to monitor us, intending to expose our secret? Upon hearing this, Harry and Hermione grew tense, casting furtive glances at Malfoy to ascertain whether he was indeed up to something. In truth, Malfoy should have noticed Harry and the others' secret regarding the dragon. But this time he was preoccupied with completing the immense workload assigned by Amy, and in his desire not to disappoint Professor Guna, he had intensified his studies on spell theory. As Harry's foremost adversary, he naturally observed how anxious Harry and the others had been lately, darting to Hagrid's hut every few days. However, following Potter day in and day out, prying into his secrets and engaging in petty tricks would not only fail to grant Malfoy the power he so desired, but would also consume a significant amount of his time. At this moment, Malfoy had come to a profound realization. If he could exercise a modicum of restraint and quietly apply himself, there would inevitably come a day when he could stand triumphantly over Potter. Thus, Malfoy diligently immersed himself in the study of spell theory for several hours, leaving even the trio who were covertly observing him astounded. Hermione, too, redoubled her commitment to her studies, not wishing to be outshone by her peers in the upcoming exams. "Look, his actions are rather peculiar," Harry remarked as he and Ron peered over their books, fixated on Malfoy for an extended period, before finally uncovering something noteworthy. Malfoy, after scanning his surroundings, retrieved a book from the shelf, turning his back to them as he began to read. Every couple of sentences, he would lift his head, vigilantly surveying his environment. The trio's hearts sank with apprehension. Surely Malfoy was up to something. What if he were to report Hagrid? Simultaneously, Malfoy's thoughts echoed in frustration. Curse be this book on Muggle modern transportation. It's both thick and tedious. I mustn't let anyone see me studying this, otherwise, my esteemed pureblood wizard image would be utterly tarnished. The ensuing days were nothing short of surreal for Harry and his friends. Malfoy, resembling Hermione, carried a book wherever he went, even choosing to ignore them rather than deliberately provoke a confrontation. "I find his behavior quite unsettling," Ron commented. "He might be biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to report us all." Harry's wariness was heightened. Thus, the trio spent an entire week vigilantly guarding against Malfoy, until the fateful night arrived when they would send Norbert off. Despite their considerable concern over Malfoy's potential interference, their singular focus was to expedite Norbert's departure and resolve the lingering predicament that had troubled them for so long. They possessed the secret artifact, the invisibility cloak, which would surely allow them to elude Malfoy's gaze and successfully complete their mission. Chapter 32, Escorting the Dragon Egg Midnight Terror. At the stroke of midnight, Harry, Ron, and Hermione slipped away to Hagrid's hut to collect Norbert. However, they discovered that Amy had already arrived and was having tea with Hagrid before they did. "I thought you weren't interested in this affair," Ron remarked with surprise. Amy shrugged. "While raising a dragon doesn't pique my interest, I cannot be absent when a friend is in distress." She had come early to hear Hagrid recount everything about Norbert, from the moment he hatched to his growth into a beautiful little creature. Hagrid was sobbing, unaware of how late it had become. "She encouraged me, saying Norbert would thrive, and I should not worry." Hagrid sniffled, his eyes red, clearly still troubled. Although the others did not share his fondness for the little dragon, they nonetheless felt a pang of sadness for him. Hagrid had already placed Norbert into a large wooden crate, fully prepared for his journey. "I've prepared enough dead mice for him to eat on the way. I even included his teddy bear, so he wouldn't feel lonely." As Hagrid spoke, the others heard tearing sounds emanating from the crate, indicating that Norbert had already decapitated his toy companion. The three lifted the crate, barely managing to conceal themselves with the invisibility cloak. "I'm sorry, Amy, it's just too cramped. Can you make your own way back?" "Don't worry. I'm quite experienced," Amy replied. She had no intention of hitching a ride under the invisibility cloak. She was there to comfort Hagrid and to prevent Harry and the others from getting caught during their nocturnal escapade, which would result in significant points being deducted from Gryffindor. Although she noticed that Malfoy had not prepared to report them as he did in the original story, it was important to remember that Harry and the others had forgotten to take the invisibility cloak down from the astronomy tower, which led to their capture by Filch. "Remember to wear your invisibility cloak," Amy repeatedly reminded them. "We know," Harry casually replied, and the trio hurriedly departed. After bidding Norbert a heartfelt farewell, Hagrid could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. "I know I may never see Norbert again." Amy sympathetically patted Hagrid on the back. If it were not for the nature of her summoned item being a self-sustaining energy entity, she would have gladly taken Norbert to live in her black box space, allowing Hagrid to see him occasionally. "By the way, Hagrid, here is something for you." Amy pulled out a beautifully crafted bedside ornament from her bag. It was an exquisite treasure chest adorned with a shimmering little dragon egg and a moving crystal fire dragon. It was one of the many trinkets she had acquired during her mobile game activities. Because these ornaments were exceptionally beautiful and unique in this world, She had resolved not to sell any of her collectibles from her black box space unless absolutely necessary. However, before arriving at Hagrid's hut, Amy suddenly thought that if she could ease Hagrid's pain of parting, this collectible might serve a more significant purpose than simply gathering dust. This must be very expensive. I can't accept it. Oh, come now, take it, Hagrid. Look how adorable the little dragon is. Amy coaxed patiently. Indeed. It reminds me of Norbert when he was just born. Perhaps I was in need of a keepsake to commemorate this beautiful time. Thank you, Hagrid said, carefully taking the delicate ornament in his large hand and placing it in the most prominent position over his fireplace. As he gazed at the crystal dragon raising its head slightly, he felt a bit of comfort. After soothing Hagrid, Amy took her leave, teleporting herself to the vicinity of the astronomy tower, using her quick map. Although she had warned Harry and the others, she still felt uneasy and decided to hide nearby to observe, ready to lend a hand if necessary. 10 minutes later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione slowly descended from the astronomy tower, feeling relieved after sending off the little dragon. We've finally shed the troubles Norbert brought us, Ron exclaimed joyfully. No more fretting. And Malfoy won't be able to catch us out now, Harry added. The trio practically skipped down the astronomy tower, and as Amy caught sight of them from the shadows, her blood pressure soared. They had indeed forgotten to bring the invisibility cloak down with them. Had she been Filch, they would have been done for. Filch, however, had not let Amy's visit go to waste. She could already hear footsteps approaching from the castle entrance. Convinced that Filch would soon appear as the first eyewitness to testify against Harry and the others during Professor McGonagall's inquiry. In a moment of desperation, Amy acted without a second thought, rushing to stand before Harry and the others. Grab my hand and don't let go, she said rapidly. Startled by Amy's sudden appearance, the three quickly understood their predicament upon hearing Filch's footsteps nearby, and complied without hesitation. Amy could almost see the tips of Filch's shoes emerging from the door. Without a moment's deliberation, she jabbed the quick map decisively, and together with the three, they disapparated. Disapparating alone was already quite taxing, and bringing three more people along felt as though the space was being compressed to the point of suffocation. When they landed, Amy nearly lost her balance and felt faint. The others, experiencing disapparating for the first time, collapsed onto the ground with a thud. As they regained their composure and surveyed their surroundings, they realized they were encircled by dense woods, standing on damp grass. Such a place could only be found in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Amy regretted not paying closer attention before tapping the map. How did you bring us here? Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide. After all, Amy had always used the quick map in secret. Don't ask. Let us just say it's a marvelous gadget created by your brother and his friends, Amy replied, now adept at spinning tales. I must have miscalibrated and sent us to the wrong place. Without allowing Ron to delve further, Hermione promptly interrupted him. Let us set this aside for now. We must find a way to return swiftly. The Forbidden Forest is perilous. Amy immediately beckoned the three to gather by her side, preparing for another bout of apparition. At that moment, Harry suddenly crouched down, clutching his head tightly, his expression contorted in agony. There's a shadow over there, my scar is throbbing. Chapter 33. The Centaur's Aid, the Water Cannon's Defense. As a centaur, Firenze, like his kin, held a devout belief in the stars. However, unlike the others, he often extended his astrological insights to assist humans. This frequently elicited disdain from his proud companions. The centaurs are concerned about the prophecies of the stars. We need not scurry behind those lost humans like mules. Yet, he believed that his actions, rather than merely predicting the future without intervention, could avert significant crises, thereby safeguarding the long-term prosperity of their kind. Recently, they had discerned from the bright Mars that an unwelcome intruder had invaded the Forbidden Forest, preying nightly upon the unfortunate unicorns and plotting a grander scheme. They were also aware that the boy who would determine the fate of the wizarding world would soon face an assault from his nemesis within the forest. Firenze resolved silently to offer his assistance at that critical moment, regardless of what his short-sighted companions might say. However, the stars hinted that this moment was still far off. Thus, Firenze leisurely strolled through the Forbidden Forest, gazing at the night sky. Suddenly, he noted a drastic change in the stars. Harry Potter had arrived early in the Forbidden Forest and was under attack by Voldemort. How could this be? Firenze had never witnessed such a celestial alignment. The wheels of fate had begun to spin unpredictably. He hastened to the location of Harry and his companions, hoping it was not too late. Upon his arrival, he beheld four children huddled tightly together, a terrifying shadow advancing towards them, its mouth dripping with the silvery blood of a unicorn. Firenze neighed sharply and surged forward. Just then, one of the children stood up. Wand aimed squarely at the figure in black, Back, back, back. In the next instant, 20 powerful jets of water erupted, striking the dark figure with force, causing it to stagger backward in surprise. Firenze quickly retreated a couple of steps to avoid being caught in the impressive water barrage. The spellcasting child seized the opportunity to command the others. You two, support Harry, hold on to me. We must leave at once. In an instant, the four vanished without a trace, leaving a stunned Firenze and a gasping dark figure behind. It seemed this new generation of students did not require my assistance, Firenze mused. He turned to look again, only to see the dark figure dissipate into a cloud of black smoke and flee. In truth, it would be misleading to say Amy remained unflustered when encountering Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. Although Quirrell, as the ultimate boss, ranked among the weakest, he was nonetheless a seasoned professor at Hogwarts, with Voldemort's presence clinging to the back of his head. While Amy's spellcasting prowess was unparalleled among fifth years, her hands trembled at that moment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, realizing she did not need to single-handedly vanquish Voldemort. Creating an opening would suffice to allow them to escape using the quick map. I'll use the mobile version of the freshwater charm, Amy decisively declared. As she uttered the incantation, she suddenly noticed 4 bright lights swirling around her wand, a voice resonating in her mind, detecting specific spells for the Forbidden Forest investigation. Activating specific effect stacking. Freshwater as a pillar, freshwater as a waterfall, freshwater as a barrier, freshwater as a spear. Stacking complete. In the next moment, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from her wand. The freshwater charm, originally intended for watering plants, became a formidable offensive spell in Amy's hands, transforming her wand into a Gatling gun that relentlessly blasted the enemy away. This was the buff from the mobile game as Forbidden Forest Investigation. Amy had never employed these specific buff spells in the Forbidden Forest before, only now realizing her mobile system could facilitate such feats. Wasn't this a rhythm that could cleave through the Forbidden Forest? If Professor Quirrell had a health bar in the game, that last attack would likely have reduced it by half. Although curiosity piqued her interest in experimenting with other spells, Amy decided, given her current situation of single-handedly managing 3 children, to prioritize getting Harry and the others out of the Forbidden Forest. Despite the urgency, Amy took the time to scrutinize the map before proceeding, for heaven knows, with her blind tapping luck, they might inadvertently stumble into Filch's office, jeopardizing their escape. Once the 4 returned to the astronomy tower, they exhaled deeply, relieved to be away from the dark figure. Harry's scar throbbed less painfully. He hurriedly searched for his invisibility cloak, clutching it tightly in his hands, feeling a measure of security return. Who was that? Ron asked in terror. Did you see the silvery liquid at the corner of his mouth? That must be unicorn blood. Only a madman would drink it. Unicorn blood can extend life, but it also curses the drinker. I can feel Harry trembling. It must be Voldemort. He seeks to prolong his life with that blood to await Quirrell's theft of the Philosopher's Stone to concoct the elixir of life. A splendid analysis, Amy commended, recognizing that Harry and his friends had discerned Voldemort's intentions. But if you ponder further, you might uncover even more. Consider this. If that truly was Voldemort himself, even if cursed by the unicorn, he seems to have recovered remarkably well, possessing a complete body and the ability to move freely within the Forbidden Forest, hunting its creatures and attacking others. Were I Voldemort, having regained this much strength, I would hardly concern myself with the traps surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. I could infiltrate Hogwarts and seize it directly, without relying on a sluggish servant. Perhaps he fears Dumbledore, Ron shuddered. Stop mentioning that name, he added, trembling. Fearing Dumbledore is not without its solutions, Hermione interjected. The Dark Lord could have Quirrell distract Professor Dumbledore before he raises suspicion, allowing him to steal the Philosopher's Stone himself. Moreover, Dumbledore is not present at Hogwarts every day. Don't you read the papers? He frequently departs to attend to pressing matters. But I sensed it. That was Voldemort himself, Harry countered. Perhaps the soul is his, but the body is not, Amy smiled, presenting the truth as a hypothesis, nonchalantly stating, drinking unicorn blood suggests the Dark Lord is quite weak, resorting to the risk of a curse to sustain himself. Yet, the capabilities of that individual did not resemble those of a mere wretch. This contradiction indicates that the dark figure was not drinking blood for himself, but for the master dwelling within him. Upon hearing this, the 3 felt a chill run down their spines, both astonished and repulsed by the notion of the Dark Lord's survival method. The only individual they could associate with such a notion, someone they saw daily at school, was none other than their defense against the dark arts teacher, Quirrell. Voldemort was lurking among them. They suddenly realized that what lay beneath Quirrell's thick turban might not be garlic at all. Chapter 35. Final exam preparations, each with their struggles. Professor Charity Burbage was perhaps one of the most idle professors at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After all, she taught the elective course of Muggle Studies. At Hogwarts, students can be broadly categorized into 3 groups. Those of Muggle descent, who are reluctant to revisit what they already know, pureblood wizards, the majority of whom look down upon Muggles, and half-blood wizards, whose interest varies based on personal inclination, as Muggle studies hardly qualify as magical in their eyes. Alas, are there truly no more students who appreciate this subject? Professor Bagshot often laments for the discipline she holds dear. Compared to her colleagues, she not only has fewer students attending her lectures, but even fewer are willing to engage in substantive discussions afterward, as most seem merely intent on accumulating credits. Therefore, when her office door was knocked upon by a first-year student, she was slightly taken aback. The boy, looking around nervously after she opened the door, appeared somewhat evasive. "Child, is there something you need? Have you perhaps knocked on the wrong door? The headmaster's office is upstairs. I am Draco Malfoy. May I ask a few questions?" Malfoy spoke quickly, clearly anxious about being seen by anyone he knew. "Certainly, come in," replied Professor Bagshot, surprised. Those acquainted with the circles of power in the wizarding world knew that the Malfoy family had long been proponents of pureblood supremacy. Their son was reputed to disdain Muggle-born wizards. How curious it was for him to seek her counsel. Nevertheless, she welcomed Malfoy warmly and poured him a cup of red tea, for it had been ages since any student had come to her with inquiries. "You seem to have just started school. It must not yet be time for elective courses," she noted. Malfoy flushed, uncertain of how to explain his presence, acutely aware that he must not reveal his secret interest in Muggle studies. After a moment of silent struggle, he finally stammered, I have a slight interest in Muggles." If his father, Lucius Malfoy, were to hear such a thing, he would surely break both of Draco's legs. Yet this week, the materials for the paper on Muggle household appliances had proven exceedingly difficult to locate. Malfoy felt overwhelmed. Professor Bagshot, however, welcomed his admission and began to earnestly address his inquiries about household appliances. "What is the working principle of a washing machine?" That is quite a lengthy explanation. Though Muggles lack the ability to wield wands, they have developed a field known as technology, which to some extent achieves convenience and cleanliness. Professor Bagshot spoke with fervor, and Malfoy hurriedly took notes, not daring to miss a single detail. Her extraordinary passion for Muggle studies infused her words with a captivating energy, and before he knew it, Malfoy found himself entranced, beginning to harbor a desire to delve deeper into Muggle inventions and creations. Muggles did not seem so foolish after all. They appeared rather intriguing. The realization startled him. After Professor Bagshot had answered his series of questions, he hastily stood up, feeling that if he lingered any longer, these foolish thoughts might overtake his mind. Yet he hesitated at the door. "May I come again?" His visit was merely due to Professor Granger's incessant assignments on Muggle-related essays. Certainly not out of a budding curiosity about Muggle life. "Of course, dear child," Professor Bagshot replied with a warm smile as she ushered the eager yet shy boy out. Meanwhile, as Malfoy busied himself with his paper, Harry and his friends drifted through several weeks of studies as if in a dream. Particularly during their defense against the dark arts class, Harry could hardly bear to see Professor Quirrell without feeling a twinge of pain in his scar. Fortunately, Quirrell's lessons consisted of stammering through the textbook, allowing them to read on their own afterward without incurring any loss. "I had another nightmare last night," Harry said at the dining table, resting his head on his hand. "I dreamt Quirrell was wearing black robes, with silver blood trickling from his mouth." Though they were convinced Quirrell was a servant of Voldemort, they lacked concrete evidence to report him, for an impulsive accusation would only alert him. "Dreaming is the least of our worries," Ron remarked gloomily. "A couple of days ago, I saw Fred and George enchant Snowball to chase after Quirrell's head. My heart nearly stopped." Hermione, however, remained more optimistic. "You needn't be so alarmed. The Dark Lord's lingering presence indicates that he is still quite weak. Moreover, they don't even know how to get past Hagrid's three-headed dog, and Dumbledore is still at the school. They won't be able to steal the Philosopher's Stone." "Won't be able to?" Harry murmured, feeling an inexplicable unease wash over him. After their venture into the Forbidden Forest, Amy continued her ordinary yet fulfilling first-year experience. After all, the main storyline had nearly played out, with only Harry and his friend's impending confrontation with Quirrell to prevent him from stealing the Philosopher's Stone remaining to be concerned about. Malfoy had recently shown considerable improvement, diligently writing a weekly essay on Muggle studies and immersing himself in his studies, successfully shedding the habit of wandering aimlessly with his entourage and offending others. As for Fred and George, they were truly remarkable. Despite their busy third-year curriculum, they managed to run their joke shop business. with their portable swamp already earning them several bags of galleons. A veritable tale of inspiration for two impoverished families striving to elevate their quality of life. However, the twins exhibited some peculiar behavior lately, insisting on following her every Sunday when she went to tutor Malfoy, even fashioning two bushy disguises to conceal themselves. A few times, they nearly got caught by Malfoy, sending shivers down her spine. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, overwhelmed with end-of-term responsibilities, had also paused her special training sessions. Yet, Amy's final exam period was still consumed by studying for other subjects. Indeed, regardless of the setting, examinations are universally daunting. During her third recitation of the potions textbook, Amy couldn't help but exclaim, "How terrifying this is." Fred and George, having been roped into listening to her recitation, exchanged incredulous glances. "No. You must be far more terrified than we are. How can you manage to memorize the third-year textbook 3 times in 2 hours? Just listening feels like my head is swelling. Do you know what comes after final exams? Isn't it summer break? It's the next semester," Amy declared, hands on her hips. "I must prepare adequately. I cannot fall too far behind in charms. I know so few upperclassmen. I'll have to borrow your third-year textbooks to study." The twins were momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. "You will support my studies, won't you?" Amy flashed an innocuous and charming smile, causing Fred and George to relent and nod in agreement. "Then you should also bring out your herbology textbooks." The twins let out a mournful wail that echoed throughout the castle, leading Ron to briefly suspect that Quirrell was exacting revenge on his brothers, nearly prompting him to intervene. Chapter 36, War Correspondent. Unemployed. The weather in June was rather sultry, mirroring the anxiety of the impending final exams. Harry and his friends devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their studies, striving to suppress thoughts of the day Voldemort might burst through the door, despite the searing pain in Harry's scar often robbing him of sleep, leading Neville to mistakenly believe he suffered from a severe case of exam anxiety. At last, when Professor Binns, their history of magic instructor, instructed them to set down their quills, the students erupted in unison, for before the results were released, they could indulge in a week of unrestrained leisure. "This was much easier than I initially anticipated," Hermione remarked, always eager to revisit the exam content afterward, which drew a vehement protest from Ron. Thus, they abandoned the topic and made their way to the lakeside of the castle to bask in the sun and breathe in the fresh air. "How wonderful! We needn't study anymore, at least not until we receive our grades." "I certainly do not wish to worry about that." Ron settled onto the grass, stretching languidly. "Harry, do perk up a bit, won't you? Cheer up." Harry, rubbing his forehead, appeared somewhat irked. "My scar is aching terribly today, more than usual. This must be a warning." "Harry, I believe Hermione is correct. As long as Dumbledore remains at the school, the Philosopher's Stone is in no danger. Furthermore, there is currently no evidence to suggest that Quirrell knows how to bypass Hagrid's three-headed dog, and Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore." Harry nodded. Indeed, it was hard to find a more loyal friend than Hagrid. Yet unease still swirled in his heart. Hagrid would never turn against Dumbledore. But it felt as though he had forgotten something critically important. Suddenly, Harry leapt to his feet, his face turning ashen. "We must find Hagrid at once. Don't you find it odd? Hagrid has always wanted a dragon egg, and now he just happens to encounter a stranger with a dragon egg in his pocket, who even relinquished it after losing a card game. That is far too coincidental. There must be something amiss. How did I not realize this sooner?" The trio hurried to find Hagrid. Moments later, they emerged from Hagrid's hut, their footsteps heavy with dread. The worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. Hagrid had inadvertently revealed the secret that the three-headed dog, Fluffy, would fall asleep upon hearing music while playing cards. The stranger with the dragon egg now knew how to bypass Fluffy. "We must inform Dumbledore about this. I just hope he believes us." However, there were no signs at Hogwarts indicating the location of the headmaster's office, nor had any of them ever been there. Ultimately, they had no choice but to rush to Professor McGonagall's office. "Professor, we wish to see Professor Dumbledore," Hermione stated, her courage impressing both Harry and Ron. "Why?" The three swallowed nervously, unsure how to explain the matter at hand. Professor McGonagall seemed to grow impatient with their inexplicable behavior, stating directly, "Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago. He received an urgent message from the Ministry of Magic, and is now in London." This revelation struck Harry and the others like a thunderbolt. To Harry, it felt as though the Philosopher's Stone was now within Quirrell's grasp, almost within reach. "Professor, I believe I know someone intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We must speak to Professor Dumbledore." McGonagall's gaze filled with astonishment, yet she maintained her stern demeanor. "Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow. While I do not know how you learned of the Philosopher's Stone, Rest assured it is under tight security and completely safe. With that, she ushered the three out of her office. Once they had distanced themselves from the office, Harry quickly exclaimed, "Tonight presents the best opportunity we will have. Voldemort's greatest fear is not here. I bet that urgent message from the Ministry is a ruse. Quirrell will certainly attempt to cross the trapdoor tonight. I must stop him." As the trio conspired on how to stealthily infiltrate the forbidden area and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone before Quirrell could, Amy was also preparing her own plan. Naturally, she was well aware of the protective mechanisms surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. The first challenge, Hagrid's three-headed dog, would fall asleep upon hearing music. The second, Professor Sprout's devil's snare, could be driven back with fire. The third, capturing the flying keys, felt reminiscent of the flying lesson exam. The fourth, Professor McGonagall's wizard's chess, required winning to pass. The fifth, Professor Snape's potion riddle, necessitated choosing the smallest bottle to succeed. And finally, Professor Dumbledore had placed the stone within the mirror of Erised, accessible only to those who sought it selflessly. What a perfectly straightforward strategy. How delightful it would be to follow in Harry's wake, assisting and watching the spectacle unfold. She carried with her but 3 items: a wand, the Marauder's map, and a second-hand camera belonging to Jordan. Amy, the battlefield journalist, timed her entrance, plotting to appear and surprise Harry and his friends. Perhaps I could slip in 2 minutes early. As night deepened, she gathered her belongings, unfurled the Marauder's map, and poked her wand at the location of the forbidden area on the 4th floor. The familiar sensation of spinning enveloped her, and as she transported, she took a deep breath. After all, this was her first time entering the forbidden area, and she was uncertain where she would land. What if she faced the three-headed dog directly? She needed to be prepared to sing for her life. Legend spoke of a mystical castle. Upon landing, Amy boldly began to sing, confident that even if the three-headed dog did not fall asleep, it would at least shake in response. Yet, as the echoes of her heavenly voice reverberated around her, Amy soon realized she was in an expansive, empty room, with no fierce beasts in sight. Had she transported to the wrong location? Puzzled, she surveyed her surroundings, and when her gaze fell upon the mirror in the center of the room, her pupils widened in shock. For the inscription above the mirror began with the word Erised. Chapter 37. Two blossoms bloom. Parallel paths. Amy was utterly dumbfounded. While the landing point was uncertain, it was absurd to have transported her directly to the destination. All her meticulous preparations had become futile. Even more astonishingly, as she gazed at the mirror of Erised, her reflection smiled faintly, clutching something in its hand. The mirror's version of Amy tucked her hand into her pocket, and in reality, Amy suddenly felt the weight in her pocket. Help! The Philosopher's Stone had entered her pocket. But no, she truly held no desire for the stone. She had merely come to observe and enjoy the spectacle. Yet now the mirror had directly bestowed the Philosopher's Stone upon her. What was happening? As Amy's mind raced, contemplating whether absconding with the Philosopher's Stone would brand her a thief, she heard voices approaching from the door. "Are you not ready yet?" It was a hoarse, weak voice. Yet it carried an undeniable aura of intimidation. "Almost done, my master," Quirrell's voice replied, markedly different from his usual stammering and submissive tone. He was intently focused on solving Snape's potion riddle, his finger tracing the logic puzzle left behind. Quirrell had arrived at the destination slightly ahead of Harry and his friends, just as in the original text. However, unlike the original story where the mirror of Erised impeded their progress, this time, the Philosopher's Stone was in Amy's possession. If she could not defeat them, everything would be lost. Yet if she simply fled with the stone, and Voldemort and Quirrell sensed something amiss and departed early, it would become exceedingly difficult for Harry and his friends to eliminate Quirrell, their traitorous ally. She needed a plan that could both protect the Philosopher's Stone, and buy time. Glancing at the few tools in her possession, Amy broke into a mischievous grin. She had a bold idea. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had just fallen into the second challenge, the Devil's Snare, the resilient vines tightening their grip as they sensed their struggles. At this moment, Hermione's extensive study of herbology proved invaluable. Without hesitation, she directed a fierce jet of flames from her wand, incinerating the Devil's Snare until nothing remained. Harry, unaware of the training Hermione and Ron had undergone with Amy, was astonished at the destructive power of Hermione's small fire. "You're right, sometimes Hermione can be quite terrifying. But we need her," Ron added, casually noting, "By the way, your robe is on fire." Harry quickly patted down his robe to extinguish the small flames, noticing Ron's nonchalance. Feeling indignant, he retorted, "How come you didn't get singed at all with that big of a fire?" "You wouldn't understand, mate," Ron replied, patting Harry on the back. "We've developed a certain camaraderie in battle." Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. What had Ron and Hermione experienced under Amy's tutelage while he was away? Quirrell had taken some time. But he finally solved Snape's riddle. How ostentatious. He muttered to himself, gulping down the potion from the smallest vial, traversing through the flames and reaching for the door. A premonition stirred within him. They were undoubtedly quite close to the Philosopher's Stone. One could only wonder what other secret tricks Dumbledore had up his sleeve. Quirrell pushed open the door, and despite mentally preparing himself, he was still taken aback. How on earth had Dumbledore acquired the rare Egyptian magical creature, the Sphinx? Before him stood the quintessential creature, a magnificent blend of lion and human, its imposing form leaving deep scratches on the ground with its sharp claws. Half of its face was obscured by a black cloth, yet its distinctly feminine features were unmistakable, recognizable even to a Muggle child as the legendary Egyptian beast. Hurry up. Voldemort urged succinctly, his impatience palpable. I am trying, Master. Quirrell bit his lip. Although he had responded well, it did not imply that the Sphinx was easily dealt with. The Sphinx would pose riddles to those who approached it, and answering correctly would allow passage, while a wrong answer would invoke its wrath, a power so formidable that even he, as the defense against the dark arts teacher, felt a flicker of trepidation. Yet having come this far, there was no time to turn back and investigate the Sphinx any further. With a steely resolve, Quirrell stepped forward, and the Sphinx, noticing him, clapped its paws and declared with an authoritative tone, Answer my riddle, foolish mortal. Only those who answer correctly may pass. Those who err shall remain beneath my claws. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions were engaged in a game of wizardess chess under Ron's guidance. The opposing White Queen dispatched the stone-black pieces with a swift and decisive motion. Harry was certain that had they been struck, they would have sustained at least a concussion, if not worse. As the most skilled chess player among them, Ron bore the immense pressure of ensuring his two friends did not meet an untimely end. With the ground strewn with shattered black and white pieces, the game neared its climax. Yet this conclusion was anything but perfect. Ron, don't move forward. The White Queen will capture you, Harry exclaimed, even though, despite his own limited prowess in chess, he recognized Ron's intent to sacrifice himself for victory. It's fine, Harry. Next move, you can checkmate. Do as I say. Don't you want to hurry through here and stop Voldemort? With that, Ron mounted the stone horse, cautiously advancing, while the White Queen raised her weapon high. No. At Harry's cry, Ron, along with his steed, was sent flying, and a cloud of dust enveloped the chessboard. Suppressing his grief, Harry and Hermione dashed forward to check on Ron's condition after the white piece's demise, only to find Ron sitting on the ground, grinning at them, appearing completely unscathed. How can this be? Harry could hardly believe his eyes. That was an attack potent enough to shatter stone. You didn't think that when we trained with Amy. I only learned to cheer for Hermione, did you? Ron's cheerful demeanor reminded Harry of his two older brothers. I also learned this. Ron conjured a protective shield, roughly the size of a single person, but more than sufficient for self-defense. Amy said that being able to cast Protego at my age is quite commendable. Though its range is limited, it is incredibly sturdy, Ron boasted, recalling how he had previously used it to fend off the attacks of trolls. While Ron was busy showcasing his newfound skill, he failed to notice a scowling Hermione approaching from behind. You could have said you were fine. I thought you wouldn't make it in time. We were so worried. Hermione scolded him, delivering a sharp slap to Ron's head. Ron yelped, clutching his head. This hurts way more than the White Queen's hit. Chapter 38. The Double Standard, the Confrontation of Good and Evil. Amy never anticipated that her half-baked animagus transformation would serve such a purpose. Though her head remained unchanged, her body morphed into that of a feline, perfectly capable of handling the current predicament. As the newly minted Sphinx, she pondered and then proposed a riddle. Martin, Al, and Wilson are three good friends. One of them becomes a businessman, another a teacher, and the last an Auror. Additionally, the following conditions are known. Wilson is older than the Auror, the teacher is younger than Al, and Martin's age is different from that of the teacher. Please deduce who among the three is the businessman, who is the teacher, and who is the Auror. Hadn't Professor Snape spent ages on logic puzzles? Then let us employ the same method to stall him. Master, just a moment. This is similar to the previous question. It won't take long. Quirrell, feeling the heat of Voldemort's anger at the back of his head, began to sweat profusely as he attempted to reason through the problem. Due to the immense psychological pressure, his efficiency in answering seemed to diminish considerably. On the other side, Harry and his friends finally reached the penultimate challenge, and faced with Professor Snape's conundrum, Hermione once again claimed the MVP title, swiftly arriving at the answer. This potion will allow us to pass through the flames into the next chamber. Hermione confidently pointed to the smallest vial, though it contained barely a sip, indicating that only one of them could proceed. Quirrell really does talk too much, Ron grumbled. So who will go? Ron and Hermione turned their gazes towards Harry in unison. Me. Harry said, but you both are better than I am. Oh come on, mate. Without you we wouldn't have made it this far. Your courage brought us here. Harry, you are an exceptional wizard. Not in the sense of grades, but in spirit. Only you can stand against the Dark One. Harry hesitated not. He had indeed been contemplating a confrontation with his nemesis. When I go, you two head back the way we came to the Ollery and send a letter to Dumbledore, informing him of the situation here. With that, Harry drank the potion and bravely stepped forward, pushing open the door beyond the flames. As he beheld the scene within, he was immediately struck with astonishment. There lay a massive sphinx, lazily stretching at the entrance. Not far behind it stood Quirrell, gazing greedily into the mirror of Erised, his expression one of madness. I see myself with the Philosopher's Stone, concocting the elixir of life. But where is the stone? Amy, lying on the ground, yawned. People nowadays are so easily deceived. Not only did he dutifully engage in elementary mathematics for ages, but the moment I mentioned the stone was within the mirror, he rushed over, ultimately ensnared by his own desires, unable to extricate himself. In reality, the stone had already been concealed back in the dormitory by one of my illusions. Both Quirrell and Amy noticed Harry entering, and Quirrell's face contorted into a malevolent glare. He had long been vexed that he had failed to eliminate Harry during the previous Quidditch match, and here was an opportunity delivered right to him. Harry, alert with his wand drawn, though a first-year student seemingly lacking spells applicable to this scenario, drew a derisive smile from Quirrell, who aimed to disarm him. Disarm. A flash of light shot towards Harry, yet inexplicably, it ricocheted just 10 centimeters from him. Harry Potter possessed such finesse after all. Indeed, the one who had once vanquished the master had his own merits. Amy, feeling overlooked, lamented. Woe is me, the skill is mine. Yet the thrill of battle belongs to you all. I layered myself with dozens of protective charms the moment Harry entered. My shell spells are invincible. Harry Potter, did you not expect it to be me? Quite a surprise, I sent it. After all, who would suspect the pitiful, stuttering Professor Quirrell to be the mastermind? I had known it all along. Harry's composure caused Quirrell's arrogant smile to freeze. Don't feign bravado. You intend to stop me, do you? Do you see the Sphinx beside you? Should you fail to answer its riddle, not only will you be unable to pass, but you shall also find yourself crushed beneath its paw. Quirrell squinted his eyes, contemplating the notion that it would be rather amusing to eliminate Potter, using the very trap set by Dumbledore himself. The Sphinx turned its head towards Harry, who nervously swallowed. Now answer my question, the Sphinx began. What is 1 + 1? 2. Harry replied. Correct. You may proceed. Harry thought, is that all? Quirrell interjected, so you're merely acting. As Harry strode past the Sphinx, he felt a sharp pain in his scar intensify the closer he approached Quirrell. Let me handle this. A voice emanating from the back of Quirrell's head caused Harry's head to throb. This confirmed their earlier suspicions. Voldemort indeed resided within Quirrell. Quirrell turned around, slowly unwrapping his heavy turban, revealing a pale and ghastly face that began to move its lips, preparing to speak. Harry Potter, do you remember me? You are the reason I am in this state. But I do not blame you. You know why I have come here, don't you? If you assist me in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, we could embark on a grand venture together. I know you possess great talent and ambition. We are quite alike. Are we not? With my power, upon my resurrection, I can fulfill any wish of yours, anything. I could even bring your parents back to life. Voldemort endeavored to seduce Harry with his temptations. Quirrell and Harry shared a complex expression. Ah, master, he seems utterly stunned. Quirrell chuckled lightly. Unexpectedly, Harry sighed. At such a young age, how have you become so bald? If it weren't for the 2 faces above, you'd resemble a boiled egg. You dare mock me? Quirrell and Voldemort, incensed, resolved to take action. Yet the next moment, a colossal beast's paw came crashing down towards them, forcing them to evade as it left deep imprints on the ground. Well said, Harry, the Sphinx declared after its assault, its form gradually shrinking and morphing into that of a young girl. You adults bully children, outnumbering us and lacking in martial virtue. Amy twirled her wand playfully, a slight smile gracing her lips. Now it's our turn to retaliate. Chapter 39. Swift Resolution. Quirrell turns to ash. I always sensed something was amiss, that fool Quirrell. Voldemort seethed, glaring at Harry's newfound ally. Without allowing him a moment to react, Amy swiftly cast a misty spell, enveloping the entire room in a thick white fog. However, to Harry's astonishment, his vision remained remarkably clear, and he could see the silhouettes of the others distinctly. Seizing the moment, Amy pulled Harry aside and whispered, Harry, they cannot see us now, but this won't last long. We must devise a plan to fight back. Harry clenched his fists, repulsed at the thought that the very murderer of his parents had just attempted to lure him with promises of their resurrection, causing his scar to throb painfully. However, if we confront them head-on, we might not stand a chance. Amy's tone shifted. But I have a plan, Harry. Do you trust me? Without hesitation, Harry nodded. At that moment, he was determined to defeat Quirrell and Voldemort. Very well. Amy's hand transformed into a gigantic beast's paw, swiftly lifting Harry and hurling him toward Quirrell. Harry, I haven't given you extracurricular lessons yet. Allow me to teach you the first. Believe in the power of love. Go forth, not as a mere projectile, but as Harry. In midair, Harry thought, is this your strategy, to treat me like a human cannonball? I know not what the power of love entails, but clearly, you do not love me. Harry collided with Quirrell's head, expecting merely to draw a trickle of blood. However, to his bewilderment, the part of Quirrell that made contact with him began to rot and dissolve. Quirrell's expression contorted in agony as he instinctively attempted to push Harry away, only for his hand to emit smoke and burn upon contact. Harry swiftly comprehended Amy's intention. Though he did not understand why, Quirrell was utterly unable to touch him. Clinging tightly to Quirrell, Harry dug his fingers into Quirrell's face. Despite the proximity to Voldemort causing his scar to feel as though it might split, he refused to relent. Quirrell was evidently in far greater distress. His face became a bloody mess, and his hands lost the ability to resist. Voldemort's screams echoed as Quirrell's body rapidly disintegrated, leaving only a pile of clothing behind. Just as Quirrell vanished completely, a plume of black mist slowly rose from his garments, gradually forming the shape of a head. Realizing his servant was dead and devoid of a host, Voldemort immediately extracted his soul, preparing to flee. Next time, I shall ensure you regret your actions today for all eternity. The black mist erupted violently, overwhelming Harry and Amy with a psychic shockwave that even their protective charms struggled to withstand. Both collapsed to the ground unconscious. But this was the limit of Voldemort's current state. He hastily escaped through the walls before Dumbledore could return to Hogwarts. When Harry awoke once more, he found himself in the infirmary, feeling as though he had lain there for several days, surrounded by an array of gifts from well-wishers. How unfortunate. Your friends have just left. A gentle and familiar voice resonated in Harry's ears. Dumbledore was smiling down at him. Harry rose from the bed, hesitantly stating, Professor Dumbledore, Quirrell. My child, I have already heard the entire account from others. Are you curious as to why Quirrell could not touch you? Yes. Amy mentioned something about the power of love. Harry's face was a mask of confusion, and upon hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise. He gently ruffled Harry's hair and continued, She is correct. Many years ago, your mother sacrificed herself to protect you from Voldemort, thus leaving a mark upon you. Instinctively, Harry reached for the scar on his forehead, only to be stopped by Dumbledore. No, not the visible mark. This is a profound and ancient magic, concealed within your skin, safeguarding you. I believe it can be termed the love charm. As long as it exists, Voldemort can never harm you. Harry touched his own skin, realizing that his flesh and blood were derived from his late parents, their love intertwining with his very being. This sensation was far more tangible and comforting than merely gazing at their reflections in the mirror of Erised. It seems your spirits have recovered, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Would you mind if I sampled some of your gifts? Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Oh, I haven't tried the vomit flavor since the last time. Surely, finding a toffee flavor shouldn't be too challenging. Dumbledore picked up a brown bean and tossed it into his mouth. Oh no, this tastes like boogers. Harry erupted into laughter. Soon, he fully recovered and was discharged. His friends greeted his return with exuberant enthusiasm, and tales of their adventure swiftly circulated, making Harry, already renowned as the savior, a veritable star at school, with others clamoring for every detail of their exploits. I woke up the next day. Amy tapped Harry on the head. You really lack practice. You who threw me around like a rag doll have no right to say that. Harry retorted. I was starting to reflect on my life. Seriously. How did you even know that? It's simply a gift for prophecy. Indeed, Amy has predicted the future more than once. Haven't you grown accustomed to it? Harry? George and Fred chimed in. Stuffing candies into Amy's mouth. You just recovered. You need to replenish your energy. I was unconscious for much longer. Harry protested against the favoritism. We brought you gifts too. Regarding the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans on your bedside table. At this, Harry chuckled, leaving the twins perplexed. By the way, where might I find Professor Dumbledore now? I haven't had the chance to seek him out since waking up, Amy inquired. I have no idea. What do you need him for? Because of this, Amy revealed her palm, where the Philosopher's Stone lay nestled at its center. Chapter 40. The conclusion of events and examination rankings. Harry finally comprehended why he had not encountered the Philosopher's Stone at all. I took it to protect it, Amy elucidated. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore assumed the stone had been destroyed during the battle, thus he had not inquired about it. In truth, Amy intended to deliberately obscure the series of events that led to her relocation of the stone, which was why she had not mentioned it previously. Now, having realized several days had passed, and the scene was nearly resolved, she wondered if they could gloss over it. Actually, I think we should consult Professor McGonagall, Harry suggested. 20 minutes later, Professor McGonagall escorted Amy to the front of an unsightly stone beast. Butterbeer. Upon uttering the password, the stone creature moved aside, revealing a crack in the wall that led to the spiral staircase of the headmaster's office. I can hardly believe you only just remembered this, Minerva, Professor McGonagall remarked as they ascended the staircase. Such a grave oversight. The Philosopher's Stone is only safe in Dumbledore's possession. We must return it immediately. Minerva. You've brought a little guest with you, Dumbledore said, slowly rising from his seat. It was then that Amy noticed Professor Snape was also present, his expression betraying displeasure at the interruption of their conversation. Albus, the Philosopher's Stone was taken by Miss Aelith during the fray. I have brought her to return it now. At that moment, Amy felt the sharpness of Dumbledore and Snape's gazes, particularly the latter's, which was intensely scrutinizing. Feeling uneasy under Snape's penetrating stare, she hastily retrieved the stone from her pocket and placed it on the desk. Dumbledore remained silent for 3 seconds before picking up the stone and placing it into Amy's hands, astonishing everyone present. My dear friend, Nicholas Flamel believes that the troubles this stone brings far outweigh its value. After all, as long as it exists, many, including Voldemort, will covet it. Therefore, he has relinquished ownership of the stone to me for safekeeping and management. Then this. If you are willing, consider yourself its next custodian. After all, you are the one who extracted it, and I believe you possess the means to protect it better. Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall seemed inclined to voice their concerns, but Dumbledore waved them off. Very well, young lady, you have acquired a remarkable treasure. However, I believe the most precious treasure of all is youth. Why not spend some time with your friends before the results are announced tomorrow? With a smile, Professor Dumbledore sent a bewildered Amy out of his office, clutching the Philosopher's Stone. All right, Severus, we needn't fret any longer about whether the stone has been taken by the mysterious one. Albus, how can we not be concerned? Professor McGonagall retorted sharply. We had established so many layers of protection, and yet, I have already spread the word that the stone has been destroyed. Voldemort should not pursue it again in the near future. However, I have other considerations in mind, inspired by Severus. Professor McGonagall looked puzzled, while Professor Snape stepped forward, his tone drawn out. Minerva, do you not find this first-year student to be overly clever? Moreover, there are certain things she ought not to know, such as... Snape bit his lip, his eyes clouded. The protective magic left by Lily. So you suspect she is akin to Quirrell? McGonagall grasped their implication. While the likelihood was slim, after all, she had extracted the stone from the mirror without distraction, and had voluntarily returned it. Dumbledore stroked his beard. Yet we cannot dismiss the possibility that all of this is part of a grand scheme orchestrated by Voldemort. We must remain vigilant. We shall conduct 2 rounds of assessment. The first will be to observe her actions following her acquisition of the stone. If all appears well, we will proceed to the second round. Do not worry, Minerva. If she successfully passes both assessments, she will undoubtedly become a formidable ally for us, and the likelihood of that is significantly higher. Professor Snape was solely concerned with the potential of identifying another spy within the school, muttering to himself, as long as Harry Potter's life can be secured. The following morning, Amy slipped into the Gryffindor common room early. So you possess a Philosopher's Stone that can turn stone into gold, and concoct the elixir of life? Ron exclaimed. Doesn't that mean you're set for life? I'm only sharing this with the 3 of you, as you were directly involved in this endeavor. However, I do not intend to use it. I have hidden it away. Where did you hide it? That's a secret. Amy smiled. The more people know, the less safe it becomes. All I can say is that I've concealed it in a place meant for hiding things. Amy did not place it in the black box, as she could not fathom why the Philosopher's Stone alone could not be kept there. Why was it that only the stone was excluded? She recalled the terrifying 5th door and pondered her own peculiar abilities. Perhaps she knew far too little about them. By the way, did you receive your results this morning? Harry asked. They even include rankings. Ron and I checked in the dormitory. We did well enough. In truth, Harry and Ron had wagered on who would score the highest in their year. Ron on Hermione, and Harry on Amy. Hermione was more than eager to share her examination results. proudly displaying her top marks while commenting that her potion's score could have been even higher. Harry, having lost a chocolate frog in the bet, cast a resentful glance at Amy, leaving her utterly bewildered. You all are still not well informed. Amy pulled out a stack of papers from her bag. I obtained the entire Year S rankings from Professor Flitwick. Rather than asking everyone individually, it's best to take a look for ourselves. Upon reaching the second line, Harry and the others fell silent. Second in the year, Draco Malfoy. He couldn't have possibly taken the back door, could he? Don't be ridiculous. You all saw that he has been studying diligently. If you don't step up your game, you'll only fall further behind. Amy's two remarks left Harry and the others speechless, causing them to lower their heads and continue reading the rankings. On the last page, at the very bottom, they discovered Amy's score, astonishingly high, yet without a ranking. What is this? My Transfiguration and Charms practicals were taken in 4th year, so I cannot be ranked normally. Before Harry could signal Ron to nullify the wager, Amy sighed softly. I had intended to take the 5th year exams, but they were occupied with O, W, L, S, making arrangements quite difficult. Hermione nodded in understanding, while Harry and Ron stared up at the ceiling in disbelief. What kind of monstrosity was this? Someone should really apprehend this exam prodigy. Chapter 41. The End of Term Ceremony, A New Turmoil. The end of term ceremony unfolded as scheduled on a June morning, with the golden and scarlet decorations representing Gryffindor adorning every corner of the hall. Having secured victory in the Quidditch Cup, and avoiding significant point deductions from their nighttime escapades, it was a foregone conclusion that Gryffindor would claim this year's House Cup. Nearly every Gryffindor student wore a beaming smile. Even nearly headless Nick floated about, occasionally casting a boastful glance at the Bloody Baron. Prior to the awarding of the House Cup, Professor Dumbledore rose and solemnly stated, "Before we officially proceed with the awards, I would like to address a few recent matters." Immediately thereafter, Professor Dumbledore awarded 50 points each for Hermione's incisive intellect and Ron's exceptional chess skills, while bestowing 60 points upon Harry for his valiant deeds. Naturally, he did not overlook Neville, who bravely intervened upon sensing the trio's perilous intentions, granting him a commendable 10 points. The entire Gryffindor student body erupted into exuberant cheers, for never before had there been such an astonishing lead. Neville, his face flushed with joy, realized he had scarcely earned points for his house before this moment. Then Dumbledore continued, "There is yet another student, first-year Emilier, whose cleverness in assisting friends and outsmarting foes is truly remarkable. Ravenclaw, an additional 50 points." At this proclamation, half of the hall began to cheer, and the Weasley twins even set off a few small fireworks. Although the Ravenclaw students maintained a rather nonchalant attitude towards the points, aware that 50 would not suffice to secure their house the top position, they still felt a sense of pride in their freshman's achievement, worthy of celebration. The fellow Ravenclaw students in Emily's year, amidst the jubilations, couldn't help but wonder who this student was, as they hardly recognized her. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuff students rejoiced at Gryffindor's end of Slytherin's winning streak, while eagerly anticipating the upcoming 2-month holiday. Only the Slytherins remained disheartened. Malfoy and his companions wore grim expressions, starkly contrasting with the lively atmosphere. Halfway through the feast, unable to eat any longer, Malfoy departed alone. At that very moment, Emily caught sight of him leaving and thought to herself, "This bodes ill. Malfoy, ever proud and disdainful, must be feeling quite uncomfortable now that we have garnered the school's attention by tackling the challenge solo." After all, it was a hard-won opportunity for him to focus his penchant for bullying into his studies. "I hope he doesn't revert to his old ways." Emily promptly resolved to follow him, but she couldn't pursue him in her original form. Once outside the Great Hall, she discreetly apparat back to her dormitory, drawing upon the extensive experience she had accumulated over the past weeks in transforming for Malfoy's lessons. She took a potion in her left hand and her wand in her right, and within 5 minutes, she had transformed into the likeness of Professor Nice. Emily did not return to the original location, but rather apparat to the clearing where she usually taught Malfoy, having noticed that he tended to wander there when in a foul mood. Sure enough, Malfoy sat alone on the grass, arms wrapped around his knees, appearing quite despondent. "Professor!" he exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance of Professor Nice. "My dear student, it seems your spirits are rather low, so I thought I would check in." Malfoy was momentarily taken aback, and the look of grievance and dissatisfaction in his eyes rendered Emily somewhat sympathetic towards him. "Everyone thinks Potter and his friends are so remarkable. It makes me feel." Malfoy struggled to articulate his emotions, uncertain how to express his feelings of jealousy towards Potter, jealous of their fame, while he remained unnoticed. How could he possibly voice that? "But you are quite remarkable as well. Did you not perform exceptionally well in the recent exams?" Yet I still fell short of that Granger girl. Malfoy, having put forth considerable effort, understood just how challenging it was to achieve such scores. The fact that the Muggle-born Hermione could still surpass him left him feeling both resentful and begrudgingly impressed. Professor Nice gently patted Malfoy's head, speaking softly. Constantly measuring yourself against others can be exhausting. Competing in heritage, grades, and fame will always leave someone dissatisfied. Instead, why not focus on your own progress? In my eyes, you are not merely the wealthy scion of the Malfoy family, but rather Draco, a budding wizard striving forward through his own endeavors. Possessing a bright future ahead of him, a truly remarkable student. Malfoy had never heard such warm words from the stern Professor Nice. Even his parents had instilled in him a sense of pride in their lineage while scornfully regarding others, never teaching him how to view himself. He felt a stirring in his heart, the earlier feelings of grievance and discomfort dissipating. Now, as a reward for your diligent efforts this semester, please take out your wand. Professor Nice accepted Malfoy's wand, and with a gentle wave of her own, transformed the ordinary wooden wand into a shimmering spectacle, its tip adorned with an exquisite and noble emerald. Malfoy took back his wand and, with a delicate flick, conjured a beautiful silver serpent that danced gracefully in the air beside him. What is this? Malfoy's eyes lit up, utterly captivated. This design is uniquely yours. Strive to continue your hard work in the coming year. With tears in her eyes, Emily offered up her own wand's design, holding his rejuvenated wand. Malfoy felt a profound sense of relief, not merely due to this extraordinary reward, but because he recognized that he too was acknowledged and valued by others. As the train departing Hogwarts prepared to depart, Emily found herself seated alongside Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, which brought to mind her own harrowing experiences upon first entering the school. Emily, why not come visit us over the summer? Our house may be a bit shabby, but it's quite entertaining. We could also explore the development of new tricks for our joke shop. Before Fred and George could enumerate 1,000 reasons for Emily to visit the Weasley home, the compartment door was suddenly flung open, revealing Percy Weasley, his expression grave. Hey, brother, this place is already full. Besides, didn't you have a prefect's compartment? I'm not here to find you, Percy frowned. I recall you often playing with Emily, the one sitting here. Please step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore spoke calmly. Minerva, how is that matter progressing? Do not rush, Minerva, Dumbledore replied nonchalantly. He had already placed a rough locating charm on the Philosopher's Stone when he entrusted it to Emily, and now he could sense that the stone remained within Hogwarts, confirming that Emily had undoubtedly passed the first trial without removing it from the school. I have already arranged for the second trial. A knowing smile graced his face. It will require our old friends to exert themselves. Chapter 42. An unexpected notification. The minister seeks credit. Emily followed Percy to the last compartment of the train, where two individuals were already seated. One, a familiar face, was Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, a tall figure with a hint of troll blood. The other boy appeared to be of a similar age to Fred and George, handsome, with a yellow tie indicating he was a Hufflepuff student. What do you want to notify us about? Why is Gryffindor's prefect addressing us? Marcus remarked, his tone laced with impatience. Silence, Marcus Flint, and listen carefully. Percy cleared his throat. Also, Emily Laird and Cedric Diggory, I implore you to pay close attention. Hogwarts is adapting to developments and in imitation of Muggles, intends to introduce a program called Summer Camp. Professor Dumbledore has randomly selected one student from each house to participate in this summer camp. What sort of activities will this entail? It will consist of a competition jointly organized by us four, in collaboration with the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. The ultimate victor will receive a year-long internship experience at the Ministry. At this announcement, all present widened their eyes. A year-long internship at the Ministry not only promised greater experience, but also represented an early entry into the ranks of the magical world's administration, a significant enhancement to their personal resumes. For those aspiring to build a career at the Ministry, this was indeed a golden opportunity. Emily, however, couldn't help but murmur inwardly, this was not mentioned in the original text. If it were, how could I have been selected? This is splendid. Compared to you little ones, it will be a piece of cake. Marcus reclined with his legs crossed, boasting arrogantly. However, Amy perceived him to be rather arrogantly blind, considering that the others present were all renowned top students from each year, with the sole exception of Marcus, who, it was said, had barely managed to avoid being held back this year. His only redeeming quality seemed to be his age. I will certainly do my utmost to participate, Cedric declared, unwilling to be outdone. So shall I, Percy thought this opportunity was a splendid beginning towards realizing his aspiration of securing a position within the Ministry of Magic. Percy and Cedric exchanged complex glances at Amy. This little girl, having just completed her first year, had received a chance to compete, yet given her age and capabilities, victory seemed utterly unattainable. Although the absence of a competitor was a source of delight, they could not help but feel sympathy for this diminutive participant. Amy, on the other hand, appeared unfazed. After all, she would have the opportunity to practice magic over the summer, engaging in the relentless pursuit of excellence regardless of the outcome. And she considered herself to be profiting from the experience. After all, she might not necessarily be the one to lose. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. After we disembark from the train, the ministry will send someone to collect us, and our luggage will be transported as well. Our summer will be spent in the accommodations organized by the ministry. Upon the train's arrival in London, a middle-aged witch with blonde hair greeted them. They followed her out of the station, winding through an unremarkable, grimy street, where stood a somewhat dilapidated red telephone booth. Everyone step inside, the witch beckoned. To Amy's astonishment, the seemingly small booth could accommodate so many people, and it appeared quite spacious. As she pondered what enchantment could possibly allow for such a phenomenon, the witch dialed 62442 on the telephone, and a receptionist's voice resonated, not from the phone, but as if someone were speaking right before them. After explaining their purpose, several silver name badges with their names and reasons for visiting emerged from the telephone. After donning their visitor badges, the booth suddenly began to descend like an elevator. Approximately a minute later, they arrived at the Ministry of Magic's Grand Hall, bustling with countless wizards ascending and descending in various elevators. They boarded one such lift, which gradually transported them from the 8th basement level to the 1st. Where are we headed? Percy Weasley inquired with excitement, his hands trembling. To the minister's office. Indeed. This summer camp was being taken seriously. Inside the minister's office sat a small, elderly man wearing a bowler hat and a long black cloak, who regarded them with a smile. A quill on the desk was writing and sketching on its own, reviewing documents. This was none other than the current Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Children, I have been expecting you for some time. We have heeded Dumbledore's suggestion, and swiftly arranged the relevant matters for the summer camp competition. I hope you will not forget the ministry's commitment to the training and development of wizards, and will strive to ensure the smooth implementation of this pilot program. With that, the minister waved his hand, instructing the witch to escort them away. Percy seemed eager to exchange a few words, but was halted by the witch. Amy was left utterly perplexed. Wasn't their purpose to bring them here just to hear a few words from the minister? It appeared that the minister's involvement in the summer camp was merely to convey Dumbledore's thoughts to his subordinates, and to make an appearance before them. The elevator activated once more, this time descending to the 2nd basement, where the Auror office awaited them. There, a male wizard sat in a chair. Upon seeing them enter, he cautiously drew his wand and turned his face away. One of his eyes was small and entirely ordinary, while the other was astonishingly large, round, and with a striking bright blue pupil that blinked not once, but continuously darted about. His face bore numerous scars, a significant portion of flesh missing from his nose, and one of his legs had been replaced with a wooden prosthetic, all of which attested to the many perilous battles he had experienced in his youth. Mad-Eye Moody. Cedric whispered, the legendary Auror. I thought that after the fall of the Dark Lord he had retired, but here he is at the ministry. Children, if you have something to say, speak plainly, no mumbling. Moody's heightened alertness granted him exceptional hearing. I have indeed retired, but I am still willing to assist old friends. I am the primary designer and overseer of your upcoming competition. Do you understand? Good heavens, the main overseer is a former Auror. It increasingly feels as though the ministry's actual involvement is significantly lacking, Amy thought to herself. Now then, Moody declared, rising to his feet, his prosthetic leg thumping firmly against the floor. Let us commence the first round of the competition. Chapter 43. The beginning of summer, the competition approaches. What? We're starting now? Marcus exclaimed, having come utterly unprepared. What a fuss. Moody opened a curved flask beside him and took a swig. In battle, no one cares whether you are prepared or not. Besides, the first round is relatively simple. At least, that is my belief. Moody retrieved a thick stack of papers from his drawer. For the next 2 hours, you are to complete this. After all, you have just finished your final exams, right? Theory is also an essential foundation. As the substantial pile of papers was distributed among the 4 of them, the volume of questions was indeed considerable. With most Aurors out on duty, they found a few vacant seats and began to tackle the exam. Upon seeing the first page of the test, Marcus exclaimed again, what on earth is this Auror entrance selection exam? Who has studied this? Enough with the ruckus. You are disturbing others. Moody seemed somewhat impatient. Everyone's age and level of study differ. I thought I would simply raise the difficulty and challenge everyone collectively. The content here is what an exemplary, mature wizard should master. You are the oldest here, right? You should possess the most knowledge. Look at that first-year girl, diligently answering her questions, while you cause a commotion. Being chastised by Moody. Marcus, despite his stature, dared not retort. He lowered his head, filled with unexpressed resentment. After all, he was only in 6th year. Not to mention that he had a full year of classes yet to attend, and he had barely scraped by in the previous year's exams, forgetting the material year after year. Now he was faced with the notoriously challenging oral examination. How many points could he possibly earn? However, upon reflection, the oldest among them was merely in 5th year. And as long as he outperformed the first-year girl, he could still find solace in that. With this newfound hope resting upon his peers, Marcus felt considerably better. Finally putting pen to paper. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught Marcus's attention. He looked up to see Amy flipping through the test pages at an astonishing pace. Wasn't she supposed to be the one lagging behind? No, it must be that she couldn't solve the earlier questions, hence her rapid page-turning. At that moment, Percy Weasley's exam paper lay askew beside him. Although Marcus could not discern the contents, he clearly saw that the short answer questions were filled to the brim with writing. Calm down, Marcus. He is in 5th year. It is entirely normal for him to have the knowledge fresh in his mind after just taking his OWLs. 3 minutes later, Cedric straightened his paper, and Marcus noticed that he had completed all the multiple-choice questions without omission. Impossible. It must all be guesswork. Since losing to the Gryffindor team in Quidditch, Marcus had never felt such an overwhelming sense of psychological pressure. What are you looking around for? Moody rapped sharply on Marcus's head with his wand. A silent storm brewed within Marcus. He didn't want to continue, feeling as though the entire world conspired against him. The 2-hour examination period passed in a flash, and after Moody collected the papers, he immediately began grading them. 10 minutes later, with a flick of his wand, several lines of text gradually materialized in the air. Initial competition examination results. Percy Weasley, 239 points. Cedric Diggory, 185 points. Marcus Flint, 54 points. Amelia scored 179 points. Upon seeing this score, Marcus felt his legs weaken, immediately contemplating withdrawal from the competition. However, he observed Amelia, hunched on the ground, curling up in a ball, appearing utterly disheartened. Woo, the full score is 300, and I missed passing by just 1 point. I've never done this poorly before. Do not be disheartened, Cedric hastily consoled his younger colleague. Although my performance was also lacking, we are the youngest here and have ample room for improvement. Marcus's eyes nearly bulged out as he watched 2 individuals, younger than him and achieving scores 3 times his own, comfort one another, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Percy, meanwhile, cast a disdainful glance at Marcus, who he initially thought would be his greatest rival, only to discover that his abilities were rather mediocre. All right, silence. Moody rapped on the table, his magical eye spinning incessantly. Now, I shall assign your ratings. Aren't the exam scores the ratings? Did you truly believe I would haphazardly administer a test? I shall, of course, evaluate your scores according to your respective ages and learning levels. The evaluation grades, from highest to lowest, are S, A, B, C, D, and F. First, we shall address the easiest evaluation. Moody directed his gaze at Marcus, the 6th-year student who, despite being the oldest, displayed a significant gap in performance compared to the others. This is not a score befitting a competent 6th-year student. Thus, your rating is F. Marcus hung his head in despair, too disheartened to respond. Next, we have the remaining 2 boys, one in 5th grade and the other in 3rd grade, whose results are commendable for their ages. I assign both of you an A. Cedric and Percy exchanged satisfied smiles, as this rating aligned perfectly with their status as top performers in their respective grades. Lastly, Amelia, your rating is S. The sudden bestowal of the highest rating caused Amelia, who had been curled up in despair, to perk up in surprise. Your charms and transfiguration theory are nearly perfect, while other areas may be slightly weaker. Your proficiency in potions and herbology is at least at a 2nd or 3rd grade level, although your performance in elective subjects such as arithmancy divination was nearly a 0. Considering you are only a 1st year, this achievement is tantamount to exceeding expectations, so I have decided to award you the highest rating. Moody concluded with a flourish and took a swig from his flask. From now on, I shall rate you after each competition, and the individual with the highest overall rating will be the winner. By the way, anyone receiving 2 FS must return home immediately. With this remark, Moody shot a glance at Marcus. Your dormitory is located in the 3rd apartment to the left of the red telephone box at the entrance. The boys reside on the 3rd floor, while the girls are on the 2nd. Your luggage has already been transported. 3 days from now, we shall gather at the fireplace in front of the apartment building to commence the 2nd round of the competition. With a wave of his wand, Moody tidied up the office, picked up his suitcase, and added, "Enjoy your torturous summer holiday." He displayed a mischievous smile before vanishing, leaving the 4 individuals, now fully informed of their arrangements, along with the witch responsible for escorting them back to their dormitory. Chapter 44. A visit from brothers. Percy is touched. On the morning of July 2nd, in the humble abode, "You two, come over and sit quietly." Mrs. Weasley's voice made their dilapidated house tremble. Fred and George slowly began to stow away hair dye, skipping class candy wrappers and portable swamp experiment kits, while also catching 2 spiders from the wall to later place on Ron's bed. Ron and Ginny were already obediently seated at the dining table, while Arthur Weasley read the day's Daily Prophet, munching on cereal. "Even during vacation, you cannot spend all day playing," Mrs. Weasley admonished. "If only you were a bit more like your older brothers. Your home would then have a few more prefects and student council presidents. We cannot afford to lose face." Fred and George exchanged knowing smiles. Ginny looked up. "Speaking of prefects, why hasn't Percy returned home with you?" Mrs. Weasley wiped her hands, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "Your father informed me that Percy has been selected to participate in Hogwarts' new summer camp. He is currently preparing for the competition, and is residing near the Ministry of Magic." She then turned her attention to the twins, still occupied with their spoons. "You two should accompany your father when he goes to check on Percy. Learn from your brother. Do not cause a ruckus at home." "This is hardly causing a ruckus," George protested, "and we're not interested in Percy and his dull competition." Just as Molly was about to embark on a new round of moral education, a small owl swooped in through the window, clutching a letter. Fred and George leapt up in excitement, whistling to the owl. "Hey Choi, bring us our letter, right?" Choi fluttered its wings and landed lightly on the table, delivering the letter to them. Fred eagerly tore open the letter, reading it alongside George. However, after only the first 2 lines, their smiles vanished. To Fred and George, "I'm very sorry, but I may not be able to visit you during the summer, even though I truly wish to come and play with you." The twins exchanged glances, their faces mirroring equal disappointment. Yet they continued reading. "The reason is that I was unexpectedly selected for the Hogwarts summer camp competition, and simply cannot spare the time. Oh, by the way, your brother is here too, residing above me. Although he is a bit too serious and seems unapproachable, having someone familiar around is quite comforting. Please send my regards to Ron and your family. I look forward to your reply. Your sincere friend Amelia." After finishing the letter, Fred and George's gloomy spirits lifted instantly. The 2 of them gleefully rushed to their mother's side and chorused, "Mom, we suddenly find ourselves missing our dear brother tremendously. His excellence is unforgettable. Please be sure to let Dad take us to see him." Percy was enjoying breakfast at the dining table beside the fireplace on the 1st floor of the apartment when suddenly, a burst of green flames erupted from the fireplace, followed by 3 familiar figures emerging, coughing as they came through. "Percy, long time no see, my dear son." Arthur Weasley warmly embraced Percy, the soot from his clothes causing Percy to cough as well. "I had my colleague add this fireplace to the Flu network yesterday. I heard your performance in the 1st round was quite impressive. Truly remarkable." "Thank you, Dad. Though to be precise, I only placed 2nd. Percy felt he needed to strive for greater heights. By the way, your 2 brothers came along too. I must head to work now, you all get along well. They also brought a large bag of Flu powder, so if you wish to go home for a visit, you can use it directly." Arthur Weasley reluctantly bid farewell to his sons, vanishing into the Ministry of Magic. "I still need to prepare for the upcoming competition. You all have fun. But do not disturb others," Percy instructed George and Fred. "I want to be going home for now. I need to focus on the competition." Despite the bookish brothers' dismissive attitude, Fred and George felt no disappointment. All right, we won't disturb the great Percy Weasley. By the way, where is your competitor, Amelia?" "George. Fred." A familiar voice echoed from the stairs, and the twins turned their heads in unison. "Amelia. Surprise. We came to see you. Are you preparing for the competition, or do you want to play with us? We have no objections." Amelia chuckled. "I've been preparing for 2 days and am utterly exhausted. Seeing you two has certainly brightened my spirits. I had originally wanted to visit your house this summer, but no problem. We brought Flu powder with us, so traveling back and forth is quite convenient. Without further ado, let us be off. We would also like to introduce you to my family." Fred instructed Amy to take a handful of Flu powder from her bag, directing her, "Step into the fireplace, toss the powder onto the ground, and shout the burrow. Remember to articulate clearly." Obediently, Amy followed his instructions, and the green flames reignited. The three vanished into the fireplace, leaving the apartment in silence once more. Percy, who had witnessed the entire scene, shed tears of emotion. Realizing that his brothers had grown up and were now capable of aiding him in thwarting his competitors, he vowed to work diligently, determined not to disappoint his family. Chapter 45. A first glimpse of the burrow, George's misfortune. Ahem. When Amy and the others emerged from the fireplace, they were all choking on the soot without exception. This was the one downside of Floo powder. The house before them appeared somewhat aged, the space not particularly large, yet it was impeccably tidy, and the decor exuded a warm ambience. Mrs. Weasley approached, having heard the commotion, and seemed somewhat disappointed not to see her son Percy return. "Who is this?" "This is Amy, the one we mentioned in our letters," Fred exclaimed. "She's joining us for summer camp, and we wanted to bring her home as our guest." Mrs. Weasley welcomed Amy with warmth and kindness, and Ron and Ginny entered from the doorway. "I want to show Amy our garden. Cleaning up the gnomes is a splendid way to pass the time," Ron mumbled. "Don't take the opportunity to delegate your chores to the guest." Ginny ruthlessly exposed her brother's intentions. In the ensuing hours, George and Fred guided Amy through the burrow. From the ghoul banging on pipes in the attic to the gnomes Ron had flung out into the garden. From the clock in the kitchen indicating the whereabouts of each family member to the twins' collection of joke products. Each item fascinated and amused her. "This is the most wonderful home I've ever seen," Amy exclaimed, inhaling the fresh outdoor air. Although she had never seen another wizarding home, the outdoor space was ample, and it seemed a shame not to practice magic here. "Regrettably, we can't use magic during the summer holidays," George shrugged. "But we'll ride brooms and such." "But I can," Amy declared, retrieving her wand. It was truly a pity Percy wasn't back. The apartment was far too cramped for movement. "You should have said sooner," Ron grumbled, still grappling with a whole garden full of gnomes. Several he had just thrown out had already snuck back in through the hedge. And George and Fred were not offering any assistance. There were simply too many, a relentless tide. "Quick, use a spell to drive them away." Ginny, who had been reading in the room, suddenly heard a tremendous rush of water outside. Curiously, she pushed open the window to peer out. There stood Amy, wand raised high. A torrent erupting from its tip, swirling in the air to form a colossal water sphere that moved gently with Amy's footsteps, continuously scooping up the gnomes from the garden, while leaving the plants unscathed. In an instant, dozens of gnomes were trapped within the water sphere, flailing and screaming. A most spectacular sight. Eventually, Amy moved into the garden, flicked her wand upward, and the water sphere exploded, hurling the gnomes 30 feet beyond the garden's boundary. The splashing water then evenly doused the plants, thereby fulfilling today's watering duty. Even those who had never attended Hogwarts would find it impressive. Ginny was left speechless. "That was incredible," Ron marveled. Amy smiled softly, asserting that she only harmed those she deemed adversaries. The spell's gaming nature made the water prison spell both effective and manageable. "We won't have to endure Mom lecturing us about Lockhart's books anymore." As he spoke, George mimicked Gilderoy Lockhart's signature smile, complete with an exaggerated wink, sarcastically proclaiming, "Gilderoy Lockhart teaches you to eliminate household pests. No one understands household pests better than he." Before George could finish, someone seized his ear from behind. "George Weasley, let me see if you know more than Lockhart." Mrs. Weasley scolded angrily, dragging him inside. Halfway there, she turned back to Amy, saying warmly, "Oh dear. Thank you for helping with the gnomes. I've left some biscuits on the dining table. If you're hungry, feel free to grab a snack." George was doomed. His mother idolized Lockhart. Fred looked at his brother sympathetically, whispering, "He's a best-selling author and quite handsome, but I think he overemphasizes that. His big headshot is on the cover of every book." "Well, it's nice to admire handsome men," Amy thought for a moment, deciding not to reveal that Lockhart was merely a pretty face. After all, he would be next year's defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. And everyone would soon realize it. It was a pity Mrs. Weasley would have to endure the pain of disillusionment regarding her idol. Amy lingered until evening, reluctantly bidding farewell to the Weasley family. It was only upon arriving there that she truly felt the essence of summer vacation. Though this respite was fleeting, as she was to participate in the second round of the competition the day after tomorrow. Upon stepping out of the fireplace once more, she overheard two individuals conversing in the apartment below. One was Cedric Diggory, and the other, a middle-aged man resembling Cedric, was presumably his father. "Second place isn't too shabby. Work hard and aim to accompany your father to the Ministry of Magic." Amos Diggory proudly patted his son's back, creating a heartwarming atmosphere. Had it not been for Fred and George seeking her out, Amy would have been envious watching these contestants being visited by family. Was Harry not also sustained through his solitude by friendship? Amy returned to her room, lying on her bed, her thoughts drifting. If it weren't for Voldemort, he would have had a happy family, perhaps even siblings. There were many homes and individuals who had suffered at the hands of Voldemort and his Death Eaters, such as Neville's parents and the future Cedric. Amy's mind swirled, and she drifted into a hazy dream, where she saw her past self watching a Harry Potter film, witnessing Cedric fall after the green light flashed. She saw herself lying in a hospital room speaking with someone amidst the incessant sounds of weeping. She beheld two individuals arguing fervently, ultimately turning to gaze at her. When Amy jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, the day had already dawned. Chapter 46, The Animal Kingdom. An unexpected switch. Time flew swiftly, and soon the second competition was upon them. The 4 contestants had done their utmost to prepare over the past 3 days, especially Marcus, who reluctantly began reviewing spells he had learned in the past. After being fiercely attacked by lingering memories, he felt he was up to the task. Understanding theory isn't much. At most, the first round will be a written test. Marcus toyed with his wand, confident that the subsequent assessments would be practical in nature. He felt a renewed assurance, at least enough to avoid an F. The second round appeared simple, at least from his perspective. Moody pointed towards the fireplace on the first floor of the apartment. I've connected this fireplace to the Floo network at random, linking it to 4 rooms. Now you will each step in and use the Floo powder to be transported to a room. Each room will continuously fill with aggressive magical creatures, and your task is to remain inside for 3 hours. Handle all unexpected situations well, and I will score you accordingly. What if we can't handle it? I'll pull you out when you're on the brink of collapse, Moody replied bluntly. 5 minutes later, the 4 children vanished from the fireplace. Moody settled into an armchair on the first floor, focusing all his energy on his magical eye. He had connected the eye to the live feeds from each room over the past few days, now able to monitor their competition as easily as reviewing surveillance footage, even hearing the sounds from within the rooms. In room 1, a special event featuring Marcus was underway. As Marcus emerged from the fireplace, he noticed the wardrobe by the door ajar, and the mischievous Boggart slowly floated out, grinning as it approached him. Instantly, a chill ran down Marcus's spine. The Boggart was indeed the most dreaded entity in his school life, its eerie smile and penchant for tormenting others unsettling him deeply. Rising to his feet, he retreated step by step, but the more frightened he appeared, the more audacious the Boggart became, grinning wickedly as it pursued him. However, it soon dawned on Marcus that the Boggart was merely a trickster. Why would it willingly assist in organizing a competition? Realizing the truth made matters much simpler. In a comical twist, the Boggart transformed into a circus ball, bouncing around, and Marcus seized the opportunity to unleash a wave of laughter, prompting the Boggart to reluctantly retreat back into its wardrobe. Although somewhat slow on the uptake, he ultimately resolved the situation. Moody, observing objectively, remarked that the ordeal was far from over. Just as Marcus caught his breath, the door to room 1 swung open, and a horde of giant 8-eyed spiders, each the size of a basin, scuttled in menacingly. Oh no! Marcus wailed, brandishing his wand. Meanwhile, Moody shifted his focus to room 2, where Cedric had already dispatched the second wave of spiders with brutal efficiency. He stood triumphantly upon the carcasses of the arachnids, facing off against a rampaging horned beast, dodging its charges while frantically recalling what he had learned in his Care of Magical Creatures class, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Moody then redirected his gaze to the next room, where Percy had successfully repelled 5 waves of creatures. With his wand in hand, he wielded it with the finesse of a knight brandishing a sword, exuding both calmness and strength. The Weasley boy was performing admirably, Moody noted to himself, internally awarding Percy a high score despite maintaining an impassive face. Given that Amy was still quite young, Moody dared not linger in the other rooms for too long, hastily shifting his focus again. This round of competition was notably wild, and he dreaded the thought of any unforeseen incidents arising from a mere delay. At the moment he glimpsed room 4, Moody nearly lost his false eye in shock. How could there be such a dark, overwhelming mass of creatures? This was twice the preset total of magical beasts. Had a glitch occurred? Moody silently cursed his luck. The sheer number of magical creatures could easily drown Amy in a single spit, and should they surge forward, she might be reduced to nothing. Mr. Moody! A sudden cry drew Moody's attention. Following the sound, he finally spotted a small head amidst the throng of animals. Amy was squeezed between several plushy bodies, looking disheveled yet remarkably spirited. Mr. Moody, can you hear me? No new creatures have appeared in my room. Can we end this early? I'm quite safe, just a bit cramped. Amy continued to shout into the air. 10 minutes prior, she had just banished the Boggart back into the wardrobe when the giant spiders began peeking in at the door. Indeed, the creatures kept coming in waves, one after another. While Amy could have easily dispatched them, She preferred a more harmonious and relaxed approach. Little spiderlings. After successfully summoning a swarm of small spiders, she commanded them. Do you see your brethren before you? Negotiate with them, no attacking. Tell them I have little flesh to share. And should it come to blows, I am confident I could send them on their way. The little spiders, now elevated to the role of diplomatic envoys, soon returned with the giant spider's response. Master, they do not believe you can. Upon receiving this message through her telepathic link, Amy scoffed, transforming one hand into a massive beastly claw and striking a deep dent into the wall. And now? They say they are willing to befriend you for generations. Very well. Then let them summon the next batch in. Thus, Amy repeatedly commanded her summoned creatures to engage in peaceful negotiations with their adversaries, a strategy that proved unfailingly effective, occasionally yielding unexpected results. Master, that horned one with particularly large antlers wishes to court me. A female horned beast Amy had summoned shyly nudged her, almost causing Amy to stumble. This is a bit sudden. Please assess its character first. The atmosphere in the room swiftly shifted from a menagerie to a matchmaking scenario. In this manner, the animals summoned by Amy and those she had drawn out congregated, and as she completed her summoning of all magical creatures in one breath, the room became utterly packed. Chapter 47. Duel Preparations, No Close Contact Allowed. As Amy's continuation in the competition seemed futile, Moody, stunned, quickly retrieved her. Upon her return, Amy dispelled her summons, leaving only the genuine creatures behind, including a forlorn horned beast that had been rejected in its confession of affection. What on earth did you do? Moody, too breathless to check on the others' performances, inquired. Amy shrugged, peace is paramount. I've studied some rare spells for summoning creatures, so I thought I might let them play. Having successfully navigated Moody's scrutiny, Amy patiently awaited the others alongside him as he occasionally cast complex glances her way. 3 hours passed, and the competition concluded. The fireplaces of each room opened wide, swallowing their respective contestants and returning them to the apartment. Now for the results. Moody announced amid the tense gazes of the gathered crowd. Marcus withstood 5 waves of assault, Cedric faced 9, and Percy 14. As for Amy, Moody hesitated, 25 waves. The 3 boys collectively gasped in astonishment. Marcus's performance was mediocre, barely qualifying, earning him a C grade. Cedric had skillfully applied his learned knowledge, but was slightly slow on the uptake, meriting a B. As for Amy and Percy, both had excelled. Percy demonstrated exceptional talent and proficiency in spellwork, while Amy's breadth of knowledge and unique ideas impressed Moody, though he noted a hint of opportunism in her approach. I assign both of you an A grade. While Amy believed she had secured an S grade, she did not feel disheartened by the outcome. After all, she had achieved an A in just over 10 minutes. Percy, however, was not pleased with his tie for first, feeling overshadowed by Amy's actual performance, which surpassed his. Well, regardless, let us proceed to the next segment, Moody declared, tapping his wand against the floor. The next phase? Preparation for the 3rd round of competition. Moody produced a small box with 4 holes on top. The next round will be a duel between pairs. Each of you will place a finger inside. The box will bind you with ribbons of the same color to form a team. Upon hearing this news, Amy, Percy, and Cedric collectively felt relief. As long as they weren't paired with Marcus Flint. Feeling a twinge of anxiety about the random pairing, Amy remarked, that's right. She clapped Cedric and Percy on the shoulders. You two will be a team, I'm certain. The 4 inserted their fingers into the box, and as a chill ran through her finger, Amy pulled it out to find a black ribbon tied around it. Indeed, the same color as Marcus's. Amy despaired. While she could doubt her abilities, she could always count on her streak of bad luck. Percy and Cedric sported white ribbons, and while they were astonished by Amy's prescient claim, they couldn't help but feel elated. No matter how formidable Amy was, Marcus was truly easier to handle. Together, they believed they could easily triumph. The 3rd round of competition would take place the day after tomorrow. Prepare well, and come find me in the Aura office at the Ministry of Magic. Moody instructed before vanishing with a disillusionment charm. Cedric and Percy quickly dashed upstairs, shutting the door behind them to strategize their duel, leaving Amy and Marcus awkwardly gazing at one another. Hello, we are in a team now. What should we prepare? Marcus stated bluntly. After the previous 2 rounds, he had come to recognize his standing in this arena, yet he found it difficult to swallow his pride and ask Amy to lead him to victory. I have but 2 requests, Amy pondered. First, you must strive to endure and avoid being eliminated too early. Second, during the duel, you must not stand too close to me. If they cast a spell, it could harm both of us. Is it really that simple? Marcus inquired. Rest assured, Amy replied, pouring herself a cup of tea with an air of calm confidence. Although teaming up with you may not be the most optimal choice, I possess a modicum of faith in my dueling prowess. After all, my extensive experience in ranked matches from my previous life was not for naught, and my rigorous training in the black box has rendered my practical skills nearly indistinguishable from my performance in the game. Moreover, should they overlook the 2 points I just mentioned, Amy smiled meaningfully, their defeat is assured. 2 days later, in the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic, the quartet pushed open the door only to find the space transformed from an orderly office into an elliptical dueling arena. After completing their missions, Auror sometimes came here to train. Moody approached from the far end of the arena, his method of switching stances identical to how he had done in his youth. You four, form a team and step onto the field quickly. The four hastened to the dueling area, while Moody positioned himself at the sidelines, beginning to explain the specific rules. You may employ any legal spells, attack and defend at will. A round concludes when both members of one team are either knocked out of the arena or rendered incapable of fighting. We will employ a best-of-3 format. Since there are no health bars, the rules differ somewhat from the game, Amy mused, but this is actually more convenient. She quietly whispered the incantation for the sandstorm spell, leaving her partner Marcus bewildered. Next, she intended to unleash the full effects of mobile game spells. Now let the duelers bow. The four bowed, raising their wands before them, then retreated to opposite ends of the arena. As they turned to face their opponents once more, Moody announced loudly, "Now, the first round of the duel begins." Chapter 48. Mastery of the Arena, Subtle Use of Spells. Disarm. Percy and Cedric launched their attacks on Marcus almost simultaneously. Their strategy was straightforward. Eliminate the weaker Marcus first, after which Amy would be outnumbered and sure to fall. Surprisingly, Marcus was not disarmed by their spells. He displayed no desire to attack, instead frantically casting protective charms while darting around the field. Percy and Cedric's spells were either deflected or narrowly avoided. "Why are you jumping around like a monkey?" Percy exclaimed, frustrated. "Running away may be shameful, but it is effective, and you would do well to learn from Marcus. Standing still makes for an easy target." Amy's voice echoed ominously, startling the two. Cedric then noticed the dust swirling around his feet, and Percy shouted, "Watch out!" quickly pulling Cedric behind him to evade the explosive debris. Seeing this, Amy felt a surge of satisfaction. Her intention with the sandstorm spell was to propel the sand towards Cedric, and although they reacted swiftly, the outcome was as she had hoped. Just as Cedric and Percy regained their footing, a beam of red light hurtled towards them. Sleep. Seizing the opportunity, Amy waved her wand lightly. The mobile game version of the sleep spell delivered a powerful repelling effect. If the target were to retreat and collide with their ally, both would succumb to a dazed state. Nothing could be more fitting to dispatch the two wizards standing one behind the other. Caught off guard by this chain of attacks, Percy had no time to defend himself. Struck by the red light, he collided directly with Cedric. Both immediately felt a wave of dizziness and lost their ability to resist, propelled by the force of the collision out of the arena. The first round concluded with the black team emerging victorious. How could we be defeated by such simple spells? Cedric pondered in bewilderment as he regained his composure. One must admit, Amy Lyle is quite a skilled duelist, Percy analyzed, finding no impropriety in referring to the 11-year-old Amy with such a term. She exploited our defensive lapses and brought us together for a decisive strike. Therefore, in the next round, we must not cluster together, Cedric asserted, else we shall be sent packing once more. As the two plotted aloud, Marcus grew increasingly anxious. He leaned in to whisper to Amy, "What should we do? They've noticed. First, I do not respond to Hay. Secondly, I anticipated that with their abilities, they would not fall for the same trick twice." Amy maintained her confident demeanor. "After all, you gained experience from the last round. They likely won't be so eager to eliminate you this time. Just continue to endure and adapt. I shall handle the rest." Marcus looked down at Amy, whose slight frame was dwarfed by his own. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt an overwhelming sense of reliability and comfort, though he would never admit it. The second round commenced 10 minutes later. The two sides bowed once more, raising their wands to eye level. Amy waved her wand lightly, and an orange-red glow rippled behind her, forming the silhouette of an eagle. "Is it customary to bow with special effects?" The three boys gaped in astonishment. "Well, I had intended to create a blue effect, but don't be too surprised. I was just feeling quite pleased after my recent victory, and remembered this trick I could perform." With the added effects, Amy's already formidable presence intensified, while her two opponents were equally spirited. As Moody declared the duel to begin, Percy and Cedric moved to either side of the arena, remaining vigilant for incoming attacks. Progress, albeit marginal, Amy mused, as she raised her wand, shrouding herself in swirling mist. The two members of the white team grew increasingly tense, as they could no longer discern their opponent's position or spellcasting actions. Percy quickly devised a countermeasure, casting a wind spell upon the mist. Not a chance. My mist will remain steady for a fixed duration, impervious to your winds. But now I know your position, Percy shouted, directing the gusts towards the mist center. Though it failed to disperse the fog or force anyone out, his actions indicated that Amy and her companion were maneuvering at the mist's edges, and through Amy's voice he pinpointed her location. Sleep. Percy unleashed a confident strike at the periphery of the mist, feeling certain he had struck a target. The next second, a figure collapsed just outside the fog. It was indeed Amy. Well done, Cedric cheered, while simultaneously attempting to locate Marcus, who was hiding at the mist's edge, hoping to conclude the battle. At that moment, a surge of water erupted beneath Cedric's feet, coalescing into a watery prison that ensnared him. My apologies. The water prison spell isn't particularly comfortable, but I shall act swiftly. The familiar voice startled Cedric, causing him to choke on water. Now with the mist dissipated, he could clearly see Amy standing unharmed at the side of the arena, focused on controlling the water sphere enveloping him. Meanwhile, the Amy that Percy had just knocked down had vanished without a trace. Surely you don't think I would be foolish enough to give away my position by speaking while concealed in the mist? Amy quipped, maneuvering the water sphere with ease. She had deployed the Time Turner spell, akin to a time incantation. In the mobile game, it resembled creating a wizard's doppelganger. That was what Percy had truly vanquished moments ago. Cedric attempted to cast a counter spell, but ensnared in the water prison, he found it impossible to aim at his opponent. Percy attempted to thwart Amy's advance, yet at that very moment, the long-forgotten Marcus sprang forth. Drop your weapon. Percy narrowly evaded Marcus's surprise attack, but just then the water prison erupted, sending Cedric, who had been trying to maintain distance from Percy, hurtling out of the arena. A sense of urgency gripped Percy's heart. He realized he was outnumbered. Chapter 49. The climax of the duel, the dreamscape. As Marcus recognized Percy's isolation, he swiftly launched his offensive. Percy immediately understood that the two adversaries opposite him would unleash their full might, compelling him to devote all his energy to defense. In an instant, a shell-like barrier enveloped Percy, repelling every spell hurled by Marcus. Amy felt as though she had been transported back to her gaming days. Coincidentally, the Weasley twins had made notable advancements in their product development, allowing her to employ a particular spell here without concerns of copyright infringement. Bind swiftly. Several chains ensnared Percy's body, rendering him immobile. Though taken aback by Amy's binding spell penetrating his defenses, he retorted defiantly, simply capturing me is futile. You cannot breach my defenses, and thus, we shall remain at an impasse. Since your defenses are so formidable, I shall unleash my full power. The next moment, a blinding flash and the resounding crackle of explosions filled the duel arena. Weasley fireworks. The creators George and Fred. Percy was momentarily stunned. He had heard his brothers mention their recent development of some small fireworks, but this was no mere trifle. A deluge of magnificent fireworks surged toward the immobilized Percy, and for the first time, his usually stoic face reflected fear in the face of the Weasley fireworks. Percy's protective barrier crumbled effortlessly, and he was blasted out of the arena, leaving only a cloud of smoke in the white team's domain. It was yet another day of devastation in the duel arena. Indeed, all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Amy wiped her wand clean and struck a victorious pose. The three boys on the field could scarcely believe their ears. What was she saying? Was she still afraid? Among the four present, she was the most formidable. The black team emerged victorious once more, and the results of the third round were announced. Moody proclaimed loudly. With Cedric's assistance, Percy approached, feeling that the fireworks had merely propelled him rather than obliterated him. Amy had indeed held back. Perhaps I was a bit too forceful. No sooner had Amy spoken than a blue light emanated from her wand and connected to Percy. Healing complete. Moments later, Percy's pain subsided, his fatigue vanished, and his heart raced once more. How could one adversary possess such prowess in combat, strategy, and healing? How could one possibly contend with such a formidable opponent? Now, let us reveal the scores. The victorious team will undoubtedly receive a grade of at least B. Amy Lyle, outstanding performance, without a doubt, an S grade. Marcus Flint, adept at evasion during the duel and providing substantial support to his teammates, receives an A grade. Marcus had never achieved such a high score, and was nearly overjoyed. Amy, however, had grown accustomed to this, appearing far more composed. Percy and Cedric received grades of B and C respectively, leaving them somewhat disheartened. There's no time for you to wallow in despair, Moody continued. Tonight is our final round of competition. What? We are utterly exhausted. Marcus protested. Can we not have 2 days of rest? Enough of your prattling. Moody retorted mercilessly. Moreover, this round of competition can be considered your respite. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. That night, in the second-floor apartment room, Amy placed the small mirror Moody had given her on the bedside as instructed, then turned off the light and lay down. Moody had said that doing so would allow her to enter the final round of competition. In the darkness, the amethyst embedded in the mirror flickered with a faint glow. Amy suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness. As she closed her eyes, she succumbed to a deep slumber. The hoot of an owl roused Amy from her dreams. She sat up groggily and noticed sunlight streaming through the window. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was taken aback to find herself lying in the Ravenclaw Tower dormitory, rather than her apartment bed. Was this the fourth round of competition? A dream? Amy changed out of her pajamas and donned her school uniform, everything identical to her usual attire at school. In a daze, she felt as though she were in reality, but she quickly shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. For now, she resolved to explore this dreamlike world. Amy descended the tower slowly, passing through the Ravenclaw common room. Strangely, every classmate she encountered greeted her with warm smiles, even though most were unfamiliar to her. What a friendly and inviting virtual world this was. Amy grew increasingly perplexed by the mechanics of this round of competition. As she pushed open the door and stepped out of the common room, two familiar voices erupted nearby. She turned to see George and Fred soaring down the corridor on their brooms, calling her name, before leaping off and executing a series of impressive floor moves, culminating in a pose that left Amy momentarily speechless. Are you two planning to break into the street dance scene? Oh, sweetheart, don't jest. We're here to invite you to breakfast. Even knowing it was a dream, George and Fred's tone sent shivers down Amy's spine. Come on, our lovely lady. Together, they waved their wands, and a golden-red carpet unfurled along the path to the dining hall, the walls adorned with flowers. Are you really organizing such a spectacle at school? Before Amy could unleash her 2,000-word critique, Fred and George ushered her forward. Classmates in the corridor bowed and applauded as they passed by, creating a rather grand yet mortifying scene. You guys. Amy's face flushed crimson. She was at a loss, unsure if she was dreaming sweetly or suffering a nightmare. Just then, an even more absurd event unfolded. Around the corner of the corridor appeared a boy's silhouette. It was Draco Malfoy. He removed his sunglasses, tossed his hair, and shot her a flirtatious wink. My dear, you've certainly captured my attention. Malfoy let out a yelp, not for any other reason than that his lackey Goyle had handed him a rose, which he attempted to grasp with his mouth. However, it was a thorny rose. Malfoy clutched his injured mouth, trembling as he tried to put his sunglasses back on, only to poke himself in the eye with the arm of the glasses, before being carried away by his minions, still crying out. The entire ordeal lasted mere seconds, yet it left an indelible mark on Amy's psyche. She regretted her previous remarks about this place being friendly. This world was utterly insane. Chapter 50, Dreamscape Breakthrough. Unraveling the Mystery. Please, our beautiful lady. George and Fred pushed open the dining hall doors, where the long tables of the four houses had been removed, leaving an expansive hall with a white round table at its center, adorned with blue roses. Beside the round table sat a plush armchair, its back embedded with exquisite gems. The twins, one on each side, supported Amy as though she were unable to walk, guiding her to the chair. How about a cup of Earl Grey tea? The chef has prepared a delightful chiffon cake today. Amy's mouth was filled with delectable food, despite the bizarre and absurd nature of everything she encountered in this dream. At least the fare was delicious. At that moment, the doors of the auditorium swung open once more, and Professor McGonagall strode in with a grave expression. Instinctively, Amy believed that her extravagant and outlandish behavior would earn her a reprimand, prompting her to leap from her seat. However, Professor McGonagall merely retrieved a scroll of parchment from her robes and proclaimed, in light of the remarkable achievements of student Amy, our institution is pleased to confer upon her an early graduation degree, as well as the Outstanding Contribution Award, and the title of Excellent Graduate. For the next 10 minutes, Professor McGonagall enumerated the multitude of accolades bestowed upon Amy, culminating in the unveiling of a collection of golden trophies, seemingly conjured from thin air. Truly, Amy was deserving of such praise. The twins applauded enthusiastically, showering her with compliments, while Amy sipped her tea, feeling a newfound calmness. It dawned upon her that she was at the center of this Mary Sue fantastical world, which explained the plethora of bizarre occurrences. Having encountered the flamboyant Dance King twins and the suave Draco Malfoy, nothing could astonish her any longer. Shortly after Professor McGonagall's departure, a man and a woman entered the auditorium, both unfamiliar to Amy. Dressed in opulent attire, they disregarded the twins' attempts to intervene and rushed towards Amy. The woman enveloped Amy in a warm embrace, while the man wept tears of joy. "Daughter, we have finally found you." "How audacious," Amy seethed internally. "Even my parents have been fabricated." Despite her inner resistance, the vividness of the dream enveloped her, and in her long-lost mother's embrace, she felt a flicker of comfort and sorrow. The last time she experienced such a hug must have been in her past life. Amy began to comprehend Harry's attraction to the images of his parents reflected in the mirror of Erised. Moreover, she could now tangibly reach out to them. Just as Amy began to lose herself in this moment, she suddenly noticed her hair transforming into a spectrum of colors, shifting from black to pink, then to blue. This startling change jolted her back to reality. The more she succumbed to the allure of this world, the more she risked being assimilated. If she fully surrendered to it, she might lose all distinction between dream and reality, completely adrift. Remaining lucid and escaping the dream was undoubtedly the essence of this contest. With a surge of determination, Amy pushed her mother away, leaped from her chair, and dashed towards the exit of the dining hall. In her urgency, her hair ignited into a fiery red. And with every step, vibrant flowers blossomed beneath her feet. She dared not pause, even as voices clamored behind her. "Amy, we just found you. Where are you going? Dad kicked that old fool Fudge out, and now you're the minister's daughter. Hey, can I have your autograph?" Ron's voice chimed in. "Amy Lair, Elizabeth Ruhrmet Dwyer. I'm simply Amy Lair. What is this chaotic string of names?" Amy felt a surge of frustration. Regardless, before losing herself entirely, she needed to swiftly identify the breakthrough of this dream. Since it was a contest, a breakthrough must exist. Being in a dream, despite her rapid pace, Amy felt no fatigue. As she ran, her surroundings buzzed with voices mingling with the wind. "Miss Amy, you are truly remarkable. Miss Amy, this is a gift for you. Intriguing woman. Ouch, my mouth hurts. No running in the halls. Miss Amy, your hair is magnificent." Wait, one of those comments was different. Amy halted, glancing back to see an irate expression amidst the throng of admirers. It was Mr. Filch, furiously chastising the crowd for obstructing the corridors and for Amy's reckless sprinting. Amy had never been so elated to see Filch. She rushed toward him eagerly, but the crowd seemed to sense something, blocking her path. "Miss Amy, don't listen to that detestable old man. We know what you like. Our words are far kinder than his. Stay with us. We can have so much fun." The smiles of those surrounding her began to feel increasingly sinister, yet their obstruction only affirmed her instincts. "You wish to make me happy? Then let me pass." Amy scoffed coldly. The crowd remained unmoving. "This is, after all, my dream. Surely I possess some degree of autonomy?" Focusing intently, Amy willed the flowers beneath her to grow larger and taller, effortlessly lifting her above the crowd, allowing her to reach Mr. Filch. "Please, take me back to reality." As her words echoed, everything around her vanished, replaced by a stark white void, and Filch's form transformed into that of Professor Dumbledore, who gazed at her with a warm smile. "Professor Dumbledore?" "Yes and no," he smiled. "This mirror, inspired by the mirror of Erised, is a fragment of my consciousness left here for this contest. Shortly, I shall return to report the results. Of course, I don't mind if you continue to address me as Professor Dumbledore. How did you discover the exit?" "Because only one person warned me rather than praised me." Could the mirror of Erised reflect my desires? Amy had never considered her desires so wild and Mary Sue-like. Indeed, but in a rather crude manner. This place amplifies and exaggerates one's desires, rendering them ostentatious. "I believe your desires are quite ordinary. Friendship, familial love, and the recognition of others. There's much, yet none sufficient to blind you. Such flamboyance could hardly deceive anyone, could it? If only you had stayed in the dining hall for 2 more minutes while your hair changed, your consciousness would have been assimilated," Professor Dumbledore remarked. "Not everyone awakens in the moment of indulgence, nor does everyone abandon the sweet sounds of praise to heed the voices of criticism. You would know if you stepped outside." Chapter 51. The champion emerges, a brief respite. "It seems the professor holds me in high regard." "That is an objective assessment," Professor Dumbledore replied slowly. "I have long sensed that you harbor certain secrets, which is a cause for concern." "I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions," Amy interjected anxiously. "Of course. My worries were significantly alleviated when you left the Philosopher's Stone in the castle." Indeed, some cling to the light, not for its brilliance, but because it is stronger than the dark. Should circumstances reverse, they would switch allegiances. 2 primary motives can prompt such a change: fear and desire. Moody has described your performance in the recent rounds. He believes you to be a clever and courageous young lady. My old friend possesses an astute eye for character. And this final round was to test whether you would succumb to excessive desire. The outcome was evident. Professor Dumbledore chuckled. I must apologize for my previous doubts. After all, your magical talent is hard to overlook. Straying from the right path would be truly perilous. So this contest was designed to test me? To some extent, yes. However, your victory and the rewards are genuine. I now congratulate you on defeating formidable opponents and earning the ultimate prize of this summer camp. Now be on your way. Moody has been waiting outside for quite some time. With a snap of his fingers, reality jolted Amy awake, her eyes snapping open as she emerged from the dream. Sitting up in bed, Amy noticed that the small mirror she had left on her bedside table was cracked, emanating wisps of white smoke. Donning her jacket, she took the mirror and exited her room, finding Moody waiting at the dining table on the first floor, appearing somewhat fatigued, likely having kept vigil throughout the night. Finally, one has emerged, Moody sighed. The others are likely beyond hope. Amy noticed Moody cradling a rectangular mirror, divided into 4 sections, each depicting their respective dreams. In the upper left corner, Percy stands on stage, surrounded by a throng as the male student council president, delivering a speech. The Minister of Magic, Fudge, bows beside him, indicating that Percy is more suited to lead the Ministry of Magic than he is. In the lower left corner, Marcus is lost in a dream, clutching the Quidditch World Cup trophy, with dozens of beautiful women lined up to present him with flowers, while he simply soars away on his diamond-encrusted broomstick. The upper right corner reveals a blank space, representing Amy's dream, from which she has already departed. Finally, Cedric's dream unfolds slightly better than the previous 2, as he attempts to find an opening in his dream, oblivious to Professor Sprout's counsel against hubris. As time passes, Cedric becomes lost in the cheers of the crowd, triumphantly raising the Hufflepuff cup. I shall awaken them. Moody directly operates to the 3rd floor, and shortly thereafter, Amy hears the sound of 3 mirrors shattering. 5 minutes later, the boys descend the stairs, looking dispirited and extremely frustrated. I believe you already know the outcome. Moody takes a sip from his flask, stating that apart from Amy, all of you have faltered in the 4th round. Considering the performances from the previous 3 rounds, I trust it is unnecessary for me to elaborate on who the champion is. Cedric politely applauds for Amy. Percy joins in the applause, while Marcus shrinks back, appearing somewhat resentful yet speechless regarding the result. Thus, Amy Lair, Moody solemnly announces, you have excelled in this summer camp, ranking first in theory, dealing with magical creatures, magical dueling, and mental fortitude. You shall commence your internship at the Ministry of Magic a year early, with further details to be communicated via OWL in August. That is what I wanted to ask earlier. If I am interning, what will happen to my studies this year? That would depend on the arrangements made by your professors and the ministry. Moody shrugs. My task concludes here. I must hurry home to see if any dark wizards are lurking about, seeking revenge on me. With his belongings in hand, Moody's magical eye continues to spin vigilantly. Of course, you may return home as well. Once you do not forget that the privilege of using magic outside of school will no longer apply, lest you receive a warning from the ministry. With that, he operates away. The children ascend the stairs, gathering their belongings, preparing to return home, and truly enjoy their summer vacation. Don't you dare forget to come back. The orphanage director taps Amy on the head. You've sent so few letters. The other children miss you dearly. Amy clutches her head, muttering to herself, it's not that I'm afraid of the owl startling you. It's just that I always have to make Iron Pillar wait outside the orphanage for ages before he can sneak in and drop off the letters. Moreover, after removing the magical elements from her life, Amy struggles to think of anything to write in her letters other than enjoying good food, sleeping soundly, and the struggles of her studies. I'm terribly sorry, Director, but I won't be able to stay for long this time. I must return in August. The director sighs softly. Very well, I understand you are busy with your studies. I will help you carry your luggage upstairs. Rest assured, I have informed the other children that they will not disturb you while you study. Amy gratefully nods and follows the director back to her familiar little room. Chapter 52. Young Master S. Insomnia, Amy S. Outing. Draco Malfoy's summer life is unremarkable and monotonous. Each day begins directly. In the morning, he awakens in his lavish room, greets his parents, and takes a stroll in the garden. At noon, he rides the broomstick his father bought him years ago, soaring through the skies. In the evening, after enjoying a sumptuous dinner prepared by the house elf, he settles into a velvet armchair in the family library to read. While this affluent yet uneventful life is pleasant, Malfoy finds himself inexplicably nostalgic for the days of being overseen. Oh no, urged to study, by Professor Umbridge. Even without the use of magic, he occasionally retrieves his wand, now adorned with a new skin, to play with it. then continues his studies in his room and the family library. Lucius Malfoy initially feels quite pleased with his son's diligence and his second place standing in class. But his expression darkens upon discovering who holds the first position. If you can't outperform a girl from a non-magical family in every exam, you'll surely be relegated to a life of petty thievery. This remark leaves Draco feeling both humiliated and enraged, tinged with sadness as he reflects on his efforts. Would his father have reprimanded him so harshly if Hermione were of pureblood descent? For the first time, Malfoy perceives the division of wizards based on bloodlines as a rather unsavory concept. In the dead of night, tormented by these thoughts, Malfoy rises from his bed and decides to visit the kitchen for a snack to calm himself. As he approaches the kitchen, he can hear the sound of something repeatedly thudding against the wall. Furrowing his brow, he wonders what the house elf is up to this time. I hope he doesn't knock himself unconscious. I still want a midnight snack. I must protect Harry Potter, Dobby mutters to himself, banging his head against the wall. But the master would not allow it. Have you lost your mind? Stop that at once. Malfoy barks. To a house elf, a master's command is absolute, and Dobby's head freezes mid-bang. He awkwardly turns to Malfoy saluting, Young master, what can Dobby do for you? Pour me a glass of hot milk and bring me 2 cookies, Malfoy instructs. And what were you just saying about Potter? Dobby visibly trembles, stammering. Dobby only wishes to keep Master's secrets. Dobby cannot. Dobby, in a state of panic, breaks into a cold sweat, and in a fit of distress, grabs a frying pan, hitting his own head while shouting, Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! His body shakes violently and the ill-fitting pillowcase flops around. Malfoy notices something inside and seizes Dobby's thin legs, shaking him upside down. A dozen letters of various origins burst forth from Dobby's pillowcase. Malfoy squints, realizing they were not addressed to the Malfoy household, but rather to Harry. Ron to Harry, Hermione to Harry, Hagrid to Harry. Are you intercepting Potter's letters? Why, I command you to tell me. In matters concerning the Master's plans, Dobby cannot divulge. Dobby can only say, Dobby does not want Harry Potter to return to Hogwarts. Dobby, trembling, gathers the letters from the floor, then presents the milk and cookies to Malfoy. Malfoy refrains from pressing further. He knows from experience that if he continues to question Dobby, the elf will only keep banging his head and reveal nothing. What is Father's plan? What is he up to? Malfoy returns to his bed, increasingly unsettled. At the beginning of August, confined to reading and brewing potions with an automatic cauldron at the orphanage, Amy finally receives a notification from the Ministry of Magic. I truly wonder how others manage to endure 2 months without using their wands, Amy muses, eagerly tearing open the letter. Dear Miss Amy Lair, in regard to your upcoming internship at the Ministry of Magic over the next year, we have formulated the following plan in conjunction with your professors at Hogwarts. Taking into account your abilities and other factors, please report to the Ministry's front desk on August 5th. Subsequently, you will engage in practical learning experiences in the Office for the Prohibition of Muggle Artifacts, the Minister's Special Task Force, and the Muggle Issues Mediation Committee. Should you have further opinions or suggestions, we will consider them accordingly. Please note that due to your status as an intern, the tasks assigned will be relatively basic, but we ask that you take them seriously. During your time at the Ministry, you will have the privilege of using magic. Considering your academic commitments, the professors have devised a plan tailored to your learning capabilities. After the commencement of the new term, you shall intern at the Ministry of Magic for 1 month, followed by a month of study at Hogwarts, and so forth. Wishing you a delightful summer. Mark Horace, Ministry of Magic Special Task Force under the Minister. What is this Special Task Force under the Minister? Has Cornelius Fudge appointed himself a secretary brigade? Regardless, Amy has a busy month ahead of her. That evening, she began to pack her belongings and organize her itinerary. Once everything was arranged, she bid farewell to the orphanage's caretaker and the children on the night of August 3rd. I really don't understand why you are heading to the train station so late. There are no taxis available now. If it weren't for the need to look after the other children. Don't worry, Auntie. There's a girl from the next street who is also going to the train station. We made plans together. I'll wait here for a bit. You all can head back now. I'll write to you when I arrive. Amy realized she could now lie without needing a script, which made her somewhat anxious. After her aunt and the others left, Amy surveyed the town's streets, which were already sparsely populated, and at night they were utterly deserted. The silence only occasionally broken by the distant barking of a dog. This suited Amy perfectly, although it was difficult for her to find Muggle transportation. She was a witch after all. Amy lifted her wand high, and soon the air was filled with a resounding bang as a 3-story purple double-decker bus materialized in the street, its doors swinging open to welcome her. As she boarded, the ticket collector, clad in a purple uniform, greeted her warmly. "Hello. I am Stan Shunpike, the ticket collector. Welcome aboard the night bus. Where may I take you today?" Chapter 53. Arrival at the Burrow, Harry's Complaints. Amy counted the silver sickles in her pocket and paid the fare. The Weasley family had already written to invite her to stay at the Burrow for a few months. "Miss, if you add 3 more sickles, you can buy yourself a hot chocolate, and if you can spare 2 more, you can also get a hot water bottle and a toothbrush." Stan Shunpike enthusiastically promoted his wares, but Amy declined. She did not wish to risk spilling hot chocolate on her robes, given the limited number of comfortable and stable transportation options for wizards. The seats on the night bus were more aptly described as beds, and Amy settled into a copper bed toward the front. Another old witch occupied a bed further back, continuously drinking water and wiping her brow as the bus rumbled to a stop. The night bus could transport wizards to any destination, starting on land. Stan was pleased with Amy's choice of seat. Besides the driver, he now had another conversational companion. "Miss, I recommend you hold on tight. We're about to depart." The night bus accelerated with astonishing speed, nearly throwing Amy off her seat due to inertia. This remarkable velocity likely explained why Muggles overlooked the flamboyant bus. Every so often, a loud crash could be heard as the bus leaped forward several hundred miles. The bus barreled through the streets, but street lights, trash bins, and mailboxes would automatically leap aside, returning to their places once the vehicle passed. The most discomforting moment for Amy occurred when the bus squeezed through narrow alleys, contorting its shape and compressing the space inside to an almost suffocating degree. She noticed the old witch had become ill, and she feared she might follow suit. At last, the night bus leaped onto a grassy lawn, and Amy could see the shadow of the Burrow 200 meters away in the moonlight. "You may disembark now, Mississippi Mrs. Marsh. You may still need an hour to reach your destination." Amy noticed that Mrs. Marsh's face had turned green, and she felt a pang of sympathy, but she was eager to leave the bus immediately and hurriedly grabbed her luggage as she exited. By the time Amy reached the Burrow's entrance, dawn was breaking. She saw Mrs. Weasley in the garden, shooing away the goblins that had wandered in the previous night, and setting up a large dining table. "Oh dear. You've arrived quite early. You must be exhausted," Mrs. Weasley said affectionately. "I'm moving the dining table as our family is growing, and it's more spacious to dine here. Do you need any help?" "No thank you. I'm quite adept at taking care of so many children." Mrs. Weasley proudly spread the tablecloth and arranged several sets of utensils. "You can leave your luggage on the ground floor. George and Fred will help you carry it upstairs when they wake up. Ginny has already cleared a spot in the room for you. She is very much looking forward to your arrival." The first to rise from bed was Arthur Weasley, as he had to go to work. A stranger sat at the garden table, and it was evident that she was the girl who had been invited by his twin sons, Amy. "Hello, my new colleague. You look well. You start your internship tomorrow, correct?" Amy felt a surge of joy at Mr. Weasley's treating her as an equal rather than a subordinate. "Yes, Mr. Weasley, I will work hard." While waiting for breakfast, Mr. Weasley engaged Amy in pleasant conversation. Upon learning that she was Muggle-born, he became particularly excited, insisting that she explain what a speaker and a plug were. Muggle inventions are truly fascinating. As Mr. Weasley immersed himself in his enthusiasm for Muggle technology, Fred, George, and Ginny descended the stairs one after the other. Although Fred and George were aware of Amy's arrival, their delight was unmistakable. They quickly took the 2 chairs beside her. "I'll go tell Ron and Harry," Ginny exclaimed, bouncing up the stairs, while Fred and George chuckled to themselves. You have no idea how loud she screamed when Harry first arrived. She is just as speechless now upon seeing Harry. I bet she has been fretting about how to approach him. By the way, we haven't yet told you how we spirited Harry away from his dreadful Muggle relatives in Dad's flying car." Fred and George proudly recounted the extraordinary experience, only to receive a reprimand from their mother after finishing their story. "You're proud of that, are you? Stealing your father's car? You could have been seen by Muggles, causing your father to lose his job, or worse, you could have crashed." Mrs. Weasley was much shorter than her sons, but when it came to scolding them, the Weasley boys were exceptionally meek. "Long time no see, Amy." Harry and Ron sleepily came down the stairs, followed closely by Percy, who nodded his greeting to Amy. After Harry opened the door, Ginny squealed and dashed back to her room. Ron said, though she didn't say anything, "We could guess Amy had arrived. I'll call her down in a bit." As Mrs. Weasley spoke, she placed sausages onto the children's plates. Suddenly, Amy and Harry's plates were filled with 5 or 6 sausages each. "You can't imagine what I've been through." Harry shared his dreadful summer with Amy between bites. "On my birthday, a house elf named Dobby came to tell me not to return to Hogwarts. What's worse, he intercepted all my letters, making me think you all had forgotten me." The Ministry even attributed his magic to me and sent a warning letter. That does sound terrible, Amy nodded. But I have discovered something rather interesting. Chapter 54. The Marauder, Ginny's Infatuation. What's interesting about that? I received a warning letter from the Ministry without cause. This indicates that the Ministry's management of underage wizards is not as precise as one might think. Amy took a sip of milk. The fact that they assumed you violated the prohibition simply based on the emergence of magic at your residence illustrates this point. Perhaps when you wield magic amidst a cadre of adult wizards, the Ministry of Magic may remain utterly oblivious. While underage wizards are subject to traceable location spells, I suspect they would be too lethargic to discern which incantations are cast by adults and which are not. That's a brilliant idea, Ron remarked. But the only adults present are our parents, and I doubt they would be keen on allowing us to test the boundaries of the law in their company. Doesn't Dad do that occasionally? Like with that car, he added. Before George could interject, Mr. Weasley coughed twice. Haven't we agreed not to discuss that? Besides, modifying a flying car isn't technically illegal. There exists a loophole in the law, provided one does not intend to fly it. The fact that the car can indeed fly is inconsequential. Dad intentionally left a loophole when drafting that legislation, Fred whispered to Amy. A true lawbreaker, Amy commented. But few here could be deemed law-abiding, Percy and Ginny aside. Even the least culpable among us have violated numerous school rules. At that moment, an owl fluttered through the air, delivering a stack of enrollment letters, indicating that the school was already aware of Amy and Harry's residence at the Burrow. Upon opening their letters, everyone except Amy was taken aback by the lengthy list of required textbooks. Gilderoy Lockhart's Vacationing with the Vila, Wanderings with Werewolves, a whole set of his books. This is utterly insane. I've never heard of a course requiring so many texts at once. Fred gasped after finishing the list. It seems our new defense against the dark arts teacher is likely a fervent admirer of Gilderoy Lockhart. Be bold, Amy suggested. It must be the man himself. Mrs. Weasley was at a loss for words. Though she was a fan of Lockhart, she had to concede that his lavishly bound bestsellers were quite expensive, particularly since their family was required to purchase 5 complete sets. Let us venture to Diagon Alley next Wednesday for the books. I'll be on holiday then, Ron chimed in, adding that he and Hermione had made arrangements as well. Though some of Ginny's items will have to be second-hand, which will save quite a bit, Mr. Weasley remarked, casting a glance at his wife that implied he would figure out the financial situation. The twins exchanged knowing smiles. They had yet to inform their parents that they had saved a little over the past year, intending to surprise them later. Amy, observing their expressions, understood perfectly and chose to remain silent. After breakfast, Amy made her way to Ginny's room, where she would be staying for the time being. Ginny had opened the window, allowing the morning breeze to wash over her, hoping to dissipate the blush on her cheeks. Your mother is still downstairs waiting for you to eat breakfast, Amy noted. Ginny turned, appearing somewhat disheartened. Is Harry still down there? I really don't want to embarrass myself again. Who would fancy a girl who blushes and screams upon meeting someone? Hey, cheer up. You're quite charming, Amy said, patting Ginny reassuringly, though overreacting is indeed a concern. What should I do then? I have a little something for you that will surely help, Amy declared confidently, producing a photograph and handing it to Ginny. The moment Ginny laid eyes on the picture, her mouth fell open, ready to scream but unable to produce a sound, overwhelmed by joy. The image depicted Harry boldly lunging forward, while the bizarre-looking face of the two-faced man recoiled in terror, seemingly pained by Harry's approach. The sight of such a valiant and handsome Harry caused Ginny to clasp her chest, her face flushing like a sunset. Have you heard about Harry's heroic deeds in his first year? This is a photo from that time, showcasing his battle against dark forces. This is an exclusive. In truth, although Amy had brought a magical camera, she had no opportunity to use it while facing Quirrell. Capturing Harry's valiant form was entirely serendipitous. She had inadvertently pressed the camera button while launching Harry as a human cannonball. It was only later, upon inspecting the camera that Lee Jordan had sold her, that the image slowly developed. Isn't this photo stunning? Stare at it a while, and you'll get used to seeing Harry in his everyday guise. Ginny was elated, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Amy before gazing at the photograph for an extended period, only descending for breakfast when Mrs. Weasley called for her repeatedly. Upon returning, Ginny listened intently as Amy recounted numerous stories about Harry, remaining engrossed until late into the night, reluctant to sleep. This was the first time someone had listened to her youthful musings with such enthusiasm and encouragement. And her time with Amy provided Ginny with a refreshing contrast to her more boisterous brothers. On the second day after Amy's arrival at the Burrow, she was set to report to the Ministry of Magic. At that moment, she was clutching Mr. Weasley's arm, preparing to hitch a ride on his apparition to work. Can't you stay just a little longer? George, Fred, and Ginny chorused in unison. Haven't you only known her for a couple of days? Ron asked, eyeing Ginny with confusion. While his brothers clung to Amy daily, he was baffled as to why his sister had also been swept away. You wouldn't understand, Ginny replied, hands on her hips. Amy is not only clever and capable, she is also incredibly understanding. We've been having such a delightful time together. Who could resist a witch who can use water jails to expel goblins and shares her idol's merchandise, supporting her passions as a dear friend? Good evening, everyone. Amy waved farewell before vanishing alongside Mr. Weasley. They arrived directly at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Though it was a division of the Ministry, its size paled in comparison to others, consisting of merely 2 staff members, Director Arthur Weasley and an elderly wizard named Perkins. Their office, situated on the 6th floor of the Ministry's London headquarters, was so cramped that it could barely accommodate 2 desks and an overflowing filing cabinet. This left Amy feeling rather lost, overwhelmed by the confined space. This place is far too small, Mr. Weasley muttered, scratching his head as he produced a small stool from somewhere and placed it beside the filing cabinet. You can sit here to sort through documents and draft reports. Considering that Amy was merely a rising second-year student, the 2 adults had no intention of taking her on field assignments. They merely tasked her with writing some work reports. Amy perched on the stool, her legs curled beneath her, accepting a job description from Mr. Weasley and beginning her work at the filing cabinet. At that moment, Amy felt like a mere cog in a bureaucratic machine. She had not anticipated the sheer volume of reports that needed to be written in this tiny office. Who had decreed that every item deemed contraband discovered by Mr. Weasley and his team required a 3-foot-long parchment report. Her frustration peaked when she discovered that among the illicit items were 16 keys that could magically shrink. I wish I could just use a copying spell. Amy gazed longingly at Mr. Weasley, who merely shrugged in resignation. Unfortunately, identical reports won't pass muster, and the department hasn't provided us with funds for enchanted quills. However, they seem unconcerned with our little department, as they haven set deadlines for our reports. Some files have been accumulating for 2 or 3 years. Arthur, there's news that Mundungus has been hoarding a plethora of illegal items, Mr. Perkins announced, clutching a freshly arrived letter. It seems we'll have to pay him another visit. That scoundrel, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, visibly irritated. Half of our workload is due to him. The last time we searched his premises, he even attempted to curse me. Amy, we're heading out for a bit. You can take my seat, which is more spacious, Mr. Weasley kindly offered before storming off with Mr. Perkins. Amy gazed intently at the cabinet overflowing with documents. Since this was her designated responsibility, she felt compelled to devise a solution. However, how could she efficiently tackle this tedious and highly repetitive bureaucratic task? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. After all, her dueling experience could prove invaluable in other realms. When Mr. Weasley and Perkins returned, laden with the illegally modified plugs from Mundungus Fletcher, they were taken aback to find the office deserted, and the once bursting file cabinet now eerily vacant. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Perkins, you're back, Amy exclaimed as she entered, her demeanor radiant. I've completed all the paperwork. Completed? The 2 men exchanged incredulous glances. Surely this child hasn't simply discarded the reports out of frustration? I noticed you were gone for quite some time, so I submitted all the reports to Mr. Mafalda Hopkirk, the assistant at the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, and he approved them without hesitation. All reports? Submitted? And approved? Mr. Weasley was so astonished that he struggled to articulate a coherent response. By the way, did you bring back any new contraband? Amy inquired eagerly. Let me demonstrate how I accomplished this. Do you have the basic registration form for these plugs? Yes, Perkins replied, retrieving a hastily scribbled document that noted the quantity, 18, and the reasons for their illegality, hastily written during their search. Amy whispered a few incantations, and 3 identical clones of herself materialized, each connected to her by a shimmering white light, a manifestation of the Time Turner spell from her mobile game. She then produced 10 sheets of parchment, displaying them to Mr. Weasley and Perkins, filled to the brim with text. Though we cannot directly replicate reports, and we lack the funding to purchase props, this does not imply that we must laboriously concoct 18 distinct reports from scratch. I have devised a comprehensive template that meticulously enumerates the hazards of misusing Muggle items under various circumstances, along with the pertinent legal interpretations. This content is rich and can be tailored to suit diverse requirements through simple copy and paste. Clone 1 extracted a blank sheet of parchment, and with her wand, selected extensive sections from the template detailing the impact on Muggle lives and the associated risks of exposing wizards. After slight modifications, She transmitted the partially completed report to Clone 2. We also incorporated specific details pertinent to each plug's unique circumstances, ensuring that every report maintained its individuality. Clone 2, addressing the first plug's smaller size and its tendency to warp under the spell's influence, swiftly crafted a comprehensive analysis, thereby fulfilling the length requirement. Finally, they affixed a standardized introduction and conclusion, completing the task. At this moment, Clone 3 had finished her assignment and presented a thoroughly composed report, with clear structure and content. Clone 1 then initiated a new round of template selection for the second plug. Thus, through this seamless assembly line approach, after an hour, the Amy clone successfully produced 18 distinct reports on the plugs. "This is simply marvelous," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, exhilarated. "This method is both simple and efficient. We could certainly implement this approach in the future. Your ingenuity is nothing short of genius." Mr. Weasley promptly exited to submit the freshly minted reports, while Perkins, beaming, poured Amy a cup of tea in recognition of her efforts. As Mr. Weasley pushed open the door to the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, a pink figure caused his expression to freeze in shock. Chapter 56, The Delicate Toad, Words Sharpened Like Blades. Dolores Umbridge was seated at the central position of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. While she nominally held the title of its highest authority, she had long since extended her grasp toward loftier powers within the Ministry of Magic, relegating much of the office's duties to her assistants. Through the art of usurping colleagues' accolades and feigning subservience to superiors, Umbridge's ascension to the next Deputy Minister of Magic was a foregone conclusion, much to the discontent of ordinary ministry employees, who were cowed into silence by her terrifying retribution tactics. Arthur Weasley had not anticipated nor wished to encounter Dolores Umbridge at this juncture. Upon seeing him, Umbridge flashed a repugnant smile, reminiscent of a pink toad, and, adopting a high-pitched simpering tone, remarked, "Long time no see, Mr. Arthur Weasley. I thought that after moving to my private office, I would no longer have the opportunity to see you, considering our differing stations. What are you doing here?" Despite Umbridge being his superior, Mr. Weasley had no intention of currying favor, and asked bluntly, "Oh, you simply don't understand the proper attitude required to avoid being crammed into a small office with old Perkins. Oh, now it's three of you squeezed together. I isn't it? That is precisely why I'm here. Minister Fudge is quite concerned about the performance of the intern who joined through the joint competition between the Ministry and Hogwarts on their first day of work." Umbridge's tone was syrupy, and Mr. Weasley's countenance grew increasingly grim. "How is the intern faring? I believe they are merely 11 or 12 years old. Have there been any mishaps? However, I suppose under your supervision, there is no need for concern. Given your numerous children, you must be quite adept at handling such matters. And your work is so trivial that a mistake wouldn't matter much. If there were a competition for the most loathsome individual, Umbridge would undoubtedly secure the championship." Mr. Weasley had grown accustomed to her acerbic remarks but still felt his temper flare. He retorted coldly, "The intern is performing admirably. You may leave now." "Arthur Weasley, you would do well to learn how to speak appropriately." Umbridge was clearly displeased with his demeanor. "If you persist in your lack of improvement, I believe I have the authority to revise the report requirements I established, imposing deadlines on your uncompleted reports." Under normal circumstances, Umbridge's absurd report demands might have rendered Arthur speechless for a couple of minutes, but at that moment, he could not suppress the upward twitch of his lips, leaving Umbridge perplexed. At that very moment, Umbridge's assistant, Mr. Hopkirk, entered the room and appeared startled to see Umbridge in such a situation. "Please provide a report on the recent activities undertaken by Mr. Weasley's office. I hope he doesn't disappoint me." Upon hearing Umbridge's directive, Mr. Hopkirk hesitated briefly before slowly stating, "Today, the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office confiscated 18 illegally modified plugs. Oh dear, I believe you've misunderstood my request. We needn't dwell on such unremarkable details. Share something that won't let me down." Umbridge beamed with self-satisfaction, convinced her assistant would have nothing of substance to report. While Mr. Weasley and his team's work was considerable, it was hardly groundbreaking. However, Mr. Hopkirk paused. "This afternoon, our little intern submitted 93 3-foot-long work reports, which we collectively reviewed, and they were all approved. I've just sent those reports to the archives for safekeeping." 93. Did they all meet the requirements? Umbridge's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands pressing against the desk, her posture resembling that of a toad even more. She was acutely aware of how stringent her report requirements were, which made her astonishment all the more profound. "Yes, ma'am," Mr. Hopkirk replied, sensing Umbridge's palpable anxiety, but mustering the courage to speak softly. In actuality, there were a total of 111 reports, which completely cleared our backlog of unfinished documents. Mr. Weasley strode forward, casting 18 plug reports onto the desk with a flourish. Umbridge's pupils dilated in shock as she personally perused through the 18 documents, surprisingly failing to identify any faults. How did you manage this? Umbridge's tone weakened slightly, though her aggressive demeanor lingered. It's the very child you presumed would err and cause trouble, Mr. Weasley exclaimed with exuberance. She is indeed a talent. I cannot fathom how much she has multiplied our written efficiency. After all, certain individuals do not grant us the budget for procuring magical implements. Umbridge raised an eyebrow. The performance of this young intern had indeed exceeded her expectations. After weighing her thoughts, she commanded Mr. Weasley, "Summon her to my private office at once. Let her come alone." With that, Umbridge hastily departed. In an instant, Mr. Weasley felt as though his heart had plunged into an icy abyss. He could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited young Amy in the clutches of the monstrous Umbridge. He walked heavily back to Amy and Mr. Perkins, recounting the events that had transpired. "It's all right, Mr. Weasley, I shall go meet her," Amy declared. "Ah, you are still too young," Mr. Weasley remarked sympathetically, observing the naive child who was about to have her perception of humanity's shortcomings thoroughly challenged. However, Amy was already well aware of Umbridge's character. The original text had devoted considerable space to depicting that loathsome pink toad, yet she had not anticipated encountering her so swiftly. This is a tough nut to crack, Amy mused, frowning. Umbridge was not only malevolent but also adept at wielding power. Her cunning intentions in summoning Amy were indeed troubling. Otherwise, I could help you decline her invitation, or concoct an excuse about your ill health, Mr. Weasley suggested. Amy waved her hand dismissively, rejecting Mr. Weasley's proposal. "Mr. Weasley, do not allow the fire to shift onto you. Since she has set her sights on me, I can evade her temporarily, but not indefinitely. Please direct me to Umbridge's private office." 5 minutes later, Amy knocked on the door of Umbridge's office. "Enter." Before she laid eyes on her, Amy was already uncomfortable upon hearing the shrillness of Umbridge's voice. Upon entering, she found the decor of the office to be a vivid manifestation of Umbridge's personal taste. Garish pinks adorned every corner, the furniture draped with exaggerated lace, and the walls lined with small porcelain plates, each depicting a moving kitten. While charming, they exuded an eerie sentiment, as if the kittens were imprisoned by Umbridge in this space. "Ah, Miss Lyle, what a pleasure to finally meet you," Umbridge began. Seated on a sofa amidst a tea table designed for meetings, its area already twice the size of a typical office in which Muggle items were prohibited. "I must admit, I am quite taken aback. I never expected that Mr. Arthur Weasley and his team could be outperformed in efficiency by such a young child." "I believe you are mistaken, madam," Amy replied, clearing her throat. "Mr. Weasley and his team have been occupied with matters that demand considerable time and effort. I merely assisted in alleviating some less critical inconveniences. I fear, Miss Lyle, you are still too young to grasp the significance of the tasks I assign," Umbridge replied smoothly. "Oh, I just reviewed your file. You are merely 11 years old, correct? Ah, and you hail from a Muggle orphanage, if I am not mistaken?" The abrupt shift in topic felt rather jarring. Why was she delving into her background? Amy regarded Umbridge with a degree of exasperation. Her exaggerated tone made it clear that Amy had little desire to engage. In response, Amy merely nodded lazily, her lips sealed. "Do you have any leads on your parents?" Umbridge inquired further. Amy shook her head, internally wishing for this interrogation to conclude swiftly. Ordinarily, Umbridge would look down upon a young witch with no family lineage. Yet she now contemplated. Such an opportunity to encounter a child like this is rare. Though impoverished and without connections, she must possess some talent. Children of this age are often quite naive. With a little guidance, she could become a commendable subordinate. "Do not be concerned. I was merely showing interest in your situation." Umbridge finally pivoted the conversation. "Minister Fudge and I are both quite invested in the success of your internship. Though young, I trust you understand that seizing this opportunity to showcase your abilities will greatly benefit your future. I shall certainly commit myself to my work." "That is splendid to hear." Umbridge seemed disinterested in hearing much from Amy, continuing her monologue. "Your performance today was commendable. I pondered that placing you in Mr. Weasley's modest office was somewhat beneath your capabilities. Why not come to work with me instead?" At this, Amy felt a jolt of alarm. She did not wish to spend her days in this peculiar office that even her wildest dreams could not conjure. Umbridge misinterpreted Amy's altered expression as one of astonishment and directed, "Oh, since you have accepted, why not fetch me a cup of hot tea? Remember, with 11 lumps of sugar." "Apologies, madam," Amy coldly replied. "My internship under Mr. Weasley was arranged by the ministry. I believe it would be inappropriate." How dreadfully rigid, Umbridge scoffed. Lacking patience for others' discourse. Such trivial matters could easily be resolved with a mere word to the minister. Or do you prefer returning to Mr. Weasley to handle those inconsequential tasks? Choosing the right person to follow is crucial. I believe assisting Mr. Weasley in combating the illegal modification and misuse of Muggle items is of significant importance. At least far more so than sweetening tea with 11 lumps of sugar, madam. Umbridge let out a cold huff, slamming her hand on the armrest of the sofa. Rising, she approached Amy, her broad, sagging face etched with displeasure. You shall not find joy in this foolish decision, Miss Lyle. But before you leave, should it not be customary to pour a cup of tea for your concerned superior? Amy warily cast a glance at Umbridge, reaching for the teapot on the table. The moment her fingers brushed against the pink floral teapot, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. It was all too clear that the teapot was the source of her discomfort. Hurry. Amy remained silent, swiftly pouring tea into a cup. For every additional second spent near that teapot amplified her agony. Once done, she began adding sugar cubes and handed the tea over. The entire process felt interminably long, though it lasted only 3 minutes. Upon receiving the tea, Amy immediately lowered her gaze to inspect her ankle, which had turned a deep purple and was bleeding from a split. My, what a severe injury. Where did you acquire such a wound? Umbridge inquired. But instead of the anger and pain she anticipated, Amy responded with a single question. You surely do not pour your own tea, do you? Of course not, dear. Umbridge narrowed her eyes, deriving pleasure from having those she disdained use her teapot. Keeping Amy around served as a constant outlet for her cruel tendencies. Umbridge raised the cup, taking a hearty sip. For her, nothing was more delectable than tea accompanied by another's suffering. Except perhaps the sherry she would indulge in upon ascending to the highest echelons of the Ministry of Magic. Madam, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Amy turned away, casually mentioning that she seldom served tea to others. Umbridge suddenly felt an unsettling sensation coursing through her body. She became flushed, retching uncontrollably, her tongue swelling and elongating until it reached an astonishing length of over 3 feet. Most people cannot afford the tea I serve, madam. Amy lamented not having brought a camera to capture this splendid moment, as they were all unable to pay the price. Surely, Umbridge did not believe that she would obediently place those 11 sugar cubes for her after being injured, for they were mixed with several of Weasley's infamous Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and various potent skiving snack boxes. They dissolve instantly in water. Truly a staple for any household, and an excellent tool for mischief. Do not worry, you will be back to normal in about an hour. Now, I shall take my leave. As Amy spoke, she waved her wand, tidying up the tea. Umbridge's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Yet her tongue had grown too large to utter a single word. Oh, and let me show you something. Healed as good as new. The wound that Umbridge had inflicted on Amy's leg instantaneously mended, her eyes almost bulging at the realization that it would typically require an exorbitant potion to heal over several days. I shall not be taking this teapot either. Amy removed her robe and collected the teapot, declaring, as a member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, I have the right to consider that you have illegally modified this teapot, for it is indeed a Muggle invention, and your alterations clearly exceed the norm. My reasoning is quite sound. If you have no objections, I shall take it back for some insignificant examination. Umbridge attempted to protest, but the effects of the skiving snack box's drowsiness took hold, and she was abruptly enveloped in darkness. Before losing consciousness, she could only think, Amy, the audacious little girl. We are sworn enemies. Chapter 58. Shopping outing, a misguided descent. Umbridge did not disclose to others the fierce retaliation she had suffered at Amy's hands. Perhaps due to her desire to conceal her humiliation at the hands of a child, or perhaps because Amy had so thoroughly cleaned up the scene. However, the absence of the teapot taken by Amy did not significantly affect Umbridge. Oh, this is a misunderstanding. I merely confiscated this teapot from another wizard, and have not yet had the opportunity to submit it. Umbridge swiftly concocted an excuse and adamantly denied the legal department's request to search her office. Now, Amy occasionally spotted Umbridge lingering outside the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, seemingly plotting how to create further trouble for her and others. The tedious paperwork sent to Mr. Weasley's office had visibly increased, leaving Amy perplexed as to how someone on the verge of being promoted to deputy minister could be so idle as to concoct such a multitude of trivial, yet exceedingly complex tasks. Fortunately, Amy had mastered the art of navigating these bureaucratic layers, and with the assistance of her time-turner, she and Mr. Weasley managed to leave work on time every day, returning to enjoy delightful dinners in the garden with everyone, with their planned trip to Diagon Alley remaining unaffected. Come, everyone line up. Guests first. Mrs. Weasley presented a pot of Floo powder before Harry, who appeared somewhat bewildered as he had never traveled using Floo powder before. Do not fear, Harry, just follow our lead. It is quite simple. Fred tossed the powder into the fireplace, and the flames turned a vibrant green as he bent down and stepped in, calling out Diagon Alley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The key is to articulate clearly, George added, following Fred into the fireplace. One by one, the others departed, leaving only Harry, Amy, Ron, and Mrs. Weasley in the room. Harry nervously swallowed, grasping a handful of Floo powder, and under the concerned gazes of the others, stepped into the fireplace. He intended to shout Diagon Alley, but a cloud of soot choked him, rendering his words unintelligible. Before he could react, the Floo powder kicked in. What had he just shouted? Mrs. Weasley anxiously stared at the fireplace. What if something goes wrong? Where will we find him? Do not worry, Amy said, gathering her bag and seizing a handful of Floo powder. I heard what he shouted. It was Knockturn Alley. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Weasley became even more frantic. Knockturn Alley. That is a place favored by dark wizards, renowned for its chaos and danger. However, just as one crisis seemed to settle, another emerged. As Amy stepped into the fireplace, she too was engulfed in soot, and this time, everyone distinctly heard her utter words that sounded more akin to Knockturn Alley than Diagon Alley. Now we may have 2 children who have fallen into Knockturn Alley. Molly Weasley screamed. Ron, we must hurry. Fortunately, Knockturn Alley is not far from Diagon Alley. We will first meet up with your father, then go and find them. Meanwhile, the soot-laden girl, Amy, was enduring the dizzying torment of her Floo powder journey, lamenting her slip of the tongue. If only I had practiced tongue twisters more often. Why do Diagon Alley and Knockturn Alley sound so similar? Amy concluded her journey with her head down, landing softly and feeling no significant pain. She lifted her head, slowly wiping the soot from her face, attempting to discern her surroundings, only to suddenly hear a voice beneath her. Harry Human Cushion Potter groaned. Could you please get off me? Amy quickly scrambled out of the filthy, cramped stone fireplace, pulling Harry out alongside her. I am terribly sorry. Are you hurt? Let us get out of here. I do not believe we are in Diagon Alley, Harry whispered, glancing warily around. The shop they found themselves in was spacious yet dim, its displays filled with grotesque items. A withered human hand lay on a cushion in a glass case, beside it a vacant glass eye. Various human bones and ancient trinkets cluttered the counter, and as Harry passed a lavish opal necklace, he noticed a sign reading, Do not touch. Cursed and has claimed the lives of 19 muggles. The two moved cautiously, preparing to slip out of the shop when 2 figures suddenly appeared outside. Draco Malfoy and his father. Harry, unwilling to let his nemesis Malfoy see him in such a disheveled state, immediately pulled Amy aside, and they hid behind a black cabinet, peering through a narrow crack. The Malfoy duo entered the shop with an air of familiarity, Lucius Malfoy admonishing his son not to touch anything while ringing the bell on the counter. I thought you brought me here to give me a gift or tell me something. Malfoy expressed his discontent. There is indeed a gift, but you must wait a moment. I will take you to Diagon Alley soon to purchase a broomstick for the upcoming match. And have I not told you countless times? Do not ask about what you are not meant to know. Even that house elf knows, Malfoy muttered under his breath, too quietly for anyone but himself to hear. And if I am not on the house team, what use is a new broomstick? You are of the appropriate age to join the team. I have 1,000 ways to get you on. Lucius tapped his fingers impatiently on the counter, increasingly vexed by his son's lack of compliance. I do not want to. Malfoy stubbornly turned his head away. If Potter can get on the team and be called some genius seeker, I am certainly no worse than him. I want to do it on my own. It is unwise to go against the tide when everyone else regards Potter as a hero. Moreover, I fervently wish for my son to not only secure a place on the team, but also to avoid the indignity of merely being a benchwarmer. I shall strive diligently. Before Malfoy could finish his sentence, a stooped man appeared at the counter, instantly capturing Lucius's attention, which inexplicably stirred in Harry a hint of sympathy towards the detestable Malfoy. The man slicked back his glossy hair with his hand and ingratiatingly remarked, Mr. Malfoy, it is a privilege to meet you, and young Master Malfoy as well. Welcome. What may I assist you in purchasing today? Chapter 59, A Photographic Memento, Bookstore Signing Event. I am not here to buy anything. I am here to sell, Lucius Malfoy stated, as he pulled a roll of parchment from his pocket, presumably a list of contraband items, and unfolded it for Mr. Borgin to peruse. Malfoy's name still held some weight within the ministry, yet the ministry had increasingly meddled in affairs that did not concern them, even drafting a new Muggle Protection Act. Surely the handiwork of that buffoon Arthur Weasley, who had an inexplicable fondness for Muggles. Both Amy and Harry felt a surge of indignation at this statement, yet dared not voice their dissent. After a moment's contemplation, Amy retrieved her camera from her small bag. Why do you carry that everywhere? Harry murmured. We're all here in Diagon Alley for shopping, and I simply wish to capture some commemorative photographs, Amy replied, positioning her magical camera in the crevice of the counter, hoping for a successful candid shot. Would you allow me to take a few pictures? With so many fans, they could sell quite well. Before Harry could respond, Amy pressed the shutter, and a photograph capturing Lucius haggling with Mr. Borgin slowly emerged from the camera. Mr. Weasley will surely appreciate this picture, Amy remarked, admiring her creation. If the ministry fails to intervene, I shall submit it to the newspaper with the title shock. A notable figure engages in such activities in this locale. Harry stifled a laugh. Once the Malfoy father and son had departed, they stealthily exited the suspicious establishment known as Borgin and Burke's. The two glanced around, and Amy discreetly used magic to remove the soot from their clothes. The dim, narrow alley sent shivers down their spines, and they noticed two ragged wizards whispering and eyeing them. Harry felt a wave of unease as an old witch, her mouth filled with moss, seemed eager to engage them, clutching a platter resembling the nails of the deceased. At that moment, two reassuring voices echoed from either end of Nocturne Alley. Harry, Amy. Mr. Weasley rushed towards them, his expression fraught with concern. Another voice, much more boisterous, belonged to Hagrid, who bellowed, "What are you doing here?" He quickly closed the distance, shielding the two children and startling the old witch, who dropped her platter and scurried away. Hagrid effortlessly lifted both Amy and Harry, striding towards Mr. Weasley. "Did they accompany you, Arthur? You must keep a close watch on them. Nocturne Alley is no safe place." "Thank you ever so much, Hagrid," Mr. Weasley panted. Molly was terribly worried, but the other children also need supervision. I feared something might befall them before I could locate them. After navigating several corners, they soon spotted the white edifice of Gringotts, where Hermione stood at the entrance, conversing with Mrs. Weasley, while Ginny anxiously tugged at her mother's hand. Percy seemed to have preceded them to the bookstore and was not present, while George, Fred, and Ron quickly noticed them and relayed the news to their mother. "What remarkable fortune! You found them!" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. "Oh, Hagrid, long time no see. I am certain you played a significant role. Thank you ever so much." Mrs. Weasley scrutinized the two children, checking for any signs of injury. "Did you truly venture into Nocturne Alley?" the boys enviously inquired, for adults always forbade them from going there. "You would do well to avoid it. It is far too perilous," Hagrid warned, his expression unusually grave. "Indeed, we were somewhat concerned," Fred admitted. "Concerned that Amy might blow up the entire alley," George added with a chuckle. Just then, Percy emerged from the leaky cauldron, overhearing their banter, and nodding in silent agreement. "Oh, cease your jesting," Hermione interjected. "My parents have just exited Gringotts after exchanging Muggle currency, and should be along shortly. I believe it is time for us to procure our textbooks." This prompted Harry to recall that he had yet to retrieve his money from Gringotts, and he hurriedly dashed inside with his key. Before long, the Grangers appeared, smiling and greeting everyone, while Mr. Weasley seemed quite intrigued by some Muggle items they possessed. Harry emerged with a pouch of coins. "The bookstore was too crowded," Percy remarked, shrugging. "I couldn't squeeze in. It seemed they were hosting some sort of event. In times like these, having agility is paramount. Let us make our exit first," Fred and George exclaimed, rushing into the throng and vanishing among the crowd. As the remaining group entered slowly, they noticed a large banner draped across the bookstore window. "Gilderoy Lockhart, signing and selling his autobiography, Magical Me. Today from 12:30 to 4:30. We can meet him," Hermione exclaimed with delight, as nearly every book on her list was authored by him. "He must be an extraordinary wizard." "You have the same taste as my mother," Ron replied, somewhat disgruntled, for he had no desire to jostle amidst Lockhart's fervent female admirers. Mr. Weasley skillfully sought out the section where second-hand books were displayed, while Mrs. Weasley had already joined the queue for autographs. "We are bound to purchase a multitude of his books, so why not seek his signature and a handshake?" Mrs. Weasley appeared both nervous and excited. At that moment, the Weasley twins hurried down from the second floor of the bookstore, arms laden with newly purchased books. "Come. Everyone gets a share." George and Fred distributed the textbooks they had just acquired to Percy, Ron, and Ginny. "I surely did not give you that much money," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in astonishment, as the 5 sets of Lockhart's best-selling books radiated with the scent of money. "Mother, that is our own money, so to speak." George and Fred hesitated, knowing their mother had always disapproved of their venture into the joke shop, and unsure of how to explain. "Earned through hard work, Mrs. Weasley. We participated together during our spare time, and made a considerable sum. This is the realization of textbook freedom, is it not?" Amy interjected, employing her well-practiced tactics to placate Mrs. Weasley, who nodded in agreement. "This alleviates a significant burden from our family. Would you like autographs? I can stand in line for you. Step aside, everyone. A photograph is about to be taken. This is for the Daily Prophet. A petite man brandished a camera, shooing the crowd, and inadvertently stepping on Ron's foot as he sought the optimal angle, the shutter clicking repeatedly. Gilderoy Lockhart beamed with his autobiography in hand, flashing the same charming smile as on the cover, reveling in the moment under the camera's gaze. How remarkable he is, Ron groaned, rubbing his sore foot, while Harry hurriedly assisted him to a nearby seat to rest. As they moved slowly, Lockhart fixed his gaze upon them for a moment before leaping from his chair and exclaiming, "Isn't that Harry Potter?" Chapter 60. The Diary Emerges, Covert Kidnapping. Gilderoy Lockhart flashed his signature smile at Harry, his teeth glimmering like pearls. He sauntered towards Harry as the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Lockhart pulled Harry close, while reporters from the Daily Prophet snapped away, causing Harry's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Today the young Harry Potter stepped into the bookstore, solely to procure my autobiography. The enchanter that is me. What an extraordinary day this is. I would, of course, be delighted to bestow my work upon him free of charge. The crowd erupted in applause, while Ron and Amy exchanged derisive glances. It was evident that we had merely come to purchase textbooks. One cannot deny his marketing acumen. He effortlessly leveraged Harry's celebrity status to his advantage. Amy, lost in thought, resolved to discuss with Harry the possibility of becoming a spokesperson for the theater, or perhaps securing rights to his likeness, for it would be a grave misfortune to allow such an opportunity to slip through their fingers. However, it was soon revealed that Harry Potter and his companions were to receive a surprise far grander than my autobiography. A true magician, a being capable of magic. I announced, with great enthusiasm, that I would be assuming the role of defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this September. After managing to extricate himself from the throng, Harry found solace against the wall, where Ginny cradled her new cauldron, filled with her fresh textbooks. "Hey, you must be enjoying this, Potter," a familiar voice called from behind. Draco Malfoy, evidently displeased by Harry's moment in the limelight, reflexively remarked. It was not his intention to steal the spotlight. Ginny shot a glare at Malfoy. "Oh, Potter, you've found yourself a little girlfriend," Malfoy drawled, eliciting a blush that crept to Ginny's ears. "You certainly have a knack for shipping couples." Malfoy was taken aback, as Amy, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley twins squeezed into the scene. Amy wore a bemused expression, uttering words that Malfoy struggled to comprehend. "Percy has truly been lost in the crowd again. I should have made him wait outside," George lamented. Malfoy found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as Amy noted that since her slight reformation of him, his villainous traits had diminished. Even his provocations lacked their usual sharpness. "Children. Oh, how have you managed to acquire all your books?" Mr. Weasley inquired from the crowd, spotting Malfoy and squinting slightly as he recognized him. "Ah, Mr. Arthur Weasley, still rummaging through second-hand books for your children? It must be quite the ordeal." Lucius Malfoy approached his son, Draco, who quickly found refuge behind his father, delegating all villainous repartee to him. "Ah, new books, are they?" Lucius feigned surprise, pulling Ginny's textbook from her cauldron. "It seems you and your wife shall be going hungry next month. With the ministry assigning you so many search tasks, they aren't compensating you for overtime? Look at your woeful state. What merits are there in being a failure among wizards?" "I believe we have differing opinions on what constitutes a failure among wizards." The two exchanged sharp retorts, the tension palpable, as if they were on the brink of a duel. "Take this." Lucius Malfoy thrust Ginny's textbook back into the cauldron, a malevolent glint in his eye. In that moment, all eyes save for Malfoy's bore into Lucius. Had glares been lethal, he would have been utterly vanquished. Meanwhile, hidden behind his father, Draco sensed that Lucius was doing more than merely returning the textbook. Was he imagining things? A sense of unease washed over Draco as he recalled the secret his father had long refused to disclose. Amy, however, was acutely aware of Lucius Malfoy's intentions. Moments ago, Lucius had undoubtedly slipped one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Tom Riddle's diary, into Ginny's cauldron, intending to use her to unlock the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the perilous basilisk. Amy hesitated. After all, this was a pivotal plot point in the original narrative, as Harry had drawn the sword of Gryffindor in the process of vanquishing the basilisk. Moreover, failing to unlock the chamber and defeat the basilisk would mean Voldemort had embedded a potential threat within Hogwarts, allowing him to unleash a creature capable of death at a mere glance at any time. But such a significant Horcrux lay right before her eyes. Who could stand idly by while Ginny and others at Hogwarts faced such danger? Just as Amy prepared to voice her concerns, a vice-like grip seized her shoulder. "Found you," a suffocating voice whispered in her ear, and as she turned, Dolores Umbridge's large visage loomed before her. Arthur Weasley, this child is coming with me. You may inquire about the specifics at the ministry, Umbridge declared triumphantly to Mr. Weasley, seizing Amy's wrist and forcibly operating away. The onlookers were taken aback by Umbridge's sudden appearance and disappearance, and the Malfoy duo had quietly slipped away. Who is that old crone? Clearly not someone here for benevolent purposes. George and Fred paced anxiously. This is nothing short of kidnapping, Hermione exclaimed, outraged by the brutish conduct. Mr. Weasley, pale-faced, was equally bewildered by the unfolding events. You all stay here and wait for your mother. I must make a trip to the ministry. Do you know why I brought you here? Umbridge seated herself behind her desk in the gaudy pink office. Amy couldn't quite fathom her ulterior motives for summoning her to this garish space. Are you longing for another cup of my tea? Of course not, dear. Umbridge replied with a smile that dripped with insincerity, emphasizing the term dear as if it were a bitter pill. This morning, you violated wizarding law by using a cleaning spell off school grounds. I have summoned you regarding this matter. Amy pondered, recalling that she had cast the spell to rid Harry and herself of soot. Did you not state that I had the right to use magic while interning at the ministry? Oh, Miss Amy Lair, such a clumsy oversight cannot be permitted. Our letter explicitly stated that you would have the right to use magic while at the ministry, and your recent use occurred in, this location is quite notorious for magical mishaps. Umbridge smirked, reveling in her newfound leverage. This time, she had the chance to repay that debt of tea in full. Chapter 61, De facto house arrest, feigned compliance. Amy was utterly exasperated. Harry and Dobby had caused minimal disruption on Privet Drive. Yet the ministry could easily pin the blame on Harry. Despite casting spells in the heavily populated Nocturne Alley, she had been precisely apprehended. She had reason to suspect that Umbridge was watching her every move, waiting for an opportunity to catch her off guard. Moreover, during the earlier competition, she had slipped away to the Weasley home to use the water prison charm on a goblin without consequence. This was truly disconcerting. When had the trivial matter of underage wizards using magic off school grounds warranted Umbridge's personal intervention? And did she not recall that first-time offenders typically received only a warning letter from the ministry? Amy glared at Umbridge, questioning the legitimacy of her nearly abduction-like actions. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case, Umbridge replied, lifting her chin in haughty defiance. However, as the head of the Office for the Regulation of Magical Abuse, and a senior investigator for the Ministry of Magic, I believe I possess the authority to handle exceptional circumstances in a special manner. Did you not perform admirably in that competition? Thus, I may conclude that your magical prowess is far beyond the ordinary, and poses a significant risk, necessitating special control measures. What do you intend to do? At this moment, a myriad of malevolent curses flashed through Amy's mind, and she even entertained the notion of casting the unforgivable curse upon the loathsome Toad. But she was reluctant to become a wanted criminal at the tender age of 12, so she refrained. Umbridge appeared to sense Amy's trepidation, retrieving her wand and idly twirling it between her fingers. Fear not, dear. You shall find no other as magnanimous as I. I shall not allow Hogwarts to expel you over this incident. Amy rolled her eyes, almost sending them to the heavens. Did Umbridge truly believe she could expel her? Would Dumbledore acquiesce to such a notion? Moreover, Minister Fudge still held a modicum of respect for Dumbledore, unlike in the year following Voldemort's resurrection, when he constantly suspected Dumbledore of coveting his position, thus allowing Umbridge to wreak havoc at Hogwarts. If Umbridge could be considered magnanimous, then Lucius Malfoy could certainly be awarded the title of Compassionate Muggle Advocate. Given your apparent inability to govern your own actions, and to properly wield the powers granted to you by the Ministry during your internship. Henceforth, during this period, apart from the few months that allow you to return to school, you shall not leave my office even a step. Both work and life must transpire under my vigilant observation. This is tantamount to house arrest. Clearly, this is merely a reasonable measure to prevent you from committing any further grievous errors. Umbridge proclaimed smugly, gesturing towards a small door adjacent to her office, which would serve as your abode for the coming month. Oh, and for many months to come. You shall also be residing here throughout September when school commences, not returning to Hogwarts until October. I hope you find your time here enjoyable. Umbridge had anticipated that the young girl would resort to a dramatic display of tears and tantrums, but to her astonishment, Amy fell silent. After 2 minutes of contemplation, she inquired in a peculiar tone, "Could you ask Mr. Weasley to bring my belongings? Is she acquiescing? Is there no resistance?" Umbridge felt a twinge of unease, reminiscent of the ominous premonition she had during their last tea meeting. However, considering that Amy was now at her mercy, she felt a sense of relief. Of course. I would be delighted to relay this information to Arthur Weasley. I suggest you take a moment to see what your new quarters are like. With a chuckle from Umbridge, Amy pushed open the small door. Even for a 12-year-old, the door was diminutive. She peered inside, discovering a space of roughly 8 square meters, devoid of any furniture. This was once a janitor's storage closet, and I arranged for it to be cleared specifically for your accommodation. Unfortunately, it appears you shall have to sleep on the floor. I should still be able to use magic in the ministry, correct? Amy inquired, ignoring Umbridge's derision, her expression remaining placid. Naturally you may. At that moment, a paper airplane gracefully glided into Umbridge's hands from outside the door. Upon opening it, she immediately rose and departed, not forgetting to lock the office door behind her. Stay put. Once Umbridge had left, Amy nonchalantly settled onto the sofa in her office, stretching with a yawn, though she felt considerable indignation towards Umbridge's despicable actions. Remaining here also provided her with a spark of inspiration and opportunity. She knew precisely how she would engage with the storyline of her second year. However, the immediate priority was to survive naturally under Umbridge's oppressive regime. Amy sprang from the sofa, drew her wand, and pushed open the small door for a thorough search. Despite the absence of furniture, she couldn't afford to be careless. Indeed, she discovered several tiny magical devices with surveillance capabilities affixed to the ceiling and door handle. With a flick of her wand, she cast a Confronting charm upon them, ensuring that Umbridge would never notice any unusual behavior during her surveillance. Next, she awaited the arrival of her luggage, sprawling out on the sofa and retrieving a newly purchased textbook from her backpack, immersing herself in its contents. When Umbridge entered the office, directing 2 suitcases to float inside with her wand, she was struck by the sight of Amy seemingly vacationing in her office. Why is this taking so long? I've already finished a book, Amy remarked, her tone suggesting that she was the one in charge here. Umbridge wished to see her panic and anxiety. Instead, Amy exuded calmness and composure. Get up, Umbridge commanded without courtesy. Arthur Weasley has been arguing with me for ages. But my decision is final. He had to return to fetch your belongings. Now take your suitcase and go to your room. You are to remain there unless absolutely necessary. Understood, understood, Amy replied slowly, rising. You have no idea how comfortable it is to stay here for free, with convenient work arrangements. I must thank you for that. Being obstinate is hardly a virtue, Umbridge scoffed, hoping Mr. Weasley remembered to pack you a blanket. After a few nights on the hard floor, don't come crying to me. Chapter 62, Departmental Transfer, Great Shock. That evening, the first thing Umbridge did upon returning home from work was to check the surveillance footage from the devices she had secretly installed in Amy's small room. There, in the desolate chamber, Amy was tossing and turning on the floor, without even a blanket, appearing utterly pitiable. This suited Umbridge perfectly. She switched off the footage, contentedly brewing herself a cup of tea. Time Turner. Although she had cast a Confronting charm on the surveillance devices to randomly display images of herself either sleeping on the floor or sobbing while working overtime, she could not afford to let her guard down. You stay here and adapt to any unexpected situations. Amy's first clone nodded, settling onto the floor. Amy opened her 2 suitcases and suddenly noticed something wrapped beneath the clothes in one of them. Reaching in, she pulled out a palm-sized red box, opening it to reveal a note and a bracelet. The note bore the familiar handwriting of her friends, each having written a few words. My dad says that Umbridge is quite the problem. Be very careful and don't write anything important in your letters. She might be spying. Ron. I hope Umbridge doesn't go rummaging through other people's suitcases. Honestly, her actions are utterly devoid of any reliable legal basis. She's simply abusing her power. I hope you navigate these next few months safely. I'll help you organize your class notes. Hermione. Will inform the professors at school. Hopefully, Dumbledore will intervene. Harry. It's a pity you can't witness my sorting ceremony. Although my room has returned to its previous state after your belongings were confiscated, I still feel a sense of emptiness. Ginny. That wicked witch. We really want to do a little decorating in her office. One day we shall. Fred and George. But for now, your immediate priority is to protect yourself. Amy, did you see that bracelet? It's a prototype we developed earlier. But due to its complex design and lack of a broad audience at school, we didn't mass produce it. We had Dad enhance its functionality. Its primary use is to counter curses, especially those cast on objects. Legend has it that the old hag enjoys creating dangerous items. By using those items with the hand wearing this bracelet, you can rebound the dangerous curses back onto their owner. Don't worry about school. We will manage the theater well. Fred and George. Amy donned the bracelet on her right wrist, and for the first time, she could truly let go of her anxieties. It's just Umbridge after all. Behind her, she had the support of her friends. As night fell, exhausted from a day of turmoil, Amy retrieved her black box from the bottom of her suitcase and dove inside, heading to the home area of Room 1's collection chamber to select a blanket that emitted the sound of crashing waves. And soon she was enveloped in a tranquil slumber. For nearly a month to come, Umbridge relentlessly inundated Amy's small room with a plethora of paperwork, occasionally permitting her to venture out solely to run errands to the archives, burdened with thick stacks of materials and limited to a mere 3 minutes. But Amy was no pushover. In a small chamber, she engaged her doppelganger in a flurry of activity, completing her tasks at quadruple speed before indulging in leisurely pursuits. Each day, Amy luxuriated in the soft embrace of the grand bed in the collection room, her radiant visage inciting considerable ire from Umbridge. As September finally arrived, Amy's life underwent a significant transformation. Per the new arrangements, she was to be transferred from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to a special action group directly under the Minister, meaning Umbridge would no longer be her immediate superior. However, she could not vacate the premises. It was deemed far too perilous for an underage wizard like her, who was not yet required to attend school, to wander outside. This suited me just fine, madam. Amy maintained her innocuous smile, unbeknownst to Umbridge that she had stealthily captured ample evidence of her misdeeds with a camera over the past month, even having thoroughly explored her office during the dead of night. It was her first experience with someone so eager to deliver intelligence. Realizing that her confinement tactics no longer bothered Amy, Umbridge huffed and changed the subject. By the way, I have some delightful news. Arthur Weasley has recently found himself in quite a predicament. Umbridge produced yesterday's Daily Prophet, laying it on the table, the headline featuring a photo of Mr. Weasley flying forward, barely visible among the clouds. In an instant, Amy comprehended the situation. Dobby had attempted to prevent Harry from entering the station, prompting Harry and Ron to hastily take to the skies in the illegally modified vehicle, soaring to Hogwarts. Without question, it was a thrilling adventure and a courageous endeavor, yet it undoubtedly spelled immense trouble for Mr. Weasley. The repercussions were severe, with 6 or 7 muggles having witnessed the vehicle. Ironically, Arthur Weasley himself worked in the office dedicated to preventing the misuse of muggle artifacts. He would face stringent scrutiny, and the fines imposed would likely be substantial. Although this was a well-known plot point from the original narrative, Amy could not help but feel a weight in her heart, exacerbated by Umbridge's derisive laughter. Let us not dwell on this. I must report to my new place of work now. I suspect you will return shortly. Umbridge remarked cryptically, leaving Amy puzzled, though she had no desire to linger in the garish pink office. Without delay, Amy pushed open the door and strode towards her new office. An hour later, Amy began to understand why Umbridge had made that remark. Why was the Minister's Special Action Group so idle? The office adjacent to the Minister's was spacious, occupied by 4 or 5 wizards, some dozing, others chatting, and a few preoccupied with making teapots dance. The entire department exuded an air of relaxed languor. Hello, you must be the new intern, greeted a middle-aged wizard languidly. I'm Mark Horace, the one who wrote your internship description letter. Hello, Mr. Horace. Ah, how nostalgic. That was the only job I had in the past 2 months. Amy replied, her eyes widening in disbelief. What exactly did this department do? Chapter 63. Refusing to be complacent, everyone gets to work. An hour later, Amy indeed found herself back in Umbridge's office, driven by the desire to bring a book to read, as she was utterly bored in the Minister's special group. What do you all do here? She inquired. Primarily, we remain on standby, awaiting directives from the Minister. Major decisions are not ours to make. We generally assist the Minister with correspondence or make restaurant reservations, Mr. Horace explained, seemingly pleased to have a new conversationalist. So this was the Minister's secretarial team. Amy mused. The Minister certainly held considerable influence. I fear we may be dismissed if this continues, remarked the wizard who had been dozing. Oh, I'm Goggery. After all, our salaries are decent. Will the Ministry really continue to support us layabouts? Must you always speak in such a manner? Mr. Horace frowned. At least the Minister wouldn't willingly relinquish a team he can directly command. Regardless, we are squandering our youth here, Illinois lamented, slumping over his desk. We ought to engage in some meaningful work. I don't want to look back on my career and realize I spent over half my time merely sipping tea and napping. The unique aspirations of the secretarial group prompted Amy to reflect. It seemed that excessive complacency could adversely affect one's mental state. That's because you one TC's work, the witch commanding the dancing teapot interjected, turning her head. I'm always among the first to take on tasks. Just yesterday, I handled the Minister's response to a dinner invitation from Malfoy. Malfoy Manor? Amy inquired. Indeed, since we have time and you've just arrived, let me enlighten you about the current situation. Mr. Horace proceeded enthusiastically. Have you heard of Lucius Malfoy? He is notoriously wealthy and influential among wizards. He frequently invites the minister to dine, seeking to curry favor and enhance his own prestige. Furthermore, Malfoy is a staunch advocate for pureblood supremacy. Although the ministry ostensibly seeks to uphold the interests of wizards from diverse backgrounds, the minister himself is rather aligned with Malfoy's faction. Why is that? Because the minister is insecure. Mr. Horace lowered his voice. Everyone knows he only became minister because Dumbledore was unwilling to take the position. His capabilities and experience are hardly impressive. Thus he seeks ways to solidify his standing, such as forging alliances with those powerful pureblood families to gain their support. We, as a department directly under the minister, are quite aware of this. I see. However, such a strategy also bore its risks. The minister could easily become a pawn for Malfoy and his ilk. Just as Amy finished speaking, a paper airplane swooped into the office from the doorway, and before she could react, everyone sprang to their feet. Mine. You stole it last time. It's my turn now. I haven't done anything for 3 months. Let me have it. The scene erupted into chaos as they all drew their wands, spells whizzing through the room. Ultimately, the witch commanding the teapot emerged victorious, successfully retrieving the paper airplane. Uni, it's you again. It's mine now. Uni triumphantly unfolded the paper airplane, which bore the details of their new assignment. Her expression suddenly shifting. We have received a major task. Uni stammered amidst the puzzled gazes of her colleagues, presenting the note for others to see. It bore Minister Fudge's signature along with several lines of text. Last night, Mr. Malfoy proposed that we systematically compile information regarding all pureblood members and their family histories. I believe this holds considerable historical value, and will assist the ministry in inventorying some precious artifacts. Please ensure that this is completed with utmost diligence, and within a timely manner. Undoubtedly, this was a monumental undertaking that necessitated the involvement of all members. Mr. Horace, seemingly the de facto leader of the group, promptly issued orders. Amy and Uni, you are tasked with writing to each family to request their histories and genealogies. I will search for all relevant books and materials. IL and the others, head to the Wizard Registration Office, ensuring that we do not overlook any recently established pureblood families. While this assignment clearly carried undertones of promoting pureblood supremacy, the minister's orders were difficult to defy, and the office atmosphere had finally been invigorated, prompting Amy to naturally join in the work. As she began to engage in the tasks at hand, Amy quickly realized that the minister's secretarial team was, in fact, brimming with talent. Each member's capabilities were exceptional, and it seemed a pity they were relegated to menial tasks for the minister. As she contemplated the ancient wizarding families, she decided to start with the illustrious 28 pureblood surnames. Oni handed the letter paper to Amy and inquired, "Do you have any classmates from those prominent families? Writing to acquaintances for assistance could save us quite a bit of hassle." "Indeed, there are some, like the Weasley family and the Longbottoms," Amy replied, immediately picking up her quill, ready to compose letters to Mr. Weasley and Neville. Unfortunately, most pureblood wizards are in Slytherin. If you knew them, it would certainly make things easier. "Actually, I do know one," Amy hesitated before saying. "Well, how's your relationship?" "I hope they aren't adversaries who hurl insults at each other upon meeting," Oni jested lightly. "How should I put it?" Amy pondered internally, wondering if a relationship characterized by slaps followed by sweet words could be considered acceptable. Nonetheless, Oni's comment sparked a realization in her. She seized her quill and began to write fervently, swiftly sealing the freshly penned letter into an envelope. "This letter, if all goes as planned, should alleviate half of our workload," Amy remarked with a smile. Chapter 64. The young master awaits the twins anxious. In the eyes of most Slytherin students, befriending offspring of esteemed families was undoubtedly a shortcut to success. Thus, individuals like Draco Malfoy, with their illustrious backgrounds, garnered significant attention among their peers in Slytherin. Malfoy could be deemed a leader within Slytherin, to the extent that even older students dared not treat this young boy with indifference. However, of late, they had noticed peculiar changes in the once charming young master, who could be easily flattered. He seemed indifferent to their sycophantic praises, and no longer took the initiative to mock that group from Gryffindor. This was highly unusual, strangely so. "Young master, that attention-seeking Potter and Weasley are approaching. They truly lack self-awareness, daring to arrive at school in a modified Muggle vehicle. And they haven't even been expelled," Crabbe insinuated, inciting Malfoy to engage in some verbal sparring. Yes, I understand," Malfoy replied dismissively, engrossed in his new textbook while casually preparing for potions class. During the summer, he might have had the leisure to provoke Potter, but now that school had commenced, his focus was solely on his magical studies. How could he excel in Professor Goyle's special guidance session on Sunday afternoons if he did not diligently apply himself? With this thought, Malfoy's desire to learn intensified. Yet, the dim-witted Crabbe and Goyle remained oblivious to his disinterest. The young master must still be adjusting to the new term. We must create an uplifting atmosphere for him. Thus, for the following period, Crabbe and Goyle exhausted their collective wit and resolve. Young master, do you remember the howling letter Weasley received? It was utterly ridiculous. Weasley was humiliated. Yes, I know. Young master, that Longbottom is wandering the corridors again. He must be lost. Why don't we know time? Young master. Finally, Malfoy could contain himself no longer and sprang up. You two imbeciles, can you not give me a moment's peace? You chatter incessantly, wasting my time. Upon hearing this, Crabbe and Goyle began to weep, not out of sorrow from the reprimand, but from sheer emotion. The young master has finally retorted. He is back to normal. Malfoy gazed at their tearful faces, pondering why he had ever chosen these two as his lackeys. However, with the much-anticipated special guidance day arriving the next day, he resolved not to dwell on Crabbe and Goyle's antics, instead choosing to immerse himself in his studies and practice basic transfiguration. Yet, on that bright afternoon, Malfoy found himself waiting in vain for his teacher. 15 minutes had elapsed since their appointed time, and he could not recall a single instance where the professor had ever been late. As he withdrew his wand, the silver serpent entwined around it mirrored his growing unease. Spiraling aimlessly in the air, if the Professor Malfoy dared not finish the thought, he knew too little about her. If she were to leave him without a word, he would not even know where to find her. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, two pairs of eyes were watching him from the nearby bushes. What's wrong with my appearance? I believe my hair and makeup are at least on par with Amy's, George remarked, adjusting his absurdly styled hair reminiscent of Professor Goyle, showcasing his wall-like makeup to Fred. Similar or not, you bear no resemblance to Amy. If Malfoy weren't blind, he'd certainly notice, Fred replied, thinking that this ensemble would be more suited for a comedic contest. True, I lack the magnificent gown that exudes Amy's commanding presence. But that's not the point. We must act. We promised Amy we would assist her with various matters at school. Indeed, though I feel that whether we show up or not, Malfoy's situation is likely beyond repair, Fred mused, stroking his chin. He believed that sending George out in such garb would not only lead to exposure, but also spark a bizarre debate among others about whether it was Fred or George with a penchant for cross-dressing. As the two remained embroiled in their dilemma, an unfamiliar owl flew straight towards Malfoy, dropping off a letter before perching atop the castle's eaves, seemingly awaiting something. Malfoy, perplexed, opened the letter and began to read, his expression gradually shifting from worry to joy, before turning serious once more. Folding the letter, he tucked it into his pocket and hurried away, leaving the Weasley twins in a state of confusion, wondering why he had departed so abruptly. What could possibly be in that letter? Malfoy rushed back to the Slytherin common room, summoning Crabbe and Goyle, who were still indulging in cake. You two, write home and transcribe our family history and such. I have urgent need of it. Be swift. Crabbe and Goyle nearly choked on the last bite of cake they had stuffed into their mouths. Also inform the others. The more the better. Malfoy clenched the recently received letter in his pocket, the familiar tone of its contents resonating within him. To Draco Malfoy. How have you been? I apologize for my recent absence due to pressing matters. I may not return to teach you until October. However, I have a request. I have been in a slumber for 50 years, and many details elude my memory. Could you please gather as much information on wizarding family histories as possible? I believe this will greatly aid in restoring my recollection. My owl will be ready to collect the materials you gather at the location where you receive this letter. G. Chapter 65, Venturing Outside, Mastering the Horcrux. 3 days later, the Ministry of Magic's owl arrived, panting and laden with a wealth of family history materials. How did you acquire so much? Oni marveled as she perused the documents, noting even some obscure families among them. Amy shrugged. I merely penned a private letter. She had taken care to erase any traces of the ministry's insignia from the letterhead, ensuring it appeared sufficiently personal. That cannot be something Umbridge hears. She was here just the day before you arrived, hinting at wanting us to keep an eye on you. Oni exclaimed. Indeed, she is quite the persistent spectre, Amy replied, having spent a month under Umbridge's watchful gaze, significantly enhancing her imagination and tolerance for human moral depravity. Rest assured, my letters are solely for work. She should not be able to find any grounds for reproach. Moreover, this year, she intended to focus on the ministry, hoping to surprise them with a little revelation stemming from the Chamber of Secrets incident. After several days of correspondence and investigation, She had gathered a substantial amount of information regarding various families' histories and their members. Mr. Horace summarized that other scattered pureblood wizards were also registered, albeit with some discrepancies. He produced a list adorned with the surnames of a dozen families, those that had mysteriously vanished from society over the past few decades for various reasons. The histories and treasures of these families are of paramount significance, and I believe we should undertake a visit to their registered addresses to ascertain the reasons behind their disappearance. May I accompany you? Amy inquired, raising her hand. I believe it would be permissible under our supervision, Mr. Horace chuckled. Members of the minister's direct team have, to some extent, interacted with Umbridge and are well aware of her disdainful nature. In reality, Umbridge lacks the authority to dictate to the minister's immediate subordinates. Hooray! Amy felt as though she had not breathed the air outside the Ministry of Magic for 2 centuries. Umbridge would surely be infuriated by this. However, we must exercise caution. Otherwise, we cannot be held responsible for your actions, Illinois cautioned, visibly anxious about Amy causing trouble. Rest assured, Oni reassured, patting her chest. Amy and I will be in the same group, and as our spell specialist, I am confident I can maintain control of the situation. Come on, Amy. Let us peruse the list. Which family do you wish to visit? Amy scanned the list, her gaze sharpening with determination. I wish to go to this one. She pointed excitedly at a name. 10 minutes later, on the outskirts of the small village of Hangdon in northern England. Thankfully, Oni's extensive travel experience enabled her to swiftly apparate to a location near their destination, requiring only a brief walk thereafter. The two turned right onto a country dirt road, proceeding downwards until they reached a dense thicket of dark, gnarled trees. Through the twisted roots, Amy glimpsed a dilapidated house partially concealed within. Let us proceed. That is our destination, the Gaunt Manor. The manor was not only in a state of disrepair, but also evidently abandoned for many years. With various parts dilapidated and locks rusted, its door hanging askew. As Amy approached the door, she discovered a dead snake nailed to it, its corpse in a state of advanced decay. The most recent report concerning the Gaunt family came from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Oni elaborated. It was Morphin Gaunt who had used magic to murder a muggle, ultimately dying in Azkaban during his imprisonment. He did not commit the murder, Amy silently mused. It was Voldemort who had killed his father and framed him for the crime. There were no records concerning the whereabouts of other members of the Gaunt family, including Morphin's father, Marvolo, and sister, Merope, leaving the existence of any descendants uncertain. Our primary objective is to explore the historical documents within this house and search for traces of any remaining family members. If none are found, we will need to recover and safeguard some of the long-rumored precious artifacts on behalf of the extinct Gaunt family. Understood. Amy replied succinctly before wholeheartedly embarking on her exploration of the room. As a reader of the original Harry Potter series, she was well aware that the only surviving heir of the Gaunt family was Voldemort himself. Upon discovering his lineage, Voldemort not only murdered his Muggle father, but also framed his uncle for the crime. Furthermore, he committed a significant act by creating 2 Horcruxes using Gaunt family treasures. The first was the locket of Salazar Slytherin, which Voldemort had taken and concealed. Thus it would not be found here as a symbol of Gaunt's inheritance of Slytherin. The second was a ring embedded with one of the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone, which Voldemort had left behind. In the original story, Professor Dumbledore found and destroyed it. But he was seduced by the stone's power and in a moment of folly, donned the ring, suffering from the dark magic Voldemort had placed upon it, which drastically shortened his lifespan. Although she could not access Tom Riddle's diary at present, destroying this Horcrux to prevent Dumbledore from being harmed in the future would indeed be a splendid achievement. Chapter 66, Gaunt Manor Heartbreaking Past. The Gaunt Manor consisted of merely 3 rooms, each thick with dust, and Amy exerted considerable effort to discern that the central room served both as a kitchen and a living area amid the filthy armchairs and worn kitchen utensils. You explore the left room while I take the right. Report any findings to me immediately, Oni instructed. Amy nodded and separated from Oni. Alone, she pushed open the wooden door to the left, a cloud of dust enveloping her and triggering a fit of coughing. Surveying her surroundings, she noted 2 beds of differing sizes in the small room, separated only by a curtain. This must have been the quarters of Morphin and Merope. Amy walked directly to the smaller bed, surmising that it belonged to Merope, who in the original narrative, had endured relentless oppression from her brother and father. Could Voldemort have concealed a Horcrux in the space once occupied by his mother? She mused internally, retrieving her wand to levitate the blankets and pillows from the small bed, shaking them to reveal nothing within. Of course, it would be improbable to hide something so conspicuous. She replaced the blankets and pillows, contemplating more concealed locations. Yet Merope's personal space was exceedingly limited. After some deliberation, she crouched down to peer beneath the bed, and to her astonishment, she indeed spotted something. With a spell, she summoned the object from beneath the bed. Yet in that moment, she realized it was not a Horcrux. A Horcrux altered by Voldemort could hardly be pulled by a summoning charm. As she brushed away the thick dust, she discovered it was merely a black notebook. Upon opening it, she discerned that it appeared to be Merope's secret diary. It seemed that Voldemort's habit of journaling was indeed a family tradition. Although Amy felt it improper to invade another's privacy, she considered the significance of her investigative mission. How could she overlook such crucial written evidence? She could not report to Oni with nothing to substantiate her findings. Claiming that Merope Gaunt had eloped with a muggle named Tom Riddle and died after giving birth to Voldemort. Such a declaration would surely earn her the label of madness. With that in mind, Amy began to read Merope's diary, entry by entry. February 3rd, weather, overcast. Today father scolded me again, calling me a worthless fool. And kicked me hard. Morphin laughed incessantly, even prompting the kitchen knives to chase me around. I will stop writing now. It's time to prepare dinner. March 24th. Weather rain. While cooking, I got grease on the locket around my neck and was punished again. Father's screams were piercing, as if that Slytherin treasure were his only kin. Oh, he has more than one relative. There's also that ring he never puts down. I hope his treasures learn to cook so they can truly replace me as his useless daughter. June 15th, weather, sunny. I have never seen such a handsome man. He walked past our window so graceful in form, so elegant in speech. Though he is the filthy muggle my father speaks of, I feel deep down that he possesses more nobility than anyone in our family. June 17th, weather, overcast. I sneaked into the village at night and saw him enter a house. Every girl in the village was following his every move. His home appeared far superior to our dilapidated wooden shack hidden in the woods. I heard someone call him Tom Riddle. What a lovely name. June 25th, weather, rain. No. Morphin has discovered my secret. He threatened me, declaring he would reveal this matter to my father. This absolutely cannot be allowed. After I implored him desperately, Morphin merely chuckled in silence, subsequently departing for the village with his wand. He cast a heinous curse upon Tom, causing his entire body to erupt with excruciating rashes. My poor Tom. My love, which has nowhere to go. Morphin was held accountable by the Ministry of Magic for his assault on Tom. And that old fool, in a bid to protect Morphin, attacked a ministry official, and was also taken away. Those two scoundrels deserved every bit of it. I had never felt so liberated. My mind became remarkably clearer, and even my use of magic became significantly more adept. I am certainly not that wretched, impotent fool. Alas, I am still plain in appearance, devoid of any captivating traits, and so impoverished. How could Tom ever fancy me? He has a beautiful girlfriend after all. But I have thought of something. I must win his heart, by whatever means necessary. Together, we shall leave this place and embark on a splendid new life. Amy observed as Voldemort's mother succumbed to the sorrow of familial oppression and the chasm between reality and idealism. Her sanity gradually spiraling into madness, stirring a pang of sympathy within her. Just as Amy closed her diary, a tremendous crash echoed from the adjacent room. That was the room where Uni was investigating. Presumably Marvolo's bedroom, where the Horcrux was most likely located. A foreboding sense washed over Amy, prompting her to rush over, only to find Uni standing beside the nightstand of Marvolo's bedroom. The source of the crash being a candlestick knocked over by her elbow. Uni was lifting a gold ring embedded with a large black gemstone from the table, her gaze appearing utterly vacant. Ah, Amy, I've discovered something extraordinary, Uni said mechanically, a peculiar smile gracing her face. When I held this ring, it felt as though I heard someone speaking to me. The strange voice said that by merely wearing this ring, one could. No. Put that ring down immediately, it is a trap. Amy exclaimed in terror. Chapter 67. Uncle's blunder, investigation concluded. Uni seemed deaf to Amy's words, slowly slipping the resurrection stone ring onto her finger. In that critical moment, Amy was left with no choice but to point her wand at Uni. Petrificus totalis. Uni's body immediately froze, her actions halted. It seemed the mental influence of the Horcrux, combined with Amy's petrification spell, was too much for Uni, who closed her eyes and fainted, collapsing to the ground, the ring flying from her hand. Witnessing this, Amy dared not touch the alluring ring. No wonder Voldemort was so audacious as to leave it here, for it possessed a formidable power of temptation to protect itself. Fiendfire. A three-headed fire creature materialized before her, finding itself in a wooden cabin. It had to restrain some of its power. Alas, being fire is difficult. Being rational fire is even more challenging. The fiendfire yawningly turned its head towards its master, lamenting its ill fortune. Of all 3 Fiendfires, why was it the one selected? Never mind, if it completed its task quickly, it could return to slumber alongside its brethren. See that ring? Devour it. Another delectable morsel awaited. The Fiendfire's eyes lit up. The last crown had granted them all 3 heads, but this time, only it would partake in the feast. How could it resist? With aspirations of sprouting 9 heads. The Fiendfire swallowed the ring whole. Just as Amy began to feel relieved, the Fiendfire suddenly emitted mournful wails. What ails you? The Fiendfire did not respond, merely writhing in agony until it ultimately expelled the resurrection stone ring intact from its mouth. Amy was taken aback, while the Fiendfire gasped for breath, expressing its inability to destroy the ring. Once ingested, it inflicted unbearable pain. Reluctantly, Amy had to retract the Fiendfire. This shouldn't be happening. The last time I destroyed the crown, it was effortless. Puzzled, Amy rummaged through Marvelo's drawer, uncovering a small leather box, and cautiously lifted the ring from the ground with a handkerchief, swiftly depositing it into the box. For now, she needed to secure the Horcrux. After all, Harry would draw Gryffindor's sword when confronting the Basilisk this year, and she could borrow it again then. After a while, Unny regained consciousness. What happened? Unny asked. Confusion etched on her face, having lost the memories influenced by the Horcrux. Seeing this, Amy seized Unny's hand, her eyes filled with unease and anxiety. Miss Unny, it must be that Marvolo set some magical traps in his room. You fainted as soon as I arrived. It was exceedingly dangerous and I was so worried. Unny sheepishly scratched her head. Oh, I was just too careless. By the way, did you find anything useful? Amy nodded, retrieving Merope's diary, which Unny eagerly took to read closely. Meanwhile, Amy continued to search through Marvolo's bedroom. Finally, she discovered several gray, tattered scraps of paper on the filthy floor. Upon piecing them together, she recognized Merope's handwriting. To Father, while you and my brother are imprisoned, I eloped with my despised lover. It seemed Marvolo nearly died of rage upon discovering his daughter had run away with a muggle, leading him to angrily tear the note to shreds. I believe I understand the situation now. Unny procured a file folder to seal the diary, noting that in the Gaunt family, both father and brother had been simultaneously incarcerated in Azkaban. During this time, the long-oppressed sister eloped with her lover. According to ministry records, Marvolo was released from Azkaban much later than Morphin, but his health had been deteriorating during his imprisonment, and with his daughter who had cared for him also having escaped, I suspect he passed away shortly after his release. Lastly, there was Morphin, who returned to Azkaban for the second time due to the murder of a muggle. Unny could nearly recite the ministry's relevant records by heart, and that muggle was none other than Tom Riddle, whom his sister adored. Morphin perished in Azkaban during his second sentence. Only Merope remains unaccounted for. Amy murmured. She who had loved Tom Riddle so dearly, how could she bear to see him killed without making an appearance? This indeed poses a conundrum. Unny nodded. That Tom lived in this vicinity as a muggle, seemingly quite affluent and well regarded. We might as well investigate further. Over the next 2 hours, Amy found herself enthusiastically dragged into the village by Unny, inquiring around. And to avoid arousing local suspicion, they even donned muggle clothing. Unfortunately, Tom Riddle was a figure from many years past. Only one seemingly dazed old lady vaguely remembered that the gentleman of the village had eloped with the daughter of a vagabond. However, he returned shortly. This is quite rare for a young man besotted by love, the old lady added. I believe Merope perished outside, causing the magic cast upon Tom to fail, prompting his return. Amy nodded. Although Unny's speculation diverged from reality somewhat, given their available information, reaching this conclusion was the extent of their deductions. Yet, what became of the Gaunt family's treasures, that ring and locket? Perhaps they were sold by Morphin or taken by Merope, Amy suggested. It's also possible they were stolen by a wizard thief. Finding them now would be quite difficult. Indeed, Unny lamented. We might as well head back. In the evening, Amy returned to her small room in Umbridge's office at the end of the workday. Umbridge sat at her desk, seemingly having awaited her arrival for quite some time. Upon seeing Amy, a nauseating smile spread across her face. I hear you've been quite busy today. What is it? While working in the minister's direct team. Do I really have to heed your absurd demands? Amy retorted without a hint of politeness. Do temper your tone. Umbridge's eyes darted about. Rest assured, I shall not trouble you. I merely seek your assistance with a small favor. Chapter 68. The calculations begin, Tom's machinations. Did you truly believe that confining me for a month would turn me into your loyal subordinate? Amy turned her head defiantly and walked toward her small room. It's merely a small favor, Umbridge insisted, rising from her seat. You won't even express gratitude, will you? I have cared for you for a month. At the very least, I haven't let you starve. Amy felt that despite having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Nevertheless, she paused, curious to see what could compel Umbridge to lower herself to ask for her assistance. It's simply a small favor, Umbridge reiterated. Aren't you compiling a list of pureblood wizards today? Just add my name to the Selwyn family. You have no connection to the Selwyn family, do you? Amy recalled the documents they had sorted today. Umbridge was certainly aware of this. Her mother was a muggle, and her father had merely been a low-level employee at the Ministry of Magic, a lineage that filled her with profound shame. Don't dwell on that. Just consider me an adopted daughter of the Selwyn family. Very well, do as you please. Amy rolled her eyes, dismissing her with a few casual words. Though she had no intention of assisting Umbridge in this endeavor, to think she would become a trusted confidant, more like a source of dire trouble. Slamming the door to her small room, Amy noticed several letters lying on the floor outside, clearly having been tampered with. It was evident that Umbridge had intercepted her mail, peeking within before stuffing it back into her room. After all, Amy had employed a similar tactic when sending her own correspondence. Thankfully, she had heeded Ron's advice and refrained from including anything of importance in her letters, such as the photograph of Lucius's dealings she had captured in Knockturn Alley. The friends who wrote to her seemed to be well aware of this. Their letters merely contained casual updates about their school lives and inquiries about her well-being. Fred and George, however, took a different approach, crafting messages whose initial letters spelled out profanities like Umbridge the old hag, venting their frustration. Yet, throughout this correspondence, Ginny had never written to Amy even once. Perhaps Tom Riddle's diary had begun to influence her. Uneasily, Amy lifted her gaze, hoping that the events of the second year would unfold as they did in the original narrative, culminating in a favorable resolution. At Hogwarts, in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Ginny, noticing that her roommates were fast asleep, stealthily retrieved her secret diary from beneath her pillow. On the day she had gone shopping in Diagon Alley, this diary had mysteriously appeared in her cauldron where she had placed her new books, and she discovered it only upon returning home. The cover had faded, but seeing the blank pages inside, Ginny assumed it was a complimentary item from a second-hand bookstall, and decided to use it for journaling. Everything changed the moment she penned her first sentence. Today we all went to Diagon Alley, and I was initially quite happy. But then I encountered the detestable Malfoy father and son, and Amy was inexplicably taken away. Upon completing this sentence and dipping her quill in ink, she turned back to find the words she had just written had vanished. Could this be one of Fred and George's pranks? Just as Ginny was about to storm out and confront her brothers, a line of text slowly materialized on the blank page. Hello, I am Tom Riddle. I am sorry to see that you had an unhappy day. You may confide in me. The diary had responded to her writing. Ginny was momentarily stunned. Despite her upbringing in a wizarding family, she had never seen or heard of such a phenomenon. Noticing Ginny's prolonged silence, the diary displayed more words. I hope I haven't frightened you. Rest assured, I am merely an old diary. Long ago, I wished to preserve my thoughts and memories in a more enduring manner, hence the creation of this unique diary. I shall not harm you. Would you share your story with me? The diary's kind and friendly words eased Ginny's apprehension considerably. She quickly began to converse with Tom Riddle in writing. Such an understanding and ever-secretive conversational partner was utterly captivating, especially after Amy's departure, leaving her with no one else to confide in. She adored writing about Harry in the diary, and Riddle patiently listened to her recount these everyday musings. Before long, Ginny had to admit that she had grown somewhat enamored with her conversations with Tom Riddle. Especially after the start of the school year, the unfamiliar environment made her anxious. And with her brothers all in different grades, she could not see them as readily as at home, which led her to invest even more of her thoughts into this diary. Ginny placed the diary atop her pillow. Feeling somewhat lightheaded as it grew late, she resolved to conclude her writing and retire for the night. Tom Riddle had been waiting patiently, and as soon as Ginny opened the diary, she read his line. Did you see Harry Potter today? I saw him at mealtime, Ginny wrote, but I was too shy to approach him for a longer conversation. You must be braver. You need to know Harry better, he urged. Thank you for your encouragement, Ginny replied, but by this point, she was utterly exhausted. She hastily closed the diary, extinguished the light from her wand, and collapsed into slumber. If Tom Riddle, as depicted in the diary, had a corporeal form at that moment, he would undoubtedly be laughing with unabashed arrogance. As the past, present, and future of the Dark Lord, he had finally found an opportunity to return to the world. It would be time. Tom greedily absorbed the energy radiating from Ginny. I am coming back, Harry Potter. Chapter 69. October arrives, returning to school to earn money. In the dampness of October, Amy was finally granted a brief reprieve from the Ministry of Magic, returning to Hogwarts. As the raindrops tapped against the windows, Amy slowly entered the school's great hall. At last, I am back, she mused, reflecting on the seemingly interminable days spent at the Ministry. In the recently past September, while busily visiting the lost wizarding families in the Minister's direct team, she had to remain ever vigilant against Umbridge's incessant and insidious schemes. In comparison, Amy felt that even the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets was more endearing than her current predicament. Amy, Hermione exclaimed, rushing over to her and scrutinizing her as if checking for missing limbs. We have been eagerly awaiting your return. It has felt lacking without you accompanying us to the library. I shall hand over all my notes from this past month to you. I can't believe that after finally reuniting, the first topic of discussion is studying, Ron commented. I did miss an entire month of classes, Amy shrugged at Ron, then expressed her gratitude to Hermione. But where are the others? Harry and the others have been whisked away by Wood for practice, Hermione explained. The Slytherin team's brooms have all been upgraded to the latest Nimbus 2001, all thanks to a donation from the Malfoy family. Wood is rather anxious about this and dragged them off for training early this morning. Ginny will surely be thrilled to see you. She was quite heartbroken when you were suddenly taken away, Ron added. At that moment, Percy entered leading Ginny, whose ears were steaming, giving the impression that her head was on fire. Hello, welcome back to Hogwarts. It seemed that Amy's tumultuous experiences had softened Percy's disappointment over losing the match. He appeared much friendlier than before. Hi, Ginny replied, her ears steaming even more. Recently, influenza has been rampant. I noticed Ginny appeared rather lethargic, so I took her to the infirmary for a revitalizing tonic. However, it does come with minor side effects. Percy elucidated the cause of the steam emanating from Ginny's ears. Everyone, we have returned unscathed. Fred and George sauntered in from outside, groaning weakly, while Harry trailed behind them, looking equally exhausted. Yet, the moment they beheld Amy, Fred and George instantly straightened up, rushing towards her with an invigorated fervor that left Harry momentarily bewildered. Where had the pair gone? Who had just been lamenting the arduous rain-soaked training they endured. Report. Due to our diligent efforts, the finances of the joke shop have remained stable this past month. We anticipate launching a new product by mid-October. How about you join us to discuss it? As they spoke, they deftly hoisted Amy up, preparing to whisk her away. The fluidity of their actions raised suspicions of prior rehearsal. Hey, you can't do that. Amy needs to accompany me to the library first. Please, Hermione, it's Saturday. I want to chat with Amy. Ginny's feeble protest was drowned out by the squabble between the twins and Hermione. Observing the chaotic scene before him, Harry couldn't help but sigh, while the sound of a camera shutter clicking behind him left him feeling exasperated. Without turning around, he knew it was Colin Creevey, the first-year student who, as Harry's fervent admirer, had been following him around since the start of term, eager to capture every expression on Harry's face, regardless of how reluctant he looked. Harry, could you turn your head, please? That expression was simply marvelous. Harry managed a wry smile, which only further excited Colin. Are you feeling uncomfortable? I might have a solution for that, Amy whispered, slipping over to Harry's side while the twins and Hermione were preoccupied with their argument. It's up to you now. As soon as Harry nodded, Amy stood before him, hands on her hips, positioning herself between Colin's camera and Harry. Surely she wouldn't berate Colin, would she? Harry anxiously watched as Amy began to speak, addressing Colin with conviction. Sorry, but just now. We at Weasley's joke shop have signed a contract granting us the rights to Mr. Harry Potter's likeness, and we cannot allow private photography of him. Rights to his likeness? 11-year-old Colin was only partially comprehending Amy's words, yet her demeanor completely intimidated him. Indeed, Amy affirmed, continuing, in fact, Harry will be our brand ambassador. Furthermore, to cater to fan demand and safeguard Harry's personal space, we will be launching a series of blind boxes featuring Harry's photos. This revelation left even Harry dumbfounded. How had he suddenly become a brand ambassador? What on earth were blind boxes? The twins, with their business acumen, ceased their unproductive quarrel with Hermione, eagerly leaning in to hear Amy's new proposal. We will categorize a plethora of Harry's photos into various tiers, NR, SR, SSR, etc., and randomly package them in sealed bags. Each 10 silver sickles allows one draw. The rarer the photo, the higher its quality, and SSRs may even include Harry's autograph. An autograph. Colin's excitement surged. We will officially launch these blind boxes next week. If you are a fan of Harry, this is an opportunity you simply cannot miss. Colin departed in high spirits, likely to tally his pocket money for a few blind boxes. I don't remember. Harry stammered. But you just entrusted everything to me. Amy innocently blinked, having successfully managed the situation. Very well. As Harry lowered his head, he suddenly found himself hoisted up by Fred and George. My apologies, Hermione, but it is Saturday, and time is too tight to launch the blind boxes next week. I will visit the library tomorrow morning. Amy turned to command the twins to take Harry to the room of requirement for the photos needed for the blind boxes. Don't worry, Harry, we'll share the profits with you. Harry struggled, his face still bearing a hint of stubbornness. Do you know how much we earned with Amy last year? George chuckled, while Fred whispered a figure into Harry's ear. Harry ceased his resistance, completely at their mercy, sighing. He recognized that they were offering far too much for him to refuse. Chapter 70, Midnight on Campus. Shadows creep. In the room of requirement. The temporary photography studio of Weasley's joke shop. Harry, raise your wand a little higher. Amy instructed, conjuring a flickering flame that danced around Harry, providing free special effects. Excellent. Excellent. Satisfied, Amy pressed the shutter. This was to be the final photograph. Harry slumped to the ground, wishing he could face Wood's grueling training rather than endure the ordeal of being compelled to take 150 photos in rapid succession. Especially as Amy had choreographed a series of effects and movements for the rare photos. He felt he might be driven to madness. All right, George, Fred. Let us commence mass production of the photos and packaging of the blind boxes. Harry, please sit down and sign the SSRs. As Harry observed the three of them bustling about the room of requirement like three indistinct shadows, he quickly understood that the success of the joke shop was no mere happenstance. Indeed, diligent labor begets wealth. By the way, are there only these few SSRs? Haven't you finished mass production? After signing 7 or 8 names, he was astonished to discover that his task seemed to be complete. No, just those few. Your task is finished, and you may return. But you have so many other photos in mass production, how? The SSRs are the rarest and the most sought-after cards. The lower the odds of drawing them, the more blind boxes people will buy. Harry read a hint of mischief on Amy's face. It seemed that unscrupulousness could also be a means of capital accumulation. As Harry busied himself with his inner commentary, he witnessed Amy wrapping up a large stack of photos. After whistling, a steel pillar inexplicably soared in from nowhere, seizing the package and flying away. Don't mind me. I'm just giving my sister a favor, sending her a complete set. When Ginny spotted Amy's owl pecking at her dormitory window, she was taken aback. However, upon discovering that Amy had sent her an entire set of Harry's sketches, her surprise transformed into joy. Thank you, photo hero. Amy is simply the best. Ginny excitedly rolled around on her bed, but before she could fully appreciate the photos, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't spoken with Tom Riddle today. I can't just leave him hanging. After all, he can only talk to me. Thus, Ginny picked up a quill and wrote in her diary, Sorry, Tom. Amy has finally returned today and even gifted me a grand present. I might not have time to chat with you. I may also seek out Amy in the coming days, as I've been feeling a bit down lately. It's been a long time since I felt this happy. Just as Ginny finished her last line, a severe headache struck her, and her eyelids felt as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. The moment she closed her eyes, she lost consciousness. Happy are we? That simply one-t do. Tom sneered, beginning to suppress Ginny's mental forces. It was far easier to control her when she was devoid of spirit. In just 1 month, he would be able to manipulate her body more freely, and that Amy could not be allowed to disrupt his plans. It appeared he would need to take a risky approach. Tom extracted a portion of his own spirit from the diary, and tethered it to Ginny. Meanwhile, Malfoy was peering cautiously around a corner in the castle corridor. According to the letter from his professor, he would be able to meet with him the following day. Excited, he lingered in the library until closing time, then wandered about the castle, unwittingly arriving just as the lights were set to extinguish. Regardless of which house they belonged to, students found lingering outside past curfew shared a singular thought. They must absolutely avoid being caught by Filch. The two houses were quite distant from one another. The sudden voice startled Malfoy, but he quickly realized it belonged to a girl. It was Emmeline conversing with the Weasley twins. After their goodbyes, they headed in opposite directions. It dawned on Malfoy that he hadn't seen that dreadful girl since the start of term, a month ago. He had heard she was engaged in some sort of activity, and before he could fully recall the details, he was horrified to see Emmeline heading in his direction. Malfoy felt as if he had been struck breathless. He hastily concealed himself beneath a wall tapestry. Cautiously, he struggled beneath the dust-laden fabric, peering through a small tear, hoping to wait until Emmeline passed before he emerged. However, when he finally glimpsed the scene outside, he was left frozen in disbelief. Emmeline had vanished without a trace in mere seconds. How could that be? Was there some hidden passage here? In such a brief span, there had been no sound of footsteps. Top, top, top. Malfoy felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The footsteps were a distant, peculiar rhythm, surely not at this hour. He dared not move, merely staring outside in a stupor. The eerie sound of footsteps drew closer, and at last, he discerned the owner of those steps. The red-haired girl from the bookstore, Ginny Weasley, was advancing with an unnaturally stiff gait, resembling a marionette, as if her limbs were beyond her control. How could she walk without stumbling? Just as Malfoy pondered this, Ginny stumbled and fell unceremoniously to the ground. Well, he thought, next year he must enroll in divination. Yet, the following scene was even more bizarre. After falling, Ginny attempted to rise but inexplicably failed. Ultimately, she abandoned the effort and began crawling on all fours, shrouded in shadows along the corridor. Was the mental state of Gryffindors truly this precarious? Malfoy was taken aback. And amidst it all, he faintly heard a strange hissing sound emanating from Ginny's lips. If only he could understand Parseltongue, he would decipher the complaints and frustrations of Tom Riddle struggling to exert control over Ginny's body. Why was he encountering such oddities tonight? Malfoy was eager to survive until morning to meet Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Indeed, a boy must take care to protect himself at night. Yet, Ginny's disconcerting behavior reminded him of his father, who had seemingly added something extra to her cauldron at the bookstore. He sensed this was a fragment of his father's clandestine scheme. Chapter 71. Carried Away, the end of the book? Malfoy followed Ginny, who was crawling in the shadows, eager to uncover the truth. However, his pursuit did not last long. This must be the girls' bathroom, he thought, as he watched Ginny enter. Continuing after her might lead to him being mistaken for a pervert. Perhaps that Gryffindor girl simply had an urgent need in the middle of the night? He doubted even his own reasoning. Yet he was unprepared to invade the girls' restroom. At the very least, he wanted to know where she had gone. Malfoy murmured to himself as he retraced his steps, a decision he would soon regret. Early Sunday morning, Emmeline was roused from her slumber by the magical alarm clock at her bedside, a creation of George's, which, if not silenced within 5 minutes of ringing, would leap onto her bed and tug at her ears. Though she had stayed up late preparing for the mystery box, Emmeline had arranged to study at the library with Hermione, necessitating an early rise on the weekend. She rolled over, unwilling to part from the softness of her pillow. However, despite her reluctance, Emmeline sat up to avoid a painful awakening. Even as she sat, her eyes remained tightly shut, her mind still foggy. After a tremendous yawn, she finally managed to pry her eyelids apart. Yet in that fleeting moment of clarity, her blood ran cold. A pair of golden eyes was fixed intently upon her. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had just finished breakfast and were exiting the great hall when they discovered the second-floor corridor crowded with students. Make way, everyone. I know I need to pass through here, but there's no need for such excitement. Professor Lockhart approached from the opposite end of the corridor, but quickly realized the students were not gathered for him. Professor, look at the wall. Upon turning, Lockhart's legs weakened as he beheld the blood-red letters glaring back at him. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemies. The welcoming gift is in Ravenclaw Tower. Harry and the others exchanged glances, the gravity of the ominous message weighing heavily upon them, even if its meaning eluded their understanding. Stay calm, I'm here, Lockhart declared loudly. I believe this is merely a bothersome prank. I'll contact Mr. Filch to clean up these writings immediately. Who would play such a cruel joke? I think we should check Ravenclaw Tower, Harry suggested. Oh Harry, you're so adorable, being fooled by such a pathetic trick. But you have a point, I will have Professor Flitwick handle this matter. Though Lockhart was unreliable, at least he was efficient in relaying information. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall arrived at Ravenclaw Tower, investigating the boys' and girls' dormitories respectively. I found nothing unusual, Flitwick announced as he emerged from the boys' dormitory, addressing the students waiting outside the Gryffindor common room. 5 minutes later, however, Professor McGonagall descended the tower, her expression grave, followed closely by Emmeline, who remained frozen in a seated posture. Emmeline drifted slowly behind Professor McGonagall, her demeanor and expression eerily rigid. What happened to her? Harry and the others rushed forward, only to be halted by Professor McGonagall. Your friend is in a precarious state. We must get her to Madame Pomfrey immediately. The professors appeared equally astonished and unfamiliar with Emmeline's condition. She looked as though she had been petrified. Ron felt at a loss, unsure of how to convey this grim news to his brothers. What is the Chamber of Secrets? Who is the heir? Hermione asked anxiously, but no one offered answers. Harry felt an unprecedented heaviness in his heart. What could have rendered the formidable Emmeline like this? Who was so cruel as to harm their recently returned friend? At that moment, Emmeline experienced a peculiar sensation. Am I dead? She looked around, finding herself enveloped in a blinding white light. She felt weightless. like a leaf dancing in the wind. Emmeline seemed to hear the voice of Madame Pomfrey echoing from beyond this strange space. Indeed, she has entered a petrified state. She recalled seeing a pair of eyes before arriving here. Those were the eyes of the basilisk, imbued with terrifying power. Any ordinary person who met its gaze would be doomed. Even indirect exposure to the basilisk's eyes would result in petrification. Yet according to the original tale, it would be another month before Tom Riddle would manipulate Ginny to open the chamber and attack Mr. Filch's cat. How could the basilisk have reached her dormitory early and launched a surprise attack? Moreover, why had she merely entered a petrified state instead of meeting her demise? Amy's mind was inundated with an array of perplexing questions when suddenly, a familiar voice reverberated from all directions. TSK, what a useless fellow. Chapter 72. The Mystery of the Cheat, the Wild Ghost's Debut. Amy raised her gaze and beheld a swirling mass of pitch-black flames hovering above her. Who are you? She instinctively reached for her wand, only to realize that she had lost her corporeal form, transformed into a blue orb of light floating in this vast, white expanse. Erasing memories is quite the nuisance. The black flame grumbled, slowly drawing closer. I have already provided you with ample hints. Its voice echoed throughout the space, granting Amy a surreal experience akin to 3D surround sound. She sensed an ominous pressure emanating from the black flame, as if it could devour her at any moment. Yet this oppressive aura felt strangely familiar. Are you the one who inscribed words on the 5th door of the black box? The voice let out a derisive laugh. Let us just say that's one way to put it. I can't divulge too much. I'm merely here to inform you that you won't perish from a mere glance from that serpent monster. After all, your magical constitution is more akin to that of a game character than in the original text. In the game, a wizard merely becomes petrified for a short duration after being gazed upon by a basilisk. However, while you are here, I must assist in reintegrating your soul. Not human. Yet I can still salvage my near-death experience, Amy thought, attempting to prop her chin with her hand, only to find that she had neither hands nor chin. The Grim Reaper? Is my game cheat related to you? She noticed the black flame bobbing up and down, presumably nodding. Only just realizing this? The Grim Reaper's tone brimmed with disdain. Had you not been so obtuse, you would have known long ago. Amy recalled the last time she had been terrified by the 5th door, and felt a surge of anger. In the black box, each door opens only when you come into contact with a relevant object. On that day, when you first touched the invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows, I was able to leave you a message on the door. My cheat is related to the Grim Reaper. No wonder my fiery destruction cannot damage the Resurrection Stone, as that too is one of the Deathly Hallows. What hallows? Merely trinkets to toy with humanity. The Grim Reaper's every utterance dripped with arrogance. Had you not been so cautious, merely brushing against the Resurrection Stone, I could have conversed with you long ago, instead of waiting until you reached this near-death state. From your demeanor, it appears you harbor a disdain for humanity. Why bestow upon me so many advantages? TSK, still so verbose. The black flame morphed into a colossal hand, grasping Amy within its grasp. First, let me return you, and then you may do as you wish. No sooner had the Grim Reaper's voice faded than Amy felt herself hurled through the air like a baseball. The Grim Reaper vanished from her sight, and her consciousness once again slipped into obscurity, though she gradually began to sense her physical form returning. Such a harsh speaker, and so brutish in action. You remain utterly unlikable. A wisp of white flame appeared beside the Grim Reaper, much more amiable than your insipid demeanor, despite your dark heart. What brings you here? To supervise you. Refrain from unnecessary actions. I am well aware of the rules of the wager. The Grim Reaper's tone grew increasingly irritable. Oh dear. My beloved sibling is so fierce with me. We have no gender. Moreover, we are not siblings. Do not presume to call yourself my elder simply because you were birthed after me. Do not be so irritable. Shall I then call you my offspring? The Grim Reaper was left speechless with rage, and the black flame extinguished with a crackle. Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall, and Dumbledore were gathered around Amy's hospital bed. I hope Professor Sprout's mandrakes mature quickly, so we can brew the potion to restore this child, Madame Pomfrey sighed. Albus. What do you make of the writing on the wall? McGonagall inquired. Such a terrifying incident is proof that the chamber has indeed been opened, Dumbledore asserted. The question is not whether the chamber has been opened, but how. As Amy's body underwent examination by the experts, her soul returned to the infirmary. Unlike ordinary ghosts, the others present could not perceive her. Amy attempted to plunge into her own body, but was immediately rebuffed. A large inscription materialized before her. Resource redownloading. Estimated time, 18 days. Am I some overbearing app consuming all the memory? Why must it take so long? Amy fumed, stamping her feet in the air. Fine. 18 days it is. Far better than lying unconscious until the end of the term before I can drink the potion and awaken. Amy, 12 years old, had successfully become a solitary wild ghost. Let my friends come to see me. There's nothing more we can do. Dumbledore's eyes reflected helplessness and sorrow. At that moment, Professor Snape hurried into the infirmary, whispering a few words into Dumbledore's ear, prompting Amy to lean in with curiosity. Dumbledore's expression darkened further as he exited the infirmary with Snape, and Amy drifted along behind them. It seemed she had heard the mention of the Ministry of Magic. Matters appeared to be spiraling increasingly out of control. Chapter 73. Neville's Warning, Hagrid's Misfortune. Gryffindor Tower, Girls' Dormitory. Dear Tom, Ginny fervently wrote in her diary, an unexpected and terrifying incident has befallen Amy. It is truly dreadful. Oh, what has transpired? Tom, savoring Ginny's sorrow and apprehension while delighting in her life force, feigned concern as he inquired. She was petrified in her dormitory last night. We don't even know how the perpetrator managed it. It's horrendous. Ginny wrote while sobbing. Just petrified? Tom mused, puzzled, for the basilisk had reported to him that it had gazed upon the mudblood. No wonder Ginny's level of distress did not meet his expectations. Even more horrifying is the fact that I felt strange last night. This morning I found my robe caked in dirt, with my sleeves stained with red paint. Yet I should have merely been sleeping in the dormitory, shouldn't I? Foolish girl, still trusting him and confiding her troubles. No need to overthink. Your friend is in trouble. You're merely too anxious. Of course, as your only confidant, I am more than willing to listen to your every concern. Such trivial girlhood feelings, all too easy to manipulate. Riddle was supremely confident in his PUA skills. After all, you have no one but me. Riddle reiterated. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the infirmary, you may enter now. Madame Pomfrey finally opened the door, but instructed them to maintain silence. The group rushed in like a flash of lightning, only to come to a halt at the sight of the girl, rigidly seated on the bed, appearing both shocking and alien. When will she recover? George asked. At the end of the term, when Professor Sprout's mandrakes mature, came the reply. I see. The group's faces bore unmistakable disappointment. So what is the chamber? We must clarify this, Harry stated, glancing at the large inscription in the corridor. This is merely the beginning. Oh no, Neville rushed in breathlessly, causing Madame Pomfrey to appear displeased by the commotion. We certainly know it's bad, George replied. It cannot get worse than this, Fred added. The Minister of Magic has arrived, accompanied by Malfoy, that Lucius Malfoy. They are here to discuss the recent attack. It is evident they come with ill intent. Dumbledore has gone to greet them and appears quite troubled. Where are they now? Ron inquired. Judging by their direction, they seem to be heading towards the Forbidden Forest. But there is only... Harry's heart tightened at the thought of what the Minister and Lucius Malfoy might want with Hagrid. Amy had come to grasp the essence of the butterfly effect. She speculated that her newfound friendship with Ginny had posed a threat to Tom Riddle's plans, prompting him to take drastic measures and open the Chamber of Secrets about a month earlier than in the original timeline, unleashing the basilisk to attack her. This premature assault, for reasons unknown, had now drawn the minister and his entourage. They were supposed to remain inactive until a series of attacks had unfolded within the school. Amy trailed closely behind Dumbledore, straining to eavesdrop on their conversation. Upon hearing of the unfortunate incident, we hastened here without delay, Lucius said, his voice dripping with insincerity. We request that Headmaster Dumbledore lead us to Rubeus Hagrid. This has nothing to do with Hagrid. Dumbledore's eyes, burning with fury behind his half-moon spectacles, belied his calm demeanor. We do not wish for this to happen, but Hagrid's past does not favor him. Minister Cornelius Fudge wiped the sweat from his brow. 50 years ago, the young Voldemort, known then as Tom Riddle, had opened the Chamber of Secrets, instigating a series of attacks. To save himself, he had framed Hagrid, who had a fondness for magical creatures, resulting in Hagrid's expulsion from Hogwarts. Yet Dumbledore had always harbored suspicions about Tom. He believed Hagrid was not the true culprit. Taking measures against Hagrid will prove futile. Moreover, I am confident. Of course, we are aware of Hagrid's loyalty to you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Lucius maintained his smile, but then glanced at the identity of the girl who had been attacked. She was one of the minister's direct subordinates, and she was almost immediately subjected to a horrific attack upon her return to Hogwarts. I am uncertain whether to be disappointed in Hogwarts safety measures, or to suspect that this attack was orchestrated by some with ulterior motives. As Lucius spoke, he shot a sidelong glance at Minister Fudge, that weak man who constantly feared losing his position. Fudge, easily provoked, became more determined to apprehend Hagrid. I did not see you esteemed gentlemen come to my defense when Umbridge had me under house arrest, Amy scoffed, realizing that Lucius was merely exploiting her unique situation to exaggerate the incident's impact to the minister. Dumbledore, resigned, led them toward Hagrid's hut. Lucius could scarcely contain his smirk. Driving Dumbledore away was one of his objectives in utilizing Tom Riddle's diary to open the chamber. Although a single attack would not suffice to oust Dumbledore, the loss of Hagrid was a small victory for Lucius. Moreover, this was merely the first attack. There would be a second and a third. Dumbledore was bound to falter against him. The group wound their way out of the castle, traversing the grassy expanse beyond. "Oh, what splendid weather," Lucius remarked. "It is unfortunate that, due to the school's inability to ensure student safety, no child dares to step outside. I doubt the Board of Governors will be pleased." Lucius continued to emphasize the school's administrative failures, but before he could finish, he spotted his son standing on the grass. The humiliation of being confronted by his own son was unexpected. Amy quipped that Malfoy was likely waiting for her to arrive for class. "What are you doing out here alone?" Lucius hurried over, grasping his son's arm, a frown marring his features. Malfoy, upon unexpectedly encountering his father at school, felt little surprise. He had known when Amy had been attacked that his father's machinations had begun. However, he had never liked Amy, and he was confident that his father would not harm him in the execution of whatever plans he had. Thus, while other students cowered in the great hall or common room, he bravely ventured outside, anticipating a reunion with Professor Gunarla. Yet, much time had passed since their scheduled meeting, and he had not even received an owl from the professor this time. "I am waiting for someone. You need to go back. Do you know what time it is?" Lucius scolded sternly. "Understood," Malfoy replied, dejectedly making his way back to the castle, already sensing that he would not see the professor today. His father's rebuke had shattered his already frail composure. "I am sorry. I have broken our appointment," Amy whispered as she drifted beside Malfoy, fully aware that he could not hear her. Chapter 74. Progressing, Hagrid in Prison. Harry, Ron, and Hermione donned the invisibility cloak and took a shortcut to Hagrid's hut. When Hagrid opened the door, he was loudly blowing his nose, large tears cascading down his cheeks. "I am so sorry to hear about Amy. It's truly unfortunate." "Indeed," Harry replied, urgency lacing his voice. "But Hagrid, please listen to me. The Minister of Magic and Lucius Malfoy are on their way here due to this attack. Do you know any specifics? Please tell us. At least tell us what the Chamber of Secrets is," Hermione implored, as the professors had remained tight-lipped on the matter earlier. "I think Lockhart genuinely doesn't know anything, which is why he isn't discussing it," Ron added. "The Minister? The Chamber of Secrets?" Hagrid was taken aback by the deluge of information. He had only just learned of Amy's injury, and was not well versed in the details. The mere mention of the chamber evoked troubling memories. That was a long time ago, and while I remember it distinctly, I am still very much confused. Hagrid's hands twisted together nervously. "You know I was expelled from Hogwarts, right?" Harry nodded, his gaze drawn to Hagrid's pink umbrella, which concealed the remnants of his broken wand. "That was 50 years ago when I was still a student at Hogwarts. That year, many Muggle-born wizards suffered from unexplained attacks, becoming petrified, much like Amy is now," Ron murmured. "But that was not the worst of it. By the end of that term, a girl lost her life. Hogwarts faced the threat of closure." Hermione's hair stood on end at the thought. She realized how fortunate it was that Amy was merely petrified. "So how does this relate to your expulsion?" "I was just getting to that." Hagrid's expression darkened. "This is also what confounds me. You know I have a penchant for keeping pets. I had Aragog at that time." "Aragog? He was my pet spider." Harry was certain that Aragog was anything but a typical spider. In any case, someone reported me, claiming Aragog was the monster of the chamber, the root of all evil. But the truth is, I had no idea what the chamber was. Aragog was merely a little creature I hatched in a cupboard. He could not possibly kill anyone. In fact, during the attacks, he hid in the box I kept him in, appearing quite frightened. Nonetheless, Hogwarts expelled me. Fortunately, I managed to prevent them from capturing the innocent Aragog. "If you didn't open the chamber, then expelling you seems pointless," Hermione questioned. "The strange part is, after my expulsion, there were no further attacks at Hogwarts," Hagrid sighed. "Although they didn't capture Aragog and had no solid proof against me. That alone was enough to leave a mark on my record." At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and Hagrid stood alert, pulling Harry and the others into a corner, covering them with the invisibility cloak. "Be quiet. If they discover you, it will not bode well for you." Hagrid opened the door to his hut, his immense frame trembling slightly, as though he were acutely aware of the gravity of what lay ahead. In Fudge's eyes, this was a clear indication of Hagrid's guilt over the transgressions he had committed. "Sorry, Hagrid. You must have heard about the recent events." The ministry is under considerable strain, and I fear I must take you away, Fudge uttered, his tone unnaturally forced, casting furtive glances at Dumbledore, whose expression grew increasingly somber. Not to Azkaban, I hope? Hagrid replied, his voice tinged with despair. This is merely a temporary measure, Fudge reassured him, rubbing his nose. If we apprehend the others, we shall see you released. Humph, just apprehending anyone, are we? Hagrid grumbled. Meanwhile, Amy had already arrived at Hagrid's small abode a few minutes prior. Eavesdropping on the last few recollections he shared about his past, which had proven advantageous for her covert preparations at the ministry. Reluctant to burden Dumbledore further, Hagrid obediently exited his hut, trailing behind Fudge in silence. Let us hope you can leave here as obediently as your oversized friend. Amy overheard Lucius murmur to Dumbledore. Since Hagrid had divulged everything he knew to Harry, he did not, as in the original narrative, hint to Harry about venturing into the Forbidden Forest to seek out Aragog. This indeed simplified matters considerably, Amy mused, as they were progressing much faster than the original storyline. However, it remained unlikely that Harry and his companions would uncover that the instigator of the Chamber of Secrets was none other than Ginny, who was right beside them. In the hut, Amy watched as Hagrid and the others gradually receded from view. Harry and his friends had removed the invisibility cloak. At least we know there is a Chamber of Secrets within the school, housing a creature that instills fear in spiders, whose encounters can lead to petrification or even death. We should investigate the library. It is imperative we discern the true nature of this monster. I hope there are more records regarding the chamber, Hermione proposed. 50 years ago. They could not locate that chamber either, Ron remarked pessimistically. If only Amy had not been petrified. She always possesses crucial insights. She provided us with much assistance and guidance while we were protecting the Philosopher's Stone last year. Harry clenched his fists, seemingly resolving to take action. This time, we shall resolve this matter ourselves and swiftly, so as not to repeat the tragedies of 50 years past. Well said, Amy nodded approvingly, realizing that the three of them no longer required her intervention. As she returned to the infirmary, she found Madame Pomfrey ushering out her visiting classmates, one by one. It is quite late. For your safety and for Amy's, I cannot allow anyone to enter or exit the infirmary any longer. Everyone should return to their common rooms. Once everyone departed, Amy found herself alone and bored, so she abandoned her physical form, drifting through the castle. I might as well check on Ginny. I wonder if she is asleep. I'd like to see what charming words Voldemort is using to ensnare her. As she passed the portrait of the fat lady, Amy pondered. Thus, she phased through the wall into the Gryffindor common room, and slowly floated toward the girls' dormitory. Chapter 75. The Legend of the Chamber, Hermione's Descent. Amy flitted through the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, until she finally located Ginny's room. At that moment, Ginny was engrossed in conversation with Tom Riddle. Although she found it morally questionable, Amy couldn't resist peering in. Oh Tom, I still can't believe it. It will be ages before Amy returns to normal, Ginny lamented. Do not fret. Riddle replied disingenuously, for I am here. Come, tell me more about Harry. Perhaps it will alleviate your spirits. If it weren't for you exploiting Ginny to unlock the chamber, I wouldn't have been petrified for 18 days, Amy seethed, her eyes wide with indignation. However, the moment Riddle mentioned Harry, Ginny's demeanor soured further. To be honest, I don't believe Harry could ever like me. We have hardly spoken since we started school. Riddle, having grown weary of Ginny's romantic woes, continued to maintain the facade of a caring older brother, feigning interest in her troubles. Sigh. Virtual conversations should be approached with caution. Amy sighed in exasperation. Regardless of how Riddle was currently deceiving Ginny, in her present state of helplessness, she could only watch anxiously. Amy glared at the diary with impotent rage. Yet as time passed, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Did the diary always emit a green glow? Steadying herself, she clearly observed an eerie green luminescence radiating from the diary, particularly pronounced when Riddle was writing, while Ginny seemed entirely oblivious. Could it be that her transformation into a ghost had awakened some extraordinary ability? It appeared that these recent days did not necessitate complete passivity after all. A rather adventurous thought struck Amy, but considering she had already become a restless spirit, there was little left to fear. Resolutely she lunged forward, plunging into the pages of the diary. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been poring over materials in the library for 3 days without uncovering any leads regarding the chamber. History does indeed repeat itself, Ron lamented. This reminds me of our previous search for the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione, visibly frustrated, exclaimed. Every volume of A History of Hogwarts is checked out. The waiting list extends 2 weeks into the future. I wish I had brought my own copy, but my trunk is already crammed with too many of Lockhart's tomes. They were all intrigued by the Chamber of Secrets, as Harry began to gather his supplies. He mentioned, "Speaking of history, our History of Magic class is about to commence. We should hurry," although Professor Binns has never been one to engage with his students. History of Magic was undoubtedly the most tedious class they had ever attended, taught by Professor Binns, the only ghost among the faculty, whose monotonous delivery was remarkably effective for inducing sleep. The only exhilarating aspect of his lectures was his ability to glide straight through the blackboard into the classroom. All Gryffindor students, except Hermione, would invariably lapse into a stupor upon his commencement of the lesson, as though under the influence of a soul-sucking curse. However, on this particular day, an unprecedented event unfolded. Shortly after the lesson began, Hermione raised her hand high. "You are." The only professor who likely did not recognize Hermione was Binns, who appeared quite astonished to see a student raise their hand during his lecture. "I am Granger." "Professor, could you please enlighten us about the Chamber of Secrets?" Hermione's voice jolted every drowsy student back to attention. "I teach history of magic, Miss Granger. I concern myself with facts, not myths or legends." "But sir, the legend of the Chamber of Secrets does possess a basis in fact, does it not?" Binns, taken aback, stared at Hermione, having long since forgotten the sensation of being interrupted in such a manner. He felt a twinge of annoyance, but the eager gazes of his students left him in a quandary. "Very well, it is indeed a rather chilling tale. Now, the entire class exhibited a keen interest in the History of Magic lesson, hanging on the professor's every word. We all know that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 of the greatest wizards of the time, after whom the 4 houses are named. However, after the school was established, Salazar Slytherin's disagreements with the others intensified. He firmly believed that Hogwarts should only admit pure-blood wizards, leading to a fierce quarrel with Godric Gryffindor, after which he departed from the school. As Professor Binns reached this point, he deliberately paused for a moment. The preceding narrative was substantiated by reliable historical records. What I am about to recount, however, is the legend you are all eager to hear. It is said that Slytherin, concealing his actions from others, constructed a secret chamber within the castle. When he departed, he sealed the chamber, allowing only his heir to unlock it and unleash the dreadful entity contained within, tasked with purging the school of all those unworthy of practicing magic. Of course, this is mere nonsense. Professor Binns, unwilling to linger on the topic of the chamber, resumed reading from his book in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. Half of the students succumbed to a sweet, infantile slumber, while the other half began to whisper amongst themselves. "Who do you suppose Slytherin's heir might be?" one asked. "In any case, it must be someone from Slytherin," came the reply. Lost in thought, Harry recalled the Sorting Hat's words upon his arrival at Hogwarts. "Are you sure you won't be sorted into Slytherin? You would do splendidly there." Why had the hat suggested such a thing? When it came to those who prided themselves on their pure blood, one name sprang to mind. "I can think of one person," Ron stated with considerable conviction, "Draco Malfoy. Just look at his family, they are all staunch proponents of pure-blood supremacy." There was some merit to that assertion. Hermione furrowed her brow. "However, I have a few reservations." "What is it, Hermione?" Harry inquired. "Do you truly believe Malfoy is the most likely candidate to be Slytherin's heir?" "Well, he certainly has a strong possibility," she conceded. "But have you forgotten the lesson from last year?" Hermione continued earnestly. "At that time, we all suspected Snape was in league with the Dark Lord to steal the Philosopher's Stone, while only Amy insisted it was the inconspicuous Quirrell, and as it turned out, she was right. I think we may be a bit too focused on our disdain for certain individuals," Harry stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt over their misunderstanding of Snape, though the potions master's behavior was indeed rather unlikable. This guilt was often overshadowed by his anger at Snape's frequent deductions from Gryffindor's points. "Hermione is correct, however. I still believe our investigation should center around Malfoy," Ron insisted. "Then it's settled," Hermione declared. "Our inquiry will proceed in 2 directions. One will be to investigate Malfoy, while simultaneously, we must keep a close watch on other suspicious individuals, particularly those who have been acting unusually since the recent shocking attack." I refused to believe that he or she would remain entirely unperturbed. The trio quickly established their roles. Ron would track Malfoy's movements, while Harry and Hermione would monitor any peculiar behavior from others. About a week later, Ron returned with news. "Malfoy's behavior is indeed suspicious. I've noticed him loitering outside the second-floor girls' restroom 3 times this week, pacing for several minutes before sighing and leaving." Harry and Hermione were taken aback by this revelation. However, Hermione, remaining composed, began her analysis. "The second-floor girls' restroom? Hardly any girls go there, so Malfoy's presence there is certainly questionable." "Why don't girls go there?" Harry queried. "Because of Moaning Myrtle," Hermione sighed softly. Let me show you. Before long, the three arrived at the door of the girls' restroom. Unlike the hesitant Malfoy, who had circled the entrance 3 times without entering, Ron and Harry found their resolve much quicker. They repeatedly reassured themselves that there was no one inside, attempting to quell their anxieties. The atmosphere was distinctly dark and damp. Nearly all the wooden doors of the stalls had peeling paint. A large crack marred the mirror by the wall, and the faucet over the stone sink glimmered ominously. "Hey Myrtle, how are you?" Hermione called as she approached the last stall, where the ghostly figure of moaning Myrtle floated above the toilet tank. "Oh, this is the girls' restroom." Myrtle cast a glance at Harry and Ron. "Ask her if she has seen Malfoy lurking around," Harry whispered. "Don't gossip about me behind my back," Myrtle wailed. "Even though I'm dead, I still have feelings." Harry thought that the name Moaning Myrtle was indeed fitting. "We didn't mean to upset you," Hermione quickly interjected. "Have you seen a boy who often appears around here, lingering by the restroom entrance?" "I have." Myrtle suddenly seemed intrigued. "How peculiar, isn't it? He comes several times a week, that pale-faced boy. Do you know why he keeps coming here?" Naturally, Myrtle's expression turned smug. "He must have developed a crush on me but is too shy to come in, which is why he lingers outside." "What a lovely boy." The trio was momentarily speechless. Since Malfoy had never actually entered, it was impossible for him to have developed any fondness for Myrtle. "I would rather believe Malfoy is Slytherin's heir than entertain Myrtle's nonsense," Ron muttered under his breath. Myrtle was exceedingly sensitive to the comments of others, and she heard Ron's words perfectly. She sprang up, emitting a shriek that echoed throughout the castle, before diving headfirst into the toilet. For Myrtle, such a reaction could be considered joyous. Hermione, unfazed, remarked, "I suppose she won't want to speak with us anymore. Let's leave." Just as the trio exited the girls' restroom, they were startled by a familiar voice. "Ron, what are you doing here?" Percy Weasley strode over, his prefect badge gleaming on his chest. "Why are you coming out of the girls' restroom?" "We were, conducting some investigations." "Looking for clues," Ron stammered. Percy assumed the same authoritative stance as Mrs. Weasley and admonished them loudly, "Get out of here. What do you think you're doing? Wandering around this place? Why can't we be here?" Ron retorted defiantly. "You should consider your own safety," Percy insisted, hands on his hips. "Ginny is still very upset about Amy. And have you considered how she would feel if something happened to you?" Ron lowered his head, rendered speechless. "If you understand." "Hurry back," Percy continued, following them until he had escorted them back to the common room. "So we specifically went to the girls' restroom and got scolded for it. And what did we gain?" Ron grumbled. "At least we confirmed that Malfoy is indeed acting strangely. However, without any concrete action from him, it's difficult to discern his intentions." "I do have an idea," Hermione stated. "However, it may require us to violate 50 school rules and risk great peril." Chapter 77. Polyjuice Potion, Team Captain's Leak. Hermione took the lead in breaking the rules, and both Harry and Ron felt this would surely be a moment for the history books. Hermione proposed concocting the Polyjuice Potion to alter their appearances and disguise themselves as Slytherin students, enabling them to get closer to Malfoy and extract information from him. "That's a splendid idea," Ron admitted, "but the recipe for the Polyjuice Potion is in a restricted book, isn't it? Without a professor's signature, we cannot obtain it. Unless one of the professors is exceedingly foolish, we won't get that signature." 2 days later, Hermione managed to acquire Professor Lockhart's signature. "I bet he didn't even glance at the book we wanted to borrow when he signed." There was some irony in having such a defense against the dark arts professor. Harry mused, unsure whether to feel pleased or disheartened. Thus, the three commenced their potion brewing endeavor in the girls' restroom on the 2nd floor. "Why don't we go to the room of requirement? Why must we hide here?" Ron protested. Certainly, in pursuit of a fortuitous encounter, Hermione promptly dismissed his objections. Should Malfoy eventually trespass, we would be able to catch him red-handed. Moreover, ordinary students would never venture this far. As she spoke, Hermione cast a sidelong glance at the weeping Myrtle. "I can only hope I won't be caught by Percy," Ron fervently prayed. As the Polyjuice Potion required a month of brewing, Harry and his friends temporarily redirected their focus back to their daily lives. Particularly for Harry, they were fervently preparing for the Quidditch match scheduled for early November. In light of Slytherin's new broomstick speed advantage, Wood summoned all team members to the pitch at dawn to elaborate on the myriad strategies he had devised. Despite Quidditch's allure, the players struggled to stifle their yawns. At that moment, several familiar green-clad figures appeared on the field. "Here they come," George remarked with a raised brow. Recently, Slytherin had been intent on monopolizing the training grounds, consistently presenting a field usage permit bearing Professor Snape's signature, while flaunting 7 gleaming Nimbus 2001 brooms donated by the Malfoy family. Harry and Malfoy had never seen eye to eye, And in this situation, their mutual disdain intensified. Move aside, Wood. Those brooms of yours would be more suited for sweeping the floor. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, commenced his familiar taunts. At least our players possess genuine talent, unlike yours, whose seeker gained entry through backdoor means, Wood retorted defiantly. Malfoy's face flushed slightly, yet he refused to be outdone in bravado, responding with haughty disdain. Isn't it true that Gryffindor also allowed the illustrious Harry Potter a place on the team as a first year? One might say that his famous scar played a role in that. You seem eager to settle the score with me. Harry stepped forward, brimming with determination. Unfortunately, the match is weeks away. I wish I could duel you right now. Remember when you challenged us to a midnight duel in our first year, only to chicken out? In truth, that encounter had been a ruse orchestrated by Malfoy to lure Harry and his friends out of the dormitory, hoping they would be caught by Filch. Naturally, Harry felt no qualms about altering the narrative slightly for the sake of provocation. Malfoy sneered, "If you truly wish to duel, I am always at your service." With that, he drew his wand and pointed it directly at Harry's face, a silver serpent coiling menacingly around it. Harry was startled by the sudden gesture, and instinctively took a step back. The famed savior is quite cowardly, Malfoy chuckled triumphantly. Harry remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the silver serpent as he felt for his own wand in his pocket. "If you advance any further, I will." At that moment, the expressions of everyone present shifted subtly. Fred and George exchanged a knowing glance with Wood, then promptly began pulling Harry back, while the other team members vacated the pitch. "What spell did Malfoy cast on you? You emitted quite a sound just now." "What sound?" Harry appeared perplexed. George pinched his throat and produced a peculiar hissing noise, while Fred nodded something akin to that. "I was merely issuing a warning to that white snake." "Issuing a warning to a snake? What were you thinking?" The twins' astonishment far exceeded Harry's expectations. "Let me think. I had a similar experience at the zoo. I could communicate with the python there." "Surely, that must be somewhat common among wizards?" No. That is by no means common." The twins shook their heads vigorously. "This is quite serious, Harry." "Why is it serious?" Harry asked, utterly bewildered. "That is a unique gift of Salazar Slytherin. Hence, the Slytherin emblem is a serpent. If that was a figure from 1,000 years ago, we can hardly say." Harry's mood plummeted. He could surmise the implications of Fred and George's words. They believed he might be a descendant of Slytherin. If he possessed Slytherin's abilities, why would the Sorting Hat have placed him in Gryffindor? "Well done." The rather simple-minded Marcus praised Malfoy loudly. "What spell was that? I've never seen it before." "Not a spell," Malfoy replied, retracting the silver serpent and shrugging. "Just a special effect. It can really amp up the intimidation before a duel." "Oh, I've seen similar techniques." Marcus recalled an exhilarating duel over the summer, ignited by Amy, and could hardly contain his excitement. It was the highlight of his entire match. Malfoy's gaze sharpened. "This is an exclusive wand effect bestowed upon me by Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Who else could possibly possess it?" Chapter 78. Another attack, Ginny awakens. Malfoy pushed open the infirmary door. The only patient inside was Amy, sitting stiffly on her bed, petrified. "It won't be until the end of the term at the earliest," Madame Pomfrey emphasized. "Until then, she will remain in this state." "Understood." Malfoy observed Amy's vacant expression, lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, she bore a resemblance to the professor. During September, when the professor was away, Amy was interning at the Ministry of Magic. The professor had written that she would return in October, which coincided with Amy's return to Hogwarts. The professor had left no communication, abandoning him, and on that day, Amy had been unexpectedly attacked and petrified. If all this were mere coincidence, it would be rather hard to believe. Rather than anger at being deceived, Malfoy felt more confused. Why would she do such a thing? Although she had misled him, he sensed that it was not born of malicious intent. He had also changed in certain ways because of the professor's teachings, and he felt those changes were for the better. "What should I do now?" Malfoy murmured. The news of Harry's Parseltongue had spread like wildfire, and soon everyone was avoiding him. "Lately, everyone has been steering clear of me." Harry scratched his head, feeling somewhat frantic, as if he had opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed some monstrosity upon Amy. "Just bear with it." Hermione stirred the potion in the cauldron. "I'm still devising a plan to pilfer some African snake skin from Snape's private stores." They were truly searching for Slytherin's heir within Gryffindor. Surely, they must have lost their minds. Ron's words offered little comfort to Harry, who was reminded of the Sorting Hat's hesitation to place him in Slytherin. Just then, in the girls' restroom, the silence was punctuated only by Myrtle's soft sobs, when Harry abruptly heard a deep voice. "Tear them all apart." Harry stood up alertly. "Did you hear anything?" He sensed the unsettling voice moving outward and dashed after it. Heard nothing at all? Perhaps there are snakes in the walls? Ron joked as he and Hermione trailed after Harry. 12 days had passed since Amy's attack, and under Ginny's various miseries, Tom Riddle had begun to exert control over her body with increasing ease. Thus, he resolved to summon the Basilisk once more, taking advantage of the slight relaxation of vigilance among Hogwarts inhabitants. 50 years ago, he had refrained from further actions out of fear that Hogwarts would close, forcing him back to the Muggle orphanage. Now he no longer harbored such reservations. As for the target of his attack, anyone would suffice. As long as he concealed his identity while striking, seek out a solitary victim, and instill terror within them. The night before Harry heard the Basilisk whispering, Tom hissed to the creature through Ginny's lips. Go. The voice moved swiftly, Harry cried. The three companions sprinted through the castle, and abruptly, Harry came to a halt. What's wrong? Ron collided with Harry's back, while Hermione's mouth fell open in sheer astonishment. Before them floated Peeves, resembling a pale gray balloon, but markedly different from his usual self. He emitted no sound and refrained from hurling crumpled paper at the 3 second-year mischief-makers before him. His unchanging expression hinted at a shared fate with Amy. He had been petrified, and we must immediately inform a professor, Hermione shrieked. During the interval it took for Harry and his friends to locate Professor McGonagall and escort her to the scene, Peeves' unusual state quickly drew a crowd of onlookers, inciting a wave of panic among the students. The notion that even a ghost could be petrified was utterly terrifying. However, I consider Peeves' petrification a fortuitous event. I had intended to host a memorial gathering at the month's end, but now I believe it prudent to cancel. The other ghosts would likely not wish to visit Hogwarts at such a time. Nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor, lamented, though Peeves is, in some respects, unlike us. If he can be petrified, then none of us are safe. Upon hearing of the new attack, Malfoy hastily arrived at the scene. But the throng of spectators obscured his view. However, he did spot Ginny Weasley standing at the edge of the crowd. In that moment, driven by an impulse he could not resist, Malfoy approached and whispered, "Do you remember what you did?" Ginny was taken aback by Malfoy's nonsensical inquiry. She had indeed felt something amiss in recent days, often experiencing lapses in memory. This morning, she had awakened to find her clothes smeared with foul, muddy residue. A deep-seated terror enveloped her as she abruptly pushed Malfoy away and fled back to her dormitory. Everything felt peculiar. When had it all begun? Ginny sensed a troubling connection between herself and the recent attacks, a notion that made her stomach churn. Why would Malfoy ask her such questions? Had he discovered something unusual about her? What if others had as well? Ginny dared not ponder further. When had her life transformed into this? What had caused such a change? Her gaze fell upon the diary resting on her bedside table, a cherished confidant. Yet at that moment, the diary, once magical and delightful in her eyes, now bore new labels: mysterious origins, strange powers, and extreme suspicion. In a sudden rush of clarity, or perhaps panic, Ginny seized the diary and dashed out. She needed to dispose of it immediately. "Mr. Potter, please come with me," Professor McGonagall instructed as she directed some students to fan Peeves into her office, her tone grave. "Dumbledore wishes to speak with you." "Professor." "We swear Harry has been with us the entire time," Ron insisted, though Hermione felt a twinge of anxiety as rumors swirled about Hagrid's past. "Oh, Miss Granger, we have no intention of devouring your friend or expelling him," McGonagall replied, her demeanor softening slightly. "It is merely a conversation, I assure you." Chapter 79, The Headmaster's Charge. The diary descends. Harry, feeling uneasy, followed Professor McGonagall to the entrance of the headmaster's office. "Lemon drops," she announced, granting them access to Dumbledore's spacious circular office. Before nodding to Dumbledore and departing, Harry had always found Dumbledore's thoughts elusive, and now he felt even more uncertain about what to say. He was acutely aware of his discomfort, unable to meet Dumbledore's gaze. His attention was drawn to the sorting hat resting on a shelf, igniting a desire to wear it once more. Meanwhile, behind the office door, a weary, gray-feathered bird was emitting pained cries. In the mere seconds that Harry observed it, several feathers fell away. "Oh, that's Fox." Dumbledore broke the silence, introducing the ailing bird as if he were merely engaging Harry in casual conversation. "It appears to be sick," Harry remarked hesitantly. Dumbledore smiled gently. "Fox is a phoenix. He is nearing the end of his life. More accurately, he is preparing for rebirth. A phoenix ignites itself in flames upon death, rising anew from the ashes. However, for Fox that moment is still distant. He must endure this agonizing state for at least another month." "Professor, why have you summoned me?" Harry finally blurted out, unable to contain his curiosity. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, his expression growing serious. It seems I will not be able to remain at the school for the time being. He sighed softly, having anticipated this day since Lucius had instigated the minister's arrest of Hagrid. Yet he had not expected Lucius to act with such swiftness. The news of the second attack had barely circulated before the entire Board of Governors had signed a letter for his dismissal. It was clear this was a premeditated scheme. Is there truly no alternative? But Professor, if you leave the school, who will protect Harry? Harry felt a surge of anxiety. If Dumbledore departed, the shadowy figure behind these events would surely act with even greater impunity, and it would not be long before all Muggle-born students faced peril. Harry, there are times when even the most powerful adults are constrained by circumstances. However, we are not without hope, Dumbledore replied slowly. I trust that when your friends are in danger, you will not be content to remain a bystander. You have likely exerted considerable effort in pursuing the mastermind behind these events. Harry nodded, though he refrained from elaborating on their investigative plans, which teetered on the edge of breaking school rules. Precisely. Continue your inquiries. I have faith that you will uncover the truth, Dumbledore added, pausing before continuing. And even in my absence, you will discover that those in need of assistance at Hogwarts will always find it. Upon returning to the common room, Harry recounted his experiences to Ron and Hermione, and the three of them could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue if Dumbledore were to depart. We need to expedite the brewing of the Polyjuice Potion, Hermione declared. This evening, we must return to the girls' bathroom. I need to add some ingredients to the cauldron. Donning their invisibility cloak, the trio stealthily slipped out of the common room and made their way to the girls' bathroom. Today, moaning Myrtle was wailing louder than ever, her sobs drowning out any sounds they might have made, providing an odd sense of security. However, after a while, they began to feel as though their eardrums were under siege. Myrtle, what troubles you? Hermione finally inquired, unable to hold back her curiosity. Someone keeps throwing things at me. Someone thinks it's amusing to toss a book at me. Myrtle shrieked. A book? Rather than sympathizing with poor Myrtle, they were more concerned about the battered tome. Myrtle glared at the floor, prompting Harry to notice a soggy book lying nearby. It was utterly ruined, but if they were interested, they could take a look. Harry picked up the damp book and noticed it was a diary, its faded cover marked with a date from 50 years prior. On the first page, a faint inscription read, Tim Riddle. However, the subsequent pages were entirely blank. Do you remember? The Chamber of Secrets was last opened 50 years ago. There might be hidden clues or messages within. Hermione mused as she examined the diary, even retrieving the revealing spell she had purchased in Diagon Alley, but to no avail. I suspect Riddle wrote nothing at all, Ron declared dismissively. Yet Harry tucked the diary away. The name Riddle stirred within him an insatiable curiosity, a compelling urge to pursue the truth behind it all. There must be something within these pages. Harry gazed thoughtfully at the blank sheet, pondering deeply. Chapter 80. The Diary Unveiled, Chaotic Memories. Upon returning to the dormitory, despite Ron's insistence that it was a waste of time, he resolved to continue exploring Riddle's diary. He discovered that the pages of the recently waterlogged diary had completely dried, devoid of any stains. This inspired Harry to dip his quill into ink and let a few drops fall onto the blank pages. The ink shimmered on the paper, as though absorbed instantly, vanishing without a trace. Excitement surged within Harry as he lifted his pen and wrote, My name is Harry Potter. This time, as his words faded, a new line emerged. Hello Harry, I am Tom Riddle. How did you come upon this diary? When Tom Riddle realized that Harry was the one who had opened the diary, his elation was palpable. For him, it was far more advantageous to confront Harry directly than to resurrect himself by siphoning Ginny's life. First, he would mystify and ensnare Potter's heart. I wish to chronicle my past in this peculiar manner, for during my time, dreadful events transpired at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And some wish to keep these matters from becoming widely known. What do you mean? Do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Harry scrawled hastily, his heart racing. Indeed. At that time, everyone believed it to be mere legend. However, in my 5th year, the chamber was opened, and a monster attacked several students, ultimately claiming one life. It was I who captured the individual responsible for opening the chamber. Harry frowned, suspecting that the person Riddle had apprehended was Hagrid. Professor Dippet, the headmaster, warned me to keep this matter confidential for the sake of the school's reputation, and he even bestowed upon me a special merit award as hush money. Yet, the one capable of opening the chamber was not imprisoned. I suspect a similar occurrence may arise again. Harry felt discontent at Riddle's wrongful accusation of Hagrid. Yet he was eager to glean information about the chamber, thus he decided to express his thoughts for the time being. Could you share a few more specific details? I would be delighted to. Let me take you to the night I apprehended the culprit. In the next moment, the diary suddenly flipped open, and Harry felt as if he were being drawn into its depths. A whirlwind of bizarre images flashing before him. Hee, it's my turn to shine. Harry could scarcely believe his ears, for that arrogant yet familiar voice was unmistakably. Before Harry could utter a word, he found himself in an unfamiliar office, furnished with a comfortable armchair, where a smiling wizard sat, one hand cradling a small glass of wine while the other rummaged through a box of candied jackfruit, surrounded by 6 or 7 teenage boys. No matter how he looked at it, Harry could not connect this scene with the accusation against Hagrid regarding the opening of the chamber. Professor Slughorn, is Professor Marathought retiring? A handsome boy spoke, adorned with a black stone ring. The individuals in the room appeared oblivious to Harry's presence. Tom, I cannot disclose everything to you. Yet I must admit that your knowledge surpasses that of some professors. I believe you could become minister within 20 years. If you frequently supply me with candied jackfruit, it could be achieved in an even shorter time. I have quite solid connections within the department. Tom Riddle smiled slightly, while the other boys gazed at him with admiration. Suddenly, a small golden clock on the desk chimed. Professor Slughorn, noting the late hour, hurriedly instructed the children to return to their dormitories. However, he noticed that Riddle remained standing, showing no intention of departing. Hurry up, Tom, everyone else has left. You wouldn't want to be caught outside after curfew, would you? You are a prefect, after all. Professor, I wish to ask you something. Do you know what a Horcrux is? The topic of dark arts, is it? Professor Slughorn's eyes widened. Harry could tell he was aware this was not part of the school curriculum. No, sir. I read about it in a book and do not quite understand. Well, it's quite difficult to find a detailed book about Horcruxes at Hogwarts. They are very evil things, Tom. Tom was not dissuaded by Slughorn's somewhat dismissive tone. He swiftly employed his remarkable acting skills and eloquence to lower Slughorn's defenses, extracting the information he sought. Certainly, a brief introduction should pose no harm. A Horcrux is an object that contains a fragment of a person's soul. In other words, certain wizards will split their souls and hide them within objects. Thus, even if their bodies are destroyed, they do not perish, for a portion of their soul remains in the world. Harry suddenly realized that Voldemort, lacking a physical form, could still exist in this world, albeit in a very subtle manner. Few desire such a fate, Tom. Direct death is far more straightforward. But how does one go about splitting their soul? Greed flickered in Tom's eyes. You must understand, splitting one's soul is a violation of nature, Slughorn said uneasily. It requires the most heinous act of murder, and the wizard seeking to create a Horcrux must contain the severed soul. Contain it? But how? With a spell, but do not ask me which one. Slughorn shook his head frantically. Do I look like someone who has tried it? Do I appear to be a murderer? No, Professor, I mean no offense, Tom quickly replied. Yet I am still somewhat curious. Can a soul only be split once? Wouldn't it be better to split it multiple times, say 7? Slughorn's unease was now palpable. He exclaimed, Merlin's beard, Tom. 7 times. Is it not evil enough to murder a single person? Just then, Harry felt a dizzying sensation, as if he were plummeting. And ultimately he returned to the familiar confines of his dormitory, the diary lying beside him now resembling a brick, impervious to his attempts to reopen it. Meanwhile, in the world within the diary, Tom seethed with rage, his handsome features twisted in fury. Chapter 81. Mocking Tom, the young master brews potions. Amy stealthily infiltrated Tom Riddle's diary, awaiting this very moment. Was not the Tom Riddle within the diary the past, present, and future of the Dark Lord Voldemort? She had quietly explored his memories, and indeed, she discovered the knowledge she sought to impart to Harry about Horcruxes, beginning from their 2nd year. How could a little insect have found its way in? Tom squinted, recognizing the creature as somewhat familiar. Only now realizing, one must heed their teacher's words. Carelessly splitting one's soul is ill-advised, a fragment of 1/7 of a soul, and it must rely on the absorption of others' life to enhance its power. I could become a wraith and still outsmart you. Amy made a face, fully indulging in her mockery. Humph, what does it matter if Harry Potter learns of these things? He won't survive this term. Once I regain my corporeal form, I shall promptly deal with him, Tom declared fiercely. And to think that you would dare to meddle here, believing my power insufficient to handle you? Moreover, this is my domain. No need for Lord Voldemort to trouble himself. Amy yawned, only to discover that being inside the Horcrux was far more entertaining than floating aimlessly outside. Here, she could even use magic as usual. Tom noticed Amy's form gradually becoming indistinct. My true self fled when you returned memories to Harry, leaving only a projection here to taunt you. Amy's doppelganger began to dissipate. And even this went unnoticed. It seems I was too cautious by merely leaving behind a projection. I should have stayed to confront you directly. These taunting remarks immediately made Tom feel as though his chief adversary had been replaced. Just wait. I shall make the basilisk sever your neck. Tom, consumed by fury, lost his rationality. In the realm of reality, within Harry's dormitory, Amy was gazing at Harry, reliving the profound memories that had unfolded. After spending some time as a ghost, her sense of morality as a human had somewhat dulled, and she no longer felt any qualms about drifting about the boys' dormitory. Yet, Amy was unable to use the legitimacy at present, and observing Harry sitting motionless was rather dull. Just 5 more days. Just 5 more days until I can return. Amy continually reassured herself. Malfoy truly wished to slap himself. Why did he so impulsively inquire about that matter with Ginny? Hadn't he just alerted them all? Malfoy gathered the information in his hands. His father had somehow utilized Ginny to unlock the Chamber of Secrets, allowing the creature within to attack the inhabitants of the school. The location of the chamber was likely within the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor. Despite his reluctance, he felt compelled to investigate the girls' lavatory. But why should he pursue the chamber? It was his father's plan, and the monster within would pose no threat to a pure blood like him. Malfoy was momentarily perplexed by his emotions, but decided to take action nonetheless. I've been rather reminiscent of that showy Potter lately, he mused with a wry smile. Under the cover of night, Malfoy stealthily slipped out of the Slytherin common room, making his way cautiously to the 2nd floor. He gently pushed open the wooden door of the girls' lavatory, the dilapidated state within convincing him that no ordinary girl would dare venture here. Suddenly, a translucent girl's head emerged from the floor at Malfoy's feet. Ah, shy boy, you finally dared to enter. Moaning Myrtle trailed closely behind him, her ghostly chill prompting Malfoy to step forward hastily. You are the Weeping Myrtle? Malfoy had heard of her existence. You certainly know me well, Myrtle replied, appearing in high spirits, while Malfoy wished he had encountered a troll instead of an inexplicably enthusiastic ghost. Very well, regardless. Could you divulge any information about the individuals who frequent this place? Myrtle was keenly interested in the topic. To be honest, I have spent so long here and have never witnessed such a commotion. Everyone is rushing to me one by one. Everyone? One by one? Coming here? Myrtle pointed towards a stall. Malfoy approached, opened the door, and discovered a cauldron brewing a potion. The half-finished Polyjuice Potion was entirely unfamiliar to Malfoy. He stared at the liquid within the cauldron, contemplating. This must be the potion Ginny is concocting. It likely has something to do with unlocking the chamber. If she completes it, there could very well be a 3rd or 4th attack. Malfoy extinguished the flames beneath the cauldron with a flick of his wand and poured the potion into the toilet, flushing it away completely. Following this, he searched the girls' lavatory thoroughly, but found no trace of the chamber. The fabled Chamber of Secrets, said to be accessible only to the heir of Slytherin, was indeed elusive. Malfoy sighed, preparing to return. Do come again. Myrtle called out enthusiastically. Malfoy shrugged, ready to exit when he suddenly heard footsteps at the entrance, causing him to startle and slip into a nearby stall, closing the door quietly. Peering out cautiously, he saw Ginny enter the girls' lavatory, glance at one of the stalls, and then turn to Myrtle. Have you seen a diary today? Ginny asked hurriedly. She had been too rushed earlier in the day, and wanted to ensure that the diary had not been flushed away. Myrtle's expression changed dramatically as she cried out, Ah, so it is you, you wicked rogue. It's amusing to toss things at me, is it? I didn't do it on purpose. Ginny replied, her scalp prickling at Myrtle's wails. Could you please answer my question first? It's truly important. So the sorrowful, poor Myrtle is unimportant, is she? How selfish you are. Myrtle exclaimed shrilly. You want that wretched diary, don't you? It was taken by Harry Potter. Chapter 82. Complete Control, Elusive Clues. Ron. Where's Hermione? Harry burst into the common room early in the morning, eager to discuss his revelations from the previous night. That diary was indeed peculiar. She seemed to have noticed something after Peeves' incident, and rushed off to the library first thing this morning, Ron replied. She mentioned something about voices only you can hear. Thus, Harry and Ron decided to head directly to the library to share information with Hermione. I believe I have discerned what creature lies within the chamber, Hermione announced, lifting a set of notes she had just transcribed. It is a basilisk. Harry and Ron took the notes, which detailed various aspects of the basilisk, each point aligning with what they already knew. The basilisk, a horrifying creature hatched from a rooster's egg by a toad, possesses an extensive lifespan. Not only does it have deadly fangs, but its mere gaze can be fatal, making it the natural enemy of spiders. There could be no more fitting magical creature, Ron remarked in admiration. I suspect that Amy and those petrified 50 years ago were extraordinarily fortunate. They likely never directly gazed into the basilisk's eyes. perhaps only catching glimpses through mirrors or reflections, which merely petrified them. As for Peeves, being a ghost, he would not perish from such a sight. Now we have a clearer idea of what lies within the chamber. If only we could ascertain its location, everything would be resolved. Ron turned to Harry, who also had some insights. I'm afraid my findings seem unrelated to the chamber. Harry scratched his head, recounting his experiences from the previous night in detail. Tom Riddle and Horcruxes? Hermione hurriedly noted down, intrigued. I shall investigate this further another day. However, based on your description, Tom Riddle does not seem like a benevolent figure. That diary appears quite dangerous. My suggestion is to hand it over to the professors for examination. Now I must see how the Polyjuice Potion is progressing. I shall take my leave. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron spotted Neville rushing down the stairs in a panic. What's wrong, Neville? Did you misread the class schedule again? There are no classes this morning. No. Neville waved his hands frantically. Our dormitory has been robbed. The three rushed upstairs, discovering their entire room in disarray. After counting his already sparse belongings, Ron sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I haven't lost anything. What about you two? Harry's expression shifted drastically, leaning close to Ron as he whispered, Tom Riddle's diary is missing. Please tell me you didn't say anything to Harry. Ginny scribbled hurriedly in the diary. When the diary was in her possession, it opened as effortlessly as ever. And Tom Riddle was pleased that his attempt to deceive Harry had failed, allowing him to continue manipulating Ginny. I am quite sincere to my friends. At the very least, I wouldn't silently discard a friend into a toilet. However, this time Ginny did not succumb to the guilt and self-reproach Tom had anticipated. Friends, ever since I met you, I have felt exceedingly strange, and terrifying occurrences have been plaguing the school. Seeing that Ginny no longer trusted him as she once had, Tom ceased his pretense. Oh, what would you like me to tell Harry Potter? Shall I reveal your ridiculous infatuation, or inform him that you are the one who harms friends and deceives everyone? Though she had already sensed something amiss, Ginny's heart sank further upon witnessing the merciless words penned by Tom and the chilling truth they conveyed. Indeed, what was she to do? Tom seized upon Ginny's moment of vulnerability, forcefully commandeering her corporeal form. Although Ginny remained fully conscious, she found herself powerless against Tom, who had absorbed a significant portion of her strength. No matter how vehemently her soul cried out, Tom prevailed. Once that old fool Dumbledore is ousted, I shall advance my plans. Tom's visage twisted into a ghastly expression, mimicking Ginny's face. After receiving his dismissal, Dumbledore sought various excuses to linger at the school, ultimately taking 3 days to depart Hogwarts, spurred by the board's insistence. His exit undoubtedly stirred a tempest among the students. With Dumbledore gone, I might very well be the next target. I could lose my life. Dean Thomas, of Muggle heritage, lamented pessimistically. The only optimistic soul in the school appeared to be Gilderoy Lockhart. Following Hagrid's removal, he had proclaimed that everything was over, and that there was no need for concern. A sentiment he continued to uphold. Then why was Peeves attacked after Hagrid's departure? Ron countered. I suspect Hagrid issued additional commands regarding the creature in the Chamber of Secrets before leaving, Lockhart asserted, believing his reasoning flawless. Dumbledore's dismissal must stem from his excessive protection of that criminal. A truly great wizard should be impartial and just, much like myself during my journey with the ghoul. With eager anticipation, the defense against the dark arts class, also known as Lockhart's boastful hour, finally concluded. Next class. He'll start talking about what it would be like if he were headmaster. Ron rolled his eyes and remarked to Harry, I can't believe Hermione idolizes such a person. Leave me be, Ron, Hermione snapped, irked by her vanished potion ingredients, knowing that starting over would consume considerable time. So, we truly cannot expose Malfoy? Harry sighed, as they perpetually found clues that always slipped through their fingers. Chapter 83, Dobby's Blunder, Enemies Collaborate. Let today's training conclude here. The Slytherin team disbanded under Marcus's instruction after their Quidditch practice. Following the second attack, Hogwarts had prohibited students from lingering outside for too long. I want to practice a bit longer, Malfoy insisted, as he prepared for his first match against Potter, determined to outshine him technically. Fine, but not for too long. I'll leave the golden snitch here, and you can return it to Madame Hooch later, Marcus replied. Malfoy nodded, mounted his broom, and continued practicing for another hour before reluctantly heading back to the castle with the golden snitch in hand. Madame Hooch, are you in? He called out upon noticing the office door ajar, but received no response, only the sound of clattering objects. Curiosity piqued. Malfoy pushed the door open and beheld the office in disarray. Madame Hooch's Quidditch supplies box lay open, and a rogue bludger tumbled out, rolling to his feet. Has the office been robbed? Malfoy wondered, scanning the room until he spotted a tattered, dirty corner of fabric peeking from behind the sofa. How familiar, he mused, recognizing it as a pillowcase belonging to their house elf. Dobby, what are you doing here? Malfoy barked, startling Dobby, who fell to the ground and knocked over a chair. His eyes wide with fear and confusion, Dobby stammered, Dobby only. Hurry up and explain. That's an order. Malfoy snapped impatiently, trembling. Dobby pointed to the bludger still locked in Madame Hooch's box, saying, Dobby just wanted to exchange that ball for Dobby's. Your bludger? What makes it special? Dobby banged his head against the table, but as a house elf he could not defy his master. Dobby hoped that ball would injure Harry Potter, so he would no longer wish to stay in dangerous Hogwarts. Malfoy's suspicions were confirmed. After all, he had discovered Dobby's desire to protect Harry during the summer, though the elf's actions seemed more harmful than protective. However, having a house elf at one's disposal proved convenient, allowing for such casual use of apparition to enter Hogwarts. Given its uniqueness, was it not also true that the chamber, accessible only to the heir of Slytherin, was tied to that heir's particularities? Familiar with the legend of Salazar Slytherin, Malfoy quickly reached a conclusion that compelled him to seek assistance from his archrival. Just as Malfoy hesitated, he heard hurried footsteps in the corridor, a group of individuals rushing past. Another incident, Professor McGonagall's voice echoed, a student has been taken by a beast. Directly into the chamber. How do you know? Snape inquired. The heir of Slytherin left a message. Her corpse shall remain in the chamber forever. Which child? Professor Flitwick asked hoarsely. Ginny Weasley. As the professor's footsteps faded, Malfoy paused in silence before turning to Dobby. You clean this place up, and don't touch the bludger. I don't want to become a suspect. Yes, sir. As for whether Potter would choose comfort or danger, Malfoy adjusted his clothing, eager to see how his words would influence Potter's decision. 2 days after Dumbledore's departure, Tom finally commenced his series of actions. He first commanded Ginny to strangle a few of Hagrid's roosters. Their bane was the basilisk. Initially, Tom sought to eliminate these threats, yet at that time, his control over Ginny was not yet deft. Subsequently, Tom compelled Ginny to inscribe a fateful message in chicken blood upon the wall. Ultimately Ginny, clutching Tom Riddle's diary, confidently strode into the chamber. For Harry and his friends, nothing felt more cruel than when the truth of the chamber seemed tantalizingly close, yet their friends began to suffer deadly threats. The Weasley brothers sat in the common room, their faces ashen, silent. Hogwarts had entered a state of emergency, prohibiting all students from leaving their house common rooms. Should this dire situation persist, the closure of the school would be inevitable. Damn it, we were so close. We had uncovered so much information. There must be some clues within. Hermione fretted, rifling through her notes, her anxiety muddling her thoughts further. No, Hermione. I think we need not beat around the bush, Ron interjected, seizing Harry's arm. Harry, we should sneak out now and confront Malfoy about where Ginny is hidden. Harry opened his mouth, intending to persuade Ron otherwise, but upon reflection he realized that there was no swifter approach than direct inquiry, and thus he nodded in agreement. The trio donned the invisibility cloak and, under the cover of Fred and George, stealthily slipped out of the common room. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. Malfoy, having evaded the patrolling professors, stood at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, engaged in conversation with the fat lady. I shall not let you in without the password. And you are not a Gryffindor student, are you? This is a very critical time. Precisely because it is critical that I am here. Malfoy replied urgently. I merely wish to see Harry Potter at once. Ron's concern for Ginny's well-being drove him to the brink of madness. Upon spotting Malfoy, he burst forth from his invisibility cloak, seizing Malfoy by the collar and shouting furiously, startling the fat lady into a shriek. If I were in your position, Malfoy, upon seeing Ron, might have felt a sense of relief, thinking that Harry must be nearby, which would prompt him to heed the words of others before resorting to violence. Impulsiveness is certainly not a virtue. Calm down, Ron. Harry and Hermione quickly intervened, sensing that Ron was acting rather peculiarly. Do you truly believe I am the heir of Slytherin? Malfoy rolled his eyes, exclaiming how outrageous it was to label someone a criminal so readily, especially when he had approached them with goodwill. You came to seek me out, did you not? Speak quickly. Harry interrupted Malfoy, just as he was about to embark on a lengthy discourse. Very well. Malfoy took a deep breath. I believe I have some knowledge regarding the location of the Chamber of Secrets and how to access it. Moreover, the girl who was taken away is unlikely to be simply killed. Chapter 84. Hermione's Deception, Amy's Disappearance. The Chamber of Secrets is located in the girls' restroom on the second floor. The trio was taken aback by Malfoy's revelation, with Hermione being the first to regain her composure. She smacked her forehead, suddenly enlightened. I remember now what I overlooked. It was the location where Harry heard the serpent's voice. Harry had heard the sound moving within the walls, and since the basilisk was not a ghost, it must have been traversing through the school's plumbing system. Ron and Harry exchanged skeptical glances with Malfoy, but Hermione's analysis was indeed compelling. Additionally, the first time Harry had heard the basilisk's voice was indeed in the girls' restroom, leading them to consider it the most probable location of the chamber. How do you know where the chamber is? And why specifically come to find me? Harry maintained his guard against Malfoy, as he was still their primary suspect during this troubling time. What do you mean by saying Ginny is unlikely to be killed so soon? Ron inquired. These questions posed a challenge for Malfoy to answer, as he could not reveal that his father had orchestrated things to manipulate Ginny into opening the chamber. His assumption that Ginny was still alive was merely a hypothesis. After all, the chamber had been accessed through Ginny's actions for the past month, and there was no reason to eliminate her, the tool, without any arrangement. Thus, Ginny's entrance into the chamber must have been for a specific purpose. Malfoy's gaze wandered as he evasively stated, Potter, do you think I wanted to seek you out? I came to you solely because you are the only one capable of opening the chamber, providing the Weasley child with a glimmer of hope. I suspect that Salazar Slytherin's unique ability to speak Parseltongue is the key to the chamber. Before the trio could process Malfoy's words, a familiar figure hurried towards them. Gilderoy Lockhart, drenched in sweat, was hastily walking down the corridor with his head bowed. Only realizing the four were standing at the entrance of the common room as he drew near, Lockhart seemed to feel that his earlier flustered demeanor was unbecoming, and he raised his head, forcing a signature smile. Oh children, I believe you ought not to linger in the corridor at this time. What are you doing here? Ron interrupted directly, as they certainly did not wish to be sent back, especially not by the incompetent Professor Lockhart. I am on patrol. Yes, to protect everyone. Patrolling. Lockhart stammered, appearing more in need of protection than any of the students present. In truth, he felt utterly out of his depth. Professor McGonagall had assigned the professors to patrol separately. What a ridiculous notion. If he were to encounter the monster from the chamber, he would surely be doomed. Professor Snape even mocked him, saying, Now it's time for the illustrious Lockhart to take the stage. Did you not claim to have already figured out the location of the chamber? The other professors observed with cold indifference. The boys saw Hermione wink at them, and they promptly stepped forward, adopting a pitiful and helpless tone, saying, Oh, Professor Lockhart, please do not blame us. I merely wanted to check on our petrified friend in the infirmary. We are quite concerned for her during these dire times. They had actually been coaxed by Ron, who was feeling a bit frightened, but seeing Lockhart put him at ease. Oh, I mean, if any teacher is capable and so understanding as to be willing to accompany me to the infirmary, it must be you. Hermione's words had a profound effect on Lockhart. He was completely enraptured, and upon reflection, accompanying Hermione to the infirmary seemed far safer than wandering alone through the castle, so he readily agreed. Then you all may return. I shall take it upon myself to escort Miss Granger. Lockhart pointed toward the Gryffindor common room, entirely oblivious to Malfoy's identity as a Slytherin student, and did not linger to watch them return to the common room, anxiously pulling Hermione along. Hermione can escort him. That's more fitting, Ron murmured once they had walked away. Regardless, Hermione has successfully diverted the professor's attention. We should head directly to the girls' restroom now, Harry declared. Malfoy, you will accompany us. We must ascertain that you are not deceiving us. Do as you wish, Malfoy replied, relieved that they no longer pressed him on the previous questions. Before long, the trio arrived at the girls' restroom. Whether it was Harry's imagination or not, the atmosphere felt even more foreboding than before, with a faint, unpleasant odor permeating the air. They say the chamber is here, but where exactly is the switch? Ron looked around, still unable to discern anything particularly noteworthy. Ah, you're here to see me again. Moaning Myrtle suddenly emerged from a toilet, enthusiastically greeting Malfoy. Malfoy recalled the awkward memory of her previous enthusiastic welcome, and was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Harry's eyes lit up upon seeing Myrtle, and he stepped forward to ask, Myrtle, could you tell me how you died? Are you implying? Ron looked at Harry in shock. Then at Myrtle. Myrtle had been lingering by the entrance to the chamber. Perhaps she was indeed the girl who had been slain by the basilisk 50 years ago. Harry felt confident in his deduction. If so, she should be able to guide them to the chamber's location. Meanwhile, Hermione and Lockhart entered the infirmary together. For the sake of the professor, you may stay for a moment. Come here. Madame Pomfrey led them forward. Amy's bed is over here. They passed the bed floating with Peeves and arrived at Amy's bedside, which was shrouded with white curtains. The moment the curtains were drawn back, the three froze in shock. Amy's petrified body was nowhere to be found. Chapter 85. The final transformation, the dawn of revenge. Today marks the 18th day of Amy's petrification. The day she would return to her normal state. As Hogwarts entered an advanced state due to Ginny's predicament, a progress bar finally appeared before Amy. Resources decompressing. Estimated time, 5 minutes. In a daze, Amy felt as though she had returned to the long wait during the updates of the HP mobile game, causing her to roll her eyes in exasperation. However, while she was still a ghost, there was indeed a place she wished to visit. A place that concerned her greatly, Dumbledore's office. Amy glided through the corridors, and happened upon Malfoy revealing the chamber's location to Harry. Though she was unaware of the exact proceedings on Malfoy's side, it seemed there was no need to worry about Harry and his friend's investigative progress. The only concern was that things were progressing too rapidly. Originally, Harry and his friends were expected to engage in their showdown with the Basilisk and Tom Riddle at the end of the term, yet now, Halloween had not even passed. Amy passed through the walls and arrived at the headmaster's office. The sorting hat was perched upon a small stool at the edge of the table, while a dull gray bird was lamenting, its feathers shedding in a manner reminiscent of a programmer laboring through the night. Indeed, the hour was too early. Albus Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, had yet to be reborn from its ashes, and it seemed that even taking flight would be a challenge at this moment. It appeared that one could not rely on it to assist Harry. However, it mattered little. She would intervene. 5 minutes had elapsed when Amy felt an overwhelming force pulling her, and by the time she comprehended what was happening, she had returned to her long-abandoned corporeal form. Amy's body, just freed from petrification, remained somewhat stiff, yet she had little time to dwell on that. She rolled out of bed, her urgency driving her back to her dormitory to retrieve her wand and the quick map. Moreover, she must not be discovered by Madame Pomfrey, otherwise, this miraculous recovery would certainly result in her being subjected to examination here. If only she could pass through walls as she did in her ghostly form. As if in response to her thoughts, Amy suddenly felt a warmth coursing through her body, her muscles and bones contorting and reshaping. It was the transformation of an animagus. Moreover, this sensation was unprecedented. Amy calmed herself, attuning to her increasingly rapid heartbeat. Her hands morphed into feline claws, her garments blending seamlessly into golden fur, transforming into a vibrant pattern. A tail, as long as a python, trailed behind her on the ground. Amy sensed her form gradually enlarging. Fortunately, due to her youth, she had merely become a juvenile version of some creature, not excessively large, and the curtain outside her bed still managed to conceal her. The series of transformations left Amy feeling ill-suited to standing on her hind legs. She dropped to all fours and caught a glimpse of her fully transformed self in the reflection of a vase by the head of her bed. Before her stood a creature adorned with a mane reminiscent of a lion, and a body patterned like that of a tiger, embodying characteristics of various felines. Her tail bore feather-like qualities, longer than her body, swirling around her as she moved. Was this a Zowu? Amy could hardly believe her eyes. By all accounts, witches and wizards were unable to transform into magical creatures, as the magical mechanics governing both were fundamentally different. Nonetheless, transforming into a Zowu undoubtedly resolved her current predicament. The Zowu, a wondrous creature from China, was known for its incredible speed, able to traverse thousands of miles in a day, possessing the ability to warp spacetime during rapid movement. With effortless grace, Amy leaped, and the scenery around her warped instantaneously, a blue wormhole whisking her out of the infirmary. This entire sequence of events transpired without a sound, and Madame Pomfrey, stationed near the door, remained utterly oblivious, merely sensing a draft passing through the room. After an extended absence, Amy felt the familiar sensation of the castle's floor beneath her paws. The rush of air as she ran eliciting a surge of elation within her. How she had endured the 18 days as a wandering spirit, invisible to all, with only the malevolent Tom Riddle to converse with, was a mystery known only to her. Just wait, Tom Riddle, she thought, baring her fangs and leaping upward with fervor, the blue vortex carrying her to the castle's apex. With a flick of her tail and a shift of her weight, she dove toward the Ravenclaw Tower, once again distorting space, leading her directly to her room. Upon landing, Amy swiftly reverted to her original form, retrieving her wand from the bedside. Now it was time to settle the score. As Harry followed Moaning Myrtle's directions, he discovered a copper tap adorned with a small snake at the edge of the basin. Upon issuing a command in Parseltongue, the tap emitted a brilliant white light and began to spin rapidly. Soon after, the basin itself stirred, gradually vanishing from their sight, replaced by an enormous pipe large enough for a person to crawl into. I told you I wasn't deceiving you, Malfoy remarked, shaking his head. Perhaps you are merely attempting to catch us off guard, Ron countered bluntly, extracting his wand to illuminate the passageway. Malfoy regarded Ron's wand with a complex expression, for it was wrapped in tape, And even after Ron cast the Lumos charm, it showed no response. Ron had damaged his wand during the journey to school, but had kept the incident from his furious mother, wishing to avoid another scolding letter. Thus had been using the broken wand for 2 months. I'll go first. Harry, emboldened, drew his wand and approached the pipe. Malfoy, adhering to his principle of not being outdone by Potter, followed suit. Wait for me. Ron adjusted the tape on his wand and trailed behind. There seemed to be some commotion at the entrance. Tom Riddle had detached himself from the diary, gradually approaching corporeality. Ginny lay helplessly on the ground, the basilisk gazing hungrily at her, awaiting its master's command to feast. Chapter 86. The true form revealed. Tom strikes. My goodness, how could this happen? Where could that petrified child have gone? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, I completely failed to notice. This is my oversight. She must have been taken away. If it is. Madame Pomfrey hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts further, yet Hermione seemed to grasp her implication. I am deeply sorry to hear this, Madame, Lockhart consoled, patting Madame Pomfrey's back. Had I known the location of the Chamber of Secrets, I would have charged in and vanquished the monster inside. With that, Lockhart turned and exited the infirmary, feeling that the premises were not as secure as he had imagined. Wait! Hermione rushed out to obstruct Lockhart's path. As the defense against the dark arts professor, are you not planning to rescue my friends? Of course I am, but I don't know. I know. The disappearance of yet another friend heightened Hermione's urgency. We have thoroughly investigated the location of the chamber. Harry and the others may have even entered it. But it is perilous if you could. Hermione, despite her admiration for Lockhart, due to the thrilling adventures chronicled in his books and his dashing appearance, felt her respect wavering. Yet at that moment, the esteemed wizard Lockhart, upon hearing her plea, recoiled as if scalded, his face a mask of terror. Oh no, Miss Granger, my finest student, you cannot push me into the fire. If I were to say, when I accepted this position, this task was not included in the terms, so you would allow a malevolent creature to roam the school, endangering your students? Hermione had never felt such disappointment toward a teacher. You have written so many remarkable deeds in your books. Books can be deceptive, Lockhart retorted slyly, rolling his eyes. Miss Granger, you must understand, if I did not write about my own experiences, the sales would plummet. Who would want to read a story about an ugly old wizard vanquishing werewolves? Especially if his picture adorned the cover. Hermione fell silent, while Lockhart grew increasingly animated. Of course, it is quite arduous for me. I have to track down these individuals, ascertain how they accomplish those feats, and then cast a memory charm on them. This is my forte. Lockhart brandished his wand toward Hermione. I apologize, Miss Granger, but I must also cast a memory charm on you if you speak of this. Before Lockhart could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning struck his wrist, sending his wand flying. Gritting his teeth against the pane, he looked up to find a dark cloud had formed above him, swirling with ominous electricity, eliciting a sense of dread. As a teacher, you would dare to attack a student? How utterly disgraceful. Hermione stroked her wand, realizing that for the past 2 months, it was a person like him who had been instructing them. Fortunately, during the previous semester, another instructor imparted upon me several useful incantations. In comparison to the magical creatures summoned by Amy for practice, the blustering Lockhart pales considerably in prowess. Let him face a bit of hardship. With a flick of her wand, Hermione unleashed the weather charm, sending bolts of lightning crashing down upon Lockhart, singeing his golden locks to a charred black. Lockhart, in a state of disarray, stumbled backward, pursued relentlessly by the ominous clouds. Witnessing this scene, Amy gasped in admiration, while Draco was reminded of some painful memories. Harry, Ron, and Draco slid down the pipe, their bodies caked in sticky mud. The glow of their wands illuminated the dark tunnel, and Ron, glancing at his broken wand, resolved not to cast spells lightly. Remember, close your eyes at the slightest sound, Harry advised as he cautiously advanced. Harry, it seems there's something over there. Ron suddenly grasped Harry's shoulder, and the trio became instantly alert, spotting a colossal figure not far ahead. Harry's heart raced as he squinted, leaving merely a sliver of vision, when suddenly, a familiar silhouette materialized beside the enormous creature. Is it you, Harry Potter? If anyone could breach this place, it would certainly be you. Tom Riddle stepped forward, and Harry found it hard to believe that the figure from the diary had manifested in reality. You need not fear now. The creature beside me is merely a shed skin, not the basilisk itself. Draco gasped. That layer of serpent skin must be at least 20 feet long. Tom Riddle displayed a sinister smile, recalling how that pesky little bug had made him realize the necessity of vigilance, even in his own domain. Now, he had finally encountered the one he yearned to eliminate. It appears you did not come alone. That simply won't do. Harry heard the basilisk's whispers echoing from above the tunnel, and instinctively shoved Ron and Draco backward. The tunnel's ceiling collapsed, creating a thick wall of rubble between Harry and the others. Harry, who asked you to save me? Draco was about to blast the stones apart but halted, fearing that a miscalculation could lead to the entire tunnel's collapse. Meanwhile, Harry noticed Tom's figure fading into obscurity, and the basilisk's voice vanished. I await you in the deepest recesses of the Chamber of Secrets. If you wish to save Ginny, come to me. Tom smiled, come alone to face despair. Chapter 87. A fortuitous reunion, confrontation of good and evil. I must go alone, Ron, Harry stated, gazing at the wall of rubble. When I first laid eyes on that diary, I sensed that Tom was no good. Little did I know he was the heir of Slytherin and could emerge from the diary. Had I safeguarded it more carefully, Ginny wouldn't. Don't say that, Harry. Ron began to clear the stones. You must return safely. I will do my utmost to dig a hole for you to return through. Draco remained silent beside them, consumed by guilt, knowing that his father was the true mastermind behind it all. As Harry's footsteps receded, Ron moved stones and spoke to Draco. Sorry about my earlier attitude. I assumed we owe part of our timely arrival here to you. Draco envisioned himself waking in the middle of the night, reflecting on Ron's words, and slapping himself. Stop the chatter. Draco began to assist Ron with the lifting charm, moving the larger stones one by one. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted, and the tunnel trembled slightly. What was that? Ron exclaimed in terror. Could it be Harry fighting the basilisk? No, it's a sound from the entrance. The two turned to see an unknown feline beast racing toward them through the tunnel at astonishing speed, its long tail trailing behind. Upon spotting them, the creature opened its mouth, revealing its fearsome fangs. With a ferocious beast in front and a wall of stones behind, they had no escape. Draco cast 2 spells, but the creature's speed was too great to be hit. In the blink of an eye, the beast was upon them, its paws raised high. We're done for. Ron cried out in despair, then shut his eyes. Yet the anticipated blow never fell. Instead, Ron felt a gentle pat on his head. Long time no see. The beast blinked, one paw resting on Ron's head, while the other hesitated, not descending upon Draco. That voice, Amy? Ron was utterly astonished. Aren't you petrified? And what about your appearance? There's no time for explanations. I'm here to help. Whereas Harry? Is he blocked behind the stone wall? Yes, Ron replied. The wall is quite thick, and we can't simply blast it open. No worries, I have a solution. Amy opened her mouth, and Ron realized that her previous display of teeth was a smile. Do you want to join me in finding Harry? It might be dangerous, though. If you wish to come, hop onto my back. All right. Without hesitation, Ron climbed onto Amy's back. Draco stared at Amy for a few seconds, then silently followed suit. Once we're inside, whatever I say, do not open your eyes and stay on my back. In the next moment, Amy surged forward, her forelimbs propelling them directly towards the wall of rubble, where a blue wormhole appeared, allowing them to pass through smoothly. In the depths of the Chamber of Secrets lay a long, dimly lit room, supported by numerous stone pillars etched with serpents. At the rear of the room, a statue as tall as the chamber itself pressed against the back wall. Before this statue, Harry immediately spotted Ginny lying lifelessly on the ground, her face devoid of color. He rushed to her side, attempting to awaken her, but received no response. Ginny's eyes were closed. She was certainly not petrified, yet her breathing was growing weaker. She's still alive, but not for long. Tom Riddle reappeared, his form appearing even more distinct than just moments before. You are indeed the heir of Slytherin. 50 years ago and now, it has been you manipulating the basilisk. Harry scrutinized Tom closely. He seemed more like a tangible being than a mere fragment of memory. Primarily due to that diary. That time, you inadvertently revealed your secret to me. I suspect that diary is a Horcrux, housing a fragment of your soul, Tom Riddle. Indeed. However, my presence here today is largely thanks to little Ginny's unwittingly opening her heart to a stranger. Tom did not react with anger at having his secret unveiled. In his eyes, victory was already assured. For some time now, little Ginny has relied heavily on me, her friend in her pocket. I feigned patience and understanding, listening as she repetitively lamented about how the illustrious Harry Potter could never like her. Once we forged a bond, I could control Ginny's body and unlock the chamber. Therefore, the true culprit behind the 2 attacks you seek to save is actually me. You despicable fiend. Don't be so hasty, Harry Potter. I have been patiently awaiting you for quite some time. After all, I find you exceedingly intriguing. Of course, you might find this sudden revelation bewildering. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Tom conjured a wand, which Harry recognized as Ginny's. With it, he elegantly inscribed in the air, Tom Marvolo Riddle. He waved the wand again, rearranging the letters to form a new declaration. I am Voldemort. I am truly curious about how a mere infant, powerless and delicate, managed to vanquish the formidable Dark Lord. We share numerous similarities, do we not? Both of us are orphans, raised by despised muggles, and we both possess the ability to speak Parseltongue. However, the past is of little consequence now. Tom erupted into maniacal laughter, his mirth resonating throughout the room. In mere moments, Ginny Weasley would draw her last breath, paving the way for the resurrection of Voldemort. Harry glared furiously at Tom Riddle, brandishing his wand with the intent to strike, yet his adversary regarded him with utter disdain. My pet has been famished for quite some time, Tom hissed, his voice transforming into a low, sibilant whisper that Harry comprehended perfectly. Speak to me. The greatest of the 4 founders of Slytherin at Hogwarts. The colossal stone sculpture on the wall began to stir, its mouth agape, forming a vast, gaping black maw. Harry stepped back, tightly closing his eyes. He could sense the enormous serpent emerging from the abyss. What to do? Harry's heart sank. Harry, we are here. Amy's voice, accompanied by the melodious song of birds, suddenly filled the air. Following her words, Harry heard a series of loud thuds, as the serpent seemed to be thrashing its tail against the ground, culminating in a shriek from both the serpent and Tom. No. You may open your eyes now, everyone. Harry opened his eyes to see 2 phoenixes soaring around the serpent, having pecked out its eyes. At the entrance of the room, behind Amy stood Ron and Malfoy. She was directing the phoenixes while shouting at Tom Riddle. Didn't you have plenty of bravado in your diary? Come at me. Chapter 88. The Fall of Tom. A joyful conclusion. Catch Harry. Amy tossed the sorting hat to one of her phoenixes, which then soared into the air, delivering the hat to Harry. He was uncertain what use the sorting hat would serve at this moment, yet he trusted that Amy's actions were justified. The arrival of his friends undoubtedly bolstered Harry's spirits. He firmly believed they could together defeat the foe before them. Instantly, he felt a surge of determination, scrutinizing the unfolding battle, while clutching the sorting hat. It's you again, Tom Riddle, he seethed, glaring at Amy. The serpent, devoid of its eyes, still possessed venomous fangs and a colossal form. You will come to regret everything you have done. No sooner had Tom uttered these words than the serpent lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed at Amy. Harry's heart raced with dread. He could conjure no spell to combat the monstrous beast before him. In that moment, he felt something hard within the sorting hat. This is it. Perhaps you failed to notice how I entered. As Harry grasped the object from the hat, his gaze was riveted to the scene unfolding before him. Amy leaped, transforming into a majestic creature, her tail striking the serpent. The serpent attempted to retaliate, but Amy's speed was unmatched. Blinded and under Tom's command, it could not gain the upper hand. Though Amy was still young, and her transformed state was that of a juvenile, her swiftness allowed her to land several blows upon the serpent's head within mere seconds, causing 2 of its broken fangs to fly from its mouth. Tom, unable to stand idly by as the serpent suffered, begrudgingly acknowledged that Amy was a formidable adversary. At that moment, he noticed Ron had somehow reached Ginny's side. Seizing the opportunity, Tom raised Ginny's wand, causing the 2 fallen fangs to rise and hurtle towards Ron and the others. Ha! Let your friend take the lead. Stop. In a moment of desperation, Harry withdrew the object from the sorting hat, a silver sword, encrusted with dazzling rubies. Gripping the sword, he rushed forward to strike down the fangs. But the distance between him and Ron was far too great to traverse in time. As the fangs hurtled towards Ron, another figure dashed in front of him, the fangs piercing deeply into his chest. Malfoy. Despite their usual animosity, Harry couldn't help but shout as Malfoy stepped forward. No, no, no. As the fangs sank into Malfoy, a piercing scream echoed through the chamber, but it was not Malfoy's voice that resonated. Quick thinking there, Ron remarked with a smile towards Ginny, whose complexion had returned to a healthier hue. Harry then realized that Malfoy was cradling Tom Riddle's diary, the fangs lodged within it, black ink oozing forth. Before entering, Amy had instructed them to seek Ginny and the diary upon opening their eyes. Now with the Horcrux destroyed, 2 black holes appeared on Tom Riddle's form as he writhed and struggled, casting vengeful glances at all present. Ultimately, he vanished with a wail, and Ginny's wand clattered to the ground. Yet, all was not yet concluded. Sensing the disappearance of its master, the serpent thrashed wildly, its tail battering against the stone walls, leaving deep gouges. After finally becoming an animagus, I wish to experience the thrill of close combat. Yet this creature's scales are so thick that striking it feels akin to mere scraping. Amy leaped to Ginny's side, reverting to her human form. Drawing her wand, she cast protective enchantments around Ginny and Ron, then turned her gaze towards the Gryffindor sword in Harry's grasp. Harry. That sword in your hand is imbued with extraordinary power. Go decapitate the serpent, and we shall conclude this." Harry could indeed sense the sword's exceptional nature, yet the frenzied serpent was difficult to approach, rendering any assault a fanciful notion. "Quickly bind it." Malfoy cast a binding spell, but it merely restrained the serpent for a few fleeting seconds, proving futile. Regardless, the Gryffindor sword is drawn, Tom Riddle is vanquished. Let us tidy up this mess. Amy yawned, aimed at the serpent, and cast an inflation charm. The serpent's form immediately swelled, lifting into the air, rendered incapable of resistance. The killing curse. In an instant, the blade ricocheted against the serpent's body, carving deep gashes into its inflated form, crimson blood gushing forth and splattering the ground. Once the inflation charm's effect waned, the serpent plummeted to the ground like a deflated balloon. Even the serpent's skins in the chamber appeared more robust than it. Yet, Amy remained cautious. She unleashed a barrage of fire and lightning spells, relentlessly ensuring the serpent was truly dead. The other three present stood in stunned silence, unsure whether they were awed by the sheer volume of spells or horrified by the bloody scene. Gryffindor Sword, 6. After finally making an appearance. Why must it all come to an end? Am I merely a decorative piece? Chapter 89. The Return of the Headmaster, Dumbledore's Perception. As Amy led the four from the chamber, they were besmirched with mud and blood, appearing utterly disheveled. Ginny had regained consciousness, but the trauma was overwhelming. They unanimously decided to escort her to Madame Pomfrey for evaluation. Upon entering the infirmary, Amy felt herself seized by the nape of her neck and lifted. How could this be? My goodness! I thought there was so much blood. Madame Pomfrey scrutinized Amy, who had recently emerged from a petrified state, now vibrant and lively, albeit covered in blood. To her astonishment, Harry, Ron, and Malfoy followed behind, all equally bloodied, with Ron and Harry supporting the previously missing Ginny. Fortunately, all the children emerged relatively unscathed, with only Ginny appearing slightly weakened. Madame Pomfrey poured a cup of hot cocoa for Ginny and hurried off to summon Professor McGonagall. Ginny, the Weasley couple, and Professor McGonagall arrived together, nearly engulfed in despair upon receiving the news of their daughter being taken into the Chamber of Secrets. However, upon seeing Ginny safe and sound, they immediately embraced her in tears. "Well, while your series of actions may have violated at least 100 school rules, I must say, well done." Professor McGonagall let out a long sigh of relief after listening to Harry's account of the events. A knock at the door interrupted them. Ron went to open the infirmary door and found Hermione standing there, with the unconscious Gilderoy Lockhart sprawled at her feet. "Did you lead him away and then deal with him harshly? I'm not saying that's wrong, just that you did well. But now Professor McGonagall is here." Ron whispered. "That's precisely what's good," Hermione retorted, pointing at the unconscious Lockhart. "Professor, Gilderoy Lockhart is nothing but a charlatan. All his accomplishments are stolen from others. After I learned the truth, he even attempted to attack me with a memory charm, but of course, I defended myself in due course." "So you're no longer his fan?" Ron teased, earning himself a glare from Hermione. "I can handle it." Professor McGonagall cast a cold glance at the unconscious Lockhart, though her lips betrayed a slight upward curve. With the basilisk slain, it seemed that Lockhart, the disgrace of the teaching staff, could also be expelled from Hogwarts, truly a double joy. Additionally, Miss Riddle and Mr. Potter, I believe you need to visit the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall said cheerfully. "Our headmaster has returned and wishes to see you." Harry and Amy entered the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore sat behind his desk, smiling in anticipation. "First, Harry, Tom Riddle has taken a particular interest in you, hasn't he?" Harry placed the sorting hat, the sword, and Tom Riddle's diary on the desk, finally voicing his long-held confusion. "Professor Dumbledore," Riddle said, "I am very much like him. The sorting hat once suggested that I would excel in Slytherin. For a time, everyone thought I was the heir of Slytherin because I can speak Parseltongue. Harry, your ability to speak Parseltongue stems from the fact that Voldemort can as well," Dumbledore stated calmly. "He is the last heir of Salazar Slytherin, if I am not mistaken. When he left that scar on you, he inadvertently transferred some of his powers to you. He did not do so intentionally, I assure you." Harry gazed at Dumbledore's face, feeling somewhat despondent. "The sorting hat must have seen certain traits of Slytherin in me, and thus placed me in Gryffindor." "It placed you in Gryffindor because you requested not to be sorted into Slytherin," Dumbledore replied leisurely. "Listen to me, Harry. You happen to possess many qualities that Salazar Slytherin valued highly in his students. Yet the sorting hat still assigned you to Gryffindor. That was because of your own choice." "Indeed," Dumbledore continued, a smile reappearing on his face. "This is what sets you apart from Tom Riddle. Harry, our choices often define us more than our abilities. If you require further evidence to affirm your belonging to Gryffindor, I suggest you take a closer look at this. Dumbledore leaned forward, retrieving the silver sword, and handed it to Harry. Harry noticed an inscription near the hilt, Godric Gryffindor. Only a true Gryffindor can draw it from the hat. Harry, Dumbledore stated simply. If you are no longer in doubt, could you assist me by sending this letter to Azkaban? I believe our gamekeeper should be returning soon. Harry left with a light step, leaving only Dumbledore and Amy in the office. Exceptional children often receive exceptional missions, and this applies to you as well, Amy. Professor? Amy found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, I thought you were merely gifted, but on the day you were petrified, I realized you were far more extraordinary than I had anticipated. Dumbledore produced his Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows. Amy immediately grasped that Dumbledore must have sensed something during her conversation with Death, while wielding the Elder Wand. No wonder Fawkes could depart Hogwarts so confidently, despite not being able to assist Harry, and showed no surprise when she reversed the petrification. Of course, that is your matter, and the circumstances are rather complex. I do not know much and will not interfere excessively. You are a trustworthy child. That is enough for me. In this incident, I failed to communicate clearly and inadvertently used you. I owe you an apology. Amy was uncertain how much Dumbledore knew, but she was reluctant to delve into the topic further, and waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I wanted to help Harry and the others on my own accord. In fact, I also wish to ask the professor for a few favors. Feel free, Dumbledore replied with a smile. First, I would like you to accompany me to the Ministry of Magic, Amy stated earnestly. I have 2 matters to attend to there, and your assistance would be invaluable. After arranging to visit the ministry together the following day, Amy left the headmaster's office. Wait. In the corridor, Amy was suddenly called back. She turned to see Malfoy leaning against the wall, his expression inscrutable. Is something the matter? It's Sunday. Today is Sunday. Malfoy straightened up and stepped forward. Aren't you supposed to be in class, Professor? Amy could not conceal her astonishment. She only knew that Malfoy had recently come to his senses and actively helped Harry and the others navigate the main storyline of the Chamber of Secrets. She never expected that he was aware of his own identity. Enlightened, but perhaps a bit too much. I'm not. Amy stumbled over her words, her usual eloquence faltering. I have plenty of evidence to prove it. Malfoy's smile sent shivers down Amy's spine. Of course, I don't feel deceived. You genuinely taught me something, didn't you, Professor? As he continued to address her as Professor, Amy's confidence began to waver, her gaze drifting. In his heart, Malfoy bore no significant resentment toward Amy. When he witnessed her heroics in the chamber, single-handedly defeating the Basilisk, he felt a warm surge of pride. He truly had a powerful and reliable mentor, a fact that neither her origins nor her age could alter. Thus, Malfoy unconditionally supported Amy's arrangements in the chamber. He was eager to converse with her, to convey that she need not disguise herself to continue being his mentor, for he had indeed changed considerably since the past. However, due to Malfoy's inherent aura of a typical antagonist, his sincere words bore a hint of sarcasm to others. Amy was unsure how to respond, opting instead to listen quietly, regardless of whether Malfoy was angry or unwilling to forgive her. This was a consequence she had to face for deceiving him. Though the identity I crafted is fictitious, your abilities are undeniably extraordinary and I recognize that. I hope you will continue to guide me. Did he truly not blame me? Amy pondered, repeatedly analyzing Malfoy's tone, which indeed did not sound sarcastic. Lastly, I would like to ask a question regarding my recent experiences, hoping you can enlighten me as you did in the past. Malfoy continued, actually, I have become increasingly meddlesome lately, even daring to rush into the chamber with Potter and the others. The peril encountered here bears a dual significance. First, the imminent danger posed by the Basilisk, and second, the risk of punishment that Draco Malfoy faces from his father. Are you seeking justification for your actions? Indeed. At that moment, I was acutely aware that the heir of Slytherin would not harm me. However, an insistent voice within urged me to delve deeper into the mystery. You are so certain of this? Amy retorted. Do you know that your father orchestrated all of this? Draco's secret was laid bare by Amy's words, causing him to lower his gaze in silence. It appears you are aware. Amy paused before continuing. This makes the explanation considerably simpler. Deep down, you do not agree with your father's methods. During our time studying together, you have undergone significant change. Draco nodded, reflecting that had he not embarked on this learning journey with Amy, he would likely be blissfully ensconced in his family's status and wealth, never questioning his father's actions. Even if he did, he would probably endorse the maltreatment of wizards of Muggle descent. If you truly disagree, You would not stand idly by while your father committed irrevocable acts. Of course, your willingness to take risks stems not only from your nascent sense of responsibility and justice, but also from the influence of Harry's presence. Potter, indeed. Were you not infuriated at the end of last term when Harry and his friends garnered so much attention? Deep down, you surely did not wish to be outshone by him, which is why you dared to venture into the Chamber of Secrets alongside them. Amy observed Draco, whose expression confirmed her insight. However, from this incident, you should now grasp that Harry and his companions never undertake risks merely for the sake of glory. Harry's fame is well earned, but it has come at a great cost. I believe I can say no more. The rest is for you to ponder within your own heart. Draco blinked. Although his appearance and attire were entirely different, at that moment, Amy's visage began to meld in his mind with that of the professor. A thought surged within him, leading him to blurt out without forethought. Professor, do you perhaps favor Potter and Weasley a bit more? Why do you ask? In the chamber, you only ruffled Ron's hair, as if I were invisible. Draco's voice dwindled to a whisper, yet Amy couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old boy, and it seemed she had been too stern. At that time, I was merely concerned you might recognize my identity. Now, let me make amends. A furry paw soon ruffled Draco's pale blonde hair, rendering it a disheveled mess. Yet he felt no annoyance. A blush crept onto his usually pallid cheeks. At that moment, Draco was certain that if he were to delve into the motives that drove him to trespass into the chamber, one of those reasons would undoubtedly be to avenge the attacked professor, ensuring her safety so she could remain at Hogwarts. Chapter 91. A loving father and a loyal son. Dobby's freedom. After sending Dumbledore's letter to Azkaban, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room. Their courageous deeds had already spread throughout the space. Everyone celebrated the resolution of the crisis. Fred and George exclaimed, "Let us head to the infirmary to check on Ginny," and dashed off, leaving behind a bounty of food pilfered from the kitchen and magical indoor fireworks for all to enjoy. The only disappointment was Harry's announcement that Amy was still in the headmaster's office, preventing them from seeing her immediately. After the festivities, Harry ascended the stairs alone, fatigue weighing heavily upon him, only to find Dobby inexplicably bouncing on his bed, exclaiming, "Harry Potter is safe. The worst has not come to pass." Harry quickly seized the exuberant house elf, not wishing for his bed to collapse beneath the joyous commotion. To be honest, his impression of Dobby had not been overly favorable. During the summer, it was Dobby who intercepted all of his friends' letters, even causing him to receive a fine from the Ministry of Magic. Yet he sensed no malice from the elf. Dobby had come to apologize to Harry Potter. In fact, it was Dobby's actions that had prevented Harry from accessing Platform 9. Dobby wrung his hands, his large ears drooping. Well, Harry began to feel a twinge of doubt regarding his sentiments. Had he not understood Dobby's motivations, and was he not too elated from defeating the Basilisk, he would certainly have struggled to remain composed while listening to Dobby speak. Dobby had arrived early, soon to depart. His master did not wish to share a carriage with him, so Dobby had come to Hogwarts alone to await his arrival. "Who is your master, exactly?" Harry inquired patiently. "Dobby cannot say." Dobby's eyes darted, forever attempting to resist his master, while adhering to the established rules. However, if Harry Potter wished to meet him, he was on his way to find Albus Dumbledore. Before long, Dobby transported Harry to the threshold of the headmaster's office. Dobby was off to greet his master. "In approximately 5 minutes, we shall return." Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished. Harry hesitated at the door for 2 minutes before it swung open, revealing Dumbledore, who emerged with a warm smile, as if he had anticipated Harry's arrival. "I am here to welcome an uninvited guest." "Of course, Harry, this does not refer to you. Since you have taken the trouble to return to me, why not come in for a cup of tea? Let us listen to what our guest has to say." Dumbledore motioned for Harry to sit beside his desk, then waved his wand, summoning a steaming cup of tea from an unknown source, which flew into Harry's hands. Footsteps soon echoed at the entrance, and Harry beheld Lucius Malfoy storming into the office, Dobby cautiously trailing behind him. "Ah." Lucius glared at Dumbledore. "The board has suspended your position, yet you arrogantly return here." "I had intended to clarify this matter tomorrow at the ministry," Dumbledore replied calmly. "But I do not mind informing you in advance, Lucius. The other 11 members of the board contacted me post-haste following Ginny Weasley's incident. They appear to believe that I am still the most suitable candidate for the role of headmaster. Furthermore, they informed me of other matters. They seem to believe that as long as they refuse to sign the notice of my removal, you will curse their entire families with dark magic." Lucius's complexion grew even paler than usual. Harry noticed Dobby was making frantic gestures toward him, pointing at the diary resting on the headmaster's desk, then at Lucius Malfoy, and finally beginning to thump his own head. Lucius Malfoy is the mastermind? Did Draco know about this? Harry pondered. Yet he understood that regardless of Draco's awareness, he had assisted them this time. In truth, we owe our gratitude to those brave students. Fortunately, they discovered this diary. Not only did it save Ginny Weasley's life, but it also prevented some irreparable consequences. If it were to be revealed that Arthur Weasley's daughter was attacking those of Muggle descent, the new Muggle Protection Act he is advocating for would indeed be fortunate. Lucius forced himself to respond. Perhaps you arrived too hastily and are unaware. We are planning to commend these students, Lucius, and your son is among them. Draco Malfoy's performance was quite impressive. Harry observed that Lucius's expression was beyond description, although it certainly did not convey pride for his son. Lastly, let me offer you a word of caution, Lucius. While we are uncertain how Ginny Weasley came into possession of that dangerous diary, you ought to refrain from distributing Voldemort's belongings from his school days. Should these items fall into the hands of the innocent, I believe Arthur Weasley would be more than willing to uncover their origins. We must go. Dobby. Harry distinctly observed a fleeting moment when Lucius Malfoy seemed tempted to draw his wand, yet he restrained himself and turned to exit. Upon reaching the doorway, Lucius appeared to have seen something that ignited his fury. He delivered a harsh kick to Dobby, prompting Harry to hastily follow outside to investigate. Dobby was writhing in the corridor, his anguished cries echoing throughout the hall. What is wrong? Harry initially presumed that Lucius was reprimanding Dobby, but when he glanced up, he discovered Draco Malfoy standing at the far end of the corridor, facing his father's ire head-on. At that moment, Harry suddenly recalled something and rushed back to the headmaster's office. I am merely doing what I wish to do. Draco Malfoy turned his head away. Have you ever considered the benefits of refraining from meddling? What good does it do for you or for us? Think. What has plotting against others ever brought us? Lucius's face contorted with rage as he kicked Dobby again, bellowing, What do you understand? If we do not strive to solidify our position, creatures as contemptible as this will. That status is not what I desire. Draco Malfoy vehemently disagreed with his father's actions, erupting. I do not believe we can look down upon others merely based on our lineage, whether Muggle or of Muggle descent. They each possess their own merits. To pursue oppression as a means of exerting effort is fundamentally erroneous. Draco seemed to have made a resolute decision. He inhaled deeply, stepped forward, and removed his outer robe, tossing it to Dobby. I shall take the first step in ceasing this oppression, regardless of what form it takes. I hope you can understand. House elves can only attain freedom when their masters grant them clothing. A long-held desire for Dobby. Clutching Draco's robe, Dobby was filled with astonishment and joy, only to be quickly followed by a wave of despondency. Lucius merely scoffed derisively, naive. Status is far more significant than you comprehend. As the head of the Malfoy family, I am fundamentally Dobby's master. Your gift of clothing is insufficient to liberate him. Draco Malfoy stood frozen in place, having approached his father to declare his stance, only to find the situation unfolding in this manner. At that moment, Harry rushed in, clutching Tom Riddle's diary. Mr. Malfoy, your belongings. Lucius, preoccupied with domestic conflict, did not even glance at Harry, tossing the diary into Dobby's arms as he continued to ponder how to teach his son a lesson. Yet Dobby exclaimed in excitement. Master gave Dobby a sock. Dobby is free. Only then did Lucius notice the foul sock nestled within the diary. Harry smiled at Draco, a rather novel sight for him. Draco, buoyed by this unexpected turn, quickly regained his composure. You have caused me to lose a house elf. Is my son also incited by you? Lucius, incensed, drew his wand. But Draco stepped protectively in front of Harry, while Dobby magically repelled Lucius. No one can harm them. Aware of the formidable magic possessed by house elves, Lucius found himself powerless, ultimately glaring at them before leaving in a huff. Dobby embraced Harry and Draco tightly, his crumpled face beaming with a radiant smile. We did nothing, just promise me. Do not attempt to protect me again. Harry chuckled in agreement. Indeed, I recall seeing him trying to replace the bludger during the match to shield you, Draco added, as both he and Harry suddenly felt that the other was not as intolerable as they had previously imagined. Chapter 92. A direct negotiation with old Dumbledore's support. The morning following the defeat of the Basilisk, Amy accompanied Dumbledore on their journey to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore, using apparition, transported them to the Ministry's atrium in mere moments. Hello, I wish to speak with Minister Fudge. Dumbledore kindly addressed the receptionist, and if possible, I would like to have his trusted aide, Ms. Dolores Umbridge, present at the meeting. Only a wizard of Dumbledore's stature could secure an immediate audience with the minister without an appointment. Upon receiving the news, Cornelius Fudge promptly arrived in the atrium. warmly ushering Dumbledore and Amy into his office. Upon their arrival, Umbridge was already waiting, having prepared tea and snacks, her face adorned with an overly sweet yet insincere smile, which faltered noticeably upon seeing Amy. "Please have a seat." Fudge returned to his chair, gesturing to another black velvet armchair, addressing Dumbledore. "There have been numerous incidents at Hogwarts recently. You must be here to discuss this." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, stepping aside to allow Amy to settle into the armchair. Standing protectively behind her, "Let one of my most promising students speak first." This gesture astonished everyone present. Amy understood this to be Dumbledore's way of bolstering her, indicating to the minister that she had his robust support. Clearing her throat, she stated directly, "Good day, Minister Fudge. Although I have been interning here for nearly 2 months, this is my first opportunity to speak with you face to face. I am here primarily to highlight 2 overlooked issues." Fudge, distracted, listened half-heartedly. "I have another meeting soon. Please make it quick." Firstly, regarding the Ministry's treatment of Rubeus Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore and I firmly believe that what he has endured is unjust. That was due to the unclear circumstances at the time, and we have since released him from Azkaban, Fudge retorted. No, let us not discuss this recent treatment. We must address events from 50 years ago." Amy elevated her voice. 50 years ago. The Ministry wrongly accused then Hogwarts student Rubeus Hagrid of being the perpetrator behind the Chamber of Secrets, expelling him and stripping him of his qualification to become a wizard. The true culprit was, in fact, Tom Riddle. Such arbitrary actions have led to a tragic repetition of history 50 years later. Here, we seek an apology from the Ministry for its actions, and urge you to make every effort to rectify the harm done to Hagrid. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, adding, "Of course, we understand that the current Ministry is fundamentally different from its members of 50 years ago. However, as an authority in the magical community, I believe the Ministry should be held accountable for its past actions. I hope my dear friend Hagrid's rights can be upheld. Wouldn't you agree, Minister?" "What nonsense," Fudge stammered, caught off guard by their synchronized assertion. Umbridge, sensing an opportunity to curry favor with the minister, interjected, "Since when does the Ministry require a child to dictate its actions? Moreover, that oafish half-giant had a notorious reputation during his time at school, often keeping dangerous creatures. Even without that incident, he would have likely—" "I do not require your conjectures, madam," Amy coldly interrupted, unleashing her full force against Umbridge. "The fact is that the Ministry wronged Hagrid. If it were otherwise, why was he taken away immediately after I was attacked by the Basilisk? Moreover, thanks to you, I undertook many tasks involving the archives during my internship at the Ministry, where I stumbled upon records from 50 years ago that clearly outline this." Umbridge's mouth opened as if to retort, but with the minister present, she refrained from losing her composure. Turning her head, she met Dumbledore's gaze, which seemed to burn with an inner fire. "I do not appreciate anyone insulting my friends in my presence." Though Dumbledore's tone remained serene, it resonated with an undeniable weight of authority. Furthermore, Ms. Umbridge's recent remarks seemed steeped in a prejudiced perspective towards half-blood wizards. Such sentiments were hardly befitting of someone poised to become the deputy minister. Were they? Amy fanned the flames with her retort. "Please refrain from speaking," Fudge hastily interjected, eager to prevent Umbridge from uttering any further incendiary comments. In this exchange, the Ministry of Magic was already at a disadvantage, and Fudge was particularly wary of inciting Dumbledore's ire. Witnessing Umbridge charge headlong into controversy left him with no choice but to shake his head in resignation. "No. Let her speak," Amy said with delight, for the second question was directly pertinent to her. Umbridge shot Amy a warning glare, yet Amy remained undeterred. "Minister Fudge, you truly ought to refine your judgment of character. Take, for instance, the individual beside you. She has left a profound impression on me over the past 2 months." "Oh dear. Children can be so immature," Umbridge lamented, pressing her hand against her forehead and exhaling deeply. "I merely sought to discipline you sternly, to instill in you a sense of restraint, as the minister is aware. I even provided you with complimentary lodging and meals. Do you truly lack gratitude and wish to fabricate lies that tarnish my reputation? The matter of your de facto house arrest is not even the crux of my speech. Why the urgency? Of course, if the minister is inclined to investigate the storage cupboard in which I reside and the hidden surveillance within, I would not mind elaborating." Amy shrugged, producing a stack of photographs from her pocket to display to Fudge. This one depicts Ms. Umbridge receiving a gift from Ms. Prilia of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement on August 21st, ostensibly to celebrate her promotion. And here is another, showcasing her using a homemade magical device to belittle a new employee. With each photograph unveiled, Umbridge's expression darkened incrementally, culminating in Amy's summary. "I was able to capture these images, all thanks to the invaluable opportunities afforded to me by Ms. Umbridge. You're engaging in illicit photography. No. This is forgery. Forgery. Umbridge's protests rang hollow, as Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at Minister Fudge. Would I allow my student to lie? He mused. And surely, the minister can discern whether any forgery has occurred. Yes, Fudge stammered, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. He had long been aware of Umbridge's inappropriate conduct, yet had chosen to turn a blind eye, recognizing her ability to maintain her authority. However, with evidence laid bare before him, he was compelled to act. I suggest we have Mr. Arthur Weasley conduct a thorough search of Ms. Umbridge's residence. He is quite adept at such investigations, and is sure to uncover substantial evidence. Immediately, Amy presented another photograph, this time of herself and Harry at Borgin and Burke's during the summer. Naturally, there are more individuals in need of scrutiny beyond just this one. In August, I witnessed Mr. Lucius Malfoy engaging in illicit transactions in Knockturn Alley. It is rumored that the Malfoy Manor harbors numerous contraband items, and many recent events are linked to Mr. Malfoy. I hope this garners the minister's attention. Yes. We will expedite arrangements regarding Hagrid's compensation and the searches and interventions for others, Fudge replied, fervently dabbing at his perspiring forehead, feeling overwhelmed by the unfolding situation. He was relieved that the media remained oblivious. Should news of his associates encountering calamity emerge, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Umbridge, meanwhile, glared at Amy with palpable resentment. Her lips nearly bloodied from her biting them in frustration. She believed she was surveilling Amy, yet it was the young girl who had turned the tables. After years of effort and scheming to become a favored subordinate of the minister, she now found herself in this predicament. Indeed. My student is so boldly filing a public complaint. It would be unfortunate if she were to face any repercussions, Dumbledore suggested with an ominous undertone. Rest assured, we shall bolster surveillance measures, Fudge nodded, producing a self-writing quill and parchment to begin dictating. To the immediate task force, the previous Pureblood Wizard research project is to be set aside. All personnel are to assist Mr. Arthur Weasley in a series of investigations and monitoring efforts. I will relay further details to Mr. Weasley shortly. Once the quill finished its writing, the parchment folded itself into a paper airplane and soared out of the office. If such an occurrence were to arise, I would also take appropriate defensive measures, Amy remarked, casting a defiant glance at Umbridge. By the way, Professor, I have a minor matter to attend to at the ministry. I have officially become an animagus and must register. With a smile, Amy thought that if Umbridge dared to make a move against her, her defensive action would likely involve obliterating Umbridge's head. While it is evident that my student's internship has been exceedingly eventful, given the current circumstances, I believe it prudent to terminate this internship for now, Dumbledore stated slowly. Now, I must take Amy to register. Once that is complete, we shall return to Hogwarts, where I trust she longs for the normalcy of campus life. Thank you so much, Professor. Had you not been present, the minister might not have taken my words to heart. Amy expressed her heartfelt gratitude upon their return to Hogwarts. I am delighted to assist you, Dumbledore replied with a light-hearted wink. Now let me fulfill your second request. The previous evening, Dumbledore had acquiesced to 3 of Amy's requests, and they had just completed the first. Dumbledore retrieved his ancient wand, and Amy extended her hand to gently touch it. Is that all it takes? It should suffice, Amy nodded. What about the third request? You left me in suspense yesterday. Can you reveal it now? Indeed. My third request is that, having tested my capabilities, you must henceforth trust me, not in the protective and secretive manner you extend to Harry, but rather with a deeper trust. I believe I comprehend your intent, Dumbledore responded thoughtfully. I agree to your request. I recognize that you are somewhat exceptional, yet at times, you do not seem like a mere 12-year-old. I can foresee and anticipate many occurrences, yet you remain an enigma. After bidding Dumbledore farewell, Amy hurried back to her dormitory and plunged into her black box. Upon touching the ancient wand, the 5th door began to emit a faint glow, as if beckoning her. However, Amy was not yet prepared to open it. Griffin Knight, unlock the vault, she commanded. The portrait of the Griffin Knight shifted aside, and Amy retrieved the resurrection stone ring from within, followed by a basilisk fong she had pilfered from the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk had been severely injured in their clash yesterday, and she had casually picked up a shard of its fong. Holding the fong aloft, she sensed an impending danger. Although Amy did not directly touch the ring, a plume of black smoke emanated from it, whispering ominously, "Do not intervene. I can." "Can you indeed?" Amy retorted fiercely, shattering the resurrection stone without granting the black smoke a moment to struggle. Instantly the smoke dissipated, dark blood oozing forth from the fracture. Confirming that Voldemort's essence had gradually departed from the Resurrection Stone, Amy finally felt secure enough to touch this final deathly hallow. The moment her fingers grazed the Resurrection Stone, the sound of the door opening behind her reached her ears. At last, a black hand emerged from the fifth door. Amy recognized the voice of death, her heart nodding with trepidation. This time, she would finally uncover the origins of her powers and learn the truth behind everything. The ebony hand gently pushed open the fifth door, revealing a figure shrouded in white gauze, devoid of facial features, its body resembling the hue of obsidian. I had anticipated that the Grim Reaper would be a skeletal figure clad in black robes. Amy scrutinized the Reaper from head to toe. The conventional artistic representations of death do not apply to us. Each individual harbors a unique perspective on mortality, and thus our forms appear differently in their eyes. The voice of the Reaper echoed through the corridor. By the way, do you recall how you met your demise in your previous life? I remember succumbing to illness. Amy replied. Indeed, from that point onward, her memories began to be distorted. The Reaper glided closer, the white gauze enveloping Amy's head, and with that, everything became clear. A flash of white light crossed before Amy's eyes, and in the next moment, she found herself in a hospital room. A doctor was about to exit, passing right through her, as though she were a mere apparition. It felt akin to entering a meditative state. Amy gazed at the figure lying on the hospital bed, and as expected, it was herself. However, she realized that she could no longer recall her past Chinese name. Forgetting one's name is the fundamental price of reincarnation. The voice of the Black Reaper explained in her ear. Amy nodded, focusing her attention on the scene before her. Darling, you can be discharged today. Your father has already taken the luggage home. Her mother smiled at her past self, though her eyes betrayed an unmistakable sorrow. The Amy on the hospital bed nodded, aware that her illness would not allow her to last through this autumn. She had chosen to return home to spend her final moments. Mother, let us take a stroll outside first. It's been ages since we last visited the supermarket together. The past Amy managed to smile, grateful for the fleeting time and ability to take a few steps. In the next instant, the hospital scene and figures dissolved into grayish-white mist, and when she regained her senses, she found herself in a shopping mall. She noticed a crowd gathered in one spot, where a man in handcuffs was being escorted away by the police. Outside, the blaring sirens of police cars and ambulances filled the air, while the mall floor was marred with bloodstains. Amy's heart raced, as if some terrifying memory was resurfacing in her mind. She overheard snippets of conversation around her regarding a deranged monster that had stormed the mall, indiscriminately inflicting harm. Sigh, others sustained minor injuries. But that girl pushed her mother away and took the dagger to herself, dying before the ambulance could arrive. Amy's pupils dilated in shock as she maneuvered through the throng. Finally catching sight of her mother, weeping uncontrollably while cradling her in her arms, a dagger protruding from her chest, her clothing soaked in glaring bloodstains. Unfortunate child, why did you do this? A stranger's voice resonated, and Amy perceived her own soul being tugged away from her body. The scene shifted once more, and she found herself back in the pristine white space where she had encountered the Grim Reaper during her petrification. However, in this realm, the entity conversing with her soul was not merely the Black Reaper she had spoken to a few times, but rather a being of stark contrast, clad in thin black gauze with skin that glowed pale. When it spoke, it carried a similar air of authority. I am the Grim Reaper. I find it curious that you were not meant to perish here. Even though your lifespan was tragically short, I must ask, why? Quite simply, I wanted to protect my mother. Amy's soul instinctively responded, embodying the essence of love. She observed as the faceless visage of the White Reaper split into a crescent-shaped grin, its laughter reverberating throughout the space, causing her discomfort. How foolish, truly foolish, humans, the White Reaper mocked. Do you believe I would commend your selflessness and bravery? No. You infuriate me. I could have claimed another soul, but your so-called love has thwarted me. Confronted with the wrath of the White Reaper, Amy's soul felt a wave of unease, and at that moment, the Black Reaper appeared suddenly, positioning itself protectively in front of Amy's soul. Are you venting your frustrations on human souls again? Must you always act this way? As a deity, you should be more serious and responsible. Unabashedly harvesting souls is my greatest pleasure and duty as the Grim Reaper. The two Reapers faced off, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. Ultimately, it was the past Amy's soul that shattered the silence. What exactly is your relationship? What is happening here? In simple terms, we are both Grim Reapers, though I appeared in this world later, thus temporarily holding a lower rank. He oversees the world you inhabit, while I manage other derivative worlds. Derivative worlds? Must you explain this? It's quite bothersome, the White Reaper continued. It means the worlds created by humans through literary works, comics, and such. Amy noticed that while the Black Reaper maintained an arrogant demeanor, he was far more approachable than the perpetually smiling White Reaper, at least willing to answer her questions with patience. The role of the Grim Reaper is subject to change, but I cannot endorse my adorable younger brother, for he lacks the requisite ruthlessness of a Reaper. I suspect he will soon lose to me in competition, destined to remain a subordinate forever. I am not your younger brother, and as a Grim Reaper, one should harbor reverence for life. You left me with a plethora of messes in the derivative worlds. In the world of Harry Potter, you devised 3 Deathly Hallows to harvest the souls of 3 brothers, and now there are still those obsessed with finding them, claiming to wish to become the master of death. It's overwhelming. Harry Potter? Competition? Amy's confusion deepened. The White Reaper peered down at her, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, and the crescent-shaped grin on its face widened further. Oh, brother. Since you so vehemently disagree with my viewpoint, and insist on protecting this unfortunate child, why not use her as the focal point to initiate a hierarchy dispute? How so? The setting will be in the derivative world, and the specific world will be chosen by this child. We shall mutually agree upon a trial that she must accomplish. During her trial, you and I will each have 3 opportunities to intervene in the derivative world. Agreed, the Black Reaper readily acquiesced. In the derivative world, I shall not be bested by you. Amy, bewildered, interjected, wait, am I to be merely a tool? The Black Reaper leaned in conspiratorially. I am doing this for your benefit. If you agree, you will gain the chance to choose your narrative. More importantly, if you refuse him now, this malevolent creature will likely turn his attention to your family. Amy lowered her gaze, grappling with the thought of her family facing death due to the whims of a deity. I agree. I stand with the Black Reaper. I absolutely cannot allow you, this infuriating being, to continue as the superior Grim Reaper. With newfound courage, Amy declared, fixing her gaze upon the White Reaper, vowing to thwart its arrogant demeanor. Chapter 95. 3 Opportunities, a Meeting Under the Moon. So, which derivative world do you choose? Since this is a purposeful traversal, I shall select one with which I am familiar. Harry Potter. Oh, that is a rather intricate world. The original storyline comprises 7 volumes. Along with mobile games and stage plays, the White Reaper remarked. Of course, once spoken, there is no opportunity for retraction. As for the trial, let me think. Since you are so fond of protecting others, you must protect every main character who meets their demise in the original narrative. Not a single one may lose their life. Objection. The Black Reaper interjected immediately. The concept of main characters is too vague. Are you suggesting this human protect Harry Potter and his friends while simultaneously safeguarding the malevolent Voldemort and his Death Eaters? This task is utterly impossible. Do you think we have sent forth a saint capable of enlightening the world? Very well, very well. The White Reaper, realizing the futility of their wordplay, waved dismissively, conceding. Let me specify the conditions. You must alter the fates of the principal heroic characters in the original HP narrative. Surely this is acceptable? It is a deal. Upon witnessing her past self affirm this statement, Amy's consciousness was drawn back to the corridor within the black box, where she removed the white veil that had shrouded her head, her mind becoming considerably clearer. You each have 3 interventions in this world. Thus far, what have you accomplished? I have utilized 2 of my opportunities, while they have only employed 1, the Black Reaper declared. They used their chance to erase your memory of this wager, hoping to ensure your defeat without your awareness. However, I too have expended 1 opportunity to negate my own condition. As long as you touch 3 Deathly Hallows, you will receive a hint from the Reaper. As for my second opportunity, do you think your mobile game cheat came about by mere chance? I have navigated the main storyline with utmost caution for 2 years, laying a great deal of groundwork. The forthcoming events should pose no issue. No. Therein lies the problem. They are aware that you have regained your memory, and will undoubtedly utilize their remaining 2 opportunities for interference. Thus, new plot developments may arise. And you must exercise caution. The Black Reaper pondered for a moment, extending a dark finger. As a reward for your efforts to meet me and in preparation for their machinations, I shall optimize your cheat. Suddenly, Amy felt herself seized by an invisible hand and flung out of the black box. She landed on her bed, the black box transforming into a small speck of light that settled upon the back of her right hand, where a black D appeared. From now on, wherever you may be, simply tap this mark 3 times to teleport back to the original black box space. The Black Reaper did not manifest in the real world, but conveyed their voice to Amy's ears. Now, your spells possess 3 effects. The original effect, the mobile game effect, and the Forbidden Forest exploration effect. From now on, you need not utter any special incantations. You can effortlessly switch between them with mere thought. It sounded rather convenient. And Amy nodded in satisfaction. Dear utmost human. Regardless of whether you are aware of this wager or not, you have resolved to strive to save the characters who perished in the original narrative, have you not? But do take care. I have but one final opportunity to assist you. With that, the Black Reaper's voice faded, and Amy understood that when she next encountered them, she would undoubtedly find herself in a dire predicament. Time had grown late, and Amy lay down on her bed, yet the events that had just transpired lingered in her mind. Parents' wager, she murmured to herself as she drifted into a half-sleep state. Just then, the sound of footsteps at the door jolted her to alertness. After all, she resided alone at the pinnacle of the Ravenclaw Tower. Who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour? Recalling her previous encounter with the basilisk in the dormitory, she considered the Black Reaper's words. Could it be that the White Reaper had begun their machinations? Amy sprang up, seized her wand from the bedside, and stealthily approached the dormitory door, carefully pushing it open. In the bright moonlight, a girl with disheveled hair stood barefoot on the stairs, clad in a nightgown, scanning her surroundings. Her brows were delicate, and her silver eyes protruded slightly, giving her a dazed appearance. I apologize for the intrusion. Did I disturb your slumber? The girl's gaze was unfocused, yet it seemed she was acutely aware of Amy's scrutiny. I am Luna Lovegood. I am searching for my slippers. My roommates have hidden them away in some corner of the castle. Although I have grown accustomed to such occurrences, it is somewhat inconvenient to be without slippers. Is it not? Chapter 96. Guardian at the top floor, Amy steps forward. I believe I have found them. Luna pointed to a corner of the ceiling, and indeed, Amy spotted a pair of slippers magically adhered to the surface. Would you like me to help you retrieve them? Oh, I think not. I merely fear that my slippers might be occupied by a pesky fly as their nest. However, given their height, that seems unlikely. After all, pesky flies prefer to burrow into ears, creating chaos in one's mind, and they would not venture to such heights. A thin veil of mist seemed to cloud Luna's silver eyes, suggesting she had yet to fully awaken. But you still. Amy hesitated, glancing at Luna's bare feet. Luna responded nonchalantly, oh, it is of no consequence. Walking barefoot in the castle helps clear my mind. Of course, I always don my slippers before bed, as I am uncertain where I might wander in my sleep. Luna Lovegood entered Hogwarts in the same year as Ginny, and in the original narrative, she was one of Harry's most trusted friends. Amy held a deep affection for Luna's character. However, her eccentric behavior led other students to refer to her as Loony, and they would occasionally hide her belongings. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Luna was well aware of all of this and remained largely indifferent. I am Amy Leal, currently in my second year. Amy finally recalled that she had yet to introduce herself, and hurriedly made her introduction. I know you. You were the first to be petrified. Everyone was terrified when Professor McGonagall carried you out of the dormitory. I wish I were known for a better reason. Amy scratched her head, about to say more when she heard three individuals ascending the stairs, bickering as they approached. So you hid the Loony's shoes here? Change locations quickly. She could find them with a mere glance. And where's the fun in that? Sigh, still waiting for my Loony to locate her potions textbook. One of them muttered. Luna listened attentively, her face betraying little emotion, while Amy felt a surge of indignation on her behalf. The trio, upon reaching the top floor, were startled to see Luna and the scowling Amy. These are my three roommates. We are all first-year students, Luna stated with remarkable composure, leading the three girls to believe that their previous remarks had gone unheard, and they sighed with relief. Oh, it appears you are quite friendly with each other, Amy remarked, her expression decidedly displeased as she regarded the trio. Loony, why are you still here so late? You should head back to the dormitory, one girl urged, attempting to shift the topic, while the other two nervously stared at the slippers stuck to the ceiling, too intimidated to speak. No. I think Luna Lovegood is weary and can rest here. My dormitory, which has 4 beds, is occupied by only myself. Such an arrangement seems rather illogical, Amy said slowly, placing her hands behind her back, her gaze carrying an enigmatic quality akin to that of Luna's. And by the way, pranks should not be played in this manner. Having spent considerable time with the prankster kings of the Weasley twins, Amy could easily distinguish between playful teasing among friends and the malicious amusement derived from exploiting another's troubles. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Luna would post notices at the end of each term, requesting her classmates who had pranked her to return her belongings. Slippers, come fort. Amy used the summoning charm to pull Luna's slippers down from the ceiling, causing the faces of the 3 girls to turn ashen. Is hiding someone else's belongings amusing to you? Amy stepped forward. You cannot take advantage of others' lack of retaliation and continue to overstep your bounds. Your actions, at their core, are tantamount to theft. At their worst, they constitute bullying. Luna is not your plaything. She is your classmate. What nonsense are you spouting? The three individuals, realizing their actions had been exposed, became incoherent, inadvertently turning on their heels and stumbling down the stairs in haste. I apologize for intruding on your matters, Amy said, glancing back at Luna, whose previously sullen visage now blossomed into a radiant smile, showcasing her remarkable skill in altering her expressions. Oh no. I actually think this is rather delightful. Thank you. Luna, accustomed to the malice of those around her, was always eager to accept kindness when it was offered. However, as a well-known eccentric within the academy, such opportunities were rather scarce. Do you truly wish for me to stay here overnight? Of course, several nights would be splendid. Amy replied generously. How about we petition the professors in the coming days to transfer your dormitory directly to mine? After all, I can now effortlessly slip into the black box space without being detected. Just a pull of the bed curtain, and Luna will be none the wiser. However, I feel my lesson for those younger students earlier wasn't quite up to standard. Amy activated her nurturing mode, waving her wand, causing a swarm of Cornish pixies to materialize in the air, shrieking incessantly. I'll grant you 5 minutes of raucous chaos. Whether it's to hide their belongings or to teach them a good lesson, do as you please. The Cornish pixies, gleeful and justified, set about their mischief, while Luna watched Amy's spellcasting with keen interest, eagerly approaching. How did you conjure these mischievous little creatures? They seem to obey your every command. How is that even possible? This left Amy somewhat perplexed. Summoning creatures was a special ability granted by her mobile game. Although Luna was intrigued, Amy felt ill-equipped to teach her. Chapter 97, Partner System? Harry is duped. Amy recalled that in the game, Luna had expertise in summoning creatures, whether through partner cards or echoes. Unfortunately, at present, Luna could only be considered an enthusiast of magical creatures. Just as Amy pondered how to navigate this situation, a chime echoed in her ear. Original character partners assembled. Partner card system updated. Luna Lovegood, current partner value 65. Could it be that by improving her relationships with other original characters, they could unlock the abilities corresponding to the partner cards in the game? Amy's eyes lit up with excitement. She quickly turned to Luna, saying, "This is a secret technique I learned from a certain place. It's rather complex. If you're interested, perhaps by engaging more with me regarding magic, you might uncover its mysteries." Indeed, it was getting late. We should head inside first to prepare your bed. The following day, Amy and Luna approached Professor Flitwick to formally request a change in Luna's dormitory assignment. Not bad at all. I was worried that with Professor McGonagall shifting your classes to be with Gryffindor students, you might struggle to make friends in your own house. Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. Once outside the office, Amy quickly extended an invitation to Luna. Would you like to see our secret base? The Weasley twins conduct their magical tricks research there. I have many friends practicing magic there, and they would all welcome you. I adore secrets, friends, and the Weasley family's magical antics, Luna replied, fiddling with the necklace she had strung from butterbeer corks. Her gaze remained dreamy as ever, yet her anticipation was palpable. Amy guided Luna through a labyrinth of twists and turns until they arrived at the long-missed room of requirement. As she thought of the Weasley's joke shop, she passed the entrance 3 times before the door materialized on the wall. This is the true secret base, Luna exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the door. Amy, where have you been these past few days? We were genuinely worried, thinking you might not recover until the end of the term. George greeted her immediately upon her entrance. By the way, everyone is still debating whether to concoct a potion to reverse the petrification of Peeves, although we both find him rather amusing. After you were petrified, we put your proposed project on hold. But oh, who asked this new friend? Fred noticed Luna standing behind Amy. This is Luna Lovegood, from my house. Luna, these are Fred and George. I specifically brought her to show around. We can discuss the project later. Are Harry and the others here? The twins greeted Luna and then answered Amy's question. Everyone wishes to utilize the room of requirement as a training ground. While we're conducting research here, it seems to have adapted to our needs. The layout has changed over the past month. Fred and George pulled back the curtain, and Amy was astonished to find that the room had expanded to twice its original size. In the other half of the room of requirement, Hermione was practicing weather charms with Ron, who, having saved his sister and achieved great merit, was no longer mocked by Fred and George for his old wand, as they had jointly financed a new one for him. Ron's old wand had been Charlie's discarded item, and now with the new wand he handled Hermione's attacks with ease, fortified by multiple protective spells. Suddenly, Harry called out, I don't know why, but I'm flying out of bounds. Amy turned to see Draco Malfoy brandishing his wand on the opposite side. Wait, Malfoy? Potter, is this all you can do? Malfoy taunted, his tone unmistakable. Amy heard the familiar notification chime. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Draco Malfoy have reached their corresponding partner values. Partner abilities have been unlocked. Despite the unlocking, Amy was still uncertain how to wield this newfound power, or where to apply it. The group noticed Amy and Luna entering through the curtain, pausing their practice to approach. Amy quickly introduced Luna to them. Harry Potter? Luna inquired, her curious gaze fixed on him, her slightly bulging eyes amplifying her astonishment. The atmosphere was awkward as they had just met, prompting Amy to interject. Hey, while I was away, how has your practice been progressing? We've made some progress. At least I'm slightly better than Lockhart, and one TB knocked out by Hermione's lightning, Ron replied. Puzzled as to why Malfoy had visibly flinched at the mention of lightning, and even more bewildered by Luna's sudden outburst of laughter at Lockhart's name. I don't like Lockhart, Luna said, still giggling, but he is really quite funny, in every way. Luna, ever the unconventional one, was accustomed to her idiosyncrasies. So, how about you two? Amy inquired. I brought Malfoy in here, Harry stated. He claimed his spellcasting prowess surpassed mine. I couldn't resist the challenge. And it turns out he is actually quite formidable. Amy was taken aback by how their relationship had evolved, allowing Harry to comfortably bring Malfoy into their secret haven. Yet, this was a good sign, indicating that everyone had recognized Malfoy's growth and transformation. Do you know why you and the others exhibit some disparity in magical skills? Amy asked with a mischievous smile. Seeing Harry shake his head, she continued, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy underwent my intense instruction last semester, enduring a rigorous process that has cultivated their impressive abilities. Harry, if you don't catch up soon, you'll find yourself falling further behind. I can't help it. I have Quidditch practice. I have training too, Malfoy interjected. Time is something you make for yourself, Potter. With such an excellent professor around, how can you not cherish the opportunity? Harry never imagined that one day, the source of his anxiety would not be Voldemort's new malevolent schemes, but rather the academic disparity he faced with his peers from his second year. Was this a bit too much pressure? Before he could voice his complaint, Luna tugged at Amy's sleeve. Amy, didn't you say you would share magical knowledge with me? Teach me as well. How could Luna, a first year, be so eager? Of course, Luna, Amy replied, turning to Harry. Oh, Harry, we're not trying to pressure you. We just feel you lack a sense of urgency. You know, the Dark Lord is always scheming to return, and you need to cultivate stronger abilities to thwart him. I'll learn. Harry, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of emotion at Amy's words, and in a moment of impulsiveness he agreed. Amy's smile sent shivers down his spine, while Ron and Hermione patted him on the shoulder in sympathy. Well then, let the training commence, Amy declared with a bow, drawing her wand, and addressing both Harry and Luna. Chapter 98. A breach of taboos? Harry felt despondent. Candy, biscuits, and juice, anyone? Fred and George had set aside their prank development work and produced a plethora of snacks from seemingly nowhere, calling out their wares. Ron, Hermione, Amy, Malfoy, and Luna sat in a row beside the training ground, enjoying the spectacle of Harry's chaotic antics. Help! Harry cried, brandishing his wand as the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon pursued him relentlessly, occasionally breathing fire, which reminded him of the terror he once felt under Hagrid's nifflers. Where on earth did you get that? Ron asked, intrigued. We were curious about that too, but trust me, Harry, after training you'll be too exhausted to ponder such matters. Ron reassured. Oh, Fred, could I have a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? 5 sickles, Fred replied, extending his hand. Hey, I'm your brother. 1 galleon if you want to enjoy snacks while watching from here. You can't pay less. Fred and George had hiked their prices. Just 1 galleon? Malfoy nonchalantly pulled out a handful of coins, using his wealth to boast, here, buy whatever you fancy. You can all benefit from my generosity. Watching everyone eagerly accept Malfoy's campus charity, Harry felt tears welling up. Luna, did you pay close attention to how I summoned the dragon? Yes. I think I understand a bit better now, Luna nodded, tossing a piece of toffee into her mouth. The system indicated Luna's companion value had reached 72. Seeing the two engaged in cheerful discussion about summoning spells only deepened Harry's sense of imbalance. Why was he the only one suffering so? Harry. It's simple to fend off the dragon, Hermione shouted. Easier said than done. If we had learned any useful spells in class, I would have used them by now. Harry lamented, feeling helpless as he doused the flames on his robe with clear water. I could genuinely be bitten or burned alive by this dragon. Oh, I almost forgot. This year's defense against the dark arts teacher is Lockhart, and the lessons are overly superficial, Amy remarked, recalling how the main storyline had progressed too quickly this year. Lockhart hadn't he done much, At least he hadn't established a dueling club to teach Harry disarming spells. Come on, Harry, let us learn a simple incantation. Raise your wand. Aim at the target, and say Expelliarmus. Harry ceased his frantic escape, turned around, and decided to take a chance. Expelliarmus. His wand emitted a powerful red light that struck the young dragon, sending it flying several meters away, where it lay momentarily stunned, seemingly pondering what had just transpired. Did I succeed? Harry gasped. Hermione and Ron cheered loudly for him. You learn quickly, Harry. Luna fixated on the dragon, softly murmuring, I don't think it's over yet. Indeed, within mere seconds, the dragon regained its senses and resumed its pursuit of Harry. That spell would work better against a wizard, disarming them directly to conclude the battle. Its effect on magical creatures is rather lackluster, Amy explained calmly. In such urgent situations, you'll learn quickly, and I must teach you more. Don't worry. There's bound to be a spell that truly proves useful. Harry felt the weight of his escape becoming increasingly burdensome. Suddenly, an idea struck him. This dragon had been summoned by Amy, so if he could disarm her, the training could end. As a quintessential Gryffindor, Harry's decisiveness was remarkable. He immediately raised his wand at Amy. Expelliarmus. Caught off guard. Amy's wand flew from her grasp, and she stumbled backward, fortunately caught by Fred and George's quick reflexes. Luna retrieved Amy's wand, while Hermione looked at Amy's reddening hand with concern. Does it hurt? Harry realized that the outcome he had anticipated did not materialize. The dragon continued to bounce energetically behind him, now filled with rage for having attacked its master. Alongside the dragon's fury were the equally fierce gazes of three others, George, Fred and Malfoy, who turned toward him, calling out in unison with elongated tones. Harry. Their synchronized actions were astonishing. Harry, good idea, but maybe next time. Keep that thought to yourself. Ron offered a sympathetic glance, believing that Harry would have fared better facing the dragon directly rather than attempting to disarm Amy. All right, Potter. That's not how you play fair. Malfoy brandished his wand, joining the dragon's chase. Impulsive, George remarked, casting a glance at Malfoy, silently approving his initiative. Then he calculated, Fred, I think we should let Amy rest with us for a bit, and discuss the progress of our new projects. I believe Malfoy will ensure Harry completes his training. Good idea, Fred agreed. And together they skillfully escorted Amy away, leaving Harry to fend off the relentless dragon. Accompanied by the spectators. No. Harry's cries echoed throughout Hogwarts. That day he grew significantly in various ways, understanding some rules that were absolutely sacrosanct. Looks like they're having a grand time. The White Death observed their situation, murmuring, I wonder if, after my forced intervention, they can still enjoy themselves this much? It extended its luminous white finger, exercising its right to interfere with the HP world once more. Chapter 99, Extreme Circumstances, Crisis Revisited. A week had passed since the resolution of the Chamber of Secrets incident, and Dumbledore awarded special contribution awards to those involved, bestowing substantial points to their respective houses. Hagrid had returned to the school, and the Ministry of Magic had lifted the previous penalties against him, allowing him to wield his wand again and reclaim his status as a true wizard. He also received a considerable compensation sum, enabling him to renovate his hut. Upon Amy's return, the previously suspended Harry Potter card project finally saw advancement. In no time, Harry's various photographs circulated throughout the school. Colin Creevey became a notable contributor to the Weasley twins' prank shop revenue, frequently showcasing his impressive collection to other students. However, Colin had notably ceased to pester Harry as often, a fact that greatly pleased Harry. Other students had also become enamored with the card drawing project, regardless of their feelings toward Harry. As the rarity of the cards was exceedingly low, possessing a certain number of them became a symbol of wealth and good fortune, leading even Slytherin students to uncontrollably draw cards multiple times. After enduring a significant ordeal, Ginny finally came to the realization that rather than contemplating whether Harry might harbor feelings for her, it was far more vital to focus on her own self-improvement. Now, when in Harry's presence, she exuded a newfound confidence and grace. The only individuals left wounded were the two whose fraudulent actions had been exposed: the disgraced Lockhart, who had lost both his reputation and status, and Harry, who was relentlessly pursued and trained by Malfoy. Taking Malfoy as a protégé had proven to be an astute decision. Amy had completely relinquished her responsibilities, observing with satisfaction as Harry gradually mastered essential dueling spells, such as the Stunning Spell and the Ironclad Charm. Encouraged by this, Malfoy experienced a remarkable leap in his self-directed learning, compelling Harry to engage in intense competition. Such a routine, while lacking in dramatic fluctuations, was precious and delightful for everyone involved, albeit fleeting. Minister Fudge. Why the frantic rush? Fudge. With his left hand managing the negative repercussions of the Chamber of Secrets incident on the Ministry of Magic, and his right busy fulfilling the heavy demands set forth by Amy and Dumbledore, felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. All the minor employees had emerged, frantically relaying messages in a disjointed manner, until one finally handed a letter to Cornelius Fudge. Upon glancing at the contents of the letter, Fudge felt his legs weaken, as if he might collapse at any moment. Dear Minister, a dire and unprecedented situation has arisen at Azkaban. Just moments ago, a sudden and powerful thunderstorm struck, rendering the prison's defensive enchantments utterly ineffective. A large breach was created in the cell block, allowing nearly half of the inmates to escape. An egregious failure on the part of our guards for which we express our deepest apologies. Most of those who escaped are heinous criminals, primarily former Death Eaters who once served Voldemort. The following is a list of their names: Bellatrix Lestrange, Sirius Black, Alecto Carrow, and Amicus Carrow. It was over. It was over. Fudge's eyes glazed over. Such a multitude of escapees would undoubtedly unleash chaos and bloodshed within the wizarding world. And those hoping to see him ousted from his position would likely see their dreams realized. Quickly, notify all Aurors to commence the pursuit of the fugitives. Immediately send word to Dumbledore. The situation at Hogwarts is hardly better than it was a week ago. We must dispatch some Dementors from Azkaban to provide security at Hogwarts. Why are we so concerned about Hogwarts? A junior employee queried, bewildered. It is not merely our concern. They will inevitably seek out Hogwarts, Fudge replied gravely. The reason they were imprisoned in the first place was that their master had been defeated by the young Harry Potter. Now, whether for revenge or other motives, they would undoubtedly devise means to locate Harry Potter. Dumbledore soon received an urgent message from the Ministry. Alas, just as one crisis subsides, another emerges. He stroked his long beard, sighing deeply. Regardless of the legendary prowess attributed to Harry in vanquishing Voldemort, he remained merely a 12-year-old child. Moreover, his ability to confront Death Eaters was far from adept compared to his encounters with Voldemort. Having not yet completed his resurrection, Fawkes struggled to alight upon Dumbledore's desk, emitting a hoarse cry, seemingly attempting to communicate something. Dumbledore suddenly smiled, stroking Fawkes' ashen feathers, and replied slowly, I understand your sentiment, old friend. Securing a truly reliable teacher can facilitate a significant enhancement in the abilities of all the children, including Harry. Though somewhat perilous, I believe I have a candidate in mind for the defense against the dark arts position. Chapter 100. Lupin's appointment, Snape's frustration. At breakfast, as the Owls delivered the latest edition of the Daily Prophet to every subscriber, the Great Hall of Hogwarts erupted in uproar. Goodness, Harry, these individuals are. Hermione's face reflected sheer terror, and Ron found it difficult to eat, as Harry realized that, aside from Voldemort, there were numerous others now seeking his life. At that moment, Neville once again accidentally spilled his milk, yet he did not frantically rise to clean it as he usually would. Instead, he fixated intently on his copy of the Daily Prophet, uttering not a word. Was he paralyzed by fear? No, I believe it was primarily anger. Amy approached from the Ravenclaw table and quietly remarked, as far as I know, Neville's parents were once remarkable Aurors, but they were driven insane by the Cruciatus curse at the hands of Death Eaters like her, and now they reside in St. Mungo's Hospital. As she spoke, Amy pointed at the photograph of Bellatrix Lestrange, who was grinning menacingly. The hall fell silent. Professor McGonagall had to rise to restore order, soothing the students' frayed nerves. Whatever has transpired, Hogwarts remains the safest place in the world, and the Ministry has bolstered its protective measures around the school. Please remain calm. Indeed, it's quite safe. Fred mattered sottovoce. Unless the Dark Lord and the Basilisk make an appearance, George chimed in. The students continued to chatter restlessly, and at that moment, the Great Hall doors burst open, and Professor Dumbledore strode in briskly, followed by an unfamiliar wizard who appeared somewhat unwell, though still relatively young. His light brown hair was already flecked with gray, and his tattered robes bore several patches. Who is that? Students began to whisper amongst themselves. Children, please lend me your ears for a moment, Dumbledore called from the podium. He did not raise his voice intentionally, yet his words resonated clearly in every ear. I am aware that numerous unsettling events have transpired recently. Regarding the Azkaban breakout, both Hogwarts and the Ministry have exerted their utmost efforts. I would like to briefly outline some changes occurring within the school. First, the Ministry has dispatched Dementors from Azkaban to guard Hogwarts. They will take immediate action upon detecting any suspicious individuals. Of course, do bear in mind that excessively outrageous behavior may also draw their attention, and being inadvertently harmed by them is no jest. Outside the hall's windows, dozens of creatures cloaked in tattered robes, resembling decayed monstrosities, glided past. I feel so cold. Ginny articulated the collective sentiment. Harry's complexion was notably paler than the others. Although the Dementors were far outside, for reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive loathing and even fear towards these beings. Secondly, I wish to introduce the wizard standing beside me. In light of Professor Lockhart's current need to answer for his previous actions, I believe it is time to bring in a truly exceptional teacher for the vital defense against the dark arts class. I am confident that my choice this time will not disappoint us. Let us welcome Professor Remus Lupin. At Dumbledore's invitation, the applause was sparse, as the atmosphere was hardly conducive to welcoming a new teacher. Snape must have been furious, having once again missed out on the position. Harry observed Snape, who clapped listlessly, his face a portrait of forced enthusiasm. However, Amy understood that Snape's ire stemmed not solely from losing the position yet again, but also from the presence of Remus Lupin, one of his most loathed peers from his student days, now standing before him. It is rumored that he has placed a curse on this position, you see. The occupants tend to change frequently. Ron animatedly recounted the legends he had heard. I wonder how long he can last. Oh, I doubt he is as robust as Lockhart. Ron added. Since when have you learned to measure a wizard's worth by their physique? Hermione chastised him. As long as he proves more capable than Lockhart. That's all that matters, a Ravenclaw student commented, knowing all too well that attending his classes would be a waste of time. We must acquire some ability to counter dark magic, don't you think? Luna, unbeknownst to anyone, had slipped behind Amy, grasping her hand as if to study her palm. Amy allowed Luna to manipulate her hand, turning to say, Luna is right, and I believe that it is the most unassuming wizards who possess true substance. Therefore, we must take Professor Lupin's lessons seriously. Moreover, Harry, he will be quite pleased to see you. Amy cast a meaningful glance at Harry, who had grown accustomed to her enigmatic ways. By the way, Ron, would you like to earn another special contribution award? Amy suddenly shifted the topic, leaving Ron quite bewildered. Me? Of course I would. That would be an honor. Then follow me. I have a plan to arrange, Amy declared, her gaze darting towards Lupin and Snape, who stood beside Dumbledore, her mind racing. Chapter 101. A conspiracy afoot. Ron, your pet rat Scabbers isn't with you, is he? Amy pulled Ron into an empty classroom, his confusion deepening over her sudden interest in his pet rat. No, he is not. Scabbers is quite old for a rat, and has taken to sleeping on my pillow lately. I don't think I've ever shown you Scabbers, have I? Is something wrong? Upon hearing Ron's response, Amy's concerns eased, and she stated directly, Ron, your Scabbers is actually a person. What nonsense are you talking about? Ron exclaimed, utterly shocked. How could the rat they had raised for so many years possibly be a person? Yet Amy's past pronouncements, no matter how absurd, often bore a semblance of truth. Oh, I see. You must have conspired with George and Fred to say something bizarre to tease me, right? Wanting to see my startled reaction? Well, you've succeeded. Ron chuckled awkwardly, but noticed that Amy's expression remained grave. He lowered his head, ceasing to speak, feeling a chill creep up his spine. It is true, Amy began earnestly. You know, I recently became an animagus, and the animal I transform into is unprecedented. Professor McGonagall claims I am the first wizard in history to transform into a magical creature. Furthermore, I discovered that I possess an additional ability beyond that of a typical animagus. I can sense the presence of other animagi within a certain radius, regardless of whether they are in their transformed state. But even if what you say is true, Ron replied skeptically, if Scabbers is a wizard transformed, what does that person gain from it? Just mooching off our food? I doubt he is very well fed. No, that person remains in rat form out of necessity, not desire. In fact, I have already deduced who he is. Amy paused, opening the Daily Prophet in her hands. My intuition has always been quite sharp, as you know. Do you know why this man was imprisoned in Azkaban? She pointed at the wanted poster of Sirius Black, and Ron shook his head. Terrorist attacks? Or some other crime? I heard he was a loyal servant of Voldemort. And why are we suddenly discussing wanted criminals? We were talking about Scabbers. The two are closely linked, Amy smiled. In any case, keep a close eye on your pet rat. Do not let it mysteriously vanish. I will need your cooperation for a little performance soon. Rest assured, if Scabbers is unharmed, my methods will not jeopardize a single whisker on him. Let us keep our conversation between us. With that, Amy turned and returned to the Great Hall to continue her meal, leaving Ron in a state of confusion. Was it now fashionable to speak only halfway? Was Scabbers truly a person? How could he continue to look at his pet rat in the same way after this revelation? Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor. Long time no see, my dear sister. Bellatrix Lestrange leaned against the doorframe of the study, toying with her wand as she gazed at Narcissa, who shared the same lineage from the Black family, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. How did you manage this, Narcissa? Narcissa Malfoy could hardly believe her eyes and ears over the past few days. She was unsure if reuniting with her deranged sister Bella was a blessing or a curse. Quite extraordinary, Narcissa, quite extraordinary, Bella reiterated. It was as if we were dreaming. That day, the white lightning storm ravaged much of the prison, driving away those loathsome dementors. And yet we emerged unscathed, seizing the opportunity to reclaim our wands. There will never be a day more joyous than that, unless it is the day our master returns. He is coming back? Narcissa's expression darkened. Her husband Lucius had long ago resigned himself to the notion that Voldemort would not return. In a bid to rid themselves of the dangerous remnants left behind by Voldemort, and ensnare their old adversaries, he had orchestrated a series of events involving that diary related to the Chamber of Secrets. Now, with Lucius's plans failing and the diary entrusted to them destroyed, what would happen if Voldemort returned and laid blame upon them? They were no longer young, nor did they share the fervent obsession with Voldemort that Bella possessed. They had a son who was still growing. Oh dear, what if Draco gets involved? Narcissa was consumed by anxiety, while her sister remained oblivious, shaking her head. No. Not yet. We are still searching for him. He has surely employed many methods to evade Dumbledore's people, which complicates matters for us. However, just recently, the Carrows brought us good news. Our master is believed to be hiding in the forests of Albania, though that forest is quite vast. So you will search the forest? Oh no, others will go. While I long to return to our master's side and offer my life for his resurgence, it is not the right time. Bella's eyes darted. Her gaunt face, worn from years of imprisonment, regained some color with excitement. I wish to present the Dark Lord with the finest gift upon his return. What do you think of Harry Potter's head? Chapter 102. Snape's soliloquy. A resounding refusal. Severus Snape was known for his perpetually long face, which did little to inspire warmth or friendliness in those who encountered him. In truth, he could hardly be described as a congenial person, especially in the eyes of students from the other three houses. As the head of Slytherin, his favoritism towards his own house was notorious, and when illustrious families were involved, he displayed even greater partiality. Draco Malfoy was a prime example. For students from other houses, he was far more adept at ridicule than teaching. The exceptionally bright Hermione was often chastised for her arrogance, while the slow-witted Neville bore the brunt of his scorn to the point of trauma. However, Snape remained largely indifferent to his students' perceptions of him. Whether they praised or condemned him, he did not genuinely care. He simply lived according to the ways he had always known. After all, his heart had perished on that fateful night illuminated by green light. Why did Lily have to step in to protect that child? Snape lamented, bewildered and sorrowful. I had implored him not to harm her. Dumbledore had scolded him in fury. Do you wish for Lily to witness her child being murdered? You seek only to fulfill your desires, disregarding her well-being. Snape felt as if he had been struck forcefully on the head. Indeed, even in his coldness, had someone threatened Lily before him, he would have rushed to her defense without hesitation. How much more so for the ever-loving Lily, who would not think twice about sacrificing her life to protect her beloved son. Yet what had love brought them? Lily was dead and would never return. And his love was destined to leave only a landscape of sorrow. I wish it were I who had perished, Severus Snape murmured. Dumbledore, however, coldly retorted. What purpose would that serve? If you truly love Lily Evans, the path before you is singular. Regardless of Snape's willingness, he now had no choice but to devote himself to safeguarding Harry Potter, for it was Lily's dying wish. To be honest, the moment Snape laid eyes on Harry, he felt an aversion. Who could harbor affection for a child who bore such a striking resemblance to his nemesis? Yet, Harry's eyes mirrored those of his mother with uncanny accuracy. During their first lesson, Snape deliberately posed challenging questions to Harry, only to be taken aback by his fluent responses. At least he inherited Lily's intellect. Gazing into Harry's emerald eyes softened Snape's heart momentarily, but his formidable composure concealed any inner turmoil. From that point onward, Snape began to selectively overlook certain traits reminiscent of James Potter and Harry, attributing all of Harry's merits solely to Lily. After all, he despised many, yet loved but one. To nitpick would be impossible. When Harry entered his first year, Snape thought, this child possesses something. He truly resembles Lily. However, when in his second year, Harry and Ron flew to school in a car, Snape could no longer suppress his frustrations. How could James's traits linger so persistently? Yet 2 months after the flying car incident, a far more disconcerting event transpired. James Potter, during his school years, had formed a bothersome group of marauders with his friends Remus Lupin, Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Snape harbored an equal disdain for all members of this group. Now Remus Lupin had come to Hogwarts to seize the position Snape had long coveted. Meanwhile, the traitor Sirius Black, who had betrayed Lily's whereabouts, had successfully escaped from imprisonment. What madness was this? Disturbed and sleepless, Snape rose before dawn, retreating to his damp dungeon classroom, where he had to brew wolfsbane for his new colleague, who concealed his lycanthropic identity. Dumbledore truly knew how to delegate. Snape forcefully swung open the classroom door, causing it to crash against the stone wall with a resounding thud, only to discover someone already seated within. As he beheld the girl before him, he recalled that she was the prodigy Flitwick had incessantly praised the previous year. However, to Snape's knowledge, her performance in potions had been merely average, leading him to dismiss Flitwick's claims with skepticism. Ah. So the Ravenclaw genius finally deigns to attend my humble potions class after such an extended absence? Amy, unfazed by Snape's sardonic remarks, rose and said leisurely, "Good morning, Professor Snape. I am here to seek your assistance. I believe you possess knowledge of a spell that can forcibly reveal an animagus's true form." "Indeed I do," Snape replied. "But aren't you studying Transfiguration under Professor McGonagall? There is no need to seek me out for this." Moreover, he inquired, "What do you require such a spell for?" Although Snape's rejection was thoroughly justified, Amy was acutely aware that her plan necessitated Snape's involvement. Only then could he intimately grasp the truth. "Very well, Professor. You make a valid point." Amy paused before continuing. "However, Professor McGonagall, as deputy headmistress, is exceedingly busy with her duties, and I would feel remiss to disturb her. The spell is rather complex, and I am not yet proficient in it. Wait. I believe the new defense against the dark arts teacher would be more than willing to assist me." "That one?" Snape scoffed, never having trusted Remus Lupin. Convinced that Dumbledore was utterly mad for hiring a teacher who transformed into a werewolf. Nevertheless, as he genuinely did not wish to involve himself in the girl's trivial matters, nor in the need for secrecy, Snape swallowed the half-sentence about Lupin possibly losing control and biting her head off. Amy's intention in mentioning her rival was to provoke Snape, but it was evident that he was unimpressed by such tactics. "Then I shall inform Professor Lupin that, due to the Half-Blood Prince's unwillingness to assist me, I must turn to him instead." Amy maintained her composure as she revealed her ace. Snape quickly grasped her implication, fixing her with a murderous glare. "What do you mean by the Half-Blood Prince? Is that not what you called yourself during your student days?" Amy tilted her head innocently. Snape acknowledged that everyone had gone through a phase of youthful folly, but which middle-aged man wished to be addressed by the nickname of his adolescent self? "Oh, it appears some do, such as Voldemort." In his time as a half-blood at Slytherin, Snape had often felt a sense of inferiority and harbored resentment towards his Muggle father, even contemplating shedding his father's surname. Thus, he had adopted his mother's maiden name, Prince, and created the moniker of the Half-Blood Prince. Snape also recalled having written in his textbooks, "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." The past was a painful memory. Snape's expression turned rigid. He wished to abandon this line of conversation. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. Do not deny it, Half-Blood Prince." Snape realized that Flitwick had been correct. Amy Lair was indeed a prodigious talent, one who could incite frustration. Rubbing his forehead, Snape thought it unwise to resort to Gilderoy Lockhart's foolishness by administering a memory charm on a student. "Whether it be a memory charm or deducting points from our house, neither would suffice," he said. "I have prepared a backup plan." Amy listed off every potential solution Snape could conceive, though in reality, she had not devised any backup plan. She merely wished to ensure she did not appear at a disadvantage in their conversation. "It entirely depends on the professor's actions," Amy emphasized. "As long as you are willing to assist me with this minor task, I guarantee my silence." Boring. Snape thought to himself that he certainly would not grant Amy high marks in potions at the term's end. However, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to relent. "I will assist you this once, but do not take up too much of my time." "Rest assured," Amy said, gracefully inclining her head. "Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, right here in this classroom. As long as you follow my lead, it will all be over swiftly." The Forbidden Forest was inky black under the cover of night, and a large dog with deep black fur lay in wait, transformed Sirius Black. Unlike in the original story, he did not see the photo of Pettigrew in the Daily Prophet, and was unaware that the true traitor was still concealed beside Ron. His escape was purely prompted by the sight of numerous Death Eaters seizing the opportunity to flee, which would undoubtedly threaten James's son's life. However, with Dementors encircling the castle, all he could do was roam the Forbidden Forest, vigilantly watching over Harry from a distance. If Harry were to learn of my past, he would surely despise me. The black dog curled tighter against the cold night, ears drooping, yearning for a reunion with his godson, yet feeling a pang of trepidation. The following evening at 8 o'clock, Snape reluctantly entered his potions classroom, where Amy awaited eagerly. "Good evening, Professor," she spoke rapidly. "Trust me, in no more than 10 minutes, everything will be resolved. Then let us proceed. What exactly do you require of me? First, please hide beneath the podium. You must not reveal your presence." What an odd request. Snape sighed, adopting a mindset of enduring the next 10 minutes, and moved behind the podium, only to be startled. "What are you doing here?" Snape pointed at Lupin, who was crouched beneath the podium, and they both exclaimed in unison. "What pressing matter compels you to summon 2 professors?" The fire in Snape's eyes was almost palpable. "And let it be known, I would rather perish than share the confines beneath the lectern with that individual. A promise must be honored, Professor." Amy's commanding presence was scarcely inferior to Snape's fury. Ultimately, a compromise was reached, and Snape retreated into the adjacent cupboard. "My friend will be entering shortly. You must remain utterly silent until I snap my fingers to signal your emergence." The 2 professors nodded, their curiosity piqued regarding how Amy had managed to summon the other. With a creak, Ron slowly pushed open the door to the potions classroom, a cage containing his pet rat, Scabbers, in his hand.